Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Damn. What kind of luck is this blind guy? He actually got 2 devil fruits. One of them is an S-rank flame fruit. The previous owner of the flame fruit was a great general of our dragon nation. His flaming fist was earth-shattering. On the other side is the heavy fruit. It seems to be a fruit that has never appeared before, from Paramecia. On one side is the S-rank Logia fruit, and on the other side is the unprecedented Paramecia fruit. Is there any need to hesitate? That's right, the Logia fruit can be transformed into an element, and both its life-saving and attack power are maximized. But what's the point of a blind man choosing the S-rank flame fruit? Going to the battlefield to die? I suggest not choosing it. Once you eat the fruit, you will have to go to military school or to the battlefield. It is better to stay at home. After all, disabled people can be exempted from military service. Longguo, Sanyuan City, number 2 middle school. In a bizarre fantasy space. 29 students were standing in the audience, staring at Jiang Chen on the stage. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Flame fruit? Heavy fruit? Is One Piece included in the college entrance examination? Suddenly, memories came flooding back. I traveled through time. Jiang Chen's body trembled. He didn't expect that it would finally be his turn to travel through time. 30 years ago, a dimensional rift appeared on this blue planet. Terrifying beasts descended and set off endless killing. At the same time, the Holy Land appeared. Everyone can obtain the gift of the Holy Land when they turn 18, and these abilities all come from the anime One Piece. In this world, the anime One Piece does not exist, and no one knows what these things are used for. Until one day, a man with a cigar in his mouth waved his hand and yellow sand filled the sky, burying tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. At this moment, Jiang Chen was at the most important crossroads in his life. He closed his eyes tightly, and was surrounded by 2 balls of light wrapped in devil fruits. It wasn't that he didn't want to open his eyes, but because he is a blind man. He was blind in his previous life, and he is still blind after traveling through time. Who understands? So, is this the devil fruit era? My dear classmate, let me repeat it again. The left side is the flame fruit, and the right side is the chu fruit, which has never appeared before. In addition, let me remind you again that you don't have to choose a devil fruit, and disabled people can be exempted from military service. The voice of the staff came from the headset. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The Holy Land is a place similar to a prize pool. 30 students can enter each time, and the number of talents in the prize pool will be refreshed by the number of students x2. There are various devil fruits and kendo talents, taijutsu talents, physical enhancements, strength enhancements, and so on. Each person takes turns to draw a lottery and choose one of the 2 talents. The talent not chosen will be returned to the prize pool. Among them, only the Logia fruit, Paramecia fruit, and the mythical beasts in the animal system are unique fruits, and the others are reproducible talents. Currently, there are only about 100,000 people with devil fruit abilities in the world, and most of them have ordinary animal-type fruits. In this world, the Dragon Kingdom implements compulsory military service. After awakening their talents, they entered military academies and then went to the battlefield. Those who fail to awaken their talents will directly join the demon-suppressing army and must serve for at least 3 years before being discharged depending on the circumstances. At the same time, disabled people can be exempted from military service. As a blind man, before entering the Holy Land, I had already discussed with my class teacher not to choose any talents and to live the rest of my life in peace. As for why I still want to enter the Holy Land, it's very simple. First, entering the Holy Land is an obligation imposed on every 18-year-old citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The second is to simply increase the number of people so that more talents can be added to the prize pool. Jiang Chen recalled this and basically understood his current situation. If a blind man goes to the battlefield, he will undoubtedly die. But then again, after traveling through time with great difficulty, why do you just give up on awakening your talent and enjoy the rest of your life? Isn't this a waste of time? No, wait a little longer. Since something as outrageous as time travel has happened, it's reasonable to cheat. 2 devil fruits detected in front of host Jiang Chen. Prepare to activate the Myriad character template system. Host, please select a fruit to activate the system. Here we come. At the same time, in Jiang Chen's dark perspective, 2 panels appeared. The left and right are Flame fruit character template, Ace. Newbie gift pack, preview Yanjian LV.1, Gun LV.1, Yan Shangang LV.1. Multiple fruits character template, Fujitora. Newbie gift pack, preview observation Haki LV.1, blind swordsmanship LV.1, gravity field LV.1. The flame fruit is actually based on the ace template, why not the sabot template? At least he has the observation haki. I am a blind man now, what is the point of having so many attack skills? The heavy fruits on the other side. The initial gift pack comes with the haki of observation. In anime, observation haki can sense everything around, predict danger, and listen to the voices of all things. Extremely powerful. Putting aside other things, just being able to sense everything around him is what Jiang Chen needs most right now. After all, as a blind man for 10 years, it is difficult to resist the temptation of being able to see the world clearly. And it's not just the observation haki. If I remember correctly, the owner of the Juju fruit in One Piece is also a blind man, one of the 3 marine admirals. This fruit can be said to be a bug-like existence. Gravity, also called gravitation, is one of the 4 fundamental forces in the universe. The force of rules. The strength and direction of gravity can be manipulated at will, and gravity can be instantly raised to a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers from the ground, pulling down meteorites with high temperature and blazing flames. It can also make objects float weightlessly, and let gravity create repulsion to deflect all attacks. And the existence of the system might help this fruit awaken? By then, meteorites will fall from the sky and black holes will be rubbed by hands. The real annihilation of everything. The real power of destruction. When Jiang Chen thought about this, it became very clear. Whether it is for the sake of observation haki or the future prospects, there is no doubt that you must choose the heavy fruit. As for being a blind person and hiding at home to live, this is impossible. Blind man, you have had enough of being blind. Now, I want to see the world clearly. I've had enough of the endless darkness. At this time, the staff outside the Holy Land had become completely impatient. Jiang Chen's headset was filled with the staff's suppressed angry voice. Student, it's been 5 minutes. Let me repeat it one last time. The one on the left is the S-rank fruit, the flame fruit, and the one on the right is the heavy fruit, which has never appeared before. Which one do you choose? If you don't want to choose any, please go down directly. Please don't waste your time. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, teacher. The staff member on the other end of the headset breathed a sigh of relief and continued, next. However, before he could finish, the staff was stunned. The other classmates in the audience and everyone outside the Holy Land were stunned. People across the country who were watching the live broadcast were also stunned. Jiang Chen slowly reached out his hand towards the fruit on the right. Su Feng, the head teacher outside the Holy Land, was so scared that he shouted at the live broadcast screen. Jiang Chen. You're wrong. The S-level fruit is on the left. Ugh. Get down here. What's a blind man doing here? Chapter 2. Inside the holy place. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and his heart was extremely refreshed. After many years, he finally saw a different view in his dark vision. Jiang Chen could see his classmates whispering to each other behind the stage. You can sense the magical and distorted space around the platform. That's right. Jiang Chen's perspective is 360 degrees with no blind spots. Although there is no color, just a bunch of blurry shadows, it is enough. Right now it's only observation haki LV.1. As the level increases, it will become clearer and clearer, and the sensing range will become wider and wider. Detected that the host has obtained the ability of the heavy fruit. Loading system. The system of the character template of Wanja, Gravity Fruit, Fujitora template, has been successfully loaded. Opening the newbie gift pack. Skills acquired, Observation Haki, Blind Swordsmanship, Gravity Field. Name, Jiang Chen. Strength, 24+. Spirit 32+. Constitution, 22+. Agility, 22+. Allocated attribute points, 0. Controllable gravity, 1.6 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton. Skill. Observation Haki LV.1, 0/20+, current range 100 meters, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Blind Sword Skill LV.1, 0/10+, currently Grandmaster Sword Skill, next level, Understanding Sword Intent, proficient. Gravity Field LV.1, 0/10+, current field range 10 meters, next level, range expanded to 50 meters. Allocated skill points, 10. Note 1, for every 10 attribute points you gain, you will gain 1 skill point. Note 2, 1 skill point can increase 1 skill experience point. Tip, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.5, the next skill can be unlocked, Marine 6 Styles. Current unlock progress, 3/5. Jiang Chen looked at his attribute panel. In this world, everyone who eats a devil fruit has an attribute panel that only they can see. Other people's attribute panels only have simple 4-dimensional attributes. My panel can be said to be a deluxe plus version, and I can also choose skills. When the total level of each skill reaches level 5, you can unlock the next skill, Marine 6 Styles. The people with special abilities in this world are divided into levels 1 to 9. To advance to a higher level, you need to take a special ability test. When the total attribute points reach 200 and the destructive power cost reaches 1000 cards, you can become a first level ability user. My total attribute points are only 100 points. However, facing a first level ability user, I can control 1.6 tons of gravity, so I may not be powerless. I just don't know how much damage my attack can cause. And in this world, 3-color domineering is a relatively rare ability. Not many people possess it. The specific degree of comprehension depends entirely on one's own talent. Not only that, the observation Haki in this world is generally weak, and the range of the strongest observation Haki possessor is only about 100 meters. As for me, I gained the observation Haki right after my talent was awakened, and my range has already reached the strongest in this world. As long as you obtain attribute points step by step, you can continue to improve. LV.2's observation Haki can reach up to 500 meters. The range is 5 times greater than that of the strongest one. As for the source of skill points, 10 attribute points can get 1 skill point. The source of attribute points. The teacher also said before that the majority of them come from the secret dungeons within the military academy, a small part comes from the tasks issued by the Demon Suppression Army, and the rest are the rare mutated beasts in the wild. At this time, outside the holy place, the awakening ceremony was being broadcast live via cameras clipped to each student's collar. Damn it! Is this person wicked? He didn't choose the fully developed S-class Logia fruit, but chose the paramecia fruit that has never appeared before. The key is that this man is still blind. If you choose a fruit, you must go to the battlefield. This is the rule, and no one is exempt. Maybe this person has a backer? We'll have to see if he'll be admitted to the military academy. Ha 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 ha, how can a blind man go to the battlefield? Unless he can comprehend the Haki of observation on his own. Understanding? How can it be that easy? And even if one has mastered observation Haki, the current strongest observation Haki master in the world seems to only have a sensing range of 100 meters, right? I have just realized it. How big a range can it have? A blind man going to the secret realm is seeking death. In the awakening ceremony live broadcast room, barrages of comments were flying all over the place, covering the entire screen. Su Feng, the head teacher who was watching the live broadcast, was breathing heavily. He had clearly told Jiang Chen not to choose any fruit or anything else. Why did you choose it? Why not choose an unknown fruit when there is a fully developed S-class fruit? When he thought of this, Su Feng couldn't breathe smoothly and his eyes rolled back. Teacher Su. Teacher Su. The people around him quickly supported Su Feng. After a moment, the live broadcast room exploded again. The crowd watching outside the Holy Land was also shocked. Only after Jiang Chen walked off the stage. The next girl to come on stage had 2 balls of light appearing around her, one of which was the flame fruit. Teacher Su. The flame fruit has appeared again. It's Tang Chuao from your class. Upon hearing this, Teacher Su Feng immediately got up. His eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen. Not bad, not bad. After all, Jiang Chen did not choose the flame fruit, which might be a good thing for the Dragon Kingdom. After all, it was because he did not choose that the flame fruit returned to the Holy Land prize pool. In the end, he was chosen by Tang Chuao from the same class. Logia has always been the top combat force in each country. This also means that in the future, Dragon Country will have another top-notch general. As for Jiang Chen. Why? When he thought of Jiang Chen, Su Feng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Inside the holy place, Jiang Chen walked back to the team. Wang Ming, a classmate beside him, looked at him strangely. Jiang Chen, why did you choose fruit? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly said. I don't want to live as an ordinary person. After all, we can't say that he can see the character template. It can't be said that he will awaken his ability to see and hear after eating it. We are not familiar with this world yet, so we should be a little more cautious. Wang Ming sighed and couldn't help but say. Then you should at least choose the flame fruit. It can transform into an element, so at least you won't die easily. Jiang Chen, the heavy fruit isn't that bad, right? It's a paramecia after all, a unique fruit. Wang Ming heard this and retorted. Bullshit, not all fruits are powerful just because they are unique. It depends on how they are developed. Let me give you a few examples. What is the slippery fruit used for? As a lubricant? Flower fruit, what is it good for? Tentacle play? The paste fruit can turn into paste fluid, But clothes cannot be changed. What's the use? Do you need to find someone to help you get clothes at any time? Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. Okay. Wang Ming shook his head and reminded helplessly. Hey, after you go to the military academy, you will be forced to participate in the secret realm. It will kill you. Jiang Chen, secret realm? What kind? Wang Ming said slowly. I don't know the details, it's different every time, but the first time is usually a two-person secret realm, and the ranking is calculated based on the total points of the two people. The first place will be rewarded with 500 attribute points. This is also the most important secret realm. Wang Ming said firmly, I can't team up with you, or my dad will beat me to death. Jiang Chen didn't say much, he could only say that the student had taken a narrow path. Wang Ming continued. By the way, there will be an entrance test after entering the military academy. The first place winner will receive 200 attribute points as a reward. This is also the snowball training strategy of our dragon country. The more outstanding the people, the more resources they have. But I'm definitely out of luck. The strongest in the early stage are those who have a talent for swordsmanship, and they have the sword intent early on. Those who have the sword intent early on will kill indiscriminately. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Sword intention? Blind sword skill LV.1, 0/10 plus, currently Grandmaster sword skill, next level, understanding sword intent, proficient. Allocated skill points, 10. For it. Full. Ding ding ding. The panel flashed with golden light. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, comprehending sword intent, proficient, next level, comprehending sword intent, Grandmaster. Chapter 3. Jiang Chen felt a warm current flowing out from his body, quickly spreading to all parts of his body. Extremely comfortable. It's a pity that there is a sword missing now. I can customize a sword in the cane later, and I'm used to using the blind cane myself. Just at this moment, Tan Chuao slowly walked towards Jiang Chen. Hey, the campus beauty from Tan University is coming over here. Wang Ming thought Jiang Chen couldn't see it, so he reminded him. Tan Chuao walked up to Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Chen, why didn't you choose the flame fruit? Jiang Chen was speechless. It seemed like everyone had to ask him the same question. This was getting a bit annoying. He casually said Kaido, I don't like Xiao Xiao. Tan Chuao was silent for a while, then said. Thank you. Jiang Chen was confused, why are you thanking me? Tan Chuao, every time the Holy Land's prize pool is filled with 60 random talents, you didn't choose the flame fruit, which caused the flame fruit to return to the prize pool. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, that's just your own good luck, it has nothing to do with me. Tan Chuao continued. No, the flame fruit is too valuable, this is different. Anyway, thank you. You have chosen the fruit, and you will have to enter the military academy. There are secret trials in the military academy. Although the first layer is not very dangerous, you can't see it. When the time comes, just follow me on the first level. I will help you get through it. The rest is up to you. Jiang Chen, that's not necessary. You must form a team to enter the double secret realm, you. Tan Chuao wanted to say, you are a blind man, and it is likely that no one will be willing to team up with you, but she felt that it was not a good idea to say that. She didn't understand. She was a user of the flame fruit with extremely mature development and strength. Why would Jiang Chen refuse to form a team? The fact that he was able to get this fruit was definitely related to Jiang Chen. It is reasonable to help Jiang Chen pass the first level of the secret realm. Forget it, I'll just ask the teachers directly when I get to the military academy. With my rare Logia fruit ability, I'm not afraid that they won't agree. After all, judging from previous years, anyone who obtained the Logia fruit would eventually become the top combat force of the Dragon Nation. What's more, the flame fruit is the most mature S-level fruit. Just at this moment, their current wave of Holy Land also came to an end. Among the 30 people, except for Wang Ming's shining fruit, Tan Chuao's flame fruit, and Jiang Chen's heavy fruit, the others all have physical fitness enhancement, strength enhancement, and the like. This wave of Holy Lands can be said to be heaven-defying, unprecedented in history. Jiang Chen held the cane and walked towards the exit. Let's go. It's over. Let's go out. Outside the Holy Land, 30 students came out in a mighty procession. Jiang Chen walked slowly at the end of the team. Just at this moment, several yellow-haired young men who were squatting on the edge of the playground watching the show, chewing gum, stared at Jiang Chen intentionally or unintentionally. Tisk tisk tisk, look, that's Jiang Chen who didn't choose the S-level fruit. I also picked one that no one has used before. If I go into battle blindly, I probably won't even survive the first level of the secret realm. Ha 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 ha. I don't understand. Can't you just stay at home as a disabled person? Why do you have to choose fruits? Isn't that crazy? Several students did not shy away from Jiang Chen and talked loudly. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and stopped. His observation Haki swept over the 3 students. 2 of them are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The remaining one has a unique aura in his body and is a devil fruit user. Until now, only one S-rank devil fruit has appeared in this holy land. Therefore, the remaining one must not be that strong. Facing such a rude response, how could you be a coward? That's impossible. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen chuckled. My fellow students, you guys are really mean. The sound is not loud, but it is extremely clear. Wang Ming and Tang Chuao were shocked. Jiang Chen had always been very peaceful in the past, and had been ridiculed by those bad people quite a lot, so why did he suddenly become so tough today? The 2 students jumped up instantly after hearing this. FK. What did you say? You want to die, you blind man. Tang Chuao slowly condensed a ball of flame in her hand. If they wanted to attack her, she would let them taste the flame fruit. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Kneel down. A huge force of gravity instantly enveloped the 2 students, who were already running, and were directly crushed and staggered. Bang. They both knelt on the ground at the same time, supporting themselves with their hands. Jiang Chen didn't use his full strength either. His current mental strength attribute was only 32 points, and he could only control 1.6 tons of gravity. He only added 0.5 tons of gravity to each of the 2 students. Seeing this, the remaining devil fruit user spat on the ground, stood up and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Damn it! You're looking for death. In the blink of an eye. Within Jiang Chen's perspective. The student's muscles grew rapidly, his clothes were torn apart, and his body was covered with a layer of thick, coarse black hair. The face was distorted and the sharp fangs flashed coldly. Dog fruit wolf form. Jiang Chen said calmly. What's your name? You too. A ton of gravity suddenly fell. The werewolf student was just a student who had just acquired a talent. When faced with the 1-ton gravity, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. Boom. The 2 sturdy knees hit the concrete floor directly, and a tiny crack was instantly created on the concrete floor. The wolf student looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? The heavy fruit, controlling gravity. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to the 3 people crawling on the ground, opened his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of gray in them. It's not your turn to tell me what fruit I choose or whether I choose fruit or not. I don't care if you're making up stories about me behind my back, but if you're doing it to my face, I'm giving you face, right? If you pretend not to hear the ridicule in front of you, you will inevitably suffer more ridicule in the future, which will be extremely annoying. Now that I have so many fruits and cheat, how can I possibly indulge these people? In the world of high martial arts, whoever has the stronger fist is right. He doesn't like to show off and just keeps a low profile and develops slowly. That's called being low-key, and it's also his principle in life. But when others are getting angry in front of you, but you are still smiling, you are a coward. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The wolf student raised his head with difficulty, a trace of ferocity and dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly to one side out of habit, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. It seems it's still not heavy enough. The words fell. 1.6 tons of gravity slammed down on the werewolf classmate. Bang. In an instant, the wolf fell to the ground with his whole body, and with a slight cracking sound, his nose was broken. Jiang Chen. Stop. Just at this moment, the head teacher Su Feng and another teacher ran over quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen retracted the gravity. My head teacher has always been nice to me and I have already taught him a lesson, so I'll just give him face. What's going on? Su Feng glanced at the 3 embarrassed classmates. The werewolf classmate had returned to human form, with blood all over his face. Tang Chuao took the initiative to explain for Jiang Chen. Teacher Su, it was those 3 students who came to provoke Jiang Chen and wanted to fight him. Jiang Chen was just defending himself. Su Feng's eyes wandered over the 3 classmates. He also knew that these 3 classmates were always troublemakers who liked to bully others, and Jiang Chen had been ridiculed by them many times before. Now that Jiang Chen has the power of the devil fruit, the 3 of them have hit a wall. He stared at the 3 classmates and scolded. Get out of here. The 2 classmates supported their werewolf companion whose face was covered in blood and left in disgrace. His teacher can handle the fights among ordinary students. However, conflicts between devil fruit users are not his responsibility. Su Feng stared at Jiang Chen, thinking in his heart. The heavy fruits that Jiang Chen got seemed to be pretty good. They could actually kill the stronger animal-type fruit ability users in the early stage in seconds. Chapter 4. Damn, why did Jiang Chen become so fierce? The juju fruit seems to be quite powerful. It can control gravity. Aside from not being able to transform into an element, it should be A-level, right? It should be about the same. The National Association of People with Special Abilities will evaluate the new fruit based on its performance. We will know when the time comes. So it seems that Jiang Chen made the right choice. How is that possible? New fruits must be developed entirely by ourselves. The development of most fruits' capabilities is the result of the efforts of several generations. How to add points to attributes to achieve the greatest effect, and how to refine control capabilities to achieve the desired effect. These all need to be explored slowly. The S-level fruit, the flame fruit, has been deeply developed by 3 admirals and has been studied almost to the point of completion. Layers of fruits, completely new fruits, it all depends on Jiang Chen himself. But speaking of it, can Jiang Chen see it? I guess it's by listening to the sound. Blind people are generally more sensitive in this regard, and gravity doesn't need to be very precise. At this time, Jiang Chen was surrounded by circles of students, whispering and talking. These words were also captured by Jiang Chen's observation Haki. Development fruit. This is not easy, add some system points. As for how to add points to attributes, it is clearly written on your own panel. 20 points of spirit attribute increase 1 ton of gravity. They all dispersed. Su Feng and another teacher shouted loudly to disperse the crowd. The students who were watching looked at each other and then dispersed silently. Su Feng looked at Jiang Chen and spoke slowly. Jiang Chen, forget it. You have your own ideas. I won't say anything. Just be careful next time. Teacher Su, don't worry about me. Jiang Chen smiled. Su Feng sighed, turned to look at Wang Ming and Tang Chueao, a relieved smile on his face. I won't talk about Tang Chueao, she is a Logia S-level fruit user. She will definitely become a great general in the future. From now on, I can brag about myself when I drink. But I didn't expect that Wang Ming also got an A-level fruit, the shining fruit. This time, the students in my class really gained a lot. Wang Ming asked. Teacher Su, this time I chose the glitter fruit between the glitter fruit and the rubber fruit. Is that right? Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. You did the right thing. According to the development of the previous user, the rubber fruit can only emit steam at best, which is far inferior to the shining fruit. Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. Is the world so backward in development? The rubber fruit has only been developed to the 2nd gear? It's been 30 years. But we can't blame them, after all, they haven't watched the One Piece anime either. Su Feng turned his head to look at Jiang Chen and asked. By the way, Jiang Chen, what are your total attribute points now? Jiang Chen was silent for a while and did some calculations in his mind. 100 points. Ah. Wang Ming on the side widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. No, I'm only 48 points. Why are you so tall? Tang Chueao was also a little surprised, I'm only 66 points. Jiang Chen scratched his head, I don't know either. Wang Ming suddenly said. Could it be that Jiang Chen's fruit is a fruit that surpasses the S-level existence? The words fell. The 3 of them looked at Su Feng at the same time. Su Feng shook his head slightly and explained. No, the initial attribute points do not depend on the fruit. Some people with B-level devil fruits can have an initial total attribute point of more than 80 points. Wang Ming asked. Then why is Jiang Chen so tall? Su Feng touched his chin and explained. According to the latest research from the Kyoto Academy of Sciences, the initial attribute points depend on each person's mental strength and physical fitness. Maybe Jiang Chen's spiritual power is naturally stronger. I see. Wang Ming and Tang Chueao nodded. Jiang Chen was in deep thought. Could it be because of the 2 souls in one body? This body carries the soul of the original body plus his own soul, so his spiritual power is almost twice that of others. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Now you need to get a sword in a stick. Jiang Chen asked Su Feng. Teacher Su, I want to customize a weapon. Which weapon shop in Sanyuan City is better? Su Feng pondered for a while. The Tianyuan weapon shop in the city center is the largest one. You can go there. Jiang Chen nodded politely and thanked him. Okay, thank you, teacher. After saying this, he walked towards the school gate, holding his cane. Seeing this, Tang Chueao called out to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'll take you there. Jiang Chen turned his head and said with a smile, no need, I can walk by myself. Tang Chueao curled her lips. Humph, why is this person so cold? Can't you see my beauty? Oh yeah, it seems like it's indeed invisible. Never mind, I'll forgive you. No one else said anything. After all, although Jiang Chen is blind, he has always walked back by himself for so many years without any problems. Just at this moment, Teacher Jiang Qingtao from the next class came over. He smiled and said, "Teacher Su, congratulations, your class has produced an S-level fruit, an A-level fruit, and a Chongchong fruit. I heard that they have great potential." Su Feng responded with a smile. "Well, it still depends on Jiang Chen's own development. After all, it took the efforts of the third generation to develop the flame fruit to the level of S-level." Jiang Qingtao, but Jiang Chen's eyes. "Hey, I told him, it's his own choice." Su Feng sighed, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I heard that a girl in your class has awakened a high-level kendo talent this time." Jiang Qingtao smiled and said, "Yes, her name is Luli." Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. "That's not bad. The rarity of high-level swordsmanship talent is roughly between S-level fruit and A-level fruit. Among the 4 great generals of our dragon nation, isn't there one with a high-level swordsmanship talent? He's a great man who can cut a river in half with one sword." After hearing what Su Feng said, Jiang Qingtao laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, that depends on Luli herself. Kendo talent is not that easy to cultivate." The two were talking. A girl in school uniform came over. Her long black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, with a few strands of hair scattered on both sides of her fair cheeks. She said to Jiang Qingtao politely, "Teacher Jiang, I'm leaving first. I need to go to the Tianyuan weapon shop." Jiang Qingtao looked at her in confusion. "Luli, isn't your weapon already customized?" Luli nodded slightly. "Yes, I just realized the sword intent, and I plan to go over there and try out the sword." Wang Ming heard this and his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a high-level swordsmanship talent? You have comprehended the sword intent just after awakening. Okay, you go first." Jiang Qingtao nodded. Luli turned and walked towards the school gate. Su Feng touched his chin and said, "I heard that this time our Sanyuan city only has Luli, a high-level swordsmanship talent." "It seems so. Luli can compete for first place in the Nanjiang Military Academy entrance exam this time, which gives her 200 attribute points." Jiang Qingtao smiled and said, "That's hard to say. Although high-level swordsmanship is very strong in the early stages. But Tang Chuao's devil fruit is the flame fruit. It can be said to be the most mature S-level fruit ability. It's hard to say who will take first place. Ha ha ha, they are all students from our number 2 middle school anyway." Chapter 5. On the street. A young man suddenly pointed at Jiang Chen, who was holding a cane, across the street, and said, "Look, that person looks like Jiang Chen." The yellow-haired young man next to him looked confused. "Who is Jiang Chen?" "The live broadcast from number 2 middle school just now, a blind man who ate the gravity fruit." Huang Mao was surprised when he heard this. A blind man still eats fruit? That's right. Suddenly, Huang Mao frowned and asked, "Well, are you sure he is blind?" His companions looked at him in confusion. The yellow-haired man pointed at Jiang Chen's receding back. "Just now I saw him almost hit the car parked on the blind path, but he didn't even touch it with his cane and went around it in advance." His companions looked suspiciously at Jiang Chen, who was walking on the blind path. "Did you see it wrong?" "Impossible, I specifically looked up his information, his grades have always been the best in the city, he has been blind for 10 years. But I clearly saw." "You must have seen it wrong. Let's go, the movie is about to start." The two young men walked away quickly. Jiang Chen, leaning on a blind stick, came to a modern high-rise building. The entire building is more than 40 meters high, with silver-white exterior walls, and looks extremely majestic. The area is also very large, as big as an entire football field. On the top of the building, it was written in a flamboyant style, Tianyuan Weapons Group. This is also the largest chain weapons group in Longguo, selling all kinds of alloy weapons and customized weapons, which can be said to have everything. In the Dragon Kingdom of this world, weapons are not regulated due to the threat of ferocious beasts. As long as you have money, you can buy as much as you want. Welcome. The automatic door opens. Jiang Chen walked into the building and a female staff member immediately came up to greet him. "Hello, how can I help you?" "I need a custom sword." Jiang Chen spoke calmly. The woman smiled and began to introduce. "If you want to customize it, D-level alloy weapons cost 50,000, C-level alloy weapons cost 100,000, and B-level alloy weapons cost 200,000. Which one do you need?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "So expensive? My current savings are only a little over 100,000. It was saved from the subsidies I received over the years." Actually, his subsidies are quite a lot. His father was a former soldier of the demon-suppressing army. He died in the battlefield when he did not have many memories. After that, he and his mother received death allowances and 10,000 yuan each month. Until 3 years ago, my mother fell seriously ill. All the money I had saved was spent, but I still couldn't save my mother's life. Jiang Chen had saved up these 100,000 yuan over 3 years. Jiang Chen said. Then let's customize a C-grade alloy weapon. I want to make a sword in a cane. Sword in a staff. The woman looked puzzled. Jiang Chen handed her the cane in his hand. It's the sword hidden in the cane. Oh, no problem. Under the woman's gaze, Jiang Chen sat on the stool naturally. The woman looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Are the senses of blind people today so sensitive? Why, is there something on my face? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. The woman came back to her senses. No, no. Can you see me? I can't see you, but I can feel you. How did you do that? It makes sense that if you are blind, your other senses will be more sensitive. The woman was in deep thought. Reasonable shit. It's reasonable to feel someone's gaze, but how can it be reasonable to feel the stool under your butt? Forget it, there are too many strange things in this world. Please wait a moment. It will take about half an hour. The woman took Jiang Chen's blind stick and walked into the workshop. Jiang Chen put on his headphones out of boredom and started scrolling through his phone. That's a mobile phone for blind people. Although you can't see it, you can still hear it. Today's hot searches. 1 hashtag. 2 hashtag Jiang Chen gave up burning fruit and chose heavy fruit hashtag. 3 hashtag blind ginseng army hashtag. 4 hashtag Sanyuan City No. 2 middle school, Xiao Xiao fruit and high level kendo talent appear hashtag. 5 hashtag fruit hashtag. 6 hashtag prediction, the heavy fruit will become the strongest auxiliary fruit, hashtag. 7. Jiang Chen was a little speechless. Among the 10 hot searches, 8 are related to me. I am now completely famous. Half an hour later. The woman held a wooden-colored stick sword and walked up to Jiang Chen. Hello boss, this is your sword. Thanks. Jiang Chen took the blind stick and touched it with his hand. Jiang. The sword blade was pulled out an inch, and a sword intent covered the sword body, emitting a slight sword cry. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. This feeling is so wonderful. He stood up and asked politely, can you try the sword here? The woman has a professional smile on her face. Yes, it's on the 2nd floor. I'll take you there. Jiang Chen nodded. 5 minutes later. The woman led Jiang Chen to a room. This is the C-grade alloy weapon sword testing area. Your sword is made of C-grade alloy. Testing the sword in this room will not damage your sword. Thanks. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then walked into the sword trial room. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Jiang Chen unfolded his knowledge. This sword trial room was roughly 200 square meters in size. There were some memory metals placed around it, and countless wires were wrapped around the metal. In the middle of the room is a huge display instrument used to display the power of the sword. Jiang Chen drew out the sword blade, a cold light flashed through, and began to warm up. The sword in the staff seemed to turn into a swimming dragon in Jiang Chen's hand, light, agile, free and elegant. The blind swordsmanship engraved in my mind was danced out as skillfully as if I had actually practiced it for decades. After a while, Jiang Chen felt that the muscles all over his body were stretched and his chi and blood were active. Let's try an ordinary sword first. There is no sword intent attached, just an ordinary full power slash. Wow. The sword in the staff sank into the memory metal, but did not cut it off. After Jiang Chen took the sword back, the memory metal slowly recovered. Immediately afterwards, on the big screen in the middle of the sword trial room, numbers began to beat. 242 cards. Jiang Chen listened to the numbers reported on the radio and thought in his heart. The force generated by an average strong adult man's full-strength slashing blow is about 100 to 150 calories. Now I have just awakened my talent. Without using any abilities, I am already nearly twice as strong as an ordinary strong man. My current attributes are Strength 24 plus, Spirit 32 plus, Physique 22 plus, Agility 22 plus. In other words, almost 1 point of strength can increase the destructive power of 10 cards. I just don't know how powerful a slash with sword intent can be. Think of this. Jiang Chen's eyes opened slightly, revealing a hint of gray. Immediately afterwards, a strong sword intent covered the sword body. Buzz. The crisp sound of the sword sounded, and the sword in the staff shone with cold light, trembling slightly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slashed with his sword. Wow. This time, the memory metal was cut off directly by a sword. Chapter 6. On the big screen in the center of the sword testing room, numbers were jumping wildly. An exaggerated number jumped out. 1,284 cards. Jiang Chen was startled when he heard the electronic announcement. I didn't expect that the attack with sword intent would be 5 times more powerful. No wonder it is said that the high-level swordsmanship talent in the early stage is to kill indiscriminately. The destructive power requirement for a first-level ability user is only 1000 calories. In other words, I now possess the power of a first-level ability user. Just now, Jiang Chen was in the hall, looking up some information out of boredom. Generally speaking, 99% of freshmen have to pass through at least the first secret realm before they can reach the first level of ability. I haven't even officially enrolled yet, but I've already reached the threshold of a first-level ability user. And even the most mature and destructive S-class flame fruit, which has the most destructive power in the early stages, can only produce about 600 to 700 calories of destructive power when it is just awakened with a full-strength fire punch. A single slash with the sword intent was already twice as powerful as the flame fruit's fire fist. This is just the proficient level of sword intent. If the blind swordsmanship is upgraded to the next level, you will be able to comprehend the sword intent of the Grandmaster level, and the destructive power will be even stronger. Call. Next, try Fujitora's moves. Remember, in the anime, he can add gravity to the sword to increase the blind sword's lethality. Jiang Chen raised the sword in his staff and activated the power of the fruit. The next moment, 1 ton of gravity directly enveloped the sword. At the same time, Jiang Chen was also staggered by the 1 ton of gravity and almost fell down. The long sword fell to the ground with a clang, directly smashing a dent in the tile. Jiang Chen's perception spread. Fortunately, there is no surveillance. It still doesn't work. There is no way to concentrate the gravity on the sword. It can only cover an area. Fujitora in the anime can emit purple gravity waves, concentrating gravity on a certain object without affecting the surrounding objects. This is the development of the fruit. No wonder people in this world are so backward in developing fruits. It seems that it is not that simple. Jiang Chen tried for a while, but still couldn't concentrate gravity on an object. He looked at the skill panel. Observation Haki LV.1, 0/20 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, currently has comprehended the sword intent, next level, sword intent, Grandmaster. Gravity field LV.1, 0/10 plus, current field range 10 meters, next level, range expanded to 50 meters. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.5, the next skill can be unlocked, Marine 6 styles. Current unlock progress, 4/5. The next level of the gravity field simply increases the range of the field. Does it mean that I have to reach level 3 to perform such fine control? Or a new skill? Among Fujitora's moves, there is a gravity blade tiger, which can store gravity on the blade and swing it out. This is a move. According to the nature of the system, it should be unlocked as a new skill. So it is almost certain that after improving the gravity field, the ability to finally control gravity waves should also be improved. There will be a military academy entrance test 2 weeks later, and the first place winner will receive a 200 attribute point reward. With all these fruits and sword power, it's reasonable for me to get first place. 200 attribute points equals 20 skill points. Next time, let's try to improve the gravity field. Jiang Chen put the sword into his blind stick and turned to leave the sword testing room. Next, just wait quietly for admission to the military academy. It is unrealistic to go out into the wild and kill ferocious beasts. After all, among the wild beasts, only mutated beasts will drop attribute balls, and the appearance rate of mutated beasts is less than 1 in 10,000. My current strength is not enough, doing this is both dangerous and unprofitable. Anyway, school starts in 2 weeks. The time to earn attribute points is when school starts. Just as Jiang Chen walked to the stairs, Luli and a female staff member came towards them. Jiang Chen didn't know Luli, but Luli knew him. After all, Jiang Chen's actions in the Holy Land were basically known to everyone. Why is he here too? Luli thought to herself. But she didn't care much. The two passed each other. The staff took Luli to a sword testing room. Just this one. Thanks. After Luli thanked him politely, she walked into the sword testing room. After she closed the door, she placed the sword on the table. Suddenly, she discovered that a piece of memory metal in the corner was cut into 2 pieces. Luli walked forward curiously to check it out. Is this the aura of sword intent? Was there a kendo master testing his sword here just now? Thinking of this, Luli walked to the big screen and pressed a few buttons. The history appears on the screen. 242 cards. 1,284 cards. Time, 1 minute ago. Luli widened her eyes and suddenly thought of Jiang Chen who passed by her on the stairs. Could it be him? But she quickly shook her head again. Jiang Chen is only a user of the heavy fruit ability, a person who has just awakened. Whether he can produce such terrifying data is not discussed for the moment, but it is absolutely impossible for him to produce the sword intent. In this world, it has never been heard that someone who has not awakened the talent for swordsmanship can strike out with sword intent. She walked out of the room and looked around. There is a staircase on each side. I guess that person went down the stairs to the other side. In Sanyuan City, there are quite a few people who can slash with sword intent. After all, even if one has low-level sword talent, if one practices hard for a few years, one can still achieve sword power. She closed the door and thought no more about it. Instead, he did some warm-up exercises, picked up the sword, and walked towards the memory metal. Buzz. The long sword in Luli's hand made a slight sound, and the next moment, she raised the long sword and slashed it down heavily. The memory metal was cut and dented in half. The numbers on the big screen started jumping. 956 cards. Luli looked at the numbers and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she smiled. As expected, he has comprehended the sword's meaning, and his strikes have become much stronger. This time, he may be able to compete for first place in the entrance examination. Nanjiang War Zone, Sanyuan City front line, the Demon Suppressing Army headquarters building. An adjutant wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppressing Army hurriedly pushed open the door of an office. Commander, Commander. Something big has happened. What's the matter? You look so flustered. A middle-aged man put down his pen and frowned slightly. This man is none other than Tang Lianying, the commander-in-chief of the demon-suppressing army stationed in Sanyuan City, with the rank of Major General. In the demon-suppressing army, generals and above are considered high-ranking military ranks. Fleet Admiral, General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier General. Fleet Admiral, the commander-in-chief of the demon-suppressing army. General, the supreme commander of the 4 major war zones of Dragon Country. In each war zone, there are 3 to 4 cities and 1 lieutenant general is assigned. Each city was assigned a major general. Below the general level, there are colonel level, lieutenant level, and private level. The adjutant handed a report to Tang Lianying. Tang Lianying studied the report, turning the pages faster and faster, his expression becoming increasingly serious. After he finished reading the report, he stood up and said, "The dimensional rift will open in half an hour? In Sanyuan City. Why are you telling me now?" Tang Lianying glared at the adjutant in front of him. The adjutant said tremblingly, "The people at the Academy of Sciences said that they just detected it as well." Bang. Tang Lianying slammed the desk hard, and the teacup was instantly overturned, spilling tea all over the floor. With only half an hour, there is no time for civilians to evacuate. The adjutant saw this and dared not say a word. Every soldier in the demon-suppressing army knows the horror of the beast tide. Endless and overwhelming. Although each one is not very strong, only about level 3, but there are too many of them. In such an emergency, there is no time to evacuate civilians. I'm afraid Sanyuan City will be in trouble. Right at this moment. Boom. Boom. There was a loud thunder outside the window that shook the earth and sky. Tang Lianying immediately walked to the window. In the distance above the sky, there was blue sky and white clouds, and above the command building, there were rolling dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom. A deep hole was instantly created on the ground. Lightning flashed in the smoke and dust. The smoke gradually dissipated, and a young man wearing the uniform of the demon-suppressing army slowly walked out of the smoke. It's Lieutenant General Ye Cheng. Go down and greet him. Chapter 7. Chief. Tang Lianying and his adjutant hurriedly ran out of the headquarters building and came to the young man. Ye Cheng had a heroic look on his face, and he showed a high-spirited demeanor as he walked. Have the results of the analysis from the Academy of Sciences come out? Can we know what kind of beast tide is behind the crack? Tang Lianying, along with Ye Cheng and his adjutant, hurried into the headquarters building and said. Not yet. Ye Cheng frowned slightly. It has been 5 years since a dimensional rift opened. In the past, if one was lucky, when the dimensional rift opened up in the wilderness, there would be basically no casualties among the civilians. Once it unfolds over the city, it will be a hell. Sometimes, if you are lucky, the fire can be detected long in advance, so you can evacuate civilians in advance. This time the luck was clearly not good. They only have half an hour. Every time a dimensional rift opens, the first wave of attack is the most ferocious, and the tide of ferocious beasts that appear each time is also different. Tang Lianying asked. Chief, do we need to evacuate all civilians in the city now? Evacuate? How to evacuate? How to evacuate Sanyuan City's population of over 1 million in half an hour? Ye Cheng looked at him and said in a deep voice. You have seen the beast tide before. By then, I am afraid that all the civilians on the street will become food for the beasts. Tang Lianying nodded, I understand. Yeching ordered. Notify all the demon-suppressing troops at this headquarters to head to every street and every rooftop as quickly as possible. Yes. Tang Lianying straightened up, then ordered his adjutant to organize a defense line immediately. Just at this moment, an officer came running over with a report in his hand. Chief. The results of the analysis from the Academy of Sciences are out. Bring it here. Tang Lianying immediately stretched out his hand and handed over the report. Yeching looked at the report in his hand, his face gradually darkening. 100-eyed eagle. This is bad. Notify everyone to prepare for a protracted war. Also, notify the demon-suppressing troops in nearby cities to come over as quickly as possible to provide support. Also, notify those who possess observation Haki to go to the city to look for the mutant 100-eyed vulture. Yes. The words fell. Boom. Electric arcs suddenly appeared all over Yeching's body, turning into a flash of lightning that shot straight into the sky. The officer next to him asked curiously. Commander, where is Lieutenant General Ye going? Where else can we go? Let's go to the sky and guard. Lieutenant General Ye will be our first line of defense. Tang Lianying Kaido. Is Lieutenant General Ye okay alone? The officer asked with a worried look on his face. Tang Lianying chuckled. Lieutenant General Yeching, the user of the Thunder Fruit, became a 6th rank expert in just 3 years. He is the fastest person to reach the 6th level in the history of our dragon country, and also the fastest person to reach the rank of Lieutenant General. It is completely impossible for a 3rd-level ferocious beast like the 100-eyed vulture to hurt Lieutenant General yet. The officer was silent for a moment, then looked at Tang Lianying in confusion. Captain, why do you want to send someone with the ability of observation Haki to search for the mutant 100-eyed vulture in the city? Tang Lianying looked at the young officer in front of him. Slowly speaking. The 100-eyed vultures, although their strength is average, they are the most numerous among all the beasts, and they are also the most fearless. The last time they appeared was 8 years ago. There was a bloody battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Countless brothers died. The officer stared at Tang Lianying with eyes wide open in disbelief. How is this possible? A beast tide usually only lasts 3 hours, or half a day at most. Tang Lianying sighed. Kaido. The 100-eyed vulture is different from other fierce beasts. There is a mutant 100-eyed vulture among them that can control and influence the actions of its own kind. As long as the mutant 100-eyed vulture is not dead, the tide of ferocious beasts will be endless. The officer asked in confusion, so, that mutant 100-eyed vulture can only be spotted by someone with the ability of sight and hearing. Tang Lianying looked solemn. The mutant 100-eyed vulture is different from other 100-eyed vultures. It is very weak, only the strength of a 1st-level ferocious beast, but it has the ability to become invisible and has a certain degree of intelligence. This time he appeared above the city. If he hides in the city, we will be in trouble. There are less than 20 people with the ability of observation Haki stationed on our side. Most people's perception range is only 10 to 20 meters. Trying to find its trace in such a big city is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As long as the mutant 100-eyed vulture survives, after we stop the beast tide this time, it will fly back into the crack, accumulate strength, and wait for the next opportunity. This mutated 100-eyed vulture is probably the same one from 8 years ago. It has accumulated strength for 8 years. The number of beasts in this tide may reach an extremely terrifying level. Tang Lianying finished speaking and stared at the young officer. Go, prepare for battle. Yes. The officer saluted and quickly turned and left. They must stop the first and fiercest attack at all costs, wait for support from the demon-suppressing army in nearby cities, and then find an opportunity to slowly evacuate civilians. It would be best if we could find the mutated 100-eyed vulture. The evacuation of millions of people at once would inevitably lead to great chaos. The other side. Old Town, Hongxian Community. Jiang Chen followed the memories in his mind and came to a densely populated low-rent housing community. This is his home. The efficiency of land use has almost reached its limit, and the spacing between residential buildings is designed without considering the issue of sunlight at all. Dozens of buildings are crowded together, with a permanent population of tens of thousands, a mixed crowd, and an extremely complex population composition. Jiang Chen walked into the building where he was, into the dim corridor. Half of the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling had gone out, and the few remaining ones were flickering unsteadily. The elevator can only operate 3 or 4 days a week, and the rest of the time is under maintenance. He turned and walked into the stairwell. Fortunately, the floor I live on is not high, only the 7th floor. Snap. Jiang Chen opened the door of his house. The entire rental house is only about 20 square meters and has no bedrooms. The good news is that at least there is a bathroom, with a living room and a bathroom. Just at this moment. Buzz. A shrill air raid sirens rang out throughout the city. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked out the window. Is this a beast tide alarm? Buzz buzz buzz. The phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated. The headquarters of the demon-suppressing army stationed in Sanyuan City sent 3 identical text messages to all citizens. Notice, a beast tide is about to strike. All citizens in Sanyuan City are requested to return home within 10 minutes. If you cannot return home, please seek shelter nearby or seek help from the demon-suppressing army. At the same time, the class group also started to explode. Wang Ming, the beast tide is coming. Is there anyone who wants to go out and try their luck to see if they can kill a mutant beast? Mutated beasts have attribute points. Zhang Zhenjiao, I don't know what the beast tide is. Not all mutated beasts can be hunted. Lin Ziahua, that's right, don't get too cocky just because you've awakened an A-level talent. The mutated beasts are not something we can deal with right now at Wang Ming. Tang Chuao at Jiang Chen, you are home now, right? Jiang Chen, 1. Class teacher Su Feng at everyone stay at home, don't come out. Wang Ming, got it? Zhang Zhenjiao, got it? Jiang Chen, got it? Jiang Chen put down his phone and walked to the window. The 7th floor is only about 20 meters from the ground. The perception range of Jiang Chen's observation Haki is as full as 100 meters. It was on his mind at the moment. On the streets, countless citizens ran into buildings in panic to take refuge. Armored vehicles and tanks drove onto the streets, followed by people wearing the uniforms of the demon-suppressing army. Some of them held knives, some held swords, and some held rifles, and everyone's expression was solemn. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect this world to be so dangerous. We must improve our strength quickly, otherwise we may die in the mouth of a ferocious beast at any time. We must find a way to get attribute points. Besides the secret realm in the military academy, there are mutated beasts. The mutant beast. I don't know if it will appear nearby later. Chapter 8. Above Sanyuan City. Boom. Boom. The thunder shook the heaven and earth. Yeching's whole body was flashing with lightning, standing above the clouds, like the god of thunder descending. On the other side of the sky, a shocking huge crack quietly opened up. It was like a portal to the abyss, emitting a dark and eerie light, dividing the sky into 2. Roar. Terrifying roars came from the depths of the crack, and suffocating murderous auras spread out. The cracks are still opening. In less than a minute, a dimensional rift that was 5 kilometers wide and tens of thousands of meters long appeared in the sky above Sanyuan City. In the cracks, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared and disappeared, greedily staring at everything outside the cracks. Roar. Accompanied by roars. A huge number of eagles emerged from the cracks, forming a black mass that blocked out the sky and the sun. The entire Sanyuan City was instantly shrouded in darkness. Court death. Yeching snorted coldly and raised his hand slightly. Boom. Thunder suddenly roared in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning gathered from all directions, interweaving into an impenetrable net of lightning. At least 80% of the first wave of 100-eyed eagles that rushed out of the cracks were reduced to ashes under this terrifying lightning net attack. At the same time, behind Sanyuan City, countless artillery fire salvos. Flames shot up into the sky, cannons roared, and countless eagles were crushed to pieces by the merciless artillery fire as soon as they rushed through the lightning net. However, the number of 100-eyed eagles was too large. Even if only 1/10 of the number came down, it would still be a huge number. Jiang Chen was standing by the window at this moment. In his perception, several 100-eyed vultures rushed onto the street at this moment. They have 100 glowing red compound eyes on their heads, and each one has a wingspan of 5 meters. One tank shell after another hit the 100-eyed eagle, creating balls of fire and fragments of flesh and blood. Boom. A 100-eyed vulture opened its sharp claws and grabbed the tank turret. With a little force, the entire gun barrel was pulled up. Seeing this, the 4 soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army activated their fruit abilities at the same time. Their muscles grew rapidly, and their uniforms were torn apart. They turned into 3-meter-tall beasts and pounced on the 100-eyed vulture at the same time. Not only the Demon Suppression Army, but most of the fruit ability users around the world are of the animal type. Boom. Boom. The entire Sanyuan City was filled with the roar of artillery fire. Jiang Chen was paying attention to the situation in the surrounding streets while listening to the information in the class group. Wang Ming, holy crap. Who is that in the sky? That's too fierce. Zhang Zhenjiao, it seems to be Lieutenant General Yeching, the youngest Lieutenant General, the user of the Thunder Fruit, at Tang Chuao. Do you know the situation of this beast tide? Tang Chuao, I just received news that the beast this time is called the 100-eyed vulture, and its strength is about level 3. Everyone must not go out. Lin Ziahua, 100-eyed vulture? I know. I heard that it was controlled by a mutant 100-eyed vulture among them. Zhang Zhenjiao, isn't it said that the probability of a mutant beast is about 1 in 10,000? Can a mutant hundred-eyed vulture control so many beasts? Linzaiahua, the hundred-eyed vulture is quite special. It is one of the most unsuitable mutant beasts to hunt. Its mutation rate is about 1 in a million. It is also weak and can only give a few attribute points. Wang Ming, how weak? Linzaiahua, its strength is close to that of the second level, but it can become invisible and has a certain intelligence. It might be hiding near your building right now. Wang Ming, don't scare me. Jiang Chen tapped the windowsill with his fingers, thinking. Within the range of his perception of sight and hearing. At this moment, in the narrow alley between the building where he was and the building next door, there lived a slightly smaller vulture. It has been perched there since 20 minutes ago. The strange thing is that it is not like other hundred-eyed vultures that attack humans crazily as soon as they come down, but stays there without moving. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen sensed that a small group of demon-suppressing soldiers were running through the alley. They can't see this crocodile. Jiang Chen suddenly realized, could this be the mutant hundred-eyed vulture that could turn invisible? Because I possess the observation Haki, I can find its trace. After realizing this, Jiang Chen became restless. Killing mutated beasts will earn you attribute points. Jiang Chen witnessed the ferocity of the beast tide with his own eyes. At this moment, his desire for attribute points was extremely strong. The mutated hundred-eyed eagle's strength is only close to the second level, but it has not reached the second level. He possesses the heavy fruit, which can give ferocious beasts 1.6 tons of gravity. Coupled with his own blind swordsmanship, one sword can produce a slashing force of 1,200 calories, which exceeds the destructive power of a first-level ability user. He also has his own observation Haki, and his ability to predict attacks is far better than that of ordinary ability users. Moreover, the sword in his staff was made of C-grade alloy, an alloy weapon powerful enough to kill a third-level beast. Maybe you can give it a try. However, he needed to avoid ordinary hundred-eyed eagles. After all, he would not be able to defeat a third-level ferocious beast in his current state. Jiang Chen just thought about it for 3 seconds. He decisively picked up the sword in the staff and walked out of the room. It would be a shame not to fight for the attribute points that are right in front of you. He walked slowly down the corridor. The observation Haki was always deployed, not only locking onto the mutated hundred-eyed vulture, but also keeping an eye on other ordinary hundred-eyed vultures. Da-da-da. Jiang Chen tapped the road lightly with the cane in his hand and slowly approached the mutant beast. The range of my gravity field is currently only 10 meters, I must get closer. The hundred-eyed eagle still stood there, motionless, as if it didn't believe that anyone could find it. From Jiang Chen's perspective, a vague and ethereal aura emanated from the head of the hundred-eyed vulture. Are you controlling the beast tide? If I kill this ferocious beast myself, the beast tide will probably retreat. While thinking, Jiang Chen has already stepped into the 10-meter range. Suddenly, Beimaju turned his head suddenly, as if he sensed the danger. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Is this beast so alert? 10 meters is not enough, it is better to get closer to prevent it from escaping. Da-da-da. 8 meters. 5 meters. That's about it? Jiang Chen stopped, picked up the sword in his hand, and held the hilt with his right hand. Clang. The blade was pulled out an inch. At the same time. Buzz. 1.6 tons of gravity suddenly enveloped the hundred-eyed eagle. The hundred-eyed eagle was directly pressed to the ground. However, the next moment, it stood up with difficulty, spread its wings, turned around and ran away. Under the influence of 1.6 tons of gravity, the speed of the hundred-eyed eagle was extremely slow and it was running very hard. Jiang Chen was shocked. A beast that is less than the second level can withstand 1.6 tons of gravity. No wonder it is difficult for humans to use thermal weapons to deal with high-level beasts. Boom. The hundred-eyed vulture spread its huge wings and flapped them violently. The body slowly rose into the air, and the huge wind it created blew away the surrounding debris. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, where are you running to? Gravity field gravity. Change the direction of gravity. The hundred-eyed vulture only felt the world spinning around it. It turned out that gravity was only sucking it to the ground, and it could still slide along the ground and escape from here. But now, gravity has changed. Suck it in the direction of that human. Roar. The hundred-eyed eagle roared in despair, turned around and glared at Jiang Chen. Its sharp claws were pointed at Jiang Chen. It decided not to run away, it wanted to kill this human. Just when the sharp claws were about to touch Jiang Chen. Change the direction of gravity. Left. Boom. The hundred-eyed eagle was smashed heavily into the wall on the left, and bricks shattered all over the ground. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The layers of fruits are really fun. Right? Boom. The hundred-eyed eagle shook its head, and before it could recover, the 1.6 tons of gravity suddenly threw it towards the wall on the other side. Left. Right. Left. The 100-eyed eagle struggled to get up from the ground, staggered 2 steps, and collapsed to the ground again. Who am I? Where am I? It tried to get up. Buzz. Gravity fell again, like a huge rock, pressing the 100-eyed eagle to the ground. Jiang Chen drew out the sword, and the bright silver blade reflected a cold light under the sunlight. That should be about right. Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of gray. He held the sword in reverse and aimed it at the densely packed compound eyes of the 100-eyed vulture. A sharp sword intent enveloped the sword. Puff. The sword goes straight in. After struggling for a while, the 100-eyed eagle became completely motionless and fell in a pool of blood. A ball of light appeared above its body. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and touched it lightly, and the ball of light instantly penetrated into his body. Gain 100 attribute points. Gain 10 skill points. Allocated attribute points, 100. Allocated skill points, 10. Chapter 9. The beast struggled for a while, then gradually became motionless. The originally transparent body gradually emerged. These layers of fruit are quite convenient. You don't even have to move to kill monsters, just gather around and kill them. Jiang Chen stepped on the beast's corpse, pulled out the sword, and put it back into the blind stick. A beast that is less than the second level was rewarded with 100 attribute points. This is really unexpected. According to information on the internet, a first-level mutant beast has at most 20 attribute points. However, it may also be because this ferocious beast is rather special. Jiang Chen didn't stay any longer and turned back home. After a moment, he sat at the table and called up the system panel. Strength, 24+. Spirit 32+. Constitution, 22+. Agility, 22+. Allocated attribute points, 100. Controllable gravity, 1.6 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton. Skill. Observation Haki LV.1, 0/20+, current range 100 meters, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20+, currently has comprehended the sword intent, next level, sword intent, Grandmaster. Gravity Field LV.1, 0/10+, current field range 10 meters, next level, range expanded to 50 meters. Allocated skill points, 10. Let's add attribute points first. Controllable gravity is only linked to attribute points, and your ability is obvious. The higher the tonnage of gravity you can control, the more heaven-defying you are. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. He moved his consciousness and frantically clicked on the plus sign behind the spiritual attribute. The system flashed with golden light. Once the spiritual attribute reaches 44 points, no further points can be added. Jiang Chen looked at the prompt that popped up in shock. Tip: the highest attribute of the four-dimensional attribute cannot be more than twice the lowest attribute. Oh my god. It seems that the system does not allow the emergence of a god of war who is only good at one subject. Forget it, the other attributes are not useless anyway. It's not a loss if the other attributes are kept at half of the spiritual attribute. The strength attribute represents the destructive power that your fist can produce, physique represents your ability to withstand blows and endurance, and agility, as the name suggests, refers to your body movement speed and reaction speed. Jiang Chen frantically clicked on the 4 plus signs on the attribute panel. Final attribute points. Strength 40+. Spirit 80+. Constitution, 40+. Agility, 40+. Allocated attribute points, 0. Controllable gravity, 4 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Controlling 4 tons of gravity. Invincible among peers, right? The next step is to allocate skill points. Currently only has 10 skill points. Both observation Haki and blind swordsmanship require 20 points. So now there are only 2 choices, either save it up or upgrade the gravity field. After the battle with the 100-eyed eagle just now, the gravity field of 10 meters is still too small and too restrictive. And I don't have the habit of hoarding rats. Let's expand the range of gravity first. Think of this. Jiang Chen decisively allocated all his skill points to the field of gravity. Ding ding ding. 10 golden lights flashed by. Gravity field LV.2, 0/20+, current field range 50 meters, next level, range expanded to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave control, proficient. Host's total skill level has reached level 5, unlocking new skills, Marine 6 styles. Destructive power has been automatically converted to the measurement method of this world. Marine 6 styles LV.1, 0/10+. Shave, move at an extremely fast speed, the speed depends on the agility attribute, can temporarily teleport 5 meters, the next level, 10 meters. Iron block, unable to move when in use, can resist physical attribute x 30 cards of impact force, currently can resist 1200 cards of impact force, next level, can resist physical attribute x 40 cards of impact force. Paper drawing, unload all your strength and perceive the direction of attack in advance through the changes in airflow caused by the opponent's actions. Next level, perception increased by 50%. Moonwalk, use strong foot force to step on the air to generate strong suspension force. The current floating height is 10 meters, the next level, 20 meters. Lanxiao, through the ultra-high-speed kicking technique, a vacuum slash can be rolled up. Currently, it can cause a destructive power of 30 cards of strength attribute. Currently, it can cause a destructive power of 1200 cards. The next level, it can cause a destructive power of 40 cards of strength attribute. Finger gun, gather all the strength of the body on the finger, currently can burst out strength attribute x 30 cards of destructive power, currently can cause 1200 cards of destructive power, next level, can burst out strength attribute x 40 cards of destructive power. Jiang Chen was numb as he watched the dense introduction information constantly appearing on the system. This wave has been a huge improvement. The gravity field has been increased to a range of 50 meters, which makes it much more comfortable. And the next level is actually controlling gravity waves. This means that if you level up again, you will be able to release purple gravity waves and manipulate gravity in a refined manner, just like Fujitora in the anime. Just attaching gravity to the sword should be fine. I just don't know if I can become proficient enough to focus the repulsive force directly in front of me and bounce the attack off. This time, the new Marine 6 style skills are also unlocked. Jiang Chen read it through. I'm afraid the most useful ones here are the razor and the iron block. One can be used for teleportation, and the other can directly increase defense. As for the other 4 abilities. Paper painting, I have the observation Haki that can sense attacks. I wonder if I can stack it with paper painting? I have to find a chance to try it. And I always feel that the skill of paper drawing is a bit similar to the Ultra Instinct in Dragon Ball. Maybe if it is upgraded to the maximum level, it can really be the same as Ultra Instinct. Moonwalk, I can just use the Juju fruit to float in the air, I don't need this trick at all. Speaking of which, I haven't tried flying with the Juju fruit yet, I'll try it later. Storm kicks and finger gun are both attack skills and cannot be considered useless. They can still be used when there is no sword. After all, the power is not low. My current strength attribute is 40 points. According to the calculation method I used in the sword testing room, a single strike with the burst of sword power can cause about 2000 calories of destructive power. Under the current circumstances, storm kick and finger gun can cause 1200 calories of destructive power, which is not bad. And subsequent upgrades can also continuously increase the multiples. The requirements for a second level ability user are 1000 total attribute points and 5000 cards of destructive power. I haven't even started school yet, and my total attribute points are only 200 points, but I've already reached a destructive power of 2000 cards. The future is limitless. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the new prompt that appeared on the system. Tip, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armament Haki. Current unlock progress, 6/10. The next skill, Armament Haki. Now if we encounter a Logia user who is causing trouble, there is really nothing we can do. Although there are very few Logia users, there must be a way to deal with them. It just makes up for this shortcoming. In the class group at this time. Wang Ming, damn it. The beast tide has receded. What's going on? Zhang Zhenjiao, the demon suppressing army is awesome. They actually found that mutant 100-eyed vulture. Lin Ziahua, it seems that there are only 20 people who possess the ability of observation Haki among the garrison troops in our city. And most of them only have the ability of observation Haki within a range of 10 to 20 meters. Lin Ziahua at Tang Chueo, isn't your father a major general in our city? Can you tell me the specific situation? I'm a little curious about how he did it. Tang Chueo, wait until my dad comes back and I'll ask him. Chapter 10. Boom. 100-eyed eagle was punched into a bloody mist by Tang Lianying. At the same time, a deafening roar came from the sky. Tang Lianying looked up, was stunned at first, and then an expression of excitement gradually appeared on his face. Countless 100-eyed eagles flapped their huge wings and flew towards the dimensional rift in panic. The beast tide, which was originally highly organized, now fled in all directions like a defeated army. Chief. The beast tide has receded. The adjutant came running over. Tang Lianying nodded and asked in a deep voice. I saw it. Who killed the mutant 100-eyed vulture? Still asking. Adjutant Kaido. Tang Lianying walked towards the command building. Let's go back first. Yes. Sanyuan City, Demon Suppression Army Headquarters Building, Major General's Office. Ye Qing pushed open the office door and walked in. Seeing this, Tang Lianying stood up quickly. Lieutenant General Ye. Ye Qing chuckled and patted his shoulder. Well done. It took less than an hour to find the mutant beast. Tang Lianying scratched his head and said, ha ha ha, it's just luck. Just at this moment, the adjutant hurried into the office. Chief, Chief. Tang Lianying frowned slightly. What's the matter? You're so flustered. The adjutant gasped. Captain, I just asked everyone in the army who has observation Haki, and I also asked all the brothers in our army. The mutant hundred-eyed vulture was not killed by our people. What? It wasn't one of our people who killed him. Tang Lianying's eyes widened. Can you see who killed him in the surveillance video? The adjutant shook his head. No, the mutant hundred-eyed vulture died in the Red Star community, which is a low-rent housing community. 90% of the surveillance cameras are useless. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of permanent residents there, with a high degree of mobility, so it is impossible to tell who did it. Ye Qing listened at the side and said in a deep voice, let's drag the body back first. Yes. 2 hours later, Tang Lianying, along with his adjutant and Ye Qing, came to the beast dissection room in the headquarters building. He pushed open the door of the autopsy room. A smell of blood, decay, and disinfectant hit me in the face. A huge and ferocious beast was tied to a cold dissection bed, its body cut into pieces. 6 anatomists wearing white coats and masks are at work. Tang Lianying just covered his nose lightly. They were all veterans and did not feel uncomfortable with these scenes. What happened? Tang Lianying asked. An anatomist in a white coat put down his tools and nodded slightly. Commander, Lieutenant General Ye. Through anatomical analysis, it was found that the mutant hundred-eyed vulture suffered multiple blows during its lifetime, but the most fatal blow was to its compound eyes, which was fatal with a single blow. The dissector wore medical gloves and peeled open the beast's wound. And according to the test results, there is still a trace of sword intent left in the wound of the compound eye. Tang Lianying was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. So, was it someone with a kendo talent who killed him? The autopsy staff nodded. In theory, that's right. Lieutenant General Ye. Tang Lianying turned his head and looked at Ye Qing with a questioning look in his eyes. You can handle it from now on. I'm going back first. Ye Qing said. After all, it was just killing a ferocious beast that was less than the second level, nothing special. If it stands in front of any soldier in the demon-suppressing army who possesses the ability of observation, it will die. Therefore, it is highly likely that he was just a person with a natural kendo talent who possessed the ability of observation Haki, and was killed when he happened to meet him. After that, he added. You can ask the Kendo Association to ask. Those who can achieve this level are most likely registered as capable users by the Kendo Association. Yes. Tang Lianying Kaido. Sanyuan City, in a high-end residential area. Tang Chuao was wearing shorts, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, watching TV intently. Snap. The door opened and Tang Lianying walked in. Tang Chuao saw this and glanced at him. Dad. As soon as Tang Lianying entered the room, he took off his coat and looked towards the kitchen. Is it time to eat? I'm starving. I haven't eaten for a whole day. Old Tang, take a break first. There are some snacks on the table. Eat some. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the kitchen. Tang Lianying sat on the sofa, picked up a piece of cake and threw it into his mouth. Tang Chuao put down the remote control and moved closer to him. Dad. Why did the beast-tide suddenly retreat today? Tang Lianying chewed some cake and said intermittently, I don't know who killed the mutant hundred-eyed vulture. Tang Chuao looked puzzled. Ah. Wasn't it your people who killed him? No. Tang Lianying shook his head and then stuffed another cake into his mouth. Tang Chuao blinked her eyes curiously, then where did it die? Red Star Community. Red Star Community. Tang Chuao's eyes narrowed. Tang Lianying glanced at her and asked. What's wrong? Tang Chuao shook her head. No, a classmate of mine lives there. He's the Jiang Chen I told you about. If he hadn't given up the flame fruit, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get it. Tang Lianying's eyes lit up when he heard this. What is his talent? Lots of fruits, and, he is blind. There was a hint of sympathy in Tang Chuao's tone. Tang Lianying was silent for a moment. He is not a person with a natural kendo talent, and he has just awakened, and he is still blind. Although I do live in Hongxian community. But no matter how you think about it, it's impossible that this child killed him. Tang Chuao then asked, have you found out who killed him? Tang Lianying shook his head. No, the beast was killed by someone with sword abilities. We asked all the sword-wielding people in Sanyuan City, including those who had just awakened, but no one admitted it. Later we expanded it to all registered people with special abilities in Sanyuan City, but still no one recognized us. Ah. Why don't they admit it? Who knows? Tang Lianying shrugged helplessly. By the way, Dad, I decided to take Jiang Chen with me to the first secret realm of the military academy. Tang Chuao suddenly said. Tang Lianying frowned slightly, wiped his hands, and looked at Tang Chuao. The first secret realm is very important. Our dragon country's cultivation system is to start fast and move forward quickly. Tang Chuao said seriously. I know, but I think that my ability to obtain the flame fruit has something to do with him. Although his fruit looks good, he can't see. I'm worried that he died in the secret realm. Tang Lianying remained silent. Although I don't quite agree with it, I know my daughter best. She is stubborn by nature and once she makes up her mind, no one can change her mind. He said helplessly. Okay, then you just need to think it through. But the entrance test is also very important. The first place winner will get 200 attribute points and you can't form a team with this. You have to take it seriously. Tang Chuao raised her hand, strive for first place, and strive for the top 3. Tang Lianying smiled. After entering the military academy, all freshmen need to pass an entrance test first. The entrance test is to test the courage of the freshmen. Many ferocious beasts that have not yet entered the rank will be arranged to let the freshmen test their skills. At that time, it will be a competition of the lethality and courage of one's own abilities. The higher the lethality, the more beasts you kill. His daughter now possesses the ferocious flame fruit. Except for Luli, who has a high-level swordsmanship talent and may not be able to defeat her, other people are not a threat at all. Unfortunately, the number of ferocious beasts by then will be far from reaching the density of a beast tide. Otherwise, my daughter could kill a lot of people with her fire fist. Unless the ferocious beasts can be gathered together. Tang Lianying changed the subject and asked, how is your training of the 6 forms of the demon suppression army going? For it. Tang Chuao scratched his head and said slowly. The moonwalk can float about 2 meters in the air, and the finger gun can only produce 500 calories of destructive power. I think it is not as good as the fire fist. Tang Lianying sighed and said earnestly. We can't rely too much on the power of the fruit. Not only is there a danger of ferocious beasts in our dragon country, but resources will be very tight in the future global secret realms. You will then face people with special abilities from various countries. Their abilities vary greatly from one to another, and the more abilities you acquire, the more options you will have in actual combat. I know, Dad. Tang Chuao acted as if she was saying you say yours and I listen to mine, and she just ignored it and ignored it. Chapter 11. In the early morning, the city gradually wakes up in the haze. On the eastern horizon, a faint orange peeks out quietly, and little golden glow penetrates the clouds and sprinkles among the buildings. 2 weeks have passed since the beast wave. At this time, the city was full of scaffolding repairing buildings, and workers were busy. In this world, due to the fact that all people are soldiers and all people have awakened their talents, there are many retired veterans whose physiques are much higher than ordinary people, and they can do construction work with extremely high efficiency. Jiang Chen was suspended 50 meters above the roof of the building. After 2 weeks of practice, I can now control the flight height and direction with some proficiency. But, very tired. During the flight, you need to control and adjust the gravity and repulsion at all times, as well as control the size and direction. And due to the excessive consumption of mental power, one flight cannot last for a long time. But it can be regarded as fulfilling my dream of flying in the sky in my previous life. Buzz buzz. Jiang Chen's cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Tang Chuao, Jiang Chen, school has started in the past 2 days. My dad will take me to school tomorrow. Do I need to take you with me? Jiang Chen was silent for a while, then slowly typed, no need. The reason for rejecting Tang Chuao. The main reasons are that, firstly, I am really unfamiliar with her, and secondly, I am afraid of society. It is a bit awkward to be in a stranger's car, but it is more free to travel by myself. There are a total of 12 secret realm entrances in the Dragon Kingdom, divided into 4 war zones. Each war zone has 4 military academies, and each military academy is built around a secret realm entrance. According to the principle of geographical proximity, all those who have awakened fruit abilities, swordsmanship talents, and physical skills talents will be uniformly assigned to enter the nearest military academy. The school I am about to go to is Nanjiangxing Marine School. Reporting can begin today, and there will be a total of 3 days for freshman reporting. Jiang Chen thought to himself that since there was nothing to do, he would just go ahead. Nanjiangxing Marine School is not far from Sanyuan City, where Jiang Chen is located. It takes about an hour by high-speed train. Jiang Chen got off the high-speed train and took a taxi. Under the surprised look of the driver, we arrived at Nanjiang Star Marine School. In front of the impressive school gate, Jiang Chen held a blind stick in his hand and unfolded his domineering aura. Within 100 meters, I couldn't even see the school gate clearly. This is really big. The Blue Star in the previous life didn't have such a wide school gate, right? It's more than enough for an aircraft carrier to pass through. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, and then walked towards the school. At the reporting office, several students were sitting there playing with their mobile phones. It's only the first day now, and there aren't many freshmen reporting here. When a senior saw Jiang Chen approaching, she put down her phone and stood up, showing a sweet smile. "Hello classmate, please show me your admission notice." Jiang Chen handed her the admission notice. Almost 10 minutes later, after the senior entered Jiang Chen's information into the computer, she stretched out her hand and said, "Junior brother Jiang Chen, let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory to have a rest. Anyway, there are not many new students now. According to the information, this junior student has an eye disease. Although I don't know why a blind man came here, since he is here, as a senior, I should take care of him." Jiang Chen smiled politely and followed his senior sister towards the dormitory. At first, the senior sister wanted to help Jiang Chen. After a while, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be completely invisible like other blind people. The students in this school are all ability users, so they naturally know that there is such a thing as three-color domineering. The senior sister couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Chen, are you knowledgeable?" Jiang Chen nodded. When the senior sister saw this, she understood. The three-color domineering power is a special skill besides the awakening talent. Since the advent of the dimensional rift, people have begun to comprehend it one after another. However, there are very few people who possess three colors of domineering aura, accounting for only about 1/10 of all people with these abilities. Observation Haki is even rarer. Perhaps among 10,000 people with this ability, only less than 500 can possess it. Perhaps because Jiang Chen cannot see, his other perceptions are different from those of ordinary people, and thus he has comprehended the color of seeing and hearing. This is also quite normal. Ah, no wonder, I really envy you guys. The senior student sighed, but suddenly felt that it was not appropriate. Envy a blind person? Oh no, that's not what I meant. Jiang Chen didn't care, it doesn't matter. Seeing this, the senior student hurriedly changed the subject. Let me introduce you to our school library. The library we just passed by contains all kinds of experiences of fruit development, taijutsu, kendo and other experiences of the masters, as well as the history of our school. The cafeteria is on the right. The senior pointed to a magnificent building and said, "That's our Star Marine School's Specialized Person Association. By the way, fighting is not allowed in school. If you want to fight, you must go to the Specialized Person Association's ring and register voluntarily. Remember? Ability Users Association?" "Senior sister, what is the purpose of joining the Ability Users Association?" Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. "It's very useful. The Ability User Association is an organization that coordinates tasks between major military academies and the Demon Suppression Army, and it is also a source of attribute points. To be honest, those tasks are quite difficult, so they are basically led by the association's cadres, with formal members providing support. The association for people with special abilities in our school is autonomous. In other words, teachers will not interfere in the affairs of the Ability User Association, and it will be completely managed by the students themselves. The school says that this is to train students. They can't just know how to fight, but also need to know how to manage and command. After all, the senior students in the Ability Association will at least have military ranks above the school level in various places after graduation." The senior student talked non-stop. In the Ability User Association, there are presidents, vice presidents, cadres, and formal members. I am an official member. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me, the senior said proudly. Jiang Chen nodded while thinking. Completing tasks will give you attribute points. It seems I need to find an opportunity to join the association of people with special abilities. As long as there are attribute points, you must get them. You can stay in this room. You're the first one here. This room is open from north to south and is the best room in this dormitory building. The senior student enthusiastically helped Jiang Chen move his things into the dormitory. Jiang Chen looked at the decoration and facilities in the dormitory. A single room, a large flat, a full 200 square meters. A gym, a game room, a study, and several empty rooms. Compared to the small nest of less than 20 square meters where I lived before, it is like heaven and earth. I have to say, this world's treatment of people with special abilities is really excellent. If you want people to work hard, then the welfare benefits must keep up. Your next plan is to wait for all the new students to register and gather for the entrance test in 3 days. Okay, you can take a rest and look around the school. If you have any questions, You can call me. The senior student helped put the luggage in place and clapped her hands and said, I understand. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Chen thanked politely. After the senior sister left, Jiang Chen sat down on the big soft sofa, thinking about his next plan. Controllable gravity, 4 tons. A gravity of 4 tons is almost like that when you fight with someone, that person has to carry 2 cars on his back. This advantage is really too great. Suddenly, his ears wiggled slightly, within the range of his perception. At this time, downstairs in the dormitory, 2 people were whispering, counting the floors while talking. One of them smelled familiar, with gauze on his nose. It seems like the werewolf classmate who was beaten up by me when I first woke up. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. They're looking for something? Chapter 12. Not far from Jiang Chen's dormitory building, 2 people were standing on the side of the road. The one with gauze on his nose was the werewolf classmate who had just awakened his talent and was beaten up by Jiang Chen for his bad mouth. Standing next to him was Zhao Hu, also a freshman of this year and the leader of the wolf class. It was said that he knew someone in the Ability User Association of Nanjiangxing Marine School. Brother Hu, I just saw clearly that Jiang Chen lives on the 6th floor. I understand. Zhao Hu responded indifferently. Brother Hu, Jiang Chen's ability is very strange. I couldn't even get close to him last time. It was like a ton of gravity pressing on me. Oh, it's just 1 ton of gravity, nothing. Zhao Hu said disdainfully. He is a user with mid-level physical ability talent. After awakening, his physique is naturally much stronger than that of users of the same level. Just 1 ton of gravity was not enough to restrain him. Besides this little bit of gravity, what other means of attack does Jiang Chen have? No. His fists were much harder than those of ordinary people with special abilities. If ordinary people with newly awakened special abilities were hit by his punch, they would either die or be crippled. Zhao Hu narrowed his eyes, stared at the 6th floor, and spoke slowly. However, fighting is not allowed in school. Otherwise, the offender will be punished for minor offenses, or be expelled directly, deprived of the qualification to enter the secret realm, and sent directly to the demon-suppressing army. Ah! Brother Tiger, what should we do? The werewolf student was a little anxious. If he couldn't fight casually, how could he take revenge? He couldn't swallow this. He was pressed to the ground in front of so many people, and his nose was even crooked. Jiang Chen, how about going to the association's arena? Zhao Hu, it is indeed a method, but the association competition must be agreed by both parties. How can we get him to agree, Hu? They both turned their heads at the same time. Jiang Chen, holding a blind stick, stood quietly behind them. Oh my god! The wolf classmate exclaimed, Brother Tiger, he is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at them with a smile, I heard you were looking for me. Zhao Hu was a little surprised, and his heart began to beat fast. How did he manage to appear behind me without anyone noticing? Shaving in the 6 styles. Impossible, even if you practiced since childhood, at your current age, it is impossible to teleport directly from the 6th floor to behind him. Or is it the ability of the heavy fruit? What do you mean? I'm here now, how about going to the association's arena? Jiang Chen still kept smiling and spoke in a calm tone. My primary goal now is definitely to get attribute points and develop slowly. After all, I am only a first-level ability user now. If it is not necessary, I will not take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if others are plotting against you behind your back, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, who knows, he might suddenly attack me from somewhere in the future. It would be better to defeat him now. Zhao Hu came back to his senses. With a height of 1.9 meters, he stared down at Jiang Chen. Okay, Jiang Chen, right? Since you want to die so badly, then let's fight. But first, I have to make it clear that fists and feet have no eyes. Then let's go. Da-da-da. Jiang Chen leaned on his cane and turned to walk towards the association. Star Marine School Specialist Association, lobby. A young man wearing a black sweatshirt and slicked back hair walked into the association. Snap. He threw a bloody, bulging white cloth bag in his hand onto the table. Hey. The head of the 3rd level White Jade Wolf King. The senior student behind the counter looked up. The young man in front of him is Zhang Qingyu, one of the 12 cotters of the association. The senior student opened the cloth bag and a pile of rotten meat instantly fell out. She frowned slightly, stuffed the fallen piece of meat back, and closed the bag. Your head is broken like this won't do. Zhang Qingyu was anxious when he saw this. Why not? Just stick it on. As he spoke, he continued to gather the minced meat in his hands. No. Yang Xiaotong. The senior student raised her eyelids slightly, expressionless. Zhang Qingyu clasped his hands together. Please, I'm just 300 attribute points away from reaching the 4th level. No. The senior student still refused. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen led Zhao Hu and his lackeys and walked in slowly. Yang Xiaotong smiled and asked, "Hello, classmates, what can I do for you?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Senior, we want to have a competition." "Sparring? Are you freshmen?" "Yes." Yang Xiaotong was stunned for a moment. Although there were many people who usually sparred with her, the new students had just started to register. "Are the freshmen this strong?" Zhang Qingyu, who was standing by, looked at the group and said, "Wow, are the freshmen this year so hot-tempered? They're already fighting right after they started reporting." Yang Xiaotong glared at him, then took out a few forms and said to Jiang Chen and the others, "Show me your student card, and then sign here. Also, let me remind you that both parties must voluntarily participate in the competition. If anyone is coerced, you can tell the association. The consequences will be serious." "Thank you, senior sister. We are all volunteers." Jiang Chen took the form and signed his name proudly. Seeing Zhao Hu still in a daze, Jiang Chen reminded him, "Aren't you going to sign?" Zhao Hu reacted, "Oh, sign it?" Along the way, the more Zhao Hu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. It is obvious that Jiang Chen is definitely not a simple blind man. He definitely possesses the observation hacking. But now that things have come to this, I can't back down. Otherwise, how can I take care of my younger brother in the future? Moreover, 1 ton of gravity is nothing big. His current strength, at full strength, is enough to shake a small car. After the two of them signed, Yang Xiaotong walked out from behind the counter. "I'll take you there." Jiang Chen and Zhao Hu followed Yang Xiaotong and walked towards the martial arts stage. "Yang Xiaotong. I haven't dealt with my business yet." Zhang Qingyu shouted and followed. 10 minutes later, inside the martial arts arena, Yang Xiaotong sat next to the referee's desk. It was normal for people with special abilities to get injured in a fight, but it was not acceptable for someone to die. She not only has to be a referee, but also a safety officer. When one party begs for mercy or admits defeat, she has to stop the fight at any time. Zhang Qingyu came close to Yang Xiaotong, licked her cheek and said, "Just be kind." "No means no." Yang Xiaotong remained expressionless and showed no mercy at all. "Tisk." Zhang Qingyu curled his lips and picked up the 2 forms on the table. "Let me see what these 2 people are capable of." Zhao Hu, mid-level physical talent; Jiang Chen, blind man, heavy fruit. A fruit I've never seen before. Zhang Qingyu glanced at the tall and strong Zhao Hu on the stage. "Isn't that big fool bullying me? Who would challenge a blind man to a duel?" Yang Xiaotong said with disdain, "Can't you see that Jiang Chen has a sense of observation?" "Who said I can't see it? So what if I have observation haki? The newly awakened observation haki has a range of 10 meters at most, what's the use?" Zhang Qingyu was stubborn. He had been thinking about the ferocious beast mission and didn't pay any attention to Jiang Chen's actions. "Yang Xiaotong, shut up, what are you still doing here? I've already told you that this doesn't meet the mission requirements." Jiang Qingyu put his hands behind his head and said, "Can't I just watch for fun? A cadre of an association watches freshmen who have not yet entered the rank fight." Yang Xiaotong raised her eyebrows. "It's none of your business." Chapter 13. On the martial arts stage, Zhao Hu looked at Jiang Chen, who had a calm face, and began to feel a little uneasy. "It's just controlling gravity, why are you so confident? You dare to challenge me to a duel?" Ever since he started school, he, with his height of 1.9 meters, could only bully others, and no one dared to provoke him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu's eyes became fierce and a hint of cruelty appeared on his face. "Jiang Chen, I know you can control gravity. Do you think you can suppress someone who has awakened his physical talent with just your 1 ton of gravity? You are too arrogant." Jiang Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with interest, "Oh, 1 ton isn't enough." Zhao Hu sneered, as if he had heard something funny. Judging from Jiang Chen's tone, he seemed to really think that 1 ton of gravity could suppress him. "You can try, but don't think that being a devil fruit user is so great. I advise you to open your eyes and see the world." "Oh, I forgot, you can't see." Zhao Hu's eyes were full of mockery. Yang Xiaotong in the audience said calmly, "Get ready and start." The words fell. Zhao Hu's eyes narrowed and he took a sudden and powerful step forward. Bang! The huge body made the arena shake. Suddenly, a vast force of gravity enveloped his entire body from top to bottom. Boom! Zhao Hu's eyes widened, and the moment gravity came, he was instantly crushed to the ground, prostrating himself. This is 1 FG ton? Zhao Hu pressed his face against the floor of the ring, staring at his lackeys in disbelief. Under this huge gravity, He felt that even breathing had become extremely difficult, and his internal organs were being squeezed by a huge force, almost bursting. As a person with a natural talent for physical skills, the strength that he was proud of seemed insignificant in the face of this gravity. Jiang Chen still leaned on his cane with both hands and said with a smile. 4 tons, is that enough? 4 tons. Zhao Hu moved his head with difficulty and looked at Jiang Chen in horror. It seems that's enough. You can't do this either. Jiang Chen raised his arm slightly. Zhao Hu only felt a sense of weightlessness coming over him instantly, as if the world was turning upside down. The whole person was sucked towards the ceiling. Boom. There was a loud noise. The wall above the ceiling was smashed directly, and white broken bricks fell down. Immediately following, the world turned upside down again. Before Zhao Hu could recover from his shock and his mind was still in a daze, he was sucked back to the ring. Boom. There was another loud bang, and Zhao Hu's huge body slammed heavily on the ring. Jiang Chen didn't give Zhao Hu any time to rest. He waved his arm lightly. Zhao Hu was thrown out by the 4-ton gravity and fell heavily on the stands. Bang. The powerful impact directly smashed the seats in the stands into pieces. After 3 casual hits, Zhao Hu collapsed on the stands with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. From start to finish, it took less than 3 seconds. Killed in seconds. Zhang Qingyu, who was in the audience, stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Even Yang Xiaotong, who had always been expressionless, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. You know, these two are just freshmen whose talents have just awakened. Even if there was an S-class fruit ability user here, Zhao Hu, who had a mid-level physical talent, wouldn't be killed instantly. There are only 2 possibilities. Either Jiang Chen's heavy fruit is a potential top-level S-level fruit. Moreover, this fruit has just appeared, but it has the potential to be S-level. I dare not even think about how far it can be developed in the future. Either Jiang Chen's attribute points far exceed his opponent Zhao Hu. Or maybe both. Jiang Chen slowly walked to the edge of the ring and jumped down in 1 step. That's all you can do? It's really, unexpectedly weak. Jiang Chen chuckled, turned around and walked towards the association's arena gate, completely ignoring Zhao Hu who was lying on the stands, dying. Killing a freshman who has not yet entered the rank in seconds is nothing to be excited about. After all, I am already a first-level ability user, but I just haven't participated in the rank evaluation yet. As for the reason why I didn't kill him directly, it was very simple. Although this place is called a military academy, it is still a school after all. I don't know what the consequences will be if I accidentally kill someone in the school arena. If this delays your ability to gain attribute points, it will be more trouble than gain. Tiger, brother Tiger, are you okay? When the lackey saw that Jiang Chen was not coming towards them, he hurried to Zhao Hu. Puff. Blood bubbles came out of Zhao Hu's mouth, his eyes were wide open, staring at Jiang Chen slowly leaving back. When he looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes were full of fear, and there was no longer the teasing in the beginning. They are all freshmen whose talents have just been awakened. Their intermediate physical talents are considered very strong in the early stages. Plus, my initial attribute points are relatively high, a full 70 points. But why, I can't even get close to him. He was killed instantly. Who is this blind man? Is the heavy fruit really that terrifying? It can control 4 tons of gravity just after awakening? Brother Hu, don't you know anyone in the association? Ask them for help. Before the lackey could finish speaking, Zhao Hu glared at him and said, shut up. If this lackey hadn't lied to him and said that the gravity was only 1 ton, he would never have messed with this blind man even if he was beaten to death. Now, I originally wanted to get a top 10 ranking in the entrance exam, but with my injuries, I'm afraid I can only be in the bottom 10. When Zhao Hu thought of this, his face turned grim. Jiang Chen, just wait for me. Jiang Qingyu stared at Jiang Chen's information in his hand, with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen is a freshman. Not only is his strength so overwhelming, but he's also so arrogant. Tisk tisk tisk, I like it. Jiang Chen's performance suggests that he is already a first-level ability user. Yang Xiaotong said softly. There have been very few people in history who can reach the first level of ability right after entering school. After all, the rigid requirement of 200 attribute points is stuck. Attribute balls are strategic resources in Dragon Country. Private transactions are strictly prohibited. Anyone caught with them will be executed. You can only obtain it by your own ability, the secret realm, or by completing the tasks assigned by the military. This is also done to prevent the attribute balls from falling into the hands of some second-generation people who are greedy for life, afraid of death, and have bad behavior. Completely fair and just. After years of strict supervision, no one dared to give attribute balls to others casually, not even their own son. As for the destructive power requirement of 1000 calories, Judging from Jiang Chen's current performance of the heavy fruit, it is highly likely that he has already met the standard. He's already a first-level esper right after entering school. It seems our president couldn't do it at the beginning, right? Jiang Qingyu sighed. Yang Xiaotong put away Jiang Chen's information and stood up. Jiang Qingyu asked. Where are you going? Yang Xiaotong didn't even turn her head. Go back and report the situation of the new student Jiang Chen to the vice president. Well, my mission, please be kind. No. Tisk. Jiang Qingyu secretly raised his middle finger, then stood up and left angrily. Chapter 14. Star Marine School, Special Ability Association. In a dark activity room. A muscular young man wearing a black vest is standing in front of a steel plate. He took a deep breath and put his fingers together. Next second. Bang. The finger gun suddenly poked at the steel plate in front of him, and the 10 centimeters thick steel plate was pierced instantly. Just at this moment, Zhao Hu, covered in bandages, walked in. Brother Jun. The young man glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. Huh? Did you get beaten up like this? Zhao Hu nodded and said. Yes, it's a freshman named Jiang Chen. Brother Jun, help me get revenge. The young man flexed his wrists, sat on a black sofa, placed his hands casually on the armrests, tilted his head and stared at Zhao Hu with a disdainful expression on his face. What are his abilities? Zhao Hu said. Brother Jun, he is a user of the Juju fruit, who can control gravity, and he is also blind. Brother Jun, with your strength as a second-level user, he is no match for you at all. The young man frowned when he heard this. You mean, you were beaten like this by a blind man? In his words, the young man even emphasized the word blind man on purpose, as if he couldn't believe that a blind man could beat his brother into the state. Zhao Hu nodded. Yes, yes. Roll. The sudden words coming out of the young man's mouth caught Zhao Hu off guard. Ah! Zhao Hu came to his senses, knelt in front of the young man, and cried, Brother Jun, help me get revenge. The next moment. Bang. The young man slapped Zhao Hu in the face and cursed. Didn't you hear me telling you to get out? What the hell is a heavy fruit? You were beaten up like this by a blind man, and you still dare to ask me to help you. Damn it, I feel ashamed if I tell anyone about it. I warn you, don't say you know me next time you go out, do you hear me? Zhao Hu was fanned so hard that he turned 360 degrees in the air and collapsed to the ground, touching his obviously swollen cheek with a confused look on his face. The young man stared at him fiercely. In this world, the development of fruits is extremely difficult. Only 2 weeks have passed since the awakening of the talent. To what extent can a fruit that has never appeared before be developed in 2 weeks? And he's blind. What my younger brother awakened was a mid-level physical talent. Physical skills talent, swordsmanship talent, and animal-type fruits are relatively strong talents in the early stages. Even so, he could still be beaten like this. The young man became angrier and angrier. He raised 3 fingers and said word by word, I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. 3 days passed in a flash. As of yesterday, all new students had completed registration. The school also issued a notice that today is the day for the entrance test. Jiang Chen, leaning on his cane, slowly walked to the playground. There are still 5 minutes until the scheduled gathering time of 8 o'clock. Jiang Chen, this way. Jiang Chen sensed the direction of Wang Ming's voice and slowly walked towards that direction. In the past few days, Jiang Chen has informed his classmates including Wang Ming that he has comprehended the color of seeing and hearing. There is no need to hide this matter. Otherwise, other students will have to support him specially in the future. It's different now than before when I couldn't see. Now that I can see, it feels a bit strange to be supported by someone. Wang Ming, Tang Chuao, and others were a little surprised when they learned about this. But he didn't say much. After all, as a blind man, his other senses were more sensitive, so it was nothing strange that he could comprehend the color of sight. Jiang Chen walked up to Wang Ming and asked, You guys are here so early? Wang Ming pointed at the watch on his wrist. It's already 7:55. There are only 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. I heard that our vice president is very fierce. Hi. Jiang Chen. Tang Chuao greeted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded politely in response. He sensed the students nearby, most of whom were his high school classmates. There were about 20 students from his high school who entered Star Marine School, and they were assigned to the same class as 20 students from another high school next door. Only those who have awakened their talents will be admitted to the military academy, and those who have only awakened a single attribute point will be directly arranged into the demon-suppressing army. There are about 2,000 new students in each class, and there are a total of 16 military academies in the country. In other words, on average, more than 30,000 senior officers can be supplied to the demon-suppressing army every year. Now, In the playground, almost all the 2,000 freshmen have arrived. It's just that now everyone hasn't changed from being a student, and everyone is standing randomly, looking uneven. Before I knew it, it was 8 o'clock. On the rostrum, a middle-aged man with a square face looked down at the freshmen below, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Be quiet!" the middle-aged man shouted loudly. Next second, a strong pressure swept across the entire playground. The originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet. No one dared to speak or move, as if they would be crushed to pieces if they moved. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "So strong. Is this conquerors?" The middle-aged man on the stage was obviously holding back. Otherwise, these freshmen would probably be shocked unconscious. "Stand still." The man finished speaking. The freshmen adjusted their standing postures. Although they were still a little crooked, they at least looked a little neater. The middle-aged man on the rostrum glanced at the freshmen below the stage and was finally somewhat satisfied. "Let me introduce myself. I'm your Dean of Studies, Wang Senator. The principal and vice principal are busy lately, so I will be in charge of the new student assembly and entrance exam this time." There was no microphone in front of him, but he could spread his voice throughout the playground purely by his own strength. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong with the principal and the vice principal? It seems that even the principal needs to go on missions." Before this, Jiang Chen already had a general understanding of the strength of the teachers in the school. In the school, teachers are generally 4th to 5th level users, while the principal and vice principal are both 6th level users. As for those with 7th order abilities, they would be at the level of top lieutenant generals in the demon suppressing army. As for the 8th rank, those were all generals and a few lieutenant generals, and there were very few of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There is only one person in the entire Dragon Nation who is at the 9th level, and that is Fleet Admiral, also known as the strongest man in the Dragon Nation, and the user of the Tremor fruit. When Jiang Chen first learned about this, he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the title is exactly the same as in the anime, and his appearance is also extremely arrogant. Although not as exaggerated as the white beard in the anime, he is also 2 meters tall. On the rostrum, Wang Sen's voice was loud and deep. Star Marine School was established not long ago, only 20 years ago, but during these 20 years, countless strong people have emerged. Over the past 20 years, a total of 2 generals and more than 100 lieutenant generals have been trained for the Dragon Kingdom. Military academies are different from ordinary universities. As you already know, the living conditions and welfare benefits are much better than those of ordinary universities. But all this comes at a price. In the future, you will all be members of our Dragon Country's demon suppressing army and the guardians of our Dragon Country, so you deserve to enjoy these benefits. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The welfare benefits are indeed good. Just for new students, each person can receive a subsidy of 20,000 yuan per month, and there are also various social benefits. After talking on and on for 10 minutes, Wang Senkei said, "I won't say more. Next, you should all know that the first thing every freshman has to do after entering school is the entrance test." Chapter 15. You should all know that the beast came to our world 30 years ago and took away the lives of countless compatriots and destroyed countless of our homes. After 30 years of fighting and countless casualties, we finally achieved a brief balance between humans and the beasts. Now that you have entered the military academy, you must take on the responsibility of protecting your homeland and our Dragon Country. Wang Sen, standing on the podium, had red eyes and an excited voice. Jiang Chen was also somewhat touched. As far as he could remember, his father had died on the battlefield before he even saw him in person. My mother became ill due to long-term worry. Even though she had eye disease, she still raised me with great difficulty and eventually succumbed to the disease. From childhood to adulthood, I have always listened to neighbors and classmates discussing their relatives and friends, and who had sacrificed their lives. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. We must continue to improve our strength. It's not that I want to protect the Dragon Kingdom, but I simply want to save my life. After all, he is a time traveler. Although he has the memories of this body, he still has no sense of belonging until now. Wang Sen continued. Before this, perhaps most of you have only seen ferocious beasts on TV, but have never really faced one. So the purpose of this freshman entrance test at the military academy is to test your courage. In the secret realms and wild beast battles that follow, you will encounter more dangerous, larger, and more terrifying beasts. The words fell. There were bursts of quiet discussions in the playground. Just as Wang Sen said, most of the freshmen have never seen the ferocious beast with their own eyes. Among this group of freshmen, some are excited, some are expectant, and some are afraid. Wang Sen continued. What you are facing in this entrance test are only the lowest level beasts that have not yet entered the rank. If you can't even kill them, then when you reach the battlefield or the secret realm, you will only die. Of course, the rewards for the entrance exam are also very generous for you. First place, 200 attribute points. Second place, 150 attribute points. Third place, 100 attribute points. Fourth to 10th place, 50 attribute points. This is also our Dragon Country's training strategy. As long as you are excellent, you can improve your strength like a rocket. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems that what Wang Ming said was correct. The first place prize is 200 attribute points. The opponents were just beasts that had not yet entered the rank. He had already killed a mutated 100-eyed vulture of the rank 1. He was determined to get the first place. Observation Haki LV.1, 0/20 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Gravity field LV.2, 0/20 plus, current field range 50 meters, next level, range expanded to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave control, proficient. As long as you get these 200 attribute points, which is 20 skill points, you can upgrade the perception range of your observation Haki, or upgrade the range of your gravity field, and fine-tune the control of gravity waves. No matter which upgrade you choose, it will be a huge improvement. Wang Sen continued to talk for a while and said, "It's almost time now. The location for your entrance exam is about 10 kilometers from here. Everyone get in the car now." The words fell. Teachers and staff began to enter the venue, guiding the freshmen to dozens of armored personnel carriers parked beside the playground. Wang Ming nudged Jiang Chen with his elbow. "Ah. So nervous. Jiang Chen, are you nervous?" Not bad, huh?" Jiang Chen's tone was calm. Wang Ming unconsciously raised his voice. "What do you mean it's okay? That was a ferocious beast. Have you forgotten the beast tied 2 weeks ago? It was overwhelming. I tremble when I think about it." Jiang Chen was silent. "I really didn't forget it, and it also brought me 100 attribute points." Tang Chuao also turned around and warned. "Jiang Chen, be careful. This entrance test is scored individually, and I also have to get attribute points, so I can't guard you. We will form a team when the first official secret realm comes." Jiang Chen smiled. "It's okay, don't worry about me." A few people were chatting nonsense. Following the team's slow advance, under the guidance of the teacher, they boarded the armored personnel carrier. Dozens of troop carriers drove toward their destination in a mighty manner. Following the troop carrier, there were nearly 10 media vehicles. That's right. This time the entrance test will also be broadcast live nationwide. At the same time, in a room in Linjiang City, the capital city of Nanjiang Province, Lei Tianlin, an ordinary young anchor, started the live broadcast after debugging the live broadcast equipment. The former captain of the demon-suppressing army will take you to watch the entrance test of the Star Marine School and give a critical review of the new devil fruit, the heavy fruit. The assistant on the side said worriedly. "Brother Lei, is the topic chosen this time really appropriate? I think everyone else is focusing on Tang Chuao and Luli. The first place this time should be one of these two people." Lei Tianlin clicked, lit a cigarette, and glanced at the assistant. "You are stupid. They are all big anchors. If I follow these two, I will be drowned in the vast sea of people. I might as well take a gamble." The little assistant suddenly realized, Brother Lei is wise. Less than a moment. Audiences began to pour into the live broadcast room one after another. "Barrage, before I saw this live broadcast room, I almost forgot that there is a blind man in this freshman class who is very smart. Barrage, the first place this time is either Tang Chuao or Luli. I said so. Barrage, do you even need to say that? A mature fruit of S-level development, and a high-level swordsmanship talent that was fierce in the early stage. Even a fool knows that it is one of these two. Barrage, what does the anchor think?" Lei Tianlin sneered. "How to see it? How else to see it? This time we will not discuss the first place, there is nothing to discuss about this. This time we will see the practical application effect of the heavy fruit." Snap. Lei Tianlin lit another cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. He slowly analyzed. The heavy fruit, as the name suggests, is about controlling gravity. Let's make a bold guess. Jiang Chen should be able to control about 1 ton of gravity. The ferocious beasts in the entrance test are all unqualified. There is no problem in suppressing these ferocious beasts. But theoretically speaking, controlling gravity is not only the gravitational force toward the ground, it should also be able to change the direction of gravity, that is, to pull the ferocious beast over. It's still unclear whether Jiang Chen can do it. I think it's not that simple to develop the fruit. Barrage, so where does the anchor think Jiang Chen can get? Lei Tianlin curled his lips and said disdainfully. What's the rank? No matter what, Jiang Chen is a blind man, so what's the rank? Are you out of your mind? Barrage, anchor with a bad mouth, what if Jiang Chen has some knowledge? Lei Tianlin snorted coldly, So what if you have knowledge and color? How big can the range be? 10 meters? 20 meters? This time we are mainly looking at the practical application of the heavy fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the table with a loud bang. I'll leave it at that. If Jiang Chen can enter the top 100, Lei Tianlin glanced around, I'll eat the keyboard. Chapter 16. In the school playground. After the freshmen left in the troop carriers, huge display screens were erected in the huge playground, broadcasting the freshmen's entrance test results in real time. Of course, it is impossible to broadcast every freshman, as that would be too much. Generally speaking, only the real-time situation of the first 500 freshmen is broadcast. On the playground stands. At Scene Marine School, 4 student leaders from the Ability User Association came, including Vice President Chu Liang, Secretary Yang Xiaotong, and 2 cotters, Zhang Qingyu and Cao Yang. Zhang Qingyu put his hands behind his head and spoke in a lazy tone. It's time to watch the monkey show once a year. Guess how many freshmen were scared to tears this year? Yang Xiaotong glared at him and said, shut up. Then she pointed at one of the screens and said to Jiang Chen, who was leaning against the troop carrier with his eyes closed, to a young man beside him. This is Jiang Chen. He defeated a person with intermediate physical talent in less than 3 seconds. Vice President Chu Liang nodded and asked, well, among this year's freshmen, besides Jiang Chen, are there any other good talents? Yang Xiaotong handed over another stack of information. There is also an S-level flame fruit user, Tang Chuao, and a high-level swordsmanship user, Lu Li. In addition to these 2, there are 8 A-level rated freshmen. Their information is all here. Chu Liang looked through the information of the new students and nodded, well, this time we will focus on Tang Chuao, Lu Li, and Jiang Chen. Just at this moment, a bald young man sitting on the other side, with his feet on the back of the front seat, said disdainfully. Tisk, what's there to pay attention to about this blind man? Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows, no, Cao Yang, when you first entered school, you were able to defeat a person with intermediate physical talent within 3 seconds. Cao Yang's face was full of disdain, and he said nonchalantly. Tisk, to put it bluntly, it's just a fight between children. A blind man is a blind man. So what if he has observation haki? With the limited range of observation haki, when you encounter a truly high-level beast, the inability to see will be its biggest weakness. Before Zhang Qingyu could counterattack, Vice President Chu Liang glared at Cao Yang and shouted in a low voice. Shut up. Chu Liang and Zhang Qingyu both dislike Cao Yang. He was born to be a nitpicker. No matter the facts or whether he was right or wrong, he would only feel comfortable after arguing. Jiang Chen sat in the bumpy troop carrier, holding a wooden sword in his hand, sensing the scene outside the vehicle. Their destination this time was an abandoned city 10 kilometers away from the Star Marine School. The entire abandoned city was tightly surrounded by a long barbed wire fence, reaching a height of 20 meters. The outer perimeter of the barbed wire was surrounded by the demon-suppressing army. Every 10 meters, there was at least one soldier with a gun guarding. Dozens of armored personnel carriers, divided into different directions, slowly drove into the abandoned city. At the same time, the media vehicle following the troop carrier did not continue to move forward, but stopped outside the barbed wire fence and unfolded the carriages. Buzz buzz buzz. Dense swarms of drones took off from behind the media vehicle and flew into the abandoned city along with the troop carrier. To ensure fairness as much as possible. In this entrance examination, 2,000 freshmen will be scattered throughout this abandoned city, with each student at least several hundred meters apart. The ferocious beasts that had not yet reached the rank were controlled by the demon suppression army, and they were released when the troop transport entered the abandoned city. These ferocious beasts, called double-tailed beasts, are all capable of flying and are among the weakest of the ferocious beasts. But they are extremely ferocious, and will attack any living human they see, fearless of death. At this time, Wang Ming, Tang Chuao, and others had already gotten off the troop carrier where Jiang Chen was. Within the range of Jiang Chen's observation and hearing color perception, he could clearly feel that there were ferocious beasts with 2 tails roaring through the sky. These ferocious beasts will not attack troop carriers, but only humans. After a moment, Jiang Chen, get out of the car. A voice came. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stood up and slowly walked down from the troop carrier. After Jiang Chen got off the vehicle, the troop carrier continued to move forward. First place, Tang Chuao, points, 56. Second place, Lu Li, points, 54. Third place, Lian Xiao, points, 30. Fourth place, Wang Tianxiao, points, 29. Jiang Chen put on headphones and turned on the electronic broadcast, which played the points ranking in real time. Every student wears an intelligent identifier on his chest, which can accurately determine whether the ferocious beast has been killed. Kill a ferocious beast and earn 1 point. Each student only has 2 hours. Within the limited time, the higher the points, the higher the ranking. It seems that the burning fruit and high-level swordsmanship talent are indeed something. Tang Chueo and Luli were leading by a cliff. But next it was his turn to take action. Jiang Chen moved his body. Just then, within the range of his perception, a two-tailed beast appeared directly in front of him. Its stature was twice smaller than that of a hundred-eyed eagle. The two-tailed beast clearly noticed Jiang Chen standing on the ground. It waved its wings and swooped down towards him. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, until the two-tailed beast entered his gravity field. Clang! The sword's blade was 3 inches out of its sheath. At the same time, 4 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the two-tailed beast. The next second, boom! The twin-tailed beast was directly dragged to the ground by the 4-ton gravity and hit the ground heavily. Roar! The two-tailed beast wailed, and it tried hard to flap its wings, but found that it couldn't move no matter what. Jiang Chen opened his eyes a slit, revealing a trace of the whites of his eyes. The two-tailed beast was horrified to find that the direction of gravity was suddenly changed, sucking it towards humans. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Clang! The sword is unsheathed. Seal the throat with one sword. The head of the two-tailed beast rolled to the ground, and its body followed the inertia and fell behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen put away the sword and raised his eyebrows. This twin-tailed beast is a bit weak. The original mutated hundred-eyed vulture could at least feel some resistance when it was stabbed. But now, under his own sword-intended slash, it was like cutting tofu, without any resistance. Can't blame it though. After all, the destructive power of his sword-intended blow has reached 2,000 calories. It far exceeds the 1,000 card requirement for first-level ability users. It is normal to deal with such a ferocious beast that has not yet entered the level, like cutting tofu. Earn 1 point. First place, Tang Chueo, points, 66. Second place, Luli, points, 65. Number 566, Jiang Chen, 1 point. Just then, 3 more two-tailed beasts enter Jiang Chen's range of perception. As soon as these 3 twin-tailed beasts saw Jiang Chen on the ground, they dived down towards him at the same time. Wait until they enter Jiang Chen's gravity field. Boom! Gravity falls. The 3 twin-tailed beasts hit the ground at the same time. Immediately afterwards, their bodies were completely unable to move and were dragged by the terrifying gravity towards Jiang Chen. Wow! Jiang Chen's sword flashed past. Earn 3 points. Number 424, Jiang Chen, 4 points. At this time, Jiang Chen also entered the live broadcast screen for the first time because he broke into the top 500. Chapter 17. Linjiang City, in a small dark room. Lei Tianlin held a cigarette in one hand and talked incessantly to the live broadcast screen. On the screen, the image playing was that of Tang Chueo. Tang Chueo was seen standing on the street, and a two-tailed beast swooped down. Boom! A dazzling flaming fist was out, directly blasting the two-tailed beast away, and it fell heavily to the ground. As we all know, gravity, also known as gravitation, is one of the 4 fundamental forces in the universe. It has unlimited potential. Let me give you a few examples. For example, if it is developed to the extreme, can it be controlled at the molecular level, solidifying the molecules around itself to form an indestructible protective shield? Or, twist the bent light to create illusions. Twist atoms to create everything. Even create a black hole with your bare hands. While smoking a cigarette, Lei Tianlin talked incessantly and gave sharp on the fruits. Barrage, hiss, after listening to the host's analysis, can Jiang Chen really do this? Barrage, exaggerated, the anchor is exaggerating. Barrage, keep blowing. Barrage, I think it's unlikely. Jiang Chen is blind. It's uncertain how long he can survive in such a cruel secret realm and battlefield. Lei Tianlin glanced at the barrage and explained. First of all, this is just an imagination of the power of this fruit. Don't disbelieve it. The first person in the beautiful country across the ocean. He also possesses the ability of the magnetic fruit, one of the 4 basic forces. He can directly shake the magnetic field and cause floods and earthquakes. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. Whether Jiang Chen can do it or not, there is no need to discuss this question at all. The answer is obvious, it is absolutely impossible. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Chen is blind, even if Jiang Chen is a normal person, it is impossible for him alone to develop to this level. The difficulty of developing devil fruits is well known. The user of the magnetic fruit ability on the other side of the ocean also went through the development of the entire 4th generation before reaching this level. As Lei Tianlin continued his analysis, more and more people came into the live broadcast room. The barrage of drifted by like snowflakes. Barrage, according to the host's analysis, I think Jiang Chen has a high chance of getting into the top 10. Comment, I think so too. Why not just pull the beast over and kill it? Barrage, if you want to pull the beast over, you have to be able to control the direction of gravity. Can Jiang Chen do it now? Why don't I believe it? Lei Tianlin snorted coldly. Pull the beast over here? According to past experience, it is impossible to develop its abilities to this extent in just 2 weeks. With Jiang Chen's current abilities, I boldly predict that he can only be a supporting tool, assisting his teammates and putting some pressure on the ferocious beasts. In addition, Jiang Chen has no means of attack except for increasing gravity, and he is blind. I still say the same old thing, if Jiang Chen can make it into the top 100, I will eat the keyboard. Just as Lei Tianlin was analyzing non-stop. A lineup passed by. Stop bragging, host. Go outside and take a look. Jiang Chen has already entered the top 500. Lei Tianlin's eyes suddenly widened and he quickly exited Tang Chueao's live broadcast. After searching for a while, I found Jiang Chen's live broadcast room. At this time, Jiang Chen was walking slowly on the street. Behind him, the 4 two-tailed beasts lay in pieces on the ground. Number 388, Jiang Chen, 8 points. The best way to kill now is to use the power of the Chong Chong fruit, fly into the sky, and continuously suck the two-tailed beasts in to kill them in the air. But there is a problem with this. Controlling gravity flight is an extremely complicated matter, requiring constant control of the magnitude and direction of gravity. With his current ability to control gravity, he is simply unable to fly while continuously sucking in ferocious beasts to kill them. Moreover, flying is an extremely energy-consuming activity, and my current mental strength is simply not enough to allow me to fly for a long time. Therefore, the best method at present is to fly at low altitude. As long as a two-tailed beast enters the range of perception, it will directly fall to the ground and suck it in to kill. There is still more than an hour left. As long as you are not extremely unlucky, it is enough to get first place. Think of this. Jiang Chen immediately set off and rushed forward. At the same time, a new animal-type bull fruit user with the ability of the wild bull form was transformed into a wild bull, staring at the twin-tailed beast that was swooping down towards him in the air. Suddenly, the freshman was stunned. The two-tailed beast was getting closer and closer to him, and the points were basically in his hands. Suddenly, it seemed to be sucked by an invisible force and flew in the opposite direction. Not just freshman. The two-tailed beast was also stunned. It found that this power was so huge that it could not move at all. It takes less than a second. Swoosh. A cold light flashed. The head of the twin-tailed beast rolled to the ground. No, buddy, how can you still steal monsters like this? This is cheating, cheating. The freshman widened his eyes and shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored him and continued running forward. Right at this moment. FKU. The freshman glanced at the sky and couldn't help but exclaimed. In the sky, there were more than a dozen two-tailed beasts, swooping down towards Jiang Chen from all directions. Humph, I told you to steal the monster, I want to see how you die. The freshman quickly hid behind the wall, looking at Jiang Chen with a gloating look. Although a single twin-tailed beast is very weak, but with so many of them attacking at the same time, no one can stop these freshmen. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army hiding on the other side were also ready to go. Once a student's life is in danger, this group of people will take action immediately to rescue the freshman. However, this also means that freshmen will be eliminated directly. Jiang Chen also sensed it. He was not panicked at all. He stopped and waited quietly for the group of two-tailed beasts. Roar. 12 double-tailed beasts roared and pounced on Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen gently drew out the sword. Bang. 4 tons of gravity directly smashed a two-tailed beast to the ground. Immediately following. Bang bang bang. One after another, all 12 of the two-tailed beasts were pinned to the ground. Jiang Chen did not choose to directly suck the 12 two-tailed beasts over and kill them. The reason was simple, because he found that there were too many of them, and with his current gravity control ability, pressing them all to the ground was almost at the limit of his control. And there is another reason. Jiang Chen wants to try the Marine 6 styles. So far, I haven't used the 6 styles of Marine. No matter whether my skills are useful or not, I have to try them out when I get the chance. After the 12 two-tailed beasts were pinned to the ground. Next second. Jiang Chen moved. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, then appeared 5 meters away, and then disappeared again. Swish, swish, swish. After 12 consecutive flashes, the heads of the 12 two-tailed beasts were thrown high into the air at the same time, and scarlet blood sprayed into the air. Clean and neat. The freshman hiding nearby looked at the scene in disbelief and blurted out, FK. At the same time, all the people outside who were watching Jiang Chen's live broadcast were also shocked. Chapter 18. On the playground stands. Jiang Qingyu stood up with a bang, pointed at one of the 500 live broadcast screens, the one of Jiang Chen, and exclaimed. FK. Lao Chu, that's a 6-style shave, right? Chu Liang narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. That's right, he teleported 12 times in a row, 5 meters each time. Anyone who can practice the 6 styles to this level must be at least a second-level ability user. Jiang Qingyu shook his head slightly and sighed, tisk tisk tisk, this Jiang Chen, it seems like he is really a genius. After that, he continued. And from what I've seen with his observation Haki, it seems to be far more than 20 meters, probably more than 50 meters. Chu Liang nodded and looked at the scoreboard on the side. First place, Tang Chuao, points, 98. 2 ND place, Lu Li, points, 96. 3 RD place, Lian Xiao, points, 82. 4 TH place, Wang Tianxiao, points, 82. Number 98, Jiang Chen, 42 points. If this continues, Jiang Chen won't really be able to get first place, right? Jiang Qingyu sighed, after the secret realm ends, I think we can directly recruit Jiang Chen as a formal member and skip the temporary member step. Chu Liang shook his head, Jiang Chen does have great potential, but we still have to see how he performs in the first secret realm. Just at this moment. Cao Yang said with disdain. Tisk, he's not a person with a natural talent for physical skills. Even if he can practice the 6 styles to the highest level, what's the point if he can't comprehend armament Haki? Jiang Qingyu turned his head to look at him and immediately retorted, who told you that you can't comprehend armament Haki if you are not a person with physical talent? Cao Yang still said nonchalantly. Okay, probability question. Among 10 people with physical talent, only 1 can comprehend armament Haki. Among non-physical talent, only 1 can comprehend armament Haki. And I don't see any offensive power in these heavy fruits. They are really good for supporting. I, Cao Yang, would like to call Jiang Chen the strongest supporting tool man. Jiang Qingyu couldn't hold it in any longer after hearing that. He rolled up his sleeves and said, FK. Old Chu, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to beat this nitpicker to death. Chu Liang grabbed Jiang Qingyu and glanced at the two of them, stop. Cao Yang, stop talking. Cao Yang said unconvincedly, what's wrong with me? What I said is the truth. Shut up. Chu Liang glared at him. Cao Yang curled his lips and turned his head away. In a small dark room in Linjiang City. Lei Tianlin stared at the live broadcast screen with his eyes wide open in disbelief, and didn't even notice the cigarette butt fell on his pants. After a moment, a burning smell came from below. Lei Tianlin lowered his head suddenly, FK. My pants. At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of. Barrage, what the hell was that teleportation just now? Barrage, holy crap. Jiang Chen actually knows 6 styles. And that level can only be performed by a second-level ability user at least. Barrage, is Jiang Chen really a genius? Barrage, what a pity, God is jealous of talented people, what's the point of being blind? Comment, it's obvious that Jiang Chen has the ability to see and hear, and the range is not small. Barrage, what does the anchor think? Barrage, has anyone noticed that Jiang Chen has made it into the top 100? Barrage, wait for the anchor to eat the keyboard. Lei Tianlin glanced at the barrage and sighed. Ahem, I didn't expect Jiang Chen to have mastered shaving to this extent. I saw someone in the barrage asking about the 6 styles, so I'll explain it to you. He lit up another cigarette. It must be said that he was indeed an old smoker. The 6 styles, also known as the 6 styles of the Demon Suppression Army, were created by a talented general with physical skills 20 years ago. They were later promoted to the entire Demon Suppression Army, including the military academy. It is also a compulsory course in the military academy. Generally speaking, you need to awaken your talent before you can learn. If you learn before your talent awakens, your progress will be extremely slow. Jiang Chen has only awakened his talent for more than 2 weeks, and he has already trained himself to teleport 5 meters, and teleported 12 times in a row. He can really be said to be a genius. After Lei Tianlin finished speaking, he glanced at the and found that many people were still asking what level this was. He thought for a moment and explained. Let me tell you this. Generally speaking, after awakening their talent, a normal person needs to learn for at least 3 months before they can teleport 5 meters, and they can only teleport 3 times in a row at most. In the live broadcast room. Comment, although Jiang Chen is a genius, I still can't understand why he gave up the flame fruit and chose the heavy fruit. Barrage, is there a possibility that Jiang Chen is also a genius in fruit development? It is obvious that Jiang Chen can already control the direction of gravity. Barrage, host, please comment on Jiang Chen's level of observation. Barrage, remind the anchor, Jiang Chen has entered the top 100, Please fulfill your promise. Lei Tianlin glanced at the barge and spoke slowly. I roughly estimate that Jiang Chen's observation level is at least 50 meters. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. Blind people are more sensitive in other aspects. There have been precedents before. Soldiers of the demon-suppressing army who were injured and blinded on the battlefield are more likely to awaken their observation haki. Moreover, there was once a blind soldier who, after awakening his observation haki, was able to reach a height of 80 meters in just 2 months. However, on a real battlefield, the field of view of 80 meters was still too narrow, and he eventually died on the battlefield. So I am still pessimistic about Jiang Chen's future. Right now, these beasts are just beasts that have not yet entered the ranks. From my rough observation, I found that the weapon in Jiang Chen's hand was at least a sea-level alloy weapon. Killing a beast that had not yet entered the rank was as easy as chopping tofu. However, once you encounter a ferocious beast of level 1 or above, or even a level 2 ferocious beast, it will not be so easy. Jiang Chen is not a person with a natural knives talent. Even if he uses a C-class alloy sword, he will most likely not be able to break through the defense of a first-class beast or above. Lei Tianlin blew away the cigarette ash scattered on the table, pointed at the live broadcast screen, and said loudly. I still say the same old thing. If Jiang Chen can make it into the top 10, I will eat the keyboard. At this moment, Lei Tianlin looked at the increasing number of people in the live broadcast room, with a slight smile on his face. Sure enough, the topic of this sharp review of Jiang Chen was the right one. In the live broadcast room. Barrage. Barrage, no, the old words just now were clearly about getting into the top 100, is it so flexible? Barrage, host, I advise you to be honest, I'm recording the screen. Barrage, it's okay. With Jiang Chen's performance, I think there is no problem in the top 10. Wait for the host to eat the keyboard. In the abandoned city. At this moment, Luli happened to see Jiang Chen's 12 consecutive flashes, and her mouth opened slightly. After Jiang Chen left, she walked to the pieces of the beast's corpses out of curiosity, bent down, and looked at the smooth wounds. Suddenly, her eyes widened. There was actually a faint aura of sword intent emanating from the wound. In this world, those who possess the sword-wielding talent are extremely sensitive to the sword-wielding power. Luli turned her head and looked in the direction Jiang Chen left. Some information images kept appearing in her mind. The sword spirit remained in the sword testing room as Jiang Chen left. The tide of ferocious beasts receded, and the mutated hundred-eyed vulture was killed in the Red Star community where Jiang Chen lived. The demon-suppressing army questioned all those with natural sword abilities, including her. Adding to the sword intent emanating from the wounds of these two-tailed beasts, it is obvious that the first-level mutant hundred-eyed vulture was killed by Jiang Chen. As soon as he awakens, he can kill a first-level beast. Jiang Chen is definitely stronger than any other freshman. This time, the first place seems to belong to Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Luli looked in the direction where Jiang Chen left. Although I don't know how Jiang Chen, who doesn't have the talent for swordsmanship, can still strike out with sword intent, this is not important. What's important is that in the next Secret Realm double team, I must find Jiang Chen to team up with. Chapter 19. On the street. The 10 two-tailed beasts were firmly locked to the ground by an invisible force of gravity. The next moment, a ghostly figure flashed by, and the 10 two-tailed beasts almost died in the northwest at the same time, their heads and bodies separated. Jiang Chen shook off the blood on the sword and continued to run forward. Get 10 points. Number 68, Jiang Chen, 52 points. Jiang Chen was running while listening to the information coming from the headphones. It's already 68th place, and the gap is narrowing. If I hadn't been almost the last one to get off the troop carrier, I would have been firmly in first place from the very beginning. But it's not a big problem. The one who gets off the troop carrier first will start counting, and there will be no unfairness. Moreover, with the current rate at which his points were increasing, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass Tang Chueao, who was in first place. I just don't know what Tang Chueao's expression will be when she sees that I have snatched her first place. As time slowly passed, except for the top 5 which basically remained unchanged, the points of other freshmen were very close. First place, Tang Chueao, points, 136. 2 ND place, Luli, points, 130. 3 RD place, Lian Xiao, points, 102. 4 TH place, Wang Tianxiao, points, 98. 10th place, Li Liang, points, 90. Most people's names kept jumping up and down. Among them, there is one name that is an exception and is rising at a rocket rate. No 58, Jiang Chen, 60 points. No 52, Jiang Chen, 68 points. 30th place, Jiang Chen, 74 points. 1/4th place, Jiang Chen, 88 points. Finally, On the school rostrum, a teacher discovered the name Jiang Chen and exclaimed, "Director Wang, look at Jiang Chen who is ranked 14th. His ranking is rising too fast. No, he is already ranked 10th. Wang Sen, who was chatting and laughing with other teachers, glanced at the ranking list in confusion. Jiang Chen? He's only ranked 10th. What's the big deal? The teacher said meaningfully, "Director, you will understand when you see how Jiang Chen kills the beast." Wang Sen stared at Jiang Chen's live broadcast screen with curiosity. From the very beginning, he had not paid any attention to the freshmen other than the top 10, so at this time he had no idea what Jiang Chen's situation was. In the picture, Jiang Chen ran down the street with a wooden cane in one hand and a long sword flashing with cold light in the other. After a moment, 8 two-tailed beasts appeared in the air, and then an invisible force pulled them directly to the ground and suppressed them firmly. Next second, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from the spot, turning into a residual shadow, and flashed in front of the 8 two-tailed beasts one by one. Swish, swish, swish. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. Clean and neat. No drag. Wang Sen stood up with a bang and stared at the live broadcast screen in disbelief. Is this a six-style shave? How can a freshman do this? The teacher said with a smug look on his face, "Let me tell you one more thing, Director. He is blind." Blind man. Does he have the ability to see? Wang Sen's eyes widened even more. The teacher nodded, "Yes, I have been paying attention to him for a long time. According to my observation, the range of his observation Haki is at least 50 meters. Wang Sen was silent for a moment, then said to the assistant beside him, "Bring me Jiang Chen's information." The assistant searched for a while and handed Wang Sen a form. Wang Sen looked at the form and murmured, "So he is the user of the Juju fruit. No wonder his name sounds familiar. So, were those two-tailed beasts pinned to the ground by gravity and unable to move?" The teacher added, "Director, through my observation, I just found that he can change the direction of gravity. According to our previous experience in developing fruits, this trick is definitely not simple. So I guess that Jiang Chen is not only a genius in physical skills, but also in observation Haki, and his ability to develop fruits is also a genius." Wang Sen was stunned for a moment, then a look of regret appeared on his face and he shook his head slightly. "Alas, it's a pity that I'm blind. Even if my observation Haki can reach 100 meters, it's still a huge disadvantage in the real secret battlefield if I can't see." As the words fell, the surroundings fell into silence. As we all know, the visual distance of the human eye can reach more than 20 kilometers in clear weather. If a beast tide or some other danger appears 100 meters away and the eyes cannot see it, by the time it enters the 100-meter range of the observation Haki, it may be too late. "Who is Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher?" Wang Sen asked. After a moment, a young man in his 30s walked up to Wang Sen and said, "Director, I am Jiang Chen's class teacher, Lin Weidong." Wang Sen patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "Jiang Chen has great potential, but his eyesight is a big problem. You should take good care of him from now on, including the team formation in the secret realm." He was able to develop his observation Haki to this level just over 2 weeks after awakening. In the future, he might be able to reach a range of 1,000 meters, or even tens of kilometers. Jiang Chen's potential is limitless. Lin Weidong was stunned. The range of 1,000-meter observation Haki, the strongest observation Haki in the world right now, is only 100 meters, right? That was now. Jiang Chen is different. Wang Sen glanced at Jiang Chen's live broadcast screen. "Are you kidding? A freshman who has just awakened for more than 2 weeks has developed Rokushiki's shaving, fruit ability, and observation Haki ability to this extent." If it were anyone else, Wang Sen wouldn't believe it either, but with the potential that Jiang Chen has shown now, Wang Sen has some faith in it. All of this needs to be survived. If it dies halfway, nothing you say will be of any use. Suddenly, the teacher who first discovered Jiang Chen exclaimed, "First place, Jiang Chen is first." The words fell. All the teachers around looked at the live broadcast screen where Jiang Chen was in shock. "The conversation room is the first?" Wang Sen stared at Jiang Chen on the live broadcast screen, the corners of his mouth gradually raised, his eyes full of admiration. On the other side of the abandoned city at this time, Tang Chueo was running on the street. Suddenly, 3 two-tailed beasts were in the air, swooping down towards her. Tang Chueo stopped and stared at the ferocious beast in the air. She clenched her fist gently, and a ball of hot flame instantly enveloped her right hand. Next second, she suddenly punched in the direction of the two-tailed beast. Flames whizzed out from the tip of the fist, turning into a flaming fist that smashed into the 3 two-tailed beasts in the air. Boom! With just one strike, the 3 two-tailed beasts were smashed away. Points earned, 3. Tang Chueo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, In the past 2 weeks, I have been learning about the development experience of the flame fruit from my predecessors online. After entering school, he finally developed the ability to unleash his fire fist. Thanks to this, I have maintained the first place in the ranking list since I got off the troop carrier. Except for Luli, a person with high-level sword talent, who kept biting him tightly, the others posed no threat at all. But Luli just bit tighter and hadn't surpassed her yet. The score should be wider now. Tang Chueo raised the corner of her mouth slightly and called up the holographic scoreboard. First place, Jiang Chen, points, 180. 2 ND place, Tang Chueo, points, 170. 3 RD place, Luli, points, 166. 4 TH place, Lian Xiao, points, 120. Tang Chueo confirmed it several times and finally made sure that she was not mistaken. First place, Jiang Chen. Chapter 20. In the live broadcast room, when Jiang Chen's name jumped to the first place, the barrage filled the entire screen. Barrage, oh my god, Jiang Chen is the first place. Barrage, I'm so shocked, how can a blind man be so strong? Barrage, I think it's because the beast is too weak. Jiang Chen's fruit ability can pull the beast over. Compared with other people, this advantage is too great. Barrage, too big an advantage? You're so blind that you didn't mention it at all. And you ignored the fact that he's only awakened for more than 2 weeks and has trained to this level. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Barrage, what's the point? If you can get first place in the secret realm, that's awesome. But what's so awesome about killing some beasts that haven't entered the rank yet? Barrage, everyone, it seems the anchor has to eat the keyboard. At this time, Lei Tianlin was staring at Jiang Chen in the live broadcast with disbelief on his face. Before the live broadcast, he also thought that the first place would be either Tang Chueo or Luli, and his sharp on Jiang Chen were completely intended to differentiate himself and attract some traffic. Unexpectedly, by accident, Jiang Chen actually won the first place. And his live broadcast room became the one with the most visitors at that moment because of Jiang Chen's first place. Lei Tianlin glanced at the dense barrage of, thinking frantically in his mind how to handle this huge amount of traffic. I definitely can't turn around and brag about Jiang Chen now, wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? Besides, he himself felt from the bottom of his heart that Jiang Chen was just taking advantage of the fruit's ability. Even if he is a genius in other aspects, the disadvantage of being blind is still too great. Even if one is a genius, the range of observation Haki can only reach 200 meters, right? Want to use it to replace eyes? How is that possible? Soon, he made up his mind, since he was going to give a sharp review, he would give a sharp review to the end. Lei Tianlin lit a cigarette and snorted coldly. Humph, so what if you're number 1? I saw someone in the just now saying that it's just killing some beasts that haven't reached the highest level. I have the same view. Blindness is blindness. No matter how powerful your sight and hearing are, they cannot replace it. Even if they are powerful, can they reach a distance of 1,000 meters? Maybe some of you don't know this yet. Let me remind you that the strongest observer in the world right now only has a range of 100 meters, so you know how naive your view is, right? You're dreaming about 1,000-meter observation Haki? I'm going to say this, if Jiang Chen can develop his observation Haki to 1,000-meter level, I'll tear his head off. In the live broadcast room, netizens were discussing crazily. Barrage, I think Jiang Chen will be able to reach the range of 1,000-meter observation Haki in the future. Barrage, and later? I don't think Jiang Chen can survive 2 secret realms. Barrage, 10 times the current strongest? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Whether it is to comprehend or practice the 3-color domineering, the difficulty is much higher than you think. Comment, host, eat the keyboards of the top 100 and top 10 first, then discuss the issue of twisting the head off. Barrage, agreed, host, let's show you eating the keyboard first, just the one under your hand. Lei Tianlin glanced at the and selectively ignored those that made him eat his keyboard. Some people say that Jiang Chen's ability to develop fruit is also genius. I can only say that you still underestimate fruit development. I am a former veteran of the demon suppressing army. I am also a fruit ability user. I know very well how difficult it is to develop fruits. Let me give you an example. You all know the flame fruit. The development of the flame fruit was the result of the hard work of the 3rd generation. The 1st generation could only attach flames to their fists. The 2nd generation developed the ability to release flames, which is now the signature move of the flame fruit, the fire fist. The 3rd generation, the flame fruit is further developed, condensing the flame into a super great fireball like the sun, also called Great Flame Ring, Entei. Lei Tianlin's voice became more and more excited and louder as he spoke. I can say responsibly that Jiang Chen is indeed better than others in fruit development ability, but in his generation, the best he can do is to change the direction of gravity. Yes, I said so. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Lei Tianlin looked at the live broadcast room with an increasing number of viewers, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Time passed quickly, and an hour later, they were in an abandoned city. In this entrance examination, the freshmen killed thousands of ferocious beasts in total. Fortunately, the two-tailed beasts have a strong reproductive capacity but are extremely weak. Under the control of the demon-suppressing army, they have completely become a testing ground for every new class of students. At this time, the streets were filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Chen gently wiped the blood off the blade and slowly put it back into the cane. Behind him, the remains of several two-tailed beasts were scattered in pieces. Points obtained, 3. There are 5 minutes left until the end of the test. 1 ST place, Jiang Chen, points, 398. 2 ND place, Tang Chuao, points, 287. 3rd place, Luli, points, 276. 4 TH place, Lian Xiao, points, 224. Jiang Chen listened to the electronic announcement of the rankings coming from his headphones, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With a lead of more than 100 points, first place seems to be secure. Call. To be honest, I was a little tired after running for almost 2 hours. Jiang Chen found a stone and sat on it. Don't kill. There are only 5 minutes left. If I can be overtaken, I will accept it. You can think about how to distribute the 200 attribute points and 20 skill points after getting the first place. Observation Haki LV.1, 0/20 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, currently has comprehended the sword intent, next level, sword intent, Grandmaster. Gravity Field LV.2, 0/20 plus, current field range 50 meters, next level, range expanded to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave control, proficient. Marine 6 styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. First, eliminate the upgrade of Marine Type 6. After all, if you upgrade the 6 styles, that means you have 10 skill points left and nowhere to use them. I have obsessive compulsive disorder. I feel uncomfortable when I see that I have skill points but cannot use them. The blind sword technique is not very urgent, and the next level only increases the power. The key is to choose one between the field of observation or gravity. Observation Haki, the next level can directly increase the range to 500 meters. I can now clearly feel the limitations of my vision, which is a huge improvement. The gravity field can further enhance the control of gravitational waves. The next level should be able to attach gravity to the sword instead of covering a range. Just imagine, when there are more attribute points, you can even add hundreds of tons directly to the sword, and then add sword intent. How many times will the power be increased? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but get excited. No, wait. If the gravity field is increased, the range will also be increased to 200 meters, but my observation Haki's perception range is only 100 meters, isn't that a loss? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Let's improve our sight color. The current 100-meter field of view is still too narrow. Let's expand the perception range 5-fold to 500 meters. While Jiang Chen was thinking, news that the entrance test was over came through his earphones. The entrance test for this year's freshman has officially ended. Please wait in place. At the same time, countless armored personnel carriers drove into the city and took the freshmen out of the abandoned city based on their positioning information. Chapter 21. In the abandoned city, all the two-tailed beasts have been taken back, and the city has returned to peace. Only the thick smell of blood lingers for a long time. A fully loaded armored personnel carrier slowly drove towards the exit. In the car, the other freshmen occasionally glanced at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the corner, and talked to each other in low voices. Who is Jiang Chen? The one in the corner, didn't you check Duyan? The one who dominated the trending searches before. Oh. I remember now. Hiss. I didn't expect it to be so fierce. I just watched the live broadcast online. I guess he took advantage of the fruit's ability. It's just what he got. It's a real talent for him to get first place. 200 attribute points. I'm so jealous. Before today, everyone thought that the first place would be either Tang Chuao or Luli, but the truth was beyond everyone's expectations. Jiang Chen sat quietly in the corner, holding the sword in the wooden staff in both hands and closing his eyes to rest. In less than half an hour, the troop carrier arrived at the assembly point. Jiang Chen slowly got out of the car. From a distance, Wang Ming and a group of his classmates who came out earlier were gathered together, watching the replay of Jiang Chen's live broadcast on their mobile phones. Wang Ming was the first to notice Jiang Chen, who was walking slowly towards him. He waved at Jiang Chen and trotted over. That's awesome, Brother Chen. Did you know that you broke the Star Marine School entrance exam record? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Has he become Brother Chen now? Is this a record-breaking one? What was the previous record? Jiang Chen asked. It seemed to be a little over 300 before. It was the youngest Lieutenant General, Ye Qing, the user of the Thunder Fruit. So little. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Ming was speechless. Phew. Is this human language? Tang Chueao only scored 287 points. What place are you in? Jiang Chen asked casually. Wang Ming scratched his head and sighed, alas, I only ranked 20th. Only the top 10 will get rewards. I have no chance. Do better next time. As a person with social phobia, Jiang Chen really didn't know how to comfort Wang Ming. Wang Ming then asked. Brother Chen, tell me the truth, what is the range of your observation Haki? We were just watching your live broadcast replay, it's at least 50 meters, right? Upon hearing this, everyone around glanced towards Jiang Chen, blinking their eyes with curiosity. Jiang Chen was silent for a while. Kaido. It's not that big, maybe just 100 meters. There's really no need to hide this thing, just take what you have. After the words were spoken, the air was silent. The people around him opened their mouths slightly and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Wang Ming stared at Jiang Chen in shock. Not that big? How can you say this? Right now, the strongest person in the world with the greatest observation Haki range is only 100 meters. However, what Wang Ming didn't know was Jiang Chen's observation range is about to expand to 500 meters. Jiang Chen, congratulations. Tang Chueao had a smile on her face, but she felt a little embarrassed in her heart. When the entrance exam started, I was still telling people that I couldn't keep up with them, but now, someone else has taken first place. It turns out that the clown is actually me. But this is a good thing. I have already made up my mind to protect Jiang Chen in the first secret realm. Now, judging from the video just now, Jiang Chen's fruit ability has extremely strong auxiliary ability, can hard control the beast, and the range of observation Haki is up to 100 meters, which can be called an ace auxiliary. It doesn't matter even if Jiang Chen's attack power is a little weak. I have a powerful semi-AoE skill, Fire Fist. When I am in the secret realm, Jiang Chen will gather monsters and I will kill them myself. This will definitely be more efficient. Jiang Chen nodded politely in response. Since he came out, he found that more than 80% of the freshmen around him were staring at him intentionally or unintentionally, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Just at this moment, the director of studies Wang Sen and the class teacher Lin Weidong also came over. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Chen, well done. Wang Sen glanced at the teacher beside him. I didn't expect Ye Qing's record to be broken after only 3 years. And the gap is almost 100 points. The man next to him laughed. Wang Sen gently patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen, when did your observation Haki reach the range of 100 meters? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. I had already noticed Wang Sen and the other man walking towards the side. When he was talking to Wang Ming and others about the matter of observation Haki, Wang Sen was at least 20 meters away from him. Wang Sen also has the color of seeing and hearing. This dean of teaching is not simple. He possesses both conquerors and observation Haki. I just don't know what kind of talent it is. About a week ago. Jiang Chen responded casually. Wang Sen's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly recovered and nodded with a smile. Okay. Then, he introduced Jiang Chen, this is your class teacher. If you need any help in the future, you can report to him. My name is Lin Weidong. A gentle-looking man beside him stretched out his right hand towards Jiang Chen. According to the regulations of the military academy, the head teacher and students will usually meet formally in the first class after the entrance test. Wang Sen smiled and said. Okay, everyone is almost out, let's go back to school first and distribute the rewards when we get back. As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him once again cast envious glances at Jiang Chen. That's 200 attribute points. You know, among the freshmen in the country, there are only a few who can reach 200 points in total attribute points. This can double your total attribute points in one go. After all the freshmen walked towards the troop carrier. Lin Weidong looked at his phone, frowned, and whispered to Wang Sen. Director, I just received news that Secret Realm number 1 has been refreshed and is now an S-level Secret Realm. Wang Sen's eyes widened when he heard this, S-level Secret Realm. Lin Weidong nodded solemnly. Wang Sen was silent for a moment and sighed, alas, most of the freshmen haven't even reached the first level. After returning to school, Wang Sen brought the top 10 students to the podium and personally distributed attribute point rewards to them. After that, Wang Sen talked for a while, encouraged them again, and then let the freshmen disperse. Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory and lay on the sofa. After killing hundreds of ferocious beasts, he just wanted to lie down. Strength 40 plus. Spirit 80 plus. Constitution, 40 plus. Agility, 40 plus. Allocated attribute points, 200. Controllable gravity, 4 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton. Jiang Chen looked at the 200 attribute points that had been credited to his account. So cool. First assign the attribute points. Ding ding ding. The panel kept flashing with golden light. After a moment. Strength, 80 plus. Spirit 160 plus. Physique 80 plus. Agility, 80 plus. Allocated attribute points, 0. Controllable gravity, 8 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power in his body. All attributes have doubled. The attack he had made earlier that was accompanied by sword intent could produce a destructive force of about 2000 calories. Now that the attribute has doubled, it means that now with a full strength attack, I can produce at least 4000 cards of destructive power. The destructive power requirement for a second level ability user is 5000 calories. I have just entered school, and most people haven't even reached the first level of ability, but I am almost at the second level. That's not all. The controllable gravity reaches 8 tons. Equivalent to the weight of 4 cars. Want to fight me? Carry 4 cars on your back first. Under 8 tons of gravity, no one, whether a first level ability user or a ferocious beast, would be able to stop it. Even a second level ability user would have a hard time stopping it. One has to be at least in the middle stage of the second stage to be able to move under 8 tons of gravity. Next, school will officially start tomorrow. I heard that it seems like you are going to explain the secret realm. With this level of strength, it is no problem for him to enter the first secret realm. After all, the others haven't even reached the first level. Jiang Chen moved his gaze to the skill panel and then clicked on a skill. Chapter 22. Available skill points, 20. Information color domineering LV.1, 0/20 plus, current range is 100 meters, next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, currently comprehending sword intent, next level, sword intent, Grandmaster. Gravity field LV.2, 0/20 plus, current field range is 50 meters, next level, range spreads to 200 meters, unlocks gravity wave control, proficiency. Marine 6 type LV.1, 0/10 plus. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly allocated all skill points to the Haki of knowledge and color. The perception range of 100 meters is still too narrow. In addition, if the gravity field is raised, the gravity range will spread, but the perception range will still be 100 meters, which is a big loss. Ding ding ding. Waves of golden light flashed. Information color domineering LV.2, 0/60 plus, current range is 500 meters, next level, range spreads to 1000 meters. Tip, when the total level after adding up multiple skills reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, armed color Haki. Current unlocking progress, 7/10. The next moment. Jiang Chen's range of perception suddenly expanded a lot. Now it is no longer just a blurry shadow, even the colors can be perceived, and Jiang Chen can even see the content on the screen. He could clearly sense what almost all the students in the dormitory building were doing at this moment. Some play games, some exercise, and some practice 6 poses in the dormitory beforehand. Not only the dormitory building he was in, Jiang Chen could also sense other dormitory buildings 300 meters away. It seems to be a girls' dormitory over there? Take it back quickly. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up early and picked up his cell phone. Now, when he browses his mobile phone, he no longer needs to rely on the electronic broadcast of the earphones. He can see the content by looking at it. Today's hot searches. 1 hashtag. 2 hashtag Marinexia Jiang Chen hashtag. 3 hashtag broke record hashtag. 4 hashtag. 5 hashtag military academy Luzafeng hashtag. 6 hashtag criticizes many fruits hashtag. 7 hashtag. 8 hashtag. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Okay, 8 of the top 10 hot searches are related to me. I don't know if being so high profile is a good thing or a bad thing. After all, I don't have much background. But who is this Lei Tianlin? Jiang Chen clicked on this hot search. A live video clip was released. Jiang Chen is indeed a genius, but eye problems are unavoidable. I conclude that Jiang Chen will not survive the 3 secret realms. Jiang Chen just looked at it for a while and then turned it off. He doesn't care what the internet thinks about him. Anyway, just don't affect his ability to get attribute points. Just say whatever you like. After lying down for a while, Jiang Chen got up and washed up. After briefly washing up, Jiang Chen set off for the teaching building. Today is also the official first day of school. After Jiang Chen arrived in the classroom, he randomly found a seat and sat down. The empty classroom has only about 40 seats, divided into 6 rows. In front of the first row of seats, there is a fairly small open space, and further forward is a huge screen. Time passed slowly, until 8 o'clock, all the freshmen were in place, and no one was late for the first day. Lin Weidong walked in holding his laptop. "Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am your class teacher for the next 4 years, Lin Weidong, a 4th level animal type fruit ability user." The words fell. There was a soft discussion in the classroom. 4th level ability user. In the demon suppressing army, he would be at least a school level officer. In some smaller cities, there may not even be a 4th level ability user, but in a military academy, the head teacher is actually a 4th level ability user. Quiet. After Lin Weidong and the other students calmed down, he smiled and said, "Do you think 4th level ability users are very strong? Maybe in some small battlefields, 4th level ability users can be said to be the main force. But in a direct battlefield with ferocious beasts, 4th level ability users can also be said to be cannon fodder." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Since I came to this world, I have only experienced the beast tide of the 100-eyed vulture. In that beast tide, most of the beasts were only 3rd level ferocious beasts." After hearing what the teacher said, that incident could only be considered a small battle. How tragic would the frontal battlefield be? The 4th level ability users are just cannon fodder. Not only Jiang Chen, but all the other students showed surprised expressions. The Dragon Kingdom in this world has not made public the situation on the frontal battlefield with ferocious beasts, so ordinary people only know a general idea. But it's normal to think about it. If the situation is not optimistic, it will easily cause panic and unrest if it is announced. The current situation with the beasts is still not very optimistic. You will gradually understand it in the future. I hope you can work hard and become a strong man as soon as possible to guard the Dragon Kingdom." Lin Weidong clenched his fist with one hand, looking determined. Obviously, he is not very good at giving chicken soup. After hearing these remarks, the students felt speechless. Seeing that no one reacted, Lin Weidong cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. "Ahem, anyway, this is not only for the Dragon Nation, but also for yourselves. Only when you are strong can you survive on the battlefield." The words fell. Lin Weidong quickly changed the subject. "Come on, everyone introduce yourselves, starting from the far right." A tall and thin young man stood up and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Zhenjiao, and I am the user of the dog fruit, jackal form." Then, students stood up one after another. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Ziahua, and I am a person with low-level physical skills." "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Qing, and I am the user of the Neo Fruits giraffe form ability." "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Ming, and I am the user of the shining fruit." Jiang Chen observed his classmates. It is true that devil fruits are the least, and almost 70% are kendo talents or physical skills talents. And among the devil fruit users, except for the 3 of them, Logia and Paramecia, the others are all repeatable animal types. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, Lin Weidong smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, now that everyone knows each other, I won't waste any more time talking and will talk about the secret realm that everyone is concerned about." Having said this, the students in the classroom finally took it seriously and sat up straight. Lin Weidong connected his laptop to the large screen behind him. "The secret realm is the main way for you to become stronger, because it can produce the most abundant attribute points." While debugging the big screen, Lin Weidong said, "Our dragon country has a rule that all new students must participate in the first 3 secret realms. From the 4th secret realm onwards, it is entirely voluntary." Speaking of this, a student asked, "Teacher Lin, why? I heard that there is a mortality rate in the secret realm. Can't we wait until we are stronger before participating?" Lin Weidong glanced at the student and shook his head. "No, the secret realm has an opening and closing time. On September 1st of every year, the number 1 secret realm will open and last for a month before closing. If you don't enter this month, you won't be able to participate in the secret realm number 2 that opens in October. Do you have to wait a year? How are you going to get attribute points in this year? With your current strength, you can't complete the tasks issued by the demon suppression army. Moreover, the death rate in the first 3 secret realms was not high. If you can't even overcome this, how can you face the fierce beasts in the future? According to Dragon Country regulations, we will arrange for you to enter on the last day. There are still 2 weeks until the secret realm opens, which means you still have 1 month and 2 weeks." After hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. I didn't expect that the military academy in this world would be so fierce, with a high mortality rate and forcing people to take it. But it's normal when you think about it. After all, in this world, a war with ferocious beasts is imminent, and there is probably a serious shortage of manpower, so these freshmen need to grow up quickly, and there is no way to give them too much time to grow. Just at this moment. With the screen everything. A monster with a flat and round head appeared in front of everyone, with a smooth black shell, slender and powerful limbs, and a sharp tail blade. The ugly appearance shocked all the students present. Only Jiang Chen was there, with a strange look on his face. Isn't this a childhood nightmare, an alien? It seems that the world I traveled to not only has elements from the One Piece anime, but also things from other fantasy works. Who brought these things into this world? It's really becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 23. As for the origin of the secret realm, no one knows yet. We only know that it suddenly appeared several decades ago. A secret realm will be refreshed every month. Secret realm number 1 will be refreshed in September, and the entry time will be restricted to 1 month. Secret realm number 2 will be refreshed in October, and the same goes for the others. Everyone must start from secret realm number 1 and go down step by step. There is no way to enter secret realm number 2 directly. Each military region has 4 secret realm entrances, leading to the same secret realm. Dragon Country has 4 military regions, which means that 4 different number 1 secret realms will be refreshed every year. Secret realms of the same level also have different levels of difficulty. The most difficult is S level, and the easiest is C level. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. This rating is determined by the military based on the specific conditions of the secret realm. Speaking of this, Lin Weidong sighed. Our luck this year is not very good. We have just found an S-level secret realm. However, since each secret realm has a limit on the number of people, you cannot go to the secret realms of other military regions. Basically, the number of people in each military region secret realm is close to the upper limit every year. So, let's get straight to the point, everyone, look at the big screen. Lin Weidong held a laser pen and pointed at the monster on the screen. The students in the audience sat up straight and stared at the big screen intently. This is the ferocious beast you are about to encounter in the secret realm this time. It is called Alien. Of course, this name only exists in the secret realm. After you enter the secret realm, everyone can see the scoreboard, which will have some personal information. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, Jiang Chen sensed that some of the timid girls had begun to tremble slightly. But this is normal. Thinking back to when I was about 7 or 8 years old in my previous life, I was still bright-eyed at the time, and the first time I saw the aliens in the space station in a movie, I was also scared to death. No electronic devices can be used in the secret realm. These 3D images were synthesized by the military based on the descriptions of the people who entered. Next, let's take a look at the attack methods of these aliens. While Lin Weidong was speaking, he gently pressed the laser pen in his hand. A realistic composite video played. In the video, an ugly alien was hiding in the shadows. It suddenly jumped out and flashed behind a human. Its sharp tail blade pierced the human from behind. Ah! A timid girl couldn't help but cover her eyes and screamed. Lin Weidong frowned. Lin Ziahua, remember this, in the secret realm and on the battlefield, if you cannot overcome your fear, you will not be able to survive. He spoke in a serious tone, his eyes sweeping over every student. Fear is the enemy. It weakens your judgment and slows your reaction. In the secret realm, you must learn to control your emotions and stay calm. Do you understand? No. All the students said in unison. Lin Weidong sighed, then turned his head to look at the big screen. Let's continue. Then, several more videos were played. Aliens are agile and good at hiding in the environment, and their blood is extremely corrosive. But you don't have to worry about this. We will provide you with protective clothing that can resist the corrosion of alien blood. Taken together, their strength is roughly equivalent to that of a first-level ferocious beast. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt relieved. It turns out to be just a first-order ferocious beast. Its destructive power is almost reaching the standard of a second-order ability user. With the help of gravity, it has no pressure at all. Just at this moment, a classmate tremblingly asked, "Teacher, I am still far from the first level. How can I possibly defeat a first-level beast? And most of my classmates probably aren't even at the first level." Lin Weidong smiled and nodded. This was indeed a very good question. For first-level beasts, firearms can also be used. When you enter the secret realm, each person can carry 20 kilograms of supplies, and you will be issued firearms. In the next month, you will need to work hard to learn how to use firearms. In addition, after you awakened your talents, your physical fitness is much stronger than those who have not awakened their talents, so you are not invincible. Moreover, The area of the secret realm is larger than you can imagine. Generally speaking, you will not face multiple aliens at the same time. After saying this, Jiang Chen clearly felt that most of the students breathed a sigh of relief. Next, let's look at the next kind of ferocious beast. Lin Weidong gently pressed the laser pen, and the big screen switched to another picture. A strange egg-shaped object appeared on the left side of the screen, and on the right side was an ugly monster with 4 pairs of legs and a whip tail. The left one is called an egg-shaped bug, and the right one is called a face hugger. The egg-shaped insects are scattered throughout the secret realm, and the roots underneath them firmly fix them to the ground. Once encountered, be sure not to touch the roots above ground, otherwise the face hugger will wake up from the eggshell and look for a living thing to parasitize. As he was speaking, the screen switched to a 3D demonstration video, showing a human being held on the head by a face hugger, struggling constantly. As shown in the video, once a face hugger grabs the head, it will immediately extend a catheter into the mouth and inject anesthetic. Then the genetic material will be slowly injected to complete the parasitism, and then a brand new alien will burst out of your chest. Most of the students present couldn't help but shiver. No one wants to be parasitized by such an ugly creature. The next moment, following Lin Weidong's actions, the big screen switched again. A creature with sharp teeth, dreadlocks, and full armor appeared before everyone. Next, it's the next type of humanoid creatures. The secret realm calls them Iron Blood Warriors. They are very powerful and will hunt down any creature that looks threatening. And most importantly, they can be invisible. Therefore, in this secret realm, you'd better not carry weapons all the time. As long as you don't have weapons in your hands, they will not attack you. Once you encounter them, it is recommended to throw away your weapon, which may save your life. Killing an alien will earn you 1 point, killing an Iron Warrior will earn you 10 points, and killing a face hugger or egg-shaped worm will earn you no points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 attribute point. Immediately following, the screen switched again. A pyramid appeared before everyone's eyes. Secret realms have hidden rewards. Generally speaking, they are either more attribute point rewards, or abilities or items unique to the secret realm. Extra rewards also mean extremely high risks. The conditions for obtaining the hidden rewards in this secret realm have not been discovered by anyone so far. However, the military reasonably speculated that the hidden reward was hidden inside this pyramid, but over the years, no one had been able to obtain this hidden reward in the several times the secret realm had appeared. The reason is simple. There are an astonishing number of egg-shaped insects scattered around the periphery of this pyramid, making it impossible to get close. Anyone who has entered any secret realm number 1 will not be able to enter any secret realm number 1 again. Therefore, for you freshmen, it is almost impossible to wade through this area of egg-shaped insects unless you can fly. When Lin Weidong said this, the students all turned their eyes to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen showed his ability to fly during the entrance exam. Lin Weidong glanced at Jiang Chen and said seriously, "Jiang Chen, I know you can fly, but I still don't recommend you to go in. According to the situation in other secret realms, this pyramid may contain a beast that is close to or even already at the 2nd level." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Pyramid. If I remember correctly, there seems to be an alien queen in the pyramid. The combat power shown in the movie doesn't seem to be that strong. Of course, this is for myself now. New. Jiang Chen responded casually. Come to think of it, I don't know if other secret realms will also have monsters that I'm familiar with. I'll go to the library after class to look for information about other secret realms. Chapter 24. You will stay in this secret realm for 20 days. Of course, the speed of time inside the secret realm is different from that outside. By comparison, it takes about 2 hours outside. Lin Weidong rested his hands on the podium, looking solemn. In short, I hope you will be careful and put safety first. As long as you survive to the end, everyone will receive a 200 attribute point reward. The words fell. The students in the audience exclaimed in surprise. 200 attribute bonus points. The first place in the entrance exam only gets 200 points. No wonder the secret realm is the place where most of the attribute points are obtained. Just by surviving safely for 20 days, you can get 200 attribute points. That doesn't even include the points for hunting aliens. Be quiet. After Lin Weidong and the other students calmed down, he continued. This secret realm is for 2 people. As the name suggests, you must form a team to enter. No one knows why, but this is the rule. But there are also advantages to forming a team. After all, you have to stay in there for 20 days, and it would be great to have a teammate to take turns keeping watch. You can form a team freely after class. I will collect your team information 1 week before the secret realm begins. Lin Weidong continued. Let me give you a rough outline of your course schedule. In the morning, you will learn the 6 forms of the Demon Suppression Army. In the afternoon, you will learn firearms, and in the evening, you will study in the dormitory. Those who have fruit abilities can try to develop them. The library has various materials for reference. Those who do not have fruit abilities can continue to practice the 6 styles in the dormitory. Remember, if you sweat a little more now, you will shed less blood when you go to the secret realm and the battlefield. Did you hear that clearly? I heard it clearly. The students in the audience spoke in unison. Lin Weidong nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at the clock hanging on the wall. Time is running out. I will start teaching you the 6 forms of the demon suppression army now. Those who can't see clearly from behind can also surround us. Lin Weidong finished speaking. Crash. Everyone stood up and walked to the front row. Fortunately, this classroom is big enough, especially the open space in front of the first row. Even if 40 people form a semicircle, there is still enough space for them to stand. Lin Weidong walked down from the podium, stood in the middle of the crowd, and said slowly. The 6 styles of the demon suppressing army are shaving, iron block, paper painting, moonwalk, storm kick, and finger gun. They were learned by a former general with a talent for physical skills in a high-level secret realm. It is very practical, and even for fruit ability users, it is recommended to study hard and not rely too much on the fruit ability. Especially for Logia users, don't rely on the fact that you can transform into elements in the later stages and not learn it. Armament Haki can break through elementalization. Because of the global secrets and scarce resources, the relationship between our dragon country and the other 4 countries has always been tense, and there are often some minor conflicts. While speaking, Lin Weidong looked at Tang Chuao intentionally or unintentionally. Among Logia users, Roku Shiki has always been their weak point, and most Logia users tend to over-rely on their elemental abilities. Tang Chuao raised her head and said, Teacher Lin, I am studying hard. I have learned the finger gun and moonwalk pretty well now. The finger gun can produce 500 calories of destructive power. Lin Weidong showed a pleased smile on his face. That's not bad. Let me first explain shaving. The principle of shaving is very simple. In an instant, you step on the ground at high speed dozens of times continuously, and move at high speed by generating explosive reaction force. It is almost like teleportation. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he waved to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, come and show us how to shave. Do I have to pretend? But that's normal, because I shaved my head too brightly during the entrance test. Jiang Chen walked to Lin Weidong helplessly. Then, Lin Weidong instructed the students to spread out to both sides and make a straight path for Jiang Chen. After all the students were standing, Lin Weidong signaled Jiang Chen with his eyes. Jiang Chen, you can start. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Next second. In almost an instant, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from the spot, and he teleported to the end of the classroom with 4 consecutive flashes. Then, there was another 4 flash return to the original place. Back and forth, less than 2 seconds. FK. Awesome. Brother Chen is awesome. The students present all opened their eyes wide. This was the first time they saw such a fast shaving up close. Tang Chuao opened her mouth slightly. When she was at home, she had seen her father Tang Lianying demonstrate shaving. Although the distance was farther than Jiang Chen's teleportation distance, it was normal. After all, Jiang Chen is only as old as his father. We are the same age, and I haven't even mastered shaving, but Jiang Chen can already do 5-meter-long dodging. Lu Li, who was standing on the other side, was also very surprised. However, there was a hint of regret in Lu Li's eyes. She knew that Jiang Chen could slash with sword intent and his physical skills were so strong that he could be said to be a hexagonal super genius. However, such a genius had an eye disease. Thinking of this, Lu Li sighed softly. Lin Weidong smiled and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Very good, Jiang Chen, I have never seen anyone at your age who can practice shaving to this level. Looking around the world, no one can do it of. After he finished speaking, he continued, Jiang Chen, can you tell us about your experience in shaving? Jiang Chen was silent. Thoughts? Want some extra? How do I explain this? After a moment, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. It's actually very simple, just like what teacher Lin said. In an instant, you need to stomp on the ground at high speed dozens of times. You need to pay special attention to the rhythm, and the strength of each stomp also needs to be consistent. A classmate asked, these are all the same as what is said in the textbook, Brother Chen, do you have any other experience? No, that's all. Jiang Chen spread his hands. The classroom fell into silence. Faintly, one could hear the sound of fists clenching. It's the same as saying nothing. Lin Weidong broke the silence, everyone heard it, right? The rhythm and intensity must be mastered. Next, the iron block in the 6 forms has a very simple principle, which is to accelerate blood flow, speed up muscle movement, and make the body as hard as iron. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, it cannot be moved when in use. Lin Weidong looked at a classmate in the crowd and waved to him. Qian Dali, I remember you seem to be pretty good at iron block training. Come and show us how to do it. Qian Dali, whose name was called, straightened up and walked to Lin Weidong. His face was full of excitement. Teacher, my iron block is actually just average. It can only withstand an impact of 1000 calories at the moment. As soon as the words came out, the students exclaimed in amazement. 1000 calories. Only. Versailles, to Versailles. Lin Weidong smiled and said, it's already pretty good to be able to train the iron block to this level at this age. Let me show you how to do it. Qian Dali glanced at the crowd, scratched his head, and said with a simple and honest look, Teacher Lin, since we want to demonstrate, we have to find someone to cooperate with us, right? Lin Weidong touched his chin and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, why don't you cooperate and attack Qian Dali with all your strength? Jiang Chen was silent. He glanced at the panel in his mind. Strength, 80 plus. Finger gun, gather all the strength of the body on the finger, currently can burst out strength attribute x 30 cards of destructive power, currently can cause 2400 cards of destructive power, next level, can burst out strength attribute x 40 cards of destructive power. How much did Qian Dali say he could block? 1000 calories, right? If I point my finger down, will it pierce through me? Think of this. Jiang Chen, Teacher Lin, are you sure? Lin Weidong smiled and said, it's okay, just give it a try, don't use your full strength, or you might get hurt. Qian Dali patted his chest with confidence, Jiang Chen, just hit me here, come on. While talking, Qian Dali glanced at his classmates again. Jiang Chen just showed off his skills, now it's my turn to show off my skills. After all, he is a person with mid-level physical skills, and he cannot be outdone by a fruit ability user in terms of the 6 styles. Alright. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could only nod in agreement. Chapter 25. In the classroom, the students consciously took a step back. Qian Dali looked confident and squatted slightly. Then, he raised his chin towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'm ready, come on. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, his ear facing Qian Dali. Although he can see now, he has been blind for so many years after all, and it will take some time to change his habits. He shook his head helplessly. If he really hits with all his strength, Qian Dali will probably be dead. After all, he is my classmate, just act cool, there is no need to hurt him. Qian Dali can withstand a destructive power of 1000 calories, so if you can hold back your strength, about 1200 calories will be enough. Then I'm on. Jiang Chen put his fingers together and asked. Qian Dali raised his lips with a confident smile, come on. The words fell. Jiang Chen stomped on the ground suddenly and quickly, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, he was already in front of Qian Dali. Jiang Chen raised his arm, put his fingers together, and gathered all the strength of his body into his fingertips, making his fingers as hard as steel. The overwhelming feeling of oppression made Qian Dali's hair stand on end. His eyes suddenly widened. Wait. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen's 2 fingers had already poked into his iron-like muscles. The destructive power of 1200 calories is concentrated at one point and explodes instantly. Ouch! Qian Dali howled. The next moment, the whole person was poked and flew away, hitting the extra tables and chairs beside the wall. Bang! The tables and chairs were smashed to pieces in an instant, with wood chips flying everywhere. Silence, deafening silence. There were faint sounds of people swallowing saliva among the crowd. What's going on? Hit and flew away. Isn't it said that a block of iron can block the destructive force of 1000 calories? Jiang Chen seemed to be pointing a gun just now. FK. Can Jiang Chen's finger gun have a destructive power of over 1000 calories? Gradually, someone finally reacted. Class teacher Lin Weidong looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This, isn't it? Jiang Chen's shaving is already heaven-defying enough, and now even his finger gun is this powerful? What about the other 4? Could Moonwalk be able to fly directly into the sky? Could Stormwalk also be that powerful? The students around looked at each other. Tang Chueao's eyes widened and she subconsciously looked at her fingers. Oh my god. I can only fire a finger gun with a destructive power of 500 calories now, but Jiang Chen can already fire a finger gun with a destructive power of over 1000 calories. Luli in the corner was different. She looked at Jiang Chen calmly. Among the people present, only Luli knew that Jiang Chen could even slash with sword intent. It is not surprising at all that a genius who is not gifted in swordsmanship can comprehend the meaning of sword and fire a finger gun with a force of over 1000. Ouch. Jian Dali, lying on the broken table and chair, wailed. Seeing this, Lin Weidong hurriedly ran forward and helped him up. Student Dali, are you okay? Jian Dali sat on the ground with a confused look on his face, and pulled up his collar to take a look. There was a bruise all over the left chest. He stared at Jiang Chen in shock, as if he still couldn't accept the fact that he was knocked away by a person with no physical talent using the 6 styles. Lin Weidong stood up, still with a surprised expression on his face. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to point a gun. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. I understand a little bit. Not only Lin Weidong, everyone was speechless. We are all freshmen who just entered school, but you can directly use your finger gun to hit more than 1000 calories of destructive power, and you tell me you know a little bit? The most important thing is that Jiang Chen is not a person with physical talent. Only those with natural physical abilities are better than others in learning the 6 styles. Lin Weidong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Jiang Chen, do you know the other 6 moves? Jiang Chen said calmly, I know a little bit about the 6 styles. Lin Weidong was speechless again. Is this still a human being? At this time, Jian Dali, who was sitting on the ground, spoke loudly. You're just bragging. How is it possible that you know everything? Even for those with high-level physical skills, few people can master all 6 styles in such a short time. Jian Dali himself is a person with natural physical abilities. He couldn't master all 6 styles. How could Jiang Chen, a person without physical talent, master all 6 styles? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There was no way he could accept it. Isn't it just that the finger gun can produce more than 1000 calories of destructive power? My finger gun can also achieve a destructive power of about 1000 calories. Jian Dali stood up and dusted himself off. I can point the gun, too. Who can't? Jiang Chen, you said you know all 6 styles, then open the iron block and poke me once, do you dare? Jiang Chen was silent, silently scanning the skill panel in his mind. Iron block, unable to move when in use, can resist physical attribute x 30 cards of impact force, currently can resist 2400 cards of impact force, next level, can resist physical attribute x 40 cards of impact force. Judging from Jian Dali's performance just now, my iron block should be able to block it, right? Lin Weidong stood in front of Jian Dali and comforted him, classmate Dali, forget it, let's go first. Lin Weidong was not worried that he would hurt Jiang Chen. On the contrary. With the strength Jiang Chen has shown now, he would believe it even if Jiang Chen said he could use armament Haki and conqueror's Haki. He was afraid that Jian Dali might break his finger. The students present were all very sharp-eyed and tried to persuade him. Yeah, forget it. Dali, come down, or you might break your fingers. I understand what Brother Chen has said. Don't try to get yourself killed. That's right. Who would have thought that Jian Dali had suffered a great blow at this time? He could not accept that his 6-style iron block, which he was proud of, was crushed by Jiang Chen. He broke free from Lin Weidong and his classmates and shouted. It's not fair. This is not fair. Why can Jiang Chen poke me but I can't poke him? Since Jiang Chen said he can also use iron blocks, then I should be able to poke him too. Seeing this, Jiang Chen said. Teacher Lin, how about? I let him poke it? Lin Weidong shook his head, no. Teacher Lin, don't worry, I'm really good at iron, I'll be fine. Jiang Chen said slowly. Lin Weidong's mouth twitched. Am I worried about you, Jiang Chen? I'm worried about Jian Dali's fingers. At this time, Jian Dali clung to the wall pillar tightly and refused to go down. He looked at Lin Weidong and said seriously. Teacher Lin, Jiang Chen has also agreed. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't use my full strength. Lin Weidong looked at him, then at Jiang Chen. It seems that I can't stop it. Forget it, let Jian Dali try it. Otherwise, when I'm not around, he will probably have to challenge Jiang Chen again. It would be bad if something really happened when I wasn't there. Lin Weidong stared at Jian Dali and sighed, well, then, hold back a little. I know my limits. Jian Dali nodded. Lin Weidong shook his head slightly. You have no sense of propriety. Am I worried about Jiang Chen? I am worried about you. After a moment, the students around made way for them again. Jian Dali stared at Jiang Chen. Sense of propriety? Pay attention to your sense of propriety. Jiang Chen, you are awesome. Jian Dali, admit it. It is possible that you, Jiang Chen, are a genius. Jiang Chen, you are awesome at pointing a gun, so Jian Dali, also admit it. Maybe you, Jiang Chen, are an unprecedented genius. Now tell me, you are awesome at all 6 styles. Why don't you go to heaven? Are the 6 moves so unworthy of mention in front of you, Jiang Chen? Just like radio gymnastics, can you learn them easily? Today, I, Jian Dali, swear to defend the dignity of those with physical talent. Chapter 26. Jiang Chen faced Jian Dali and started to activate the iron block skill. This was also the first time he used the iron block skill in actual combat, and he finally got the chance to use it. As the blood in his body flowed faster, his muscles became indestructible. Jiang Chen exhaled lightly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'm fine, you come. The words fell. Jian Dali's eyes narrowed, he raised his arm with two fingers together, and ran towards Jiang Chen. Next second. The moment the fingertips touched Jiang Chen's chest, Jiang Chen just felt like he was bitten by a mosquito. Ouch! Jian Dali wailed, jumped a few times on the spot, then bent over, clenching his fingers tightly with his other hand. Hiss. Huh, hiss. Lin Weidong and his classmates who were watching the play fell silent again. Ah, this. Brother Chen is so awesome. Brother Chen is not bragging, he really can do it. Jian Dali, is this him using all his strength? Didn't he say he should hold back a little? Tisk tisk tisk, if I were Jian Dali, I would probably find a hole to crawl into. After Jian Dali fired his gun, Lin Weidong ran towards him. Student Dali. Lin Weidong supported Jian Dali. Student Dali, how is your hand? Jian Dali slumped on the ground, staring blankly at his swollen fingers with a dull look in his eyes. The physical pain has been overwhelmed by the frustration in my heart. Why? The only two things he was proud of, his skills of using were the finger gun and the iron block, but he couldn't even beat a fruit ability user. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Teacher Lin, I also know how to kick the ball. How about letting Dali try again? I'll use less force this time. When Jian Dali heard this, he looked sad and said, Teacher Linear. He didn't dare anymore. Obviously, Jiang Chen is not bragging, he really can do it. If I were to kick him like that, I'm afraid my right chest would be bruised. Lin Weidong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hands hurriedly. Ahem, Jiang Chen, forget it. Just, try it on the shabby desk and chair over there and show it to your classmates. Jiang Chen didn't care, that's fine. Immediately following, he took a deep breath, jumped up suddenly, turned 360 degrees in the air, and kicked down towards the shabby tables and chairs. The super-fast kicking technique directly rolled up a blue-green vacuum slash. Boom. In an instant, the tables and chairs were smashed to pieces, and even the concrete wall behind them was cracked. Lin Weidong looked at the sawdust on the ground in shock, with mixed feelings. This kick definitely has a destructive power of at least thousands of calories. What kind of monster is Jiang Chen? Jian Dali stared at the tables and chairs that were chopped into pieces and couldn't help swallowing. Fortunately, I didn't continue to be stubborn, otherwise I would have been injured and discharged from the army on the spot. My classmates were also numb at this time. Jiang Chen's talent can only be described in two words, awesome. Even among people of the same age, even those with high-level physical skills, it is rare to see someone who can master the 6 styles to this level at this time. After this, the classmates followed Jiang Chen outside again. Witnessed by Lin Weidong and all the classmates. Jiang Chen stepped on the air with strong force, like stepping on stairs, and flew directly to a height of 10 meters. Jian Dali raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in the sky, stunned. It's really heavenly. Tang Chuao also stood there in a daze. Oh my god. I can only fly 2 meters in the air, but Jiang Chen can fly 10 meters in the air. After Jiang Chen demonstrated all 6 moves, Lin Weidong officially began the class, teaching him step by step with meticulous care. Time flies. Soon it was time for lunch. Get out of class to end. Lin Weidong walked from the crowd to the podium and said to the students. Okay, that's all for this morning class. You can take a nap. We have a firearms class this afternoon. Also, don't forget that you can start looking for your secret realm teammates now. After saying that, Lin Weidong walked out of the classroom holding his laptop. Jiang Chen also packed up his things and prepared to go to the library. Just at this moment, Tang Chuao walked over and sat down on the seat in front of Jiang Chen, supporting her chin with one hand. Jiang Chen, let's team up for Secret Realm number 1 this time. The words fell. The students who had not yet left stopped what they were doing and looked in Jiang Chen's direction curiously. This time, Tang Chuao did not directly say that she would protect Jiang Chen. After witnessing Jiang Chen's 6 moves, she felt complicated. In her previous thoughts, she was very grateful that Jiang Chen did not choose the Flame Fruit, which led to her getting the S-level Flame Fruit. It is reasonable for him to take care of Jiang Chen and help him get through Secret Realm number 1, after all, Jiang Chen is blind. But now, Jiang Chen showed strong auxiliary ability in the entrance test, and today he demonstrated the terrifying 6 styles. There is no question of taking care of Jiang Chen now. With Jiang Chen's observation range of 100 meters and his own strength, there is no problem for him to survive in Secret Realm number 1. So it's more about finding a strong teammate for her. With powerful auxiliary abilities and his powerful Fire Fist, he can move freely in the Secret Realm. Just at this moment, Luli also walked up to Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, can you team up with me for Secret Realm number 1 this time?" Tan Chueo glanced at Luli beside her in disbelief. Stealing teammates from my mother? The students who hadn't left yet were also stunned. The two strongest and most beautiful girls in the class both want to team up with Jiang Chen. Wang Ming, who was sitting next to him, looked at Jiang Chen in shock. He knew that Tan Chueo wanted to team up with Jiang Chen. After awakening her talent, Tan Chueo said she would protect Jiang Chen. Luli actually came to team up with Jiang Chen. When I just awakened my talent, I told Jiang Chen that I would never team up with him, but now the two most powerful girls in the class are vying to team up with Jiang Chen. Is there any justice left? Wang Ming was so envious that his back teeth were almost broken. Tan Chueo didn't expect that Luli would actually come to compete with her for a teammate, and her unyielding nature was instantly aroused. Jiang Chen, my Fire Fist can now produce 2,000 calories of destructive power. What you need now is a powerful output hand. Luli had no expression on her face and said calmly. My sword can also produce 2,000 calories of destructive power. My Fire Fist can kill in a wide area. My razor can teleport 3 meters, and Jiang Chen, you will be the captain in the Secret Realm, and we can go wherever you say. You. Jiang Chen, when we get to the Secret Realm, I'll go wherever you say. For it. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the excited Tan Chueo and calm Luli in front of him, thinking. You have to form a team to go to Secret Realm number 1, and you have to stay there for a full 20 days. If your teammates are too weak, you won't be able to rest assured when they're on night watch. In addition, I must try to explore the pyramid in Secret Realm number 1. Based on speculation from previous movies, there is a 99% chance that the person inside the pyramid is the alien queen. The alien group is a group similar to a bee colony. Once the alien queen is attacked, I guess most of the aliens will come back to protect their queen. By then, I'm afraid all the aliens on the entire map will be attracted to me. Killing one alien is worth 1 attribute point. How many attribute points can you get by killing a horde of aliens? I dare not even think about it. I dare not even think about it. As for how to deal with the alien queen, there is no need to worry at all. Under the control of his own 8 tons of gravity, plus the destructive power of 4,000 calories that his sword could produce, Jiang Chen really didn't believe that he couldn't defeat the alien queen. After all, the alien queen's performance in the movie wasn't that strong. When dealing with the alien tide, it is obvious that Tan Chueo's Fire Fist has a greater advantage. Think of this. Jiang Chen said, Tan Chueo, let me team up with you. The words fell. There was a hint of disappointment in Luli's eyes. Tan Chueo glanced at Luli provocatively. This scene was also captured by Jiang Chen's observation Haki, and he was speechless. This little girl is quite competitive. Well, I'm leaving first. Jiang Chen packed up his things and stood up. It's almost 12 o'clock. We went to the cafeteria too late and there was nothing to eat later. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to finish his meal quickly and go to the library to look up information about other secret realms. Now he is very curious. Will there be monsters he is familiar with in other secret realms? Chapter 27. Star Marine School, Library. There was no one in the library at noon. Here is a collection of the experiences of various people with special abilities in developing their own abilities over the years, as well as a lot of information about the secret realm. All are free and open to students. Jiang Chen walked into the library and went straight to the secret realm information area on the 3rd floor. He had no interest in the experience of fruit development. After all, his own fruits were the first to appear and he had no experience at all. Jiang Chen, what are you doing in the library? No one has ever used your fruit. Tan Chueo followed behind Jiang Chen and asked doubtfully. Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. I'm here to look for information about the secret realm. Just now. Jiang Chen finished his meal in the cafeteria and happened to meet Tan Chueo, who also finished her meal. Tan Chueo insisted on following him to the library. Oh. Tan Chueo curled her lips. My teammate is so cool. After a moment. Jiang Chen, I'm over here. Tan Chueo waved towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned and walked towards Tan Chueo. There were signs saying Secret Realm Information Area hanging on several rows of bookshelves. His fingers lightly ran over the books on display on the bookshelf, which were of all kinds. There are detailed introductions to each secret realm, a general secret realm encyclopedia, and a simple and vivid secret realm picture book. Jiang Chen casually pulled out a secret realm encyclopedia. Now, his main purpose was to see if the secret realm of this world was the same as he thought, with monsters he was familiar with. Jiang Chen opened the book and started reading from Secret Realm number 1. As he turned the pages, his heart was shaken. He knew at least 60% of the monsters in the secret realm. For example, in Secret Realm number 1, there are zombies wearing Qing Dynasty official uniforms, Western zombies wearing tattered suits, and goblins. There are many, many familiar monsters from the fantasy works of the previous life. Movies, anime, games, everything. And this world does not have these works. Jiang Chen continued to open the number 2 secret realm, and familiar worlds appeared one by one, including Demon Slayer, Tokyo Gourmet, and one person. Who brought these worlds together? It's awesome. There are hidden rewards in the secret realm. In addition to the extra attribute points, the teacher also said that some secret realms' hidden rewards will also award some unique items and abilities. Tan Chueo saw that Jiang Chen looked a little strange and asked doubtfully. Jiang Chen, what's wrong? Do you know these monsters? No, I just thought it was quite interesting. Jiang Chen responded casually. You definitely can't say that you know him. The identity of the time traveler must not be exposed. Now my strength is still too weak, and I don't have any background. These big secrets must be kept to myself. Tan Chueo grumbled, it's quite interesting. I don't know where the secret realm came from. The ones you saw were mission-type secret realms. Task-type. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Tan Chueo nodded and explained. Yes, there are different types of secret realms. For example, the number 1 alien secret realm we are going to this time is a survival secret realm. The world of the lower string demons you just saw is a mission-based world, and you need to complete the missions issued by the secret realm. Jiang Chen was in deep thought. According to what Tan Chueo said, maybe I have a natural advantage in some secret realms. Tan Chueo continued. Do you know why our dragon nation has not required compulsory participation since Secret Realm No. 4? Why? Jiang Chen asked. Tan Chueo sighed and explained. Because, starting from Secret Realm number 4, the difficulty varies. It is possible that this year's Secret Realm number 4 will have a top-notch warrior who can destroy a city with one punch, but next year's Secret Realm number 4 will only have 2nd and 3rd level beasts. My dad is stuck in Secret Realm number 16. The difficulty of Secret Realm number 16 has been very high in recent years. Last year, my dad went in to try, but he met a man with long hair, red armor, and a big fan. He was almost beaten to death. Jiang Chen was shocked when he heard this. Long hair, red armor, big fan, Madara. Tan Chueo continued. By the way, starting with Secret Realm number 4, there may be global secret realms. By then, there will not only be survival and mission types, but also a competition type of secret realm. At this point, a cold light suddenly flashed in Tan Chueo's eyes. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, My grandfather died in a global secret place at the hands of a man named Smith from the United States. I must avenge my grandfather. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. No wonder the relations between major countries in this world are so tense. With the competition in the secret realm, it would be impossible for them to unite. After all, the rewards in the secret realm are too rich. Tan Chueo came back to her senses, touched her chin, tilted her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what do you think of the number 1 survival secret realm when the time comes? Jiang Chen said calmly. I must try to enter the pyramid. If you don't dare to go, I suggest you find someone else to form a team with. Tan Chueo widened her eyes when she heard this. Ah! But there are egg-shaped worms several kilometers long outside. How can we break through? Jiang Chen chuckled, have you forgotten that I can fly? Just because others can't get through doesn't mean we can't get through. Jiang Chen had already made plans for the alien secret realm. The map of the secret realm is too large. If you just wander around the map looking for aliens to kill, you may not be able to kill many even in 20 days. There is only one way to get a huge attribute point reward. That is to rush into the pyramid, beat up the alien queen, and attract all the aliens in the entire map. Just because other people can't get through the egg-shaped worms outside the pyramid doesn't mean I can't. After all, I can fly. Tan Chueo remained silent. If you want to avenge your grandfather, you must obtain a large number of attribute points in the early stage. Since Jiang Chen is so confident, and can even pass through the egg-shaped insect field, then maybe he can really give this pyramid a try. After all, he is an S-rank user of the flame fruit. After a moment, Tan Chueo raised his fist and punched the air a few times. Okay, then I'll accompany you to explore this pyramid. Jiang Chen chuckled and nodded. With Tan Chueo around, it should be a lot easier to fight off the alien waves. At this time on the other side. In a small dark room in Linjiang City, Nanjiang Province. Lei Tianlin is debugging the live broadcast room. Shocked, this time the Nanjiang number 1 secret realm is actually an S-level alien secret realm. As the live broadcast started, countless viewers flocked in. Barrage, the cheating anchor is online. Barrage, host, please introduce the secret realm. Barrage, can Jiang Chen survive this time? Barrage, I heard that there are hidden rewards in secret realms. Can you please tell me what the hidden rewards are this time? I can't find them online. Bang. Lei Tianlin lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. He looked at the barrage of filling the screen, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ever since he took advantage of Jiang Chen's popularity last time, his own traffic has also successfully increased, and he can be considered a small anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans. This time the secret realm is opened, we must continue to take advantage of the popularity. He slowly opened his mouth and said. The main reason why the alien secret realm is called an S-level secret realm is that the beasts inside are either extremely good at hiding or can simply become invisible. Barrage, doesn't that mean Jiang Chen has a huge advantage? He has the ability to see and hear, so what beast can escape his perception? Barrage, is Jiang Chen going to take first place again? Barrage, oh my god, this blind man has such good luck. Lei Tianlin smiled contemptuously and said slowly. No, you are too naive. Luck plays a big role in the secret realm because its map is incredibly large. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to encounter 10 aliens in 20 days. I actually saw some asking if Jiang Chen could get the hidden reward. I told him not to be too ridiculous. Jiang Chen just happened to take first place in the entrance exam by chance due to his fruit ability. Not to mention how difficult it is to find a hidden reward, no one knows what the hidden reward of this alien secret realm is. The only guess is that it is inside the pyramid. It is impossible to wade through the circle of egg-shaped insects outside the pyramid. And there must be more powerful beasts hidden in the pyramid. Jiang Chen took the hidden reward? You can even say that. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day to officially enter the secret realm. Chapter 28. Over the past month, the students have been training very seriously, after all, it concerns their own lives. In the morning, I practiced the 6 moves and learned the knowledge in the secret realm. In the afternoon, with the assistance of high-tech VR, comprehensive practical exercises on firearms and close combat were conducted with virtual aliens. I continued to practice in the dormitory at night. On the playground of Star Marine School. Thousands of freshmen gathered here, preparing to head to the entrance to the secret realm located on the back mountain of the school. Each of them wore anti-corrosion protective equipment, and most of them carried guns, like soldiers about to go to the battlefield. Only a very small number of very strong students did not carry guns, such as Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. After all, guns and ammunition are not light, and each person can only carry 20 kilograms of supplies. Carrying more ammunition means carrying less food. For Jiang Chen, guns are not as useful as his sword. The head teachers of each class stood in front of their respective classes and gave final instructions. Lin Weidong stood in front of the students, his eyes slowly sweeping over every student in the class. Most of the freshmen appeared confident. Seeing this, Lin Weidong also smiled with relief. Over the past month, your efforts have been seen by your teachers, and today you will officially enter the secret realm. Again, if you are confident in your own strength, try to get closer to the outer edge of the pyramid, where there will be more aliens. If you don't have confidence in your own strength, stay away from the pyramid. As long as you can survive to the end, you can get 200 attribute points. Do you understand? I understand. The students said in unison. I won't say more. Anyway, come back safely. Lin Weidong said in a loud voice, let's go. The students boarded the bus one by one. Since the Star Marine School covers a very large area, even going to the back mountain is nearly 10 kilometers away. Inside the bus, the students consciously sat with their teammates. Jiang Chen. I have good news for you. My fire fist can already produce 2,500 calories of destructive power. Humph, when the time comes, you just need to hide beside me and assist me. Leave the fighting to me. Tang Chueo waved her little pink fist with a proud look on her face. Awesome. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. It was indeed a fruit with an extremely mature development level. However, Tang Chueo's own fruit development ability was also very strong. During this period of time, Jiang Chen himself was not idle. He practiced blind swordsmanship every day. In the dormitory, everyone had a testing machine of their own. Because he found that in addition to the system points, his own practice was also effective. Originally, his strength attribute was 80 points. Without any amplification, a normal attack would have a power of about 800 calories. And with the bonus of sword intent, it can produce a power of 4,000 cards. That's a 5-fold increase in power. However, if you practice every day. Now, I can achieve the power of 5,000 calories with one sword. That's a power increase of almost 6 times. The destructive power requirement for a first level ability user is 1000 cards, and the requirement for a second level ability user is 5000 cards. This also means most of the freshmen haven't even reached the threshold of a first level ability user, but I have already reached the threshold of a second level ability user. However, it is obvious that the bottleneck has been reached. If you want to improve further, you can only rely on adding points. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20+, currently has comprehended the Sword Intent, next level, Sword Intent, Grandmaster. Perhaps if the blind sword technique reaches LV.3, it will be possible to strike out with a sword that has 10 times the power. Not only swordsmanship, but also my control over gravity has become more proficient after more than a month of practice. Now I have become very skilled in multi-threaded control, controlling my own gravity to fly while controlling the gravity of the target. Soon, dozens of buses stopped in front of the entrance to the secret realm. The students got off the bus one after another. This was also their first time to come to the entrance of the secret realm. A huge space crack that was 10 meters high and 50 meters wide stood in front of them. The alien's appearance echoed in the ripples of the space cracks. Above the space crack, there is a scoreboard that displays the 10 teams with the most points in the secret realm. People outside cannot see the scenes inside the secret realm and can only roughly judge the situation inside the secret realm by the changes in the scoreboard. Every year, the secret realm will be refreshed, and the corresponding pattern will appear on the crack ripples. People use this to identify which secret realm it is this year. The way to form a team and enter the secret realm is also very simple. All 2 people have to do is walk into the crack hand in hand. At this time, there are still 10 minutes left before the school's stipulated time for entering the secret realm. Wang Sen had already arrived at the entrance and was now standing on a high platform, quietly observing the students. Director. Lin Weidong walked up to Wang Sen. Wang Sen turned his head and glanced at him, then asked with a smile, Xiao Lin, who is Jiang Chen teaming up with this time? With Tang Chueo. Lin Weidong responded softly. Wang Sen's mouth curled up slightly, that's not bad. Lin Weidong said. Director, Jiang Chen's top-level observation Haki combined with Tang Chueo's Fire Fist, if we're lucky, we might be able to take first place among the 4 schools in Nanjiang this time. Wang Sen laughed loudly and said. Ha ha ha, I hope so. Since its establishment, our school has always been the runner-up in the number 1 secret realm of the Nanjiang war zone. After the words fell, Wang Sen gritted his teeth and said. This morning, Old Li from Linjiang Military Academy was bragging to me, saying that Linjiang Military Academy would take all the top 3 places in secret realm number 1. I was so angry. Lin Weidong raised his eyebrows slightly, they are so arrogant? They even guarantee the top 3? They are dreaming. Linjiang City is the provincial capital of the Nanjiang war zone and has the largest population base. Its comprehensive strength has always been the strongest among the Linjiang Military Academy. Wang Sen continued. Isn't it? They are lucky this year. Among the freshmen, there are 2 S-level fruit ability users, 2 high-level swordsmanship ability users, and 1 high-level physical ability user. This time, luck played a big role in the secret realm. Lin Weidong asked doubtfully, Director, do they want to venture into the pyramid? Breaking into the pyramids. Wang Sen shook his head. That's impossible. The egg-shaped bugs can't get through. Even if they are animal-type fruit users with flying abilities, they can't fly such a long distance at the new stage. Wang Sen stared at the space crack and said slowly. And we don't know what's inside the pyramid. This secret place has only appeared 4 times so far. Wasn't there a genius animal-type ability user who reached the first level at the Kyoto Military Academy? He flew into the pyramid, but he disappeared until the end of the secret realm. There might be a second-level vicious beast in the pyramid, which cannot be dealt with by a first-level ability user. After saying this, Wang Sen suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Weidong. By the way, Jiang Chen has the ability to fly, right? Have you ever told him not to fly to the pyramids? Lin Weidong nodded and responded, yes, Director, Jiang Chen, Tang Chueo and I have both told them, and they have agreed. That's fine. Wang Sen breathed a sigh of relief, then said, oh, God is so unfair. Jiang Chen is such a good candidate, but he is blind. I hope he can live longer. After Jiang Chen demonstrated the 6 moves, Lin Weidong immediately reported it to Wang Sen. Wang Sen, who heard the news for the first time, was also shocked. Lin Weidong stared at Jiang Chen's figure below the stage, with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen always gives us surprises. Maybe this time Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo can really take first place. Wang Sen laughed and said. Ha 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 ha, if I really get first place, I will definitely go to Linjiang Military Academy to show off. Chapter 29. Star Marine School, Ability User Association Building. In a bright conference room, 12 senior executives were sitting around a conference table. CAO Yang had his hands on the seat, smoke coming out of his body, and he looked nonchalant. Vice President Chu Liang walked into the meeting room and frowned when he saw CAO Yang's appearance. CAO Yang, the meeting has started. Take back your ability. CAO Yang curled his lips and the smoke dissipated. Chu Liang sat on the main seat and spoke slowly. The president is not here, so I will still preside over this meeting. First of all, let's talk about the first thing, regarding the recruitment work after the end of Secret Realm number 1. CAO Yang, this is your responsibility. Chu Liang glanced at the carefree CAO Yang. The president said that after the number 1 Secret Realm ends, Jiang Chen will be directly recruited as a formal member. Upon hearing this, CAO Yang immediately questioned. Why? We should at least wait until Secret Realm number 1 ends and the new students have their strengths assessed before making a decision. And according to the rules, a formal member must at least be a level 2 ability user. Can Jiang Chen reach the level 2 ability user after the end of Secret Realm number 1? Or do you want to give Jiang Chen special treatment? Why? Chu Liang frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Because he mastered all 6 styles right after entering school, and because he broke the school record in the entrance exam. CAO Yang then retorted. So what? Once you become a formal member, you have to go on missions with me. If you are not even at the 2nd level, you will be a burden. Whoever wants to take me with you can do so. I won't take you with me anyway. After saying that, he turned his head aside. Chu Liang narrowed his eyes and stared at CAO Yang. CAO Yang, this is the president's intention, you have no say in it. Cut. CAO Yang's tone was full of disdain. He was very unconvinced. He had also worked his way up from a temporary member to a formal member step by step. Why did Jiang Chen skip the temporary member step? You know, becoming a formal member will qualify you to do tasks, and you will have an additional channel to gain attribute points. At this time, Zhang Qingyu, who was sitting opposite, said. Maybe after Jiang Chen's Secret Realm number 1 ends, he will become a level 2 ability user. Upon hearing this, CAO Yuan said loudly. Nonsense, a 2nd level ability user needs to have a destructive power of 5,000 calories. He can only control gravity a little bit. Does he have any means of attack? Or is he just relying on his finger gun and storm kick? Unless Jiang Chen can get the hidden reward and stack up the attribute points, you all know about this S-level Secret Realm. Want to get the hidden reward? Just relying on this blind man, it's funny. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone knows that it is almost impossible to obtain a large number of attribute points in this S-level Secret Realm. In previous years' Alien Secret Realms, most of the attributes you could get were only 300 to 400 at most. Even if Jiang Chen got 200 attribute points as a reward in the entrance test, including the reward from this Secret Realm, he couldn't even reach the 1000 attribute points of a 2nd level ability user, not to mention the strength of 5000 cards, which was almost impossible. Chu Liang took a deep breath. He has never liked CAO Yang, the troublesome nitpicker. But there is no way, the association has always been short of high-end combat power. CAO Yang is at least a 4th level warrior, and a coder capable of leading a team alone to complete military tasks. This is not only the president's intention, but also the school's intention. CAO Yang, do you understand? Chu Liang calmed down and spoke slowly. Seeing this, CAO Yang stopped refutation and said casually, okay, you have the final say. In short, after the Secret Realm ends, CAO Yang, you should arrange for someone to find Jiang Chen and recruit him. Okay. CAO Yang Kaido nonchalantly. Next. After half an hour of discussion, the meeting officially ended. After most people left, Zhang Qingyu sat next to Chu Liang and asked in confusion. Old Chu, what do you mean? Is Jiang Chen's matter the school's intention? Chu Liang nodded. Jiang Chen has great potential. The school intends to focus on training him, and the president also agrees. Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows. But after Secret Realm number 1, Jiang Chen is at most a 1st level ability user. The military's mission is too dangerous for a 1st level ability user. Chu Liang looked at Zhang Qingyu and said slowly, you will be the one taking care of him when the time comes. You are at the 4th level. Okay. Zhang Qingyu shrugged, yeah, I just reached the 4th level. Outside the meeting room, a young man in a black vest approached CAO Yang immediately after seeing him come out with a gloomy face. Brother, what's wrong? What did you talk about in this meeting? CAO Yang glanced at the young man, who was his younger brother, CAO Jun. Nothing, the school wants to recruit Jiang Chen as a formal member in advance. Jiang Chen. CAO Jun's eyes flickered. CAO Yang asked doubtfully, do you know him? CAO Jun shook his head slightly, no, he beat up one of my little brothers when school started. So you didn't cause him any trouble. Come on, I don't bother to bother a blind man. I can't even beat a stinky blind man, so I just let him go. Cao Jun showed a look of disdain on his face. Hearing this, Cao Yang also chuckled, that's right, when Secret Realm number 1 ends, you can go find him. After that, Cao Jun asked somewhat unconvincedly. But brother, how could he jump to a full member directly? After the end of Secret Realm number 1, he is still far from being a level 2 ability user. It took me almost a year to become a full member. After all, once you become a formal member, you can go on missions with the Cotters, which provides you with an additional channel to obtain attribute points. As long as you can survive, you will grow much faster than others. Cao Jun was very dissatisfied. He had just reached the second level 3 months ago and could start to slowly follow the Cotters to complete tasks. Now he was almost in the middle stage of the second level. Why did Jiang Chen become an official member as soon as he arrived? Cao Yang glanced at him and said coldly, how would I know why? Do you think you are the only one who is dissatisfied? It takes a long time for everyone to become a formal member. You should go if you are asked to. It would be best if Jiang Chen dies on the mission. The entrance to the secret realm of Star Marine School at this time. 2,000 freshmen have assembled, lined up in neat rows, and looked up at the Dean of Studies, Wang Sen, who is on the podium. Wang Sen looked at the freshmen who were completely different from when they first entered school, nodded with satisfaction, and began the final mobilization. Students, after more than a month of study, you are no longer the ignorant young people you were during the entrance examination. The alien beasts you will encounter this time are different from the two-tailed beasts that failed to pass the entrance test. You are all the hope for the future of our dragon country. In short, remember, when facing aliens, don't panic, stay calm, as many people go in as come out. Set off. As Wang Sen finished speaking. Under the guidance of the teacher, the students began to walk towards the space crack in groups. Jiang Chen also naturally held Tang Chuao's hand and followed the team slowly into the space crack. Chapter 30. Jiang Chen only felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and the classmates within his perception range disappeared instantly. Instead, there is a dense jungle. Is this the secret place? Jiang Chen murmured. Tang Chuao looked around. The sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking out the sunlight. It was dark everywhere and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. How magical, Jiang Chen, do you think this is another world? Tang Chuao asked curiously. Jiang Chen shrugged, maybe. Hey, has someone killed the alien? Tang Chuao suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Chen heard this and looked at the panel information that suddenly appeared in his mind. First place, Rong Yang and Luo Chenji, points, 3. Second place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 3. Third place, Wen Tong and Zhen Yan, points, 2. Number 6888, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, points, 0. This secret realm is truly magical. It can even automatically identify the names of people who enter it. Which boss made it? Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Tang Chuao was surprised and asked, they came in only 10 minutes before us, and they killed 3 aliens. Maybe they were just lucky. Whatever. This is not our goal anyway. Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly, which direction is the pyramid? Tang Chuao looked around and said, I didn't see it. I guess my luck is bad. The location I was teleported to is too far away. Let me first identify the direction. When everyone enters the secret realm, they will be randomly teleported to a location. If they are lucky, they may be teleported directly to the outside of the pyramid. If they are unlucky, the location they are teleported to is too far away from the pyramid, and there will be fewer aliens. Obviously, Jiang Chen and his friends were not so lucky. Tang Chuao pulled out a wooden pole from his backpack and inserted it vertically into the ground. In this secret place, compasses don't work, all magnetic fields are chaotic, and electronic devices don't work. Then, Tang Chuao placed a small stone on top of the shadow of the wooden pole. As the sun moves, the shadow also moves gradually. 20 minutes later, Tang Chuao placed another small stone on top of the new shadow. This is also the method of distinguishing directions that teachers taught us in school during this period. Just wait 20 minutes and place a stone on top of the new shadow, connecting it to the previously placed stone in a straight line. This line is the east-west direction. The old shadow stone marker points west. The direction where the pyramid is located is to the east. Tang Chuao stood up, pointed in a direction and said, Jiang Chen, over here. Jiang Chen nodded. His perception of sight and hearing could fully see Tang Chuao's actions. He raised his arm slightly and began to manipulate gravity. The next moment, amid Tang Chuao's shocked expression, the two of them slowly rose into the air. Slow down, Jiang Chen. Tan Chuao showed a nervous and excited expression. This was her first time flying. Her current fruit development ability was not enough to allow her to fly. Go. Oh my god. Two figures shot straight towards the east. Different from Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao. Most of the new students in the secret realm are now in the process of looking for food. According to the rules of the secret realm, each person can only carry 20 kilograms of supplies. Most people's weight is used for guns and ammunition, and they can only carry a small amount of food. Only strong freshmen like Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao could bring no guns or ammunition and only food. After flying for a full hour, Jiang Chen controlled gravity and the two of them fell to the ground. After more than a month of practice, Jiang Chen is now able to fly for an hour continuously and bring someone with him. Are you okay? Jiang Chen asked. Tan Chuao swallowed her saliva. I'm fine. Jiang Chen felt like laughing when he saw Tan Chuao's flying hair and pale face. What a strong woman. Tan Chuao looked around and said, this is too far. I've been flying for so long, but I haven't even seen the shadow of a pyramid. Are you sure you are heading in the right direction? Jiang Chen asked. Absolutely right. Tan Chuao said confidently. Jiang Chen sat down and said while taking a rest. But that's normal. I remember the teacher said that the farthest someone walked from the entrance of the secret realm to the direction of the pyramid took 17 days. Tan Chuao asked worriedly, are our luck really that bad? We are teleported so far. With our flying speed, no matter how far away we are, we will definitely be able to get there within 5 days. Jiang Chen didn't care much about it. He took out some dry food from his backpack and started to replenish his energy. Tan Chuao also sat next to him and began to replenish her energy. Jiang Chen, what kind of monster do you think is in the pyramid? Alien boss. Jiang Chen chewed his dry food while talking casually. Tan Chuao blinked, how do you know? I'm just guessing, what else could it be? Of course Jiang Chen couldn't tell Tan Chuao that he had seen the Alien movie. There are aliens everywhere here, and the pyramid is the leader of the aliens. This guess is reasonable. Tan Chuao said a little worriedly. The hidden rewards in the other number 1 secret realms, if they are for killing fierce beasts, are basically second-level fierce beasts. Can we really defeat them? Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. Don't ask, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. He has seen the movie. Judging from the performance in the movie, the alien queen is not that strong at all. Even if it was a second-level beast, with my current 5,000 calorie destructive power, I was completely equipped with the second-level ability, coupled with the 8-ton gravity assist, how could I not be able to defeat it? Tisk. Tan Chuao curled her lips. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It's time to work, Xiao Tang. Tan Chuao stared at Jiang Chen blankly. Within Jiang Chen's perception range, on a tree 10 meters away from them, there was a pitch-black alien with a long, flat head. The alien didn't move, just staring at them, with the sharp tail blade on its back resting on the branch. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. Bang! 8 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the alien, pressing it off the tree and onto the ground. Immediately following, Jiang Chen changed the direction of gravity and directly dragged the alien over. Roar! The alien growled and tried to break free, but found that he couldn't even move in the face of such power. Tan Chuao's eyes widened, and a ball of fire condensed on his right fist. Boom! Flames whizzed out from her fists and hit the ugly alien. In an instant, the alien was smashed into pieces, and green blood sprayed on the ground, corroding the fallen leaves. Kill the alien and get 1 point. Tan Chuao stared at Jiang Chen, feeling a little scared. Teaming up with Jiang Chen was the best decision she made. I didn't expect that the observation Haki would be so useful in this secret realm. Just now she had no idea that there was such an ugly alien living in the tree. If you were unaware of this and just walked under the tree, you would probably be pierced from behind by the alien's tail blade. Chapter 31. Tan Chuao came back to her senses. Call. She pretended to blow out the flames on her fist. Well, it's not a bad thing to team up with me. I blew up a first-level alien with just 1 punch. Yes, that's awesome. Jiang Chen said casually. This little girl is really competitive. When she meets the alien queen, I'll see if you can beat her with 1 punch. I wonder what Xiao Tang's expression will be when he is chopped to pieces by my sword. But judging from Tan Chuao's performance, I really didn't bring the wrong person. This fire fist is definitely very effective against the alien tide. Tan Chuao approached the alien, looked at it for a moment, and then squatted next to Jiang Chen. But you know what, this alien is really hard to come by. It took more than an hour to see one. Jiang Chen said calmly, just look at the rankings. Even with this, we are ranked in the top 2,000. First place, Rongyang and Luochenji, points, 13. Number 1988, Tan Chuao and Jiang Chen, points, 1. I don't know how many points I can get by killing the alien boss. Is it enough for first place? According to other number 1 secret realms, the hidden rewards are generally 300 points. The first place will receive an extra 500 points. If we can take first place, not counting the points for killing ordinary aliens, we will have 800 points. 400 attribute points per person. Tan Chuao's eyes sparkled as she stared at Jiang Chen. You know, in the past, the highest score a first place winner in this alien dungeon only got was 400 points. But, even if I get the hidden reward, according to the previous calculations, I still can't get first place. I still have to kill more aliens. Tan Chuao touched his chin and sighed. There are still 20 days left, don't worry. Jiang Chen responded. In addition to strength, luck also plays a role in determining the first place. But, beating up the alien queen, I guess would attract a wave of aliens. But this is just a guess, and I'm too lazy to tell Tan Chuao. Let's go, let's get going. Jiang Chen patted the food crumbs on his hands and stood up. 3 seconds later, the two of them took off into the air again. The next day, Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao didn't even see any human figures, let alone aliens. I don't know whether to say that the two of them were just unlucky or that the map of the secret realm was too big. At this time, Jiang Chen had just flown for an hour and was walking in the jungle with Tan Chuao. Suddenly, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Within his perception range, 2 figures appeared right in front of him. One was lying on the ground and the other was sitting against a tree. Tan Chuao also discovered it. Jiang Chen, there seems to be someone over there. Go and have a look. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the two of them quickened their pace and ran forward. The girl who was originally leaning against the tree noticed Jiang Chen and the others and stood up quickly. Are you Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao from Star Marine School? Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao looked at each other. Are we both so famous? Do you know us? I saw your trending searches on the internet. The female classmate finished speaking. Jiang Chen also understood that it seemed that he was really a celebrity. He glanced at the motionless male classmate lying on the ground. I saw a face hugger clinging to the man with its 4 pairs of legs, completely covering his face. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Did your teammates touch the roots of the egg-shaped insect? The female classmate nodded, with a hint of tears in her voice. Yes, he accidentally stepped on it, and then the face hugger suddenly jumped out of the egg, and he had no time to react. How long? I've been trying to separate the face huggers for half an hour, but I can't do it. Jiang Chen stared at the male classmate on the ground. Once someone is caught by a face hugger, an alien baby will burst out of their chest within 2 hours, and there will be no way to rescue them. There's no hope. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Can you take me with you? The female classmate moved closer to Jiang Chen. I don't want to compete with you for points. I just want to get out alive. Jiang Chen shook his head gently. Sorry, the place we are going to is not suitable for taking you. Tan Chuao on the side also tactfully kept silent. She also knew that the place they were going to was not suitable for bringing a burden. Please, take me with you. I really won't compete with you for points. I can also help you keep watch. As the female student spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Chen looked at her. He was not a cold-hearted person, but bringing female classmates along would only slow down their pace. Moreover, those who are weaker in strength will only be a drag even if they follow into the pyramid. But if this female student is left here alone, she may not survive for 20 days. After all, there is one less person to keep watch, and she can't stay awake all the time, right? Jiang Chen. Seeing her female classmate like this, Tan Chuao turned her gaze to Jiang Chen. Just at this moment, 2 more figures flashed by at the limit of Jiang Chen's perception range, just on his left. Wait here for a moment. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took off into the air and flew to the left. After a moment, he came back with a man and a woman. Tan Chuao stared at Jiang Chen in shock. Remember Jiang Chen said before that his observation Haki has a range of 100 meters. These 2 people are completely outside the 100-meter range. And, I have been very careful when going to the toilet these days, and I deliberately ran to a distance of 100 meters away from Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Tan Chuao's pretty face turned slightly hot. Well, you two can go find a companion. We won't accompany you anymore. Jiang Chen pointed at the man and woman behind him, and then pointed at the female classmate. The female student smiled and kept bowing to Jiang Chen. Thank you, thank you. The man and woman standing behind Jiang Chen were also students of Star Marine School. The young man behind him asked doubtfully, Jiang Chen, where are you going? Jiang Chen spoke calmly. Let's go to the pyramids. The young man laughed and said carelessly, then we are going the same way. We also want to go to the outer perimeter of the pyramid. There are more aliens there. How about we go together? We will have to deal with the aliens we encounter on the road based on our own abilities. Jiang Chen shook his head and said calmly. We are going to enter the pyramid. After saying that, he waved to Tang Chueo. Let's go, Xiao Tang. Immediately following, the two of them took off into the air and continued to fly towards the pyramid. The young man looked up at Jiang Chen and the other man as they left, then glanced at his teammates beside him. What did they just say? Did I hear it right? Go into the pyramid. You heard me right. The teammates and the young man looked at each other and nodded. The young man widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Are you crazy? The dense circle of egg-shaped insects outside is at least 10 kilometers long. How can they get through? The teammate pointed to the sky and said, it's obvious, fly over there. The young man was speechless for a moment, then continued. The beasts in the pyramid are at least level 2, right? Are they so stubborn? We are both freshmen, but we are still killing level 1 aliens, and they dare to go after level 2 beasts. Who knows? The teammate shrugged, what place are they in now? Upon hearing this, the young man immediately began to flip through the rankings. 5 minutes later. I won't look for them anymore. I've searched over 1,000 people and still can't find their names. I guess they're ranked behind thousands of people. So, our results are pretty good. At least we are ahead of Jiang Chen, who ranked first in the entrance exam, and Tang Chueo, who has the S-level fruit ability. Hey, I think they are just too arrogant. They dare to provoke a second-level beast, they are courting death. Chapter 32. In the secret realm, in a dense jungle. An alien was chopped into pieces and scattered on the ground. Two young men from Linjiang Military Academy were standing in front of the remains of the alien. First place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 46. Second place, Rong Yang and Luo Qinji, points, 45. The young man with long hair grinned and said, ha ha ha, we got first place. Our luck is pretty good this time. Wow, the top 3 are all from Linjiang Military Academy. The young man with the crew cut beside him frowned slightly, where are Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo from Seeing Marine School? Tang Quansheng shrugged and said casually, I don't know. I just looked back several hundred places and didn't see him. I estimate that there are several thousand of them. Tang Quansheng finished speaking. Yang Chuanzhong raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Are they so unlucky? Tang Quansheng shook his head and put his hand on Yang Chuanzhong's shoulder. Old Yang, don't exaggerate them. They are all freshmen. How strong can they be? It's been so long, and they haven't even made it into the top 1,000. I guess it's not just a matter of luck. In fact, they are not strong at all. After saying that, Tang Quansheng hugged him again. Think about it, it's already the 3rd day, and the 1,000th person has killed at least 5 aliens. If you really want to find aliens, you can't kill 5 in 3 days. That's ridiculous. After hearing this, Yang Chuanzhong still frowned and shook his head gently, I don't think it's that simple. Maybe they have other plans. Tang Quansheng widened his eyes and spread his hands. Other plans? What plans? In this remote place, we are just wandering around, looking for aliens, and then killing them. What special plans can we have? There's nothing special about the alien, it's just an ordinary first-level ferocious beast. Maybe they are already in the alien's stomach. Is it possible to break into the pyramid? Seeing that Yang Chuanzhong was still silent, Tang Quansheng said earnestly, Old Yang, you are just like this, always helping others to gain prestige and destroying your own spirit. It's just an S-rated flame fruit. You have an S-rated poison fruit, and I have a high-level physical talent. How am I worse than them? Yang Chuanzhong shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice. Not only Tang Chueo, but also Jiang Chen. I have seen Jiang Chen's live broadcast video. The heavy fruit is definitely not that simple. And I heard that he has mastered all 6 styles. Tang Quansheng raised his eyebrows, Jiang Chen? The blind man. Stop it, old Yang. Score is everything. Right now they are not even in the top 1,000. That's a fact. Let's go, let's continue moving towards the pyramid, there are more aliens there. I can already see the shadow of the pyramid and estimate that I am almost there. Fortunately, I was not teleported too far this time. Yang Chuanzhong looked back, then followed Tang Quansheng towards the direction of the pyramid. The other side. Relying on his powerful observation Haki, Jiang Chen searched for wild animals nearby, and then manipulated gravity to pull them to his side. After all, aliens also need to eat, and it is normal for there to be some small animals in the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, The teacher also specially opened several wilderness survival courses to teach everyone how to identify directions and food in the wild. Immediately following, Jiang Chen cut the small animals into skewers and put them on a casually built grill. He has been eating dry food these days and is getting a little tired of it. I have to say, being able to control gravity at will is just like telekinesis in actual use, which is very convenient. Xiao Tang, make a fire. Jiang Chen sat on a rock and spoke to Tang Chueao beside him. Tang Chueao's eyes lit up. She was almost tired of eating the boring dry food. Then a ball of fire hit the haystack. Boom. The two of them sat around the simple grill. Crackling. There was silence all around, with only the sound of burning flames. Tang Chueao couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, how big is the range of your observation Haki now? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, About 500 meters. There's nothing to hide, just say it directly. Tang Chueao was silent. These days, she thought Jiang Chen's observation Haki was only 100 meters, so she deliberately stayed away from him when going to the toilet. 200 meters should be no problem. As a result, now tell her that Jiang Chen's observation Haki is 500 meters. Sensing Tang Chueao's blushing face, Jiang Chen immediately understood. He casually explained. Ahem, don't think I'm that wretched. My observation Haki can be controlled. I'm not interested in you. I just want to get attribute points. Tang Chueao looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, really? Jiang Chen didn't say much, just responded calmly. He didn't want to explain anything. If he did it, he did it. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. What others thought was their business. One should be open and honest in life. Tang Chueao was silent for a while, then changed the subject. But, why is your observation Haki so strong? How long has it taken for your observation Haki to expand from 100 meters to 500 meters? Jiang Chen looked up at the gray sky and sighed, maybe, this is talent. The corners of Tang Chueao's mouth twitched, and she just felt a little uncomfortable. Last time Jiang Chen showed off his 6 styles in class, and he said it was a talent, not a lot of experience. Now his observation Haki is 5 times stronger than the world's strongest observation Haki master. Another talent. Is the gap between people so big? Tang Chueao thought again, her fire fist can produce 2,500 calories of destructive power. At least in terms of destructive power, Jiang Chen cannot compare to me. It's not like I'm inferior to Jiang Chen in everything. Thinking of this, Tang Chueao smiled confidently again. Jiang Chen sensed Tang Chueao's expression. Why did this little Tang suddenly start to smile foolishly? Just at this moment, a humanoid creature appeared within Jiang Chen's perception range. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Not like a human, but a predator? The next moment, an invisible spear cut through the air and shot towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Relying on his powerful observation Haki's ability to predict danger, Jiang Chen casually raised his hand and grabbed the invisible spear. Tang Chueao was also startled. She could not see the invisible Iron Blood Warrior or the invisible spear. She only saw Jiang Chen's right fist, as if he was holding something. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Tang Chueao asked curiously. Next second, a silver spear slowly appeared in Jiang Chen's right hand. Tang Chueao's eyes widened in disbelief, it's the iron-blooded warrior. After saying that, she stood up suddenly and looked around. Come here. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Immediately following, the iron-blooded warrior hiding in the tree felt a terrifying gravitational force instantly enveloping his whole body, pulling him towards the direction of the human. The powerful gravitational force locked its movements tightly, and it was completely unable to react and was just pulled over. Bang! The iron warrior was suppressed by gravity in front of Jiang Chen, lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, and his figure gradually appeared. In the movie, the predator carries a self-destruct device with a power almost equivalent to that of a small nuclear bomb. When encountering a powerful enemy, they will detonate without hesitation and perish together with the enemy. Of course Jiang Chen couldn't let the iron-blooded warrior in front of him do this. With 8 tons of gravity pressing on it, it couldn't even move a finger, let alone detonate. Kill him. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a ball of fire suddenly ignited in Tang Chueao's hand. Next second. Boom. The Iron Blood Warrior's head was smashed to pieces with one punch. Kill the Iron Blood Warrior and get 10 points. Number 168, Jiang Chen and Tang Chueao, points, 11. Then, Tang Chueao turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen. I don't know whether to say they are lucky or unlucky. They have only encountered one weaker alien so far. Instead, we encountered the even rarer iron-blooded warrior. With this abnormal ability of invisibility, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, he would have died for sure. After a moment, Jiang Chen ate up all the barbecue in front of him. Can you see the pyramids now? Tang Chueo looked ahead, eyes narrowed slightly. I can see some shadows. At our speed, we should be able to arrive today. Okay then, let's go, Xiao Tang. The two stood up. Next second, two figures rose into the air and rushed towards the pyramid that was looming in the distance. Chapter 33. In the sky, dark clouds rolled up, and the whole world was gray. A tall and majestic pyramid stands in the gray haze. The outer circle is an egg-shaped insect area that is 10 kilometers long. It is covered with dense jungle and exudes a gloomy atmosphere. No one dares to step in. Quite a few new students have already arrived outside the territory of the egg-shaped insects, and there are obviously more aliens here. However, due to the large area, the distance between the freshmen is still very far. In the secret realm, electronic devices are not functional and communication is impossible. And because they are competing for points, they won't gather together even if they can communicate. After all, those who can come here are students who are relatively confident in the strength of their team. Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong from Linjiang Military Academy were also staying outside the egg-shaped insect territory, hunting the alien beasts. I found Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. They are already 168th. Yang Chuanzhong suddenly exclaimed. Tang Quansheng turned his head and said nonchalantly, 168th? That means only about 10 points, right? Hey, Lao Yang, we are almost 70 points, the gap is so big, I don't know what you are worried about. Tang Quansheng's tone was a little impatient, and he despised Yang Chuanzong's attitude. The gap is so huge that it is impossible to be overtaken. Let alone surpassing them, even entering the top 10 is impossible. Now even if you are in 10th place, you will have 50 points. Could it be possible that I suddenly get lucky and encounter a wave of aliens and be able to kill them? This secret realm has appeared several times. Aliens have always been hard to find. What about alien tides? You're dreaming. Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly and said seriously. There are still more than 10 days left, and everything is uncertain. We'd better not let our guard down. During the entrance exam, I watched Jiang Chen's live broadcast, and he suddenly caught up at the last moment. Tang Quansheng spread his hands and said excitedly. That was an entrance exam, this is a secret realm, how can it be the same? Besides, we are not taking it lightly, aren't we spawning monsters all the time? I think you are crazy. Tang Chueo has the flame fruit, so it is true that she is powerful, but what is there for a blind Jiang Chen to brag about? In the past few days, his teammates have been like a demon, constantly flipping through the leaderboards and paying attention to the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. Forget about praising Tang Chueo. After all, the general in history who possessed the flame fruit was indeed very powerful and his development was very mature. However, Yang Chuanzong's focus was on Jiang Chen, which he could not accept. A blind man, a fruit that has never appeared before, and Yang Chuanzhong himself is also an S-level rated poison fruit user. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen was praised so much. Suddenly, on a tree not far away, Tang Quansheng keenly noticed the figure of an alien. Stop talking about this, I found another alien. Tang Quansheng's eyes lit up, and then a powerful aura burst out from his body, and he ran towards the alien at an extremely fast speed. Yang Chuanzhong did not stand there and watch the show. A purple poisonous gas covered his whole body and he followed closely behind his teammates. Die! Tang Quansheng roared, jumped high, and punched down hard. Boom! The trees were knocked down in an instant. Tang Quansheng stared at the collapsed trees in front of him in confusion, and the alien figure did not appear in his eyes. Strange, where did it go? Tang Quansheng looked around in confusion. Just at this moment, Yang Chuanzhong behind him suddenly widened his eyes and pointed in a certain direction. It's Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. Tang Quansheng followed his gaze. I saw an alien being blown to pieces, its remains scattered in front of a man and a woman. Damn it! Dare to steal the monster! Tang Quansheng shouted loudly. After saying that, he wanted to go up and argue with Jiang Chen and the others. Seeing this, Tang Chueo also took a step forward, and a ball of fire ignited from the tip of his fist. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, frowning. Do you have any opinions? Jiang Chen's tone was calm. If Tang Quansheng dared to rush up, he wouldn't mind letting Tang Quansheng fall face first to the ground. Before Tang Quansheng could rush over, Yang Chuanzhong grabbed him. Don't be impulsive. Then he shouted to Jiang Chen, no problem, everyone depends on their ability, you continue. Tang Quansheng widened his eyes and pointed at Jiang Chen in the distance, they are trying to steal the monsters. Can you bear this? It all depends on your ability. There's no need to clash with them just for an alien. It's only 1 point. Yang Chuanzhong still held his arm and whispered. You. Tang Quanchen's chest heaved violently. He really wanted to go up and argue with Jiang Chen, but based on the performance of his teammates, he was really afraid that his teammates would just turn a blind eye to the matter. Let's not talk about that blind man Jiang Chen. Tang Chuao is a genuine S-level fruit ability user. He can't do it alone. Damn it, if I look for you to form a team next time, I will take your surname. Tang Quanchen cursed. Just at this moment. Seeing that the two had no intention of rushing up, Jiang Chen controlled the gravity, soared into the air, and flew straight towards the pyramid. Tang Quanchen watched them fly into the egg-shaped insect territory with shock on his face. FK. Jiang Chen can fly? Where are they going? Yang Chuanzhong said slowly, pyramid. Tang Quanchen was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, are you crazy? They are going to, the pyramid. FK. Two lunatics? Psychopaths. I'll wait here until they turn into aliens, and then I'll kill them. After saying that, he sat down right where he was, turned his head and glanced at his teammates. Lao Yang, you don't think they can make it out alive, do you? Yang Chuanzhong said slowly. It's possible. Tang Quanchen pointed at him, you are also crazy. The other side. Outside the secret realm, all the teachers at Star Marine School were staring at the entrance to the secret realm nervously. Densely packed names are reflected on the ripples on the surface of the space crack. However, only the first 100 are displayed. Among the top 10 at this time, only Lu Li's team from Star Marine School ranked 6th, while Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao were not on the list at all. Old Li, don't be too happy too soon. It's still a long way from the end. The head teacher Wang Sen hung up the phone angrily with a gloomy face. Lin Weidong asked cautiously. Director, what's wrong with you? Wang Sen snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth. Just now, Mr. Li from Linjiang Military Academy called me and boasted to me that the top 3 were all his students. I was so PD. This. Lin Weidong didn't know what to say. Wang Sen asked, did Xiaolin, Jiang Chen and their names appear? Lin Weidong shook his head, frowning slightly, not yet, nothing will happen to them, right? Wang Sen pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. Impossible. With Jiang Chen's humanoid self-propelled radar and Tang Chuao's fire fist, nothing can happen to them. Hearing this, Lin Weidong also nodded. With Jiang Chen's observation Haki, no matter the aliens who are good at hiding or the iron-blooded warriors who can become invisible, they cannot pose any threat to them. After a moment, Lin Weidong sighed, it seems our luck is really not very good. Wang Sen narrowed his eyes and said slowly. It's hard to say. Up to now, only 3 or 4 days have passed in the secret realm, right? There are still more than 10 days left. Hey, I hope everyone can come out safely. Lin Weidong said with some concern. Chapter 34. Jiang Chen controlled gravity, passed through the gray haze, and landed in front of a majestic pyramid with Tang Chuao. Oh my god, I didn't expect it to be so big up close. Tang Chuao looked up at the pyramid in front of him and sighed. The appearance of this pyramid is not the golden building that Jiang Chen remembered in his previous life, but is gray all over. The top of the pyramid is not pointed, but has a platform of at least 1,000 square meters. The entire pyramid is made up of stacked stones, and the gaps between the stones are so tight that even a blade cannot be inserted. At the front entrance of the pyramid is a square door made of huge stones. Let's go in and take a look. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took Tang Chuao and walked towards the square door of the pyramid. The two of them walked down along the passage at the entrance. Boom. A raging fire ignited in Tang Chuao's hands to serve as a light. Jiang Chen took a glance. Jiang Chen does not need lighting. His vision is not affected by light. Even in the dark, it is as bright as day. In the light of the fire, the murals on both sides of the passage also showed their outlines, and reliefs of aliens and predators were engraved on the walls on both sides. Tang Chuao looked at the murals curiously. These are all aliens. And there are also iron warriors. Stop looking and let's go. As Jiang Chen was speaking, he had already used his observation Haki to see all the murals on both sides. The aliens carved in it are not just the ordinary aliens in the secret realm, but also some other aliens that look very different. However, these are similar to the types of aliens in Jiang Chen's memory from his previous life. For example, the warrior alien is different from ordinary aliens. Their heads are flat and long, no longer smooth, but have protruding spines, and their bodies are also larger than ordinary aliens. The royal alien guard is even larger in size, and when standing, is almost 4 meters tall. It is also the alien queen's personal guard. The messenger alien walks on all fours and is the most agile. It has long limbs and a streamlined body that is not very big. It looks like a larger wolfhound. These strange and bizarre alien species further confirm Jiang Chen's guess. There must be an alien queen in here. The hidden reward is likely to be killing the alien queen. Jiang Chen walked straight into the pyramid. Seeing this, Tan Chuao stopped looking at the murals and trotted after him. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao finally walked out of the passage. Immediately following, the originally pitch-black surroundings suddenly lit up. Where is this? Tan Chuao extinguished the fire in her hand and looked around. The two were in a spacious hall, at the end of which was an upward passage. All around the hall, there were some eerie human skeletons scattered everywhere. Has anyone been here? Tan Chuao squatted down and looked at the white bones. Jiang Chen said slowly, it shouldn't be. Human bones are not that big. It's probably the skeleton of an iron-blooded warrior. Tan Chuao glanced at Jiang Chen blankly, then nodded, that makes sense. Just at this moment, within Jiang Chen's perception range, nearly 10 little guys got on all fours and rushed towards them from the passage at the end of the hall at an extremely fast speed. Come alive, Xiao Tang. Before Tan Chuao could react, nearly 10 messenger aliens poured out from the passage. The moment he stepped into Jiang Chen's gravity field. Boom. Gravity is pouring down. The 10 short messenger aliens felt as if they were hit by a giant hydraulic press on their backs. In an instant they were crushed by the terrifying gravity. Their physique was far inferior to that of ordinary aliens. They could not withstand the 8 tons of gravity at all and died instantly due to blood explosion. Green blood and broken limbs were scattered all around. Kill 10 messenger aliens and get 10 points. Tan Chuao looked at the broken bodies in front of her in shock. What kind of beast is this? The teacher didn't tell me. No one has gotten out of the pyramid alive, so it's normal that the teacher doesn't know. Jiang Chen said calmly. Tan Chuao touched his chin and said, you are right, we are pioneers. No, it's time to live again. Roar. A shrill cry came from the passage. The next moment, several alien creatures nearly 3 meters tall crawled out of the passage. Unlike the smooth, flat heads of other common aliens, this one has hideous spines scattered on it. They opened their mouths slightly, revealing a huge gap from the bottom of their heads, which was filled with sharp, inward curving fangs. Disgusting green mucus flowed between the teeth, emitting a foul odor. Behind them, a slender and sharp tail blade, like a python, crawls on the ground. Jiang Chen, be careful. Tan Chuao took a step forward, stared at the aliens in front of her, and frowned slightly. Immediately following. Boom. 2 flames ignited from her hands. 3 per person. Jiang Chen finished speaking. The sword blade was pulled out 3 inches. The next moment, the 6 aliens were instantly enveloped by invisible gravity and split into 2 groups. The group on the right was directly pulled towards Jiang Chen by gravity. Tan Chuao didn't waste any words and just threw out multiple fire punches in succession. Boom. The flames instantly engulfed the 3 aliens. The other side. The other 3 aliens were dragged towards Jiang Chen. Immediately following. Clang. The sword is unsheathed. Jiang Chen quickly stepped toward the ground, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, flashing past the 3 aliens. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 aliens' hideous heads were instantly thrown high into the air, and green blood sprayed in the air. All this happened in an instant. Kill 3 warrior aliens and get 3 points. Kill 3 warrior aliens and get 3 points. Tan Chuao turned her head and stared in shock at Jiang Chen, who was slowly sheathing his sword. You. Jiang Chen tilted his head. I didn't expect you to be so good at swordsmanship. It's okay. Jiang Chen responded indifferently. Tan Chuao did not see the process of Jiang Chen killing the 3 aliens instantly. But it's easy to see that they were all killed instantly with one sword. With Jiang Chen's observation ability and the speed of the 6-style shaving, he would probably aim for the alien's neck, where its defense was a little weak, and kill it with one sword. It's probably still not as good as my fire fist. No. What are you thinking about? Jiang Chen is not a person with a natural knives talent. How could his swordsmanship be stronger than his fire fist? Thinking of this, Tan Chuao shook her head slightly. Jiang Chen walked in front of her, holding a sword in a wooden staff. Let's go, the hidden reward is probably behind this passage. Tan Chuao didn't think any more and hurried to catch up. At the top floor of the pyramid, there is a dark and spacious secret room. Roar. With a piercing roar, a huge figure slowly stood up from the green slime, its hard black exoskeleton flashing a cold luster. When standing up, it was as tall as 2 stories, nearly 3 times larger than the ordinary aliens in the secret realm. Its head was like a twisted tumor, covered with intricate lines and bumps. In its bloody mouth, there are densely packed sharp fangs and foul-smelling green mucus flowing. In front of it, there were 4 equally ferocious and terrifying guard aliens crawling, and their bodies were even larger than the warrior aliens. Roar. A roar was heard. The 4 royal alien guards seemed to have received an order and quickly turned around and entered the passage. Chapter 35. After Jiang Chen and Tang Chueao killed 6 warrior aliens, they walked towards the passage they came out of. This passage was not as dark as the passage when entering the pyramid, but had a faint light. There was still fire burning in Tang Chueao's hand. Under the illumination of the flames, the passage became brighter. There should be more than just the courier alien and the warrior alien here. There should also be a larger alien. Tang Chueao looked at the murals on both sides as she walked. After killing the alien, the secret realm system will prompt the name of the alien. The last alien has not been killed yet, so Tang Chueao does not know its name. The remaining one should be the hidden reward, right? Tang Chueao turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head, probably not. Why? Tang Chueao is like a curious baby. Because, they are coming. Jiang Chen stopped and stared at the dark end ahead. Tang Chueao was startled and stared straight ahead. 4 even larger aliens appeared in front of them, with sticky mucus dripping slowly onto the ground from their exposed sharp teeth. The long and flat head is covered with hideous and terrifying lines, which look like protruding blood vessels or spines. Jiang Chen's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of white in them. The next moment. Boom. The 8 tons of gravity directly locked the 4 aliens to the ground. Although it looks stronger than the previous aliens, it is still just a lamb to be slaughtered in Jiang Chen's gravity field. Get started. Jiang Chen finished speaking. Tang Chueao didn't waste any words, raised her arm and waved it directly into the air. Flames roared out from the tip of her fist. Boom. The flames hit the 4 royal alien guards, raising smoke and dust around them. Tang Chueao looked at the scene in shock. He was actually able to withstand my flaming fist? Isn't this really a hidden reward? Before she could think about it, 3 more flaming fists whizzed out. Roar. The 4 aliens roared, and even though they were stronger than the previous aliens, their hard exoskeletons began to crack under the continuous bombardment of fire fists. Can you do it? Jiang Chen joked. Tang Chueao pursed her lips and threw out several fiery punches in succession. Boom boom boom. Under the powerful impact, the entire passage was shaking and the smoke and dust on the ceiling were shaken off. Finally. Under the fierce bombardment, the hard exoskeletons of the 4 aliens were finally shattered. Immediately afterwards, the body was blown into pieces, green blood splattered on both sides of the passage, and the corrosive blood touched the wall, emitting bursts of white smoke. Kill 4 guard aliens and get 4 points. Call. Tang Chueao breathed a sigh of relief, finally killing the 4 aliens. Not bad, Xiao Tang. Jiang Chen patted Tang Chueao on the shoulder and nodded. Tang Chueao was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and pursed her lips. Jiang Chen, we haven't met the alien boss you mentioned yet, and my fire fist can hardly penetrate their defense. Can we really get the hidden reward? Don't worry, you won't need your fire fist. I still have my sword. Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. You. Tang Chueao was stunned, then shook her head and sighed. I don't know whether it is right or wrong to follow you into this pyramid. Are you scared? Jiang Chen turned his head and pointed his ear towards Tang Chueao. Tang Chueao was silent for a moment, a little bit. Jiang Chen said directly, then you can turn around and go back, but I will not team up with you again in the future. After the words fell, Tang Chueao suddenly raised her head, her eyes firm. No, we've come all the way here, how can we go back? Maybe you're right, wealth and honor come in the face of danger. She has come here, with the hidden reward right in front of her. If she leaves out of fear, how can she avenge her grandfather in the future? The strong man from the beautiful country who killed his grandfather was a 7th level strong man. Missing out on the high attribute point rewards in Secret Realm number 1 will cause you to fall behind step by step. In this world, the stronger a person is, the faster he grows. Jiang Chen chuckled and said calmly. Let's go, then. Tang Chueao nodded heavily. The 2 continued walking up along the passage. 10 minutes later. The 2 finally walked out of the passage and came to a spacious hall. At the end of the hall, in a pool of green slime, a 2-story tall alien woman named Akoko stared at them. There were sharp bone spurs on its back, and it was dragging a 5-meter-long tail blade behind it. Its eyes were red, and it exuded a strong sense of oppression. The sharp teeth are filled with foul-smelling mucus. The air was filled with a foul smell that was nauseating. Tang Chueao almost vomited from the fumes. She covered her mouth and nose, staring blankly at the huge alien queen in front of her. Is this the alien boss? Roar. The alien queen let out a deafening roar, and the sticky liquid between her teeth spurted out, splashing on the walls around the hall. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly with a smile. You really look like in the movie. Then I'm not afraid of you anymore. As for the destructive power of the alien queen in the movie, I really look down on her now. Next, not only will he beat up the alien queen, but he will also use it to lure all the aliens scattered throughout the secret realm. This secret realm will bring huge attribute point gains. Outside the secret realm at this time, Wang Sen and Lin Weidong were staring at the secret realm leaderboard nervously. Suddenly a teacher ran over. "Director, the vice principal is here." Wang Sen heard this and looked in the direction he was looking. A white-haired old man, wearing the uniform of the demon-suppressing army and with 2 stars on his shoulders, walked towards him with great heroism. Wang Sen immediately trotted forward and said respectfully, "Vice Principal. This person is none other than the Vice President of Star Marine School, Dragon Country's 7th rank expert, Du Hongshen." Du Hongshen nodded slightly towards Wang Sen and asked, "Wang Sen, what is the current ranking of the secret realm? How are the students in our school?" Wang Sen glanced at the scoreboard at the entrance to the secret realm and said, "Vice Principal, currently, our school's only team in the top 10 is Luli's." Du Hongshen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Luli? Where are Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo?" Wang Sen shook his head. "I haven't seen them in the top 100 yet." "Didn't you say Jiang Chen has a 100-meter observation haki? How is it possible that he is not even in the top 100? Du Hongshen asked doubtfully. Wang Sen was cautious. "Kaido, Vice Principal, maybe their luck is just too bad." Du Hongshen was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Probably not. I remember you said Jiang Chen can fly, right? She can fly and has a strong observation haki. She has a much greater advantage than others in searching for aliens. Plus, Tang Chueo has the flame fruit. No matter what, it is impossible for her to not make it into the top 100. Wang Sen's eyes widened when he heard this. "Vice Principal, what do you mean?" Du Hongshen nodded. "Pyramid." The words fell. Lin Weidong, who was standing by, widened his eyes and said in disbelief, I clearly told them not to go in. And they agreed. Wang Sen also showed a worried expression on his face. "There may be a second-level beast in there. Are they crazy?" Du Hongshen's eyes fell on the secret realm scoreboard. His eyes narrowed slightly. "At this point, it's useless to say these things, just wait and see." Chapter 36. Roar. A roar like the explosion of thunder. The alien queen suddenly leaped up from the pool of green slime filled with a pungent smell like a flash of black lightning, carrying with her endless murderous intent. The target was directly aimed at Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo, who were right in front of him. Its copper bell-like eyes were like burning green fire, and the jumping flames were filled with surging anger, as if it was roaring and wanted to tear the 2 humans who dared to enter its territory into pieces in an instant. "Meet Jiang Chen!" Tang Chueo shouted tenderly and took a step forward. On the tip of her fist, raging flames roared and rushed up like a beast breaking free from a cage, and the scorching heat caused the surrounding air to surge with layers of distorted heat waves. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. His body did not move. He just gently raised his right hand. In an instant, a powerful gravitational field spread out from him, squeezing the surrounding air so hard that it made a bursting sound. Boom! 8 tons of gravity poured down, and the alien queen's body suddenly paused, and its speed dropped sharply, as if it was firmly grasped by an invisible giant hand. Roar! The alien queen raised her head full of ferocious sharp teeth, roared suddenly, and continued to pounce on Jiang Chen and the others despite the 8 tons of gravity. The huge body stepped on the ground. With every step it took, its huge body, as big as a mountain, caused the ground beneath its feet to tremble violently, as if there was a small earthquake. The walls of the entire hall were covered with dust and were on the verge of crumbling. Jiang Chen was shocked. Wow, this beast is indeed a second-level beast. It can actually move under its own 8 tons of gravity. Tang Chueo suddenly threw out a flaming fist, and flames whizzed out from the tip of his fist. Bang! The alien queen staggered after being hit by the flames and shook her head. Her eyes, which seemed like an endless abyss, were fixed on Tang Chueo. Tang Chueo widened her eyes in shock, meeting the alien queen's terrifying gaze, her heart full of disbelief. "My own fire fist is useless." Boom boom boom. Tang Chueo gritted her teeth, and flames continuously gathered on her fists. Like a human turret, she fired multiple flaming fists continuously. The alien queen was swayed left and right by the violent attack. However, not even its hard exoskeleton could leave the slightest trace. Roar! The alien queen seemed to have been completely enraged and let out another deafening roar. Tang Chueo pursed her lips tightly, beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and she stared at the horrible alien queen in front of her in disbelief. Is this the second-level beast? Is this going to be my fate today? No. Absolutely not. Tang Chueo shouted loudly, and hot flames covered her whole body. She stared at the alien queen who was approaching her. Just at this moment. Clang. Buzz. A dazzling cold light flashed by in an instant, accompanied by a slight sound of a sword. Jiang Chen's ghostly figure turned into an afterimage that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and flashed past the alien queen at an unimaginable speed. The alien queen didn't even have time to react before one of its legs, as thick as a pillar, was cut off from the root in an instant. In an instant, the green, sticky blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing onto the surrounding ground, making a sizzling corrosive sound. Tang Chuao stared at the fallen alien queen in shock, then she turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, who was standing behind the alien queen. Just now, was that Jiang Chen drawing his sword? No. Impossible. Even his fire fist couldn't break the beast's defense. Jiang Chen, how could he? Roar. The alien queen used her only 3 remaining legs to prop up her huge body and glared at Jiang Chen behind her. This human dared to cut off his own leg. Before the alien queen could react, Jiang Chen disappeared silently again. Swoosh. Another flash of cold light flashed again. The alien queen threw one leg high up into the air. With only 2 legs left, she could no longer support her huge body and fell heavily to the ground. Now, a hint of fear began to emanate from the alien queen's originally angry eyes, and she stared at the sharp sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen ordered Tang Chuao, "Xiao Tang, don't just stand there, blow through the ceiling." What? Tang Chuao looked at Jiang Chen blankly. She was still immersed in the shocking scene of Jiang Chen cutting off the alien queen's legs with one sword. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Blast through the ceiling. I want to take this thing to the platform at the top of the pyramid." Oh. Tang Chuao blinked. Although she didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do, she just did it. In her eyes, Jiang Chen now is like a god. Originally, she thought that she was at least stronger than Jiang Chen in terms of destructive power. It seems now. I am just dreaming. It's not just a little bit stronger, but it's far beyond reach. Tang Chuao took a deep breath, and a raging flame ignited, and then he suddenly punched the ceiling several times. Boom boom boom. The ceiling shattered with a sound, stone chips flew everywhere, and the space above suddenly became clear, revealing a passage leading to a higher place. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately controlled gravity. The suffocatingly powerful gravity was like an invisible giant hand that suddenly grabbed the alien queen, pulled it up from the ground, and dragged it towards the hole in the ceiling. The alien queen was terrified. It waved its upper limbs desperately, and its sharp claws danced in the air. However, the alien queen was already seriously injured at this moment, and all her struggles were in vain under Jiang Chen's powerful gravity control. At the top of the pyramid, there is a platform of nearly 1,000 square meters, and the wind is howling. Bang! The huge body of the alien was thrown to the ground. It curled up in the corner, staring at Jiang Chen with fearful eyes, and green blood continued to flow out from the cuts on its legs. Under the influence of Jiang Chen's gravity, the seriously injured alien queen was completely unable to move. It was completely incomprehensible. What on earth did this powerful human want to do? Tang Chuao stood beside Jiang Chen, her hair a little messy, and asked doubtfully. "Jiang Chen, what do you want to do?" Jiang Chen raised his lips slightly. "I guess those aliens outside are all its subordinates. If the boss gets beaten, will the subordinates come to support him?" Tang Chuao stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. She knew very well what it would mean if what Jiang Chen said was true. This means countless points and countless attribute points. Roar. The alien queen raised her head and roared, and the deafening roar spread throughout the entire secret realm. At the same time, in countless corners of the secret realm, aliens hidden in the trees and shadows turned their heads to look in the direction of the pyramid at the same time. The next moment, almost all the aliens took action and rushed towards the pyramid like crazy. Chapter 37. The outer circle of the pyramid, outside the realm of egg-shaped insects. Tang Quanshan's eyes widened and he stared in the direction of the pyramid. What's going on with this roar? Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly. Maybe it's the second-order ferocious beast in the pyramid. Tang Quanshan couldn't help but tremble for a while. It sounds terrifying. This is something we freshmen can't touch. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, these two lunatics, must be finished now. Tang Quanshan showed a look of gloating. Yang Chuanzhong said solemnly, "Is there a possibility that it was the roar of the second-level ferocious beast being beaten?" Tang Quanshan put the back of his hand on his teammate's forehead. "You don't have a fever, right? That's a second-level ferocious beast, brother. We are all freshmen, how bad can it be? I don't dare to provoke a second-level ferocious beast." Yang Chuanzhong slapped the back of his hand and said calmly, "Let's go, it's time to find the alien. Our first place has been surpassed." Tang Quanshan's eyes fell on the standings in his mind. First place, Rong Yang and Luo Chenji, points, 78. Second place, Tang Quanshan and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. After realizing that his team had been overtaken, Tang Quansheng cursed fiercely, "Damn it. Let's go quickly, we must keep the first place." Just then, he noticed that Yang Chuanzhong was staring blankly in the direction of the outside of the pyramid. "Lao Yang!" Tang Quansheng shouted, then glanced in the direction where his teammates were looking. The next moment, his eyes widened. Several aliens were seen shuttled through the jungle, approaching them at great speed. "Is that an alien? 1, 2, 3, how many are there? Are we lucky?" Yang Chuanzhong said in a deep voice, "There are too many, be careful and take action." The words fell. A touch of purple poisonous gas instantly spread from his hands. Tang Quansheng also clenched his fists and stared at the aliens that kept rushing toward them. The distance keeps getting closer. Until the alien passed directly over them and rushed towards the pyramid. Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong looked at each other blankly. The alien ignored them. What happened? This is impossible. According to common sense, as long as aliens find humans, they will definitely attack. It's impossible to just get past them. Suddenly, the two seemed to realize something at the same time, saying in unison, "Isn't it?" After saying that, both of them looked at the pyramid in the distance at the same time. And it's not just Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, the freshmen who are hunting aliens in the outer circle like them are also experiencing the same thing at this moment. Countless freshmen watched in bewilderment as one alien creature passed them after another and headed straight for the pyramid. No one knows what happened. Didn't the school teacher say anything like this happened? The top platform of the pyramid. Tang Chuao looked into the distance, and saw countless black spots approaching them. She looked at Jiang Chen excitedly, and even couldn't help but curse, "Really, the alien tide? Wuko." Jiang Chen looked solemn and said seriously, "I will expand the gravity field later. As long as it climbs up, I will control it. The task of clearing the monsters will be left to you." Tang Chuao nodded heavily. Around the pyramid, the alien tide gathered into a huge black ocean, constantly gathering towards where Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao were. They climbed frantically toward the outer walls of the pyramid. Soon, the first wave of aliens climbed to the top of the pyramid. Jiang Chen held a blind stick and tapped the ground. Buzz! The gravity field instantly spread to its largest range. The moment the alien stepped into the gravity field, it was crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity. Immediately following, Jiang Chen controlled the anti-gravity and lifted Tang Chuao directly into the sky. Tang Chuao was stunned for a moment, then she understood Jiang Chen's intention. "In the sky, you can better launch attacks on aliens on the ground." Tang Chuao's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists. Two balls of blazing flames instantly ignited at the tips of his fists. The next moment, she swung her flaming fists vigorously, and one after another fierce flaming fists smashed towards the suppressed alien tide on the ground. Boom boom boom. A mere first-level alien could not withstand Tang Chuao's terrifying fire fist. The first wave of aliens that entered Jiang Chen's gravity field were instantly turned into ashes by the high temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, like withering with dry wood and rotten wood. Kill one alien and get 1 point. 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 On the scoreboard in their minds, pieces of information emerged one after another. Tang Chuao just felt so happy. She couldn't help but speed up her movements. Countless tongues of fire fell from the sky, smashing into the alien tide on the pyramid platform recklessly. At this time, the seriously injured alien queen was curled up on the side, staring at the scene in front of her in a daze. Its wise eyes seemed to be pondering, what kind of devils are these two humans? Their own alien army was like ants in front of them. Kill one alien and get 1 point. 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 At the same time, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao's points are also rising rapidly. Number 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, points, 921. Second place, Rong Yang and Luo Chenji, points, 78. Third place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. In the blink of an eye, their points had surpassed the second place by 8 blocks and were about to reach the 1,000 point mark. You know, in Secret Realm number 1, up to now, no one has ever scored more than 1,000 points. And now, there are still more than 10 days until the end of the Secret Realm. As Tang Chuao's attacks became more fierce, the number of alien waves began to decrease sharply. Jiang Chen's gravity field also always maintains the largest range, ensuring that no alien can escape control. Boom. Another fierce fire fist smashed down, directly smashing the last group of aliens into meat paste. Oh my god. This feels so good. Tang Chuao landed beside Jiang Chen, waving her fists excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Chen, is there another wave? The words fell. They both turned their heads at the same time to look at the alien queen curled up on the ground. Seeing that greedy and crazy gaze, the alien queen trembled all over. Clang. Jiang Chen drew out his sword and slowly walked towards the alien queen. Tang Chuao also pressed the joints of her fists until they crackled, and followed Jiang Chen excitedly. The alien queen looked at the two of them in horror and tried to move her body backwards, but she was unable to move under the gravity of Jiang Chen. At the same time, countless freshmen stood scattered around the periphery of the egg-shaped insect territory, staring in the direction of the pyramid in amazement. Just now, they vaguely saw a blurry figure floating in the air, and flaming fists kept smashing towards the alien tide. Flames shot up into the sky. It was like a god descending from heaven. Following closely, in the scoreboard in their minds, the points behind Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao's names were rising rapidly like a rocket. Chapter 38. Due to the time flow problem inside and outside the secret, it took Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao more than half an hour to climb to the top inside the secret, while only 3 minutes passed outside. Outside the secret realm, 3 minutes ago, the quiet air was filled with tension and solemnity. Vice Principal Du Hongsheng, Dean of Students Wang Sen, and class teacher Lin Weidong were staring at the rankings with solemn expressions. Suddenly, Lin Weidong pointed at the standings on the surface of the space crack with an excited expression. Look! Jiang Chen and the others have entered the top 100. In the 87th place. When Wang Sen and Du Hongsheng heard this, they immediately looked in the direction Lin Weidong pointed. When they saw the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, they both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The next moment, the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao jumped up by another 20. This sudden change shocked the hearts of all the teachers present, as if the calm lake surface was hit by a huge rock, causing thousands of waves. Could it be that Jiang Chen is going to be like the entrance test again, and start riding a rocket? Next, as they thought, the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao once again jumped up to 20 names. Immediately afterwards, the rankings continued to rise. Less than 10 seconds. It has firmly occupied the first place, and at a terrifying speed, it has opened a huge gap with the second place. Not only that, the points are still skyrocketing. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, points, 146. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, points, 288. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, points, 522. For a moment, everyone outside the secret realm seemed to have been cast a restraining spell, staring at the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao in shock. All the teachers' eyes were wide open and their mouths were slightly open, as if they had forgotten that they could still breathe. 3 minutes flew by. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, points, 921. Second place, Rong Yang and Luo Chenji, points, 78. Third place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. Fourth place, Zhao Yang and Wang Rong, points, 75. Fifth place, Lin Ziahua and Lu Li, points, 74. The points finally stopped changing, and Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao stopped at 921 points. There was silence for a while. Wang Sen turned to look at Du Hongsheng, opening and closing his mouth several times. School, Vice Principal, what's going on here? Even if they kill the second-level ferocious beast in the pyramid, the points won't be so exaggerated, right? Lin Weidong on the side also quickly added. Yeah. I remember a second-level ferocious beast with hidden reward points, usually 200 points. What is the situation in this alien secret realm? In history, no one has ever scored so many points in secret realm number 1. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao are making history. Du Hongsheng glanced at the two of them and frowned into the character Chuan. You ask me? Who should I ask? After that, he stared at the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, and slowly said, ask them after they come out. Could it be that there's a bug in the secret realm? Lin Weidong looked at Wang Sen cautiously. Wang Sen glared at him and scolded softly, nonsense, when has there been a bug in the secret realm? Is there such a good thing? Lin Weidong nodded, looking puzzled, and murmured. Did they attack the alien nest? Wang Sen heard this and turned to look at him. Don't tell me, it's really possible. That beast in the pyramid might be the key. Within the secret realm, the alien queen lay on the ground with despair, green blood oozing out from the cut of her severed leg. After seeing the strength of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, the alien queen felt sad. It knew very well that even if it continued to call its younger brothers, it would only end up dying. Jiang Chen held the sword in hand, walked in front of it and looked down at it. Call all your kids over here, I'll kill them all and give you a quick death. The alien queen seemed to understand Jiang Chen's words. Its already hideous mouth slowly opened to the sides, revealing its sharp saw-like mouth parts. Jiang Chen didn't tolerate it at all and kicked it directly at its flat head. Bang! Try to show your teeth to me again. Jiang Chen pointed at the alien queen's head and said viciously as if he was training a dog. The alien queen's head shook a few times after being kicked, and then she continued to stare at Jiang Chen, looking like she would rather die than surrender. Seeing this, Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves and said, "Xinggong, I think you won't cry until you see the coffin." Bang bang bang. Roar. After a round of punches and kicks, the alien queen curled up and shivered, and her dark green eyes became clear. Tang Chueo was stunned by the scene and stood there in a daze. Jiang Chen drew out his sword and pressed it against the remaining legs of the alien queen. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you don't call your little brothers over here, I will first remove your last few legs, and then slowly peel off your skin." When the alien queen heard this, it was obvious that she understood. Its dark green eyes were filled with despair and fear. The next moment. Roar. A desperate roar shook the entire secret realm. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction and looked at Tang Chueo. "Xiao Tang, get ready and continue to kill monsters." "Okay." Tang Chueo rolled up her sleeves excitedly. "Today, let's brush it till the sky is dark. Anyway, Jiang Chen is here, so even if I am completely exhausted, I won't panic at all." Outside the egg-shaped worm territory, Tang Quansheng stared blankly in the direction of the pyramid for a long time before he came to his senses and turned to look at his teammates beside him. "Old Yang, I didn't expect that what you said was right. Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo are not crazy, they are FG devils." Yang Chuanzong's voice was also trembling at this moment. Did they break the record? Although in his heart, he always felt that Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo were not that simple. But it's not that outrageous. Tang Quansheng widened his eyes and said, "It's more than just breaking the record. This is making history. Not to mention our dragon country, no one in the entire world can kill monsters in Secret Realm number 1 in such an exaggerated way." Yang Chuanzhong couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Tell me, how did they do it? How could a first-level ability user defeat a second-level beast?" Hearing this, Tang Quansheng frowned. "There is only one possibility, one of them is more than one level." "Jiang Chen?" Yang Chuanzhong asked. Tang Quansheng shook his head. "I think it's Tang Chueo. Jiang Chen can only control gravity. To be frank, he is just a supporting role. If Tang Chueo is only level 1, how can they break the defense of the level 2 beast?" Yang Chuanzhong smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that the hidden reward in the alien secret realm could also be used to gather monsters from all over the map." Tang Quansheng glanced at him and said, "Old Yang, do you think there will be another wave?" Just at this moment, Yang Chuanzhong suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. In the distance, countless dark shadows were approaching them rapidly. "The next wave is coming." Tang Quansheng also turned his head to look, and suddenly he realized something. "That's not right, Old Yang. There are still a dozen days left. If this continues, won't all the aliens be killed by them? Then what about our points?" Yang Chuanzhong was a little speechless. "Cold mix. Damn it, no. Stop one if you can." Tang Quansheng rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards a running alien. Chapter 39. Outside the secret realm. All the teachers were still immersed in the heaven-defying points of Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo's points are skyrocketing again." Following the teacher's words, all the teachers turned their eyes to the scoreboard on the surface of the space crack. Number 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo, points, 921. Number 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo, points, 944. Number 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo, points, 968. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo, points, 1001. This time, the teachers, who were already shocked, became completely uncalm. If it was just over 900 points, they could still accept it. If they split it equally between the two of them, each would only get over 400 attribute points. Now the points are starting to skyrocket again. There is still a long time to go before the end. Who knows how many points Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo will get in the end? Wang Sen looked at Du Hongsheng with surprise. "Vice Principal, why did Jiang Chen and his team's scores start to skyrocket again? Could it be that there is more than one wave of aliens?" Du Hongsheng said nothing, just stared at the standings quietly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "You know, such a large number of points means that Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo will gain unimaginable attribute points after leaving Secret Realm number 1. This means that they will be far ahead of others in their future growth. And these two people are students of their Star Marine school. Lin Weidong was both excited and puzzled and asked, Director, are they going to kill all the aliens in the entire secret realm? Wang Sen couldn't help but sigh, ridiculous, too ridiculous. Director, this is too cool, isn't it? I remember that there is a limit to the points reward, and so far only one person in the world has reached the limit. Lin Weidong looked envious, wishing he could have gotten so many points back then. Wang Sen spoke slowly. Secret Realm number 1, the maximum points are 2000 points, plus the 500 points for the first place prize, and the hidden reward is 300 points. If they can really reach the upper limit of points, it means that after the end of Secret Realm number 1, each of them will get 1400 attribute points. With so many attribute points, one can directly reach the level 2 ability user. After the end of Secret Realm number 1, you will be able to reach the second level of ability. So far, no one in Dragon Country has been able to do it. Hearing this, Lin Weidong smiled with satisfaction. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao are both students in his class. From now on I can finally brag about myself. Just at this moment, Wang Sen's cell phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and found that it was his old friend from Linjiang Military Academy. He couldn't help but smile proudly. Hello? Laoli, what's up? Oh, I just got first place by accident, look how anxious you are. We Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao are indeed better than your students, and we do have a little more points than you. Laoli, I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious. Why is there a bug? Why are you enjoying yourself alone? I don't even know what you are talking about. Lin Weidong, who was standing aside, couldn't help but feel secretly happy when he saw Wang Sen's aunt smiling. Humph, Linjiang Military Academy, let you go wild. In the secret realm, Tang Quansheng sat on the ground panting, his face full of indignation. Damn it, we can't stop them at all. I'm so PD. Now these aliens, when they see us, just take a detour. They have to go to the pyramid to give Jiang Chen and his men their heads. Hey, is this the third wave already? Teammate Yang Chuanzhong also sat down, and the two leaned against each other, staring in the direction of the pyramid in despair. The aliens, like a legion of black ants, were eager to deliver their heads to Jiang Chen and his men. Flames shot up to the sky. Just now, they had been trying to stop a few aliens. They did kill some at first, but later the aliens saw them from afar and simply took a detour. The aliens were so agile and fast that they couldn't catch up with them even if they tried to run. Tang Quansheng glanced at the scoreboard in his mind and sighed in despair, oh my god, it's already over 1800 points. After saying that, he looked at his teammates beside him, if it weren't for Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, I wouldn't have known there were so many aliens hidden in this secret realm. Yang Chuanzhong smiled bitterly and shook his head, oh, forget it, second place is fine. The other side. Luli and Lin Ziahua also sat on the ground helplessly. They were the same, unable to stop these aliens who were determined to die. Luli stared blankly at the top of the pyramid, the figure that looked like the god of fire, and was filled with envy. The top of the pyramid. Boom boom boom. Tang Chuao was suspended in the air, continuously throwing flaming fists at the black army below his feet, his face full of excitement. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in their minds. Tip, the points have reached the upper limit, killing aliens will no longer increase points, except for hidden rewards. Number 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao, points, 2000. Jiang Chen was shocked. Reached the limit? What the hell? Is there a limit to the points in the secret realm? Tang Chuao also showed a surprised expression. The two looked at each other. Jiang Chen looked up at Tang Chuao and asked loudly, Xiao Tang, why is there an upper limit to the secret realm? Our teacher never told us that. Tang Chuao fell silent and continued to bombard the alien tide silently. After a moment, she said, Jiang Chen, is there a possibility that the teacher never thought that someone could reach the upper limit? Jiang Chen was speechless when he heard this. What Xiao Tang said does make some sense. It seems that I have never seen anyone in Dragon Country who can reach the points limit in the secret realm. Forget it, let's just set the upper limit. This is enough points. 2000 points, plus 300 points for hidden rewards, 500 points for first place, so each of them can get 1400 attribute points. 1400 attribute points means that the spiritual attribute can be directly raised to 720 points. After all, the highest attribute cannot be more than twice the lowest, but it doesn't matter, the other attribute points are also very useful. 720 points of spiritual attribute means that you can control 36 tons of gravity. It was only 8 tons originally, but it has more than quadrupled. 36 tons of gravity can probably crush a second level beast. And you can also get 140 skill points. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the skill panel in his mind. Observation Haki LV.2, 0/60 plus, current range 500 meters, next level, range expanded to 1000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, currently has comprehended the sword intent, next level, sword intent, Grandmaster. Gravity Field LV.2, 0/20 plus, current field range 50 meters, next level, range expanded to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave control, proficient. Marine 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armament Haki. Current unlock progress, 7/10. 140 points. This has to be pulled all over again. After the secret realm ends, I will be able to control gravity waves? I don't know how far I can control it by then. It should be no problem to add gravity to the sword. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He shouted towards Tang Chueo. Xiao Tang, clear out this wave of aliens first, then you can deal with the alien queen. At this time, the alien queen curled up on the side seemed to understand. She raised her head with difficulty, her eyes full of relief. Chapter 40. Outside the secret realm. Everyone in the Star Marine School's Esper Association was sitting in the stands, staring at the standings on the space rift. At this time, Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo had reached the upper limit of 2,000 points. Such outrageous results immediately silenced everyone. After a while, Jiang Qingyu rested his hands leisurely on the back of his head, glanced at Xiao Yang next to him, smacked his lips and said, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, I remember someone once swore that Jiang Chen would never become a second-level ability user after the end of Secret Realm number 1. Oh, by the way, someone even boldly emphasized that what he said was the truth, and what others said was also the truth." Having said that, Jiang Qingyu also deliberately imitated Xiao Yang's tone at that time, with a look that deserved as many beatings as possible. Xiao Yang's face instantly turned gloomy, and he stood up with a loud sound, his eyes widening angrily. "Jiang Qingyu, do you want to die?" Jiang Qingyu didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and pointed a finger at the furious Xiao Yang, then turned to look at Vice President Chu Liang. "Ha ha ha ha, Lao Chu, look, he's in a hurry. He's in a hurry." Faced with Jiang Qingyu's strange aura, Xiao Yang couldn't hold himself any longer. Veins popped up on his forehead. "What the hell, you have the guts to come to the ring with me?" Jiang Qingyu's face was full of disdain, he crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "Kaido, just go, am I still afraid of you?" At this tense moment, Yang Xiaotong stood up, stood between the two of them, and sighed. "Please be quiet. One is a smoke fruit user who can transform into elements, and the other is a phoenix fruit user. Who can you beat to death? We will fight to the end of the world, right?" The words fell. They both turned their heads to the side at the same time. What Yang Xiaotong said is indeed true. Users with smoke fruit abilities that can transform into elements cannot defeat them without armed domineering energy. And Jiang Qingyu is even more outrageous, simply immune to death. Both of them are 4th level ability users, and their strength is also equal. When they are put together, there is no way to tell the winner. Chu Liang cast his gaze on Xiao Yang and spoke slowly. "Okay, Xiao Yang, please stop saying a few words. Since Jiang Chen is destined to be a 2nd level ability user, after the secret realm is over, you can ask someone to absorb him into the association and directly turn him into a formal member." When Xiao Yang heard this, he snorted coldly and turned away. His younger brother Xiao Jun, who was sitting next to him, saw this and hurriedly followed him. Star Marine School, on a quiet lane in the school. Xiao Jun followed Xiao Yang closely, cursing, "Damn, this Jiang Qingyu is so mean. Brother, you must deal with him when you find the opportunity." Xiao Yang clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words through his teeth, "There will be a chance." After saying that, he stopped and turned to look at his younger brother Xiao Jun, with a hint of evil in his eyes. "After the freshmen have finished their ability evaluation, you can go and recruit new ones. If Jiang Chen's spirit is dampened by then, I will let him take the limelight." When Xiao Jun heard this, he also showed a sinister smile. "Don't worry, brother, I know it well." What about 2nd level ability users? No one at the same level can break my barrier. According to the conventions of the Star Marine School Abilities Association, every time when new students are recruited, the old students will deliberately show off their skills to give the new students a show of strength. After all, this is a martial arts school that always respects force and the strong. In the association, strength is everything and is the absolute king. In every freshman class, there will always be a few arrogant people who don't know the heights of the world. Relying on their slightly better talents, They show off their power in the school and are arrogant and domineering, completely ignoring their seniors. At this time, it is necessary for the old students to come forward and teach these stupid young people a lesson, so that they can recognize the reality and understand that in the military academy, they are just a drop in the ocean. In the secret area, at the top of the pyramid, Tang Chuao is still cleaning up the remaining alien tide. Jiang Chen walked leisurely to the side of the alien queen, touched its long and flat head, and muttered. Brother, oh no, you seem to be from a mother. Sister, to be honest, I really want to thank you for giving us such a generous gift of points. You can feel at ease now. The alien queen, who was already dying at this moment, heard these words and a soft whimper rolled out of her throat. Is this human language? Not only did he kill himself, he also killed his own men, and in the end he even said thank you. If she couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, the alien queen would have pounced on him and bit him to death. Jiang Chen looked calm as he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The cold blade moved closer and closer to the alien queen's head, and the chill seemed to instantly penetrate into her bones. The alien queen closed her eyes peacefully, looking as if she was finally liberated. The next moment, the sword blade goes straight down. Phew. Green sticky blood gushed out along the sword, the alien queen's huge body trembled violently, and then she was completely lifeless. A while later, Tang Chuao finally cleared the remaining alien waves. She seemed to have been drained of all her strength. Her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she was almost exhausted. Nearly 2,000 aliens. She was responsible for cleaning it up. But even so, Tang Chuao had no complaints at all and was even very excited. After all, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, she wouldn't be able to beat up the alien queen. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, walked to Tang Chuao's side, sat cross-legged, looked up at the deadly sky in the distance, and spoke slowly. I didn't expect that the secret realm would have a points limit. Tang Chuao forced herself to sit up, supporting herself with her hands behind her back. Jiang Chen, we can get a total of 2,800 points this time, which means 1,400 attribute points per person, which is already outrageous enough. This means that as long as we leave the secret realm, we will be able to be directly rated as a second-level ability user. In our dragon country, there has never been a person with the second-level ability who came directly after the number 1 secret realm. Jiang Chen chuckled, that's true. Tang Chuao continued. Besides, we have already reached the second level of ability in secret realm number 1. We can kill people indiscriminately in the following secret realms. After saying that, she glanced at Jiang Chen cautiously. Jiang Chen, can I still team up with you in the next secret realm? She had witnessed Jiang Chen's terrifying strength with her own eyes. A freshman can kill a second-level beast. With such potential, for the sake of his own future, he must hold on to this great figure. Jiang Chen responded casually. Sure. Jiang Chen was still very satisfied with Tang Chuao's performance. Although this little girl is not as strong as himself, she is still one of the strongest among the strong compared to others. And she works very hard, so it doesn't matter if she's the only one in the team. Anyway, you have to form a team to go to the secret realm. It's better to form Tang Chuao than to form a team with others. Hearing this, Tang Chuao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Jiang Chen. Tang Chuao seemed to suddenly remember something and asked with curiosity in her eyes, how much destructive power can you produce with one sword? Jiang Chen said bluntly, oh, about 5,000 calories. The words fell. Tang Chuao widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. 5,000 calories. My fire punch has 2,500 calories, which is quite exaggerated for a freshman. Jiang Chen's sword is 5,000 calories. And he spoke in such a casual tone, as if it wasn't a big deal. What kind of monster is this? Tang Chuao screamed silently in her heart. Jiang Chen stood up and brushed the dust off his butt. I have already secured first place. The next step is to wait until the secret realm ends and settle the attribute points. I'll get some dry branches and we'll stay here tonight. Jiang Chen said as he flew into the air, leaving Tang Chuao still in shock. Chapter 41. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the last day in the secret realm. Yang Chuanzhong sat on the ground, his back leaning against a big tree, looking a little tired. Tang Quansheng paced back and forth in front of him in annoyance, feeling depressed and having no way to vent. From time to time, he raised his foot and kicked the gravel on the ground hard. Tang Quansheng. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind them. Tang Quansheng was full of impatience. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Rong Yang and Luo Qinji, their classmates from Linjiang Military Academy, who were currently ranked third in the standings. Old Tang, you guys are pretty relaxed. Rong Yang spoke first, with a playful smile on his face, and strode forward with Luo Qinji. Seeing this, Tang Quansheng rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. What else can we do? In more than 10 days, we only caught 3 aliens. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao killed them all. Rong Yang smiled bitterly and said. Then you are not bad. Ever since Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao cleared the alien tide, we have only encountered one in the past 10 days. When Tang Quansheng heard this, he clenched his fists in anger. Damn Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao. They were doing pretty well the past few days, killing more than a dozen aliens a day. Now that they've messed things up, it's going to be hard for us to get to Secret Realm No. 2. Rong Yang slowly squatted down and sighed heavily. Well, it's actually not bad. At most 200 attribute points, it's not a big loss. I can only go to Secret Realm No. 2 to see if I can make up for it. Immediately following, the 4 of them sat together, all of them dejected. Tang Quansheng looked up at the sky and said with emotion, how come Tang Chuao is so strong? She can kill a second-level beast. Rong Yang glanced at him and said, otherwise, the flame fruit is known as the most mature S-level fruit. But maybe Tang Chuao herself is also very talented. Tang Quansheng shrugged and spread his hands, it's almost over. We gave up anyway. So do we. After saying that, the 4 of them looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. In a jungle in the Secret Realm, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao have been basically doing nothing and wandering around for the past 10 days. At this time, the 2 were sitting together with a simple barbecue grill in front of them. Tang Chuao's cheeks bulged as she spoke incoherently. After you get out, you will have to participate in the rank evaluation. Jiang Chen, if it weren't for the rigid requirement of attribute points for the rank evaluation, I think you would have a chance to be directly evaluated to the 3rd rank. Jiang Chen was slightly startled, and asked casually, how much destructive power is required for the 3rd level? 20,000 cards. Tang Chuao swallowed the food in her mouth and spoke swiftly. Jiang Chen's heart was shaken, and he blurted out, the 2nd level is only 5,000 calories, and it suddenly jumped to 20,000 calories. Isn't the span too big? Tang Chuao chewed the meat slowly and explained. It's not bad. The total attribute point requirement for the 3rd level is 3,000 points. Converted to each attribute, it's about 750 points on average. Without any ability enhancement, it can produce about 7,500 cards of destructive power. The ability enhancement requirement for the 3rd stage is about 3 times to pass. However, the higher the level, the higher the required ability increase multiplier, which is also closely related to the development of fruit abilities, or the degree of development of physical skills and kendo. The abilities of those 7th and 8th level warriors can be multiplied by dozens of times. After listening to Tang Chuao's explanation, Jiang Chen lowered his head slightly and pondered. Remember, even if the 3rd level destructive power requirement is 20,000 cards, it may not be beyond my reach. After the Secret Realm ends, the strength attribute can be increased to about 360 points, which means a basic destructive power of 3,600 cards. If I upgrade the blind swordsmanship, add Grandmaster level sword intent, and add gravity, it will easily increase tenfold, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen continued to ask. What are the requirements for a 4th level ability user? Tang Chuao tilted her head and thought for a moment, then replied, it seems to be 8,000 total attribute points, and the destructive power requirement is 80,000. Jiang Chen was silent. 80,000 calories. According to my current situation, after the Secret Realm ends, the destructive power can reach more than 30,000 cards at most. Although compared with other 2nd level ability users, he is far ahead of them and is comparable to 3rd level ability users. But the gap with the 4th level is still obvious. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a clear reminder sound suddenly rang out. 1 minute left until the end of the Secret Realm. Ah! It's finally over. Tang Chuao stretched herself excitedly. She hadn't taken a shower for 20 days. She couldn't stand it any longer. Soon. 1 minute passed. Jiang Chen only felt a flash of white light, and then the dense jungle around him disappeared in an instant. The 2 of them were transferred to a space out of thin air, and the sky and the earth were covered with white. This is also the place where attribute points begin to be settled after the Secret Realm ends. The Secret Realm is over, points are being calculated. Detected that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao killed the alien queen, rewarded with 300 hidden points. Detect Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao's wood expulsion points ranked first, reward points 500. Detected that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao's total score is 2,800, calculating attribute points. In less than a minute, all attribute points were settled. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao each received 1,400 attribute points. In an instant, the 2 of them were covered by a layer of dreamy gauze, shining brightly and dazzlingly. At the same time, in Jiang Chen's mind, 2 clear reminder sounds rang out at the same time. Obtain 1400 attribute points. Obtain 140 skill points. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately opened his panel and started adding points without stopping. Ding ding ding. For a moment, golden light flashed on the panel. Strength, 80 plus dash strength, 360 plus. Spirit, 160 plus dash spirit, 720 plus. Physique, 80 plus dash physique, 360 plus. Agility, 80 plus dash agility, 360 plus. Controllable gravity, 36 tons. The four-dimensional attributes have been increased by more than 4 times. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force surged up from deep within Jiang Chen's body. This force roared along the meridians of the whole body, penetrated into every tiny cell, and merged into the boiling blood. Click, click, click. The bones made a slight cracking sound. Jiang Chen felt the tremendous transformation taking place within his body. He subconsciously clenched his fist. At this moment, his fist seemed to contain 1,000 pounds of force. A random punch could kill an elephant. Not only the attack power, but also the physique and agility have been greatly improved. A 360-point physique means that even with an iron block, it can withstand the destructive power of Wonka. 720 points of mental power can directly control 36 tons of gravity. Equivalent to nearly 20 cars. Equivalent to a medium tank. Want to fight yourself? First, smash a medium tank directly onto the opponent. Let the other party have a taste of despair. Even if the alien queen was in front of him now, he probably wouldn't need to draw his sword. The 36 tons of gravity alone would be enough to crush her into pulp. Call. And skill points. Jiang Chen moved his gaze to the skill panel. Observation Haki LV.2, 0/60 plus, next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, next level, sword intentions, Grandmaster. Gravity Field LV.2, 0/20 plus, next level, range expanded to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave control, proficient. Marine 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. Allocated skill points, 140. Tip, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armament Haki. Current unlock progress, 7/10. Chapter 42. When it comes to adding skill points, the focus is definitely on 3 skills, Observation Haki, Blind Swordsmanship, and Gravity Field. As for the Marine 6 Styles, their priority is not high for now. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly upgraded all 3 main skills one by one. Observation Haki LV.2 Observation Haki LV.3. Observation Haki LV.3, 0/180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range expanded to 2000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2 Blind Swordsmanship LV.3. Blind Swordsmanship LV.3, 0/40 plus, currently has mastered the Sword Spirit, Grandmaster, next level, Sword Chi, proficient. Gravity Field LV.2 Gravity Field LV.3. Gravity Field LV.3, 0/40 plus, current field range 200 meters, has mastered Gravity Wave Control, proficient, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Allocated skill points, 40. The moment you click on the skill, Jiang Chen clearly felt that his perception range had doubled. Not only that, his perception perspective became clearer. It's just like what you see with your real eyes, there is no difference. The only difference is that Jiang Chen's perspective is 360 degrees without blind spots, and ignores obstacles. Go straight to the essence. Tang Chuao standing by was as transparent as a ray of light in Jiang Chen's perception. Jiang Chen knew everything about her. There's more to it than that. Jiang Chen gently drew out the sword. In an instant, the airflow around the sword quietly surged, transmitting to him the subtlest movements between heaven and earth. With the combination of seeing and hearing colors, he could clearly feel the slight tremor as the air passed over the sword. Everything seems to have shed its usual gentle disguise, revealing its most simple inner structure. In his eyes, mountains, rivers, and rocks are no longer static and majestic landscapes, but natural secrets that contain the direction of power. Those wrinkles in the texture were like the best roots for sword moves, guiding him on how to break through with the sword and control force with chi. It's a wonderful feeling. Jiang Chen gripped the hilt of the sword, and there seemed to be a tacit understanding between his fingers and the hilt. The sword was no longer a cold metal tool, but a part of his body extending outward. Move as your heart desires, and your sword will follow your mind. Jiang Chen decisively drew out his sword and swung it in the air. Buzz. Wherever the sword passed, it seemed to produce a wonderful resonance with the surrounding air, causing visible ripples in the space that spread out in circles. Tang Chuao, who was standing by, witnessed this shocking scene and stood there in a daze. Her mouth opened slightly into a small O shape and her eyes were wide open with shock and disbelief. What the hell is this? Did I see that right? This sword actually caused the space to fluctuate. Could this be some new skill developed from the Chong fruit? Tang Chueo stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. She was so shocked that she even forgot to ask any questions. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The gravity field has also been increased to 200 meters, and the control of gravity waves has been initially mastered. He also tried to attach gravity to the sword he swung just now, and it worked. It would no longer be like at the beginning, when gravity enveloped him as well. Right at this moment, a clear reminder tone sounded again in Jiang Chen's mind. The total skill level has reached LV.10/10. Unlock new skills, Armament Haki. Armament Haki LV.1, can touch the entity of the ability user, next level, Armament Haki Entanglement. Tip, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Tiger. Current unlock progress, 10/20. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Armed color domineering. With this skill, you don't have to worry about being helpless against an elemental enemy. And Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the latest prompt. The total skill level reaches LV.20, unlocking Gravity Blade Tiger. This move is one of Fujitora's signature skills in the anime. Attach gravity to the knife, swing it, and release a huge lateral gravity in the trajectory of the knife, crushing everything in front of it. It is an extremely terrifying long-range AoE attack skill. Now my total level is only level 10, and I still need 10 levels to go. Jiang Chen touched his chin and began to think about which skill to allocate the remaining 40 skill points to. It takes 180 points to upgrade your observation Haki, so just pass it. Blind Swordsmanship LV.3, 0/40 plus, currently has mastered the Sword Spirit, Grandmaster, next level, Sword Chi, Proficient. Gravity Field LV.3, 0/40 plus, current field range 200 meters, has mastered Gravity Wave Control, Proficient, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Marine 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. Armament Haki LV.1, 0/20 plus, can attack elemental enemies, next level, Armament Haki Entanglement. If you give skill points to Marine 6 Styles and Armament Haki, some skill points will be left over and cannot be used. This is very uncomfortable for a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. So I pass it to the remaining Blind Swordsmanship and Gravity Field. Upgrading the Blind Swordsmanship can gain proficiency level sword energy, which doesn't seem that great. After all, he is only at the skilled level, so his attack power shouldn't be that strong. It would be better to just pull the opponent in front of him and kill him with one sword using the Grandmaster level sword intent. The gravity field can directly increase the range to 500 meters, and my current observation Haki range is 1000 meters. This can be considered a huge improvement. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly invested his skill points into the field of gravity. Bite. Gravity Field LV.3 Gravity Field LV.4. Gravity Field LV.4, 0/80 plus, current field range 500 meters, has mastered Gravity Wave Control, Proficient, next level, range expanded to 1000 meters. Allocated skill points, 0. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. The next level is still not able to master the Grandmaster level of Gravity Wave Control. Is there another level to go down? I just tried it myself, and I can only control gravity waves at a skilled level. I am still unable to gather gravity into the air and form a repulsive gravity circle like Fujitora in the anime, rebounding all attacks. Never mind, let's leave it like this for now. Jiang Chen took one last look at his current panel. Strength, 360 plus. Spirit 720 plus. Physique 360 plus. Agility, 360 plus. Controllable gravity, 36 tons. Observation Haki LV.3, 0/180 plus, current range 1000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.3, 0/40 plus, currently comprehended the sword intent, Grandmaster. Gravity Field LV.4, 0/80 plus, current field range 500 meters, has mastered Gravity Wave Control, Proficient. Armament Haki LV.1, 0/20 plus, can attack elemental enemies, next level, Armament Haki Entanglement. Marine 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he sensed Tang Chueo standing behind him in astonishment. Jiang Chen turned his head. What's wrong, Xiao Tang? Nothing. Tang Chueo came back to her senses. Jiang Chen, what happened to that sword just now? Was I dazzled? Oh, nothing, just developed a new skill. Jiang Chen said casually. Tan Chuao was speechless. This skill didn't look simple, but it was said so casually. Okay, let's go, it's time to go out. The homeroom teacher is probably waiting for us outside the secret realm. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he strode towards the exit of the secret realm. Seeing this, Tan Chuao also hurriedly stood up and followed. Chapter 43. Outside the secret realm. Almost all the teachers of Star Marine School gather here. Lin Weidong's face was filled with excitement. The reason is very simple. Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao, who made history in Secret Realm number 1 this time, are his students. Vice President Du Hongsheng stood tall with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with anticipation. The Dean of Studies Wang Sen was also nearby, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the space crack, and he was equally excited. There were also some teachers who had complicated expressions on their faces. It is true that Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao made history, but this also resulted in other students having unexpectedly low scores. This means that most of the points are concentrated on Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao. Lin Weidong stood on tiptoe, looking around, muttering to himself, it should be time, right? Why hasn't he come out yet? Wang Sen glanced at him and said, Xiao Lin, why are you in such a hurry? It will be out soon. Lin Weidong said excitedly. I really want to know how Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao did it. This time, our dragon country has conquered another hidden reward in a secret realm, and they are my students. Wang Sen heard this and chuckled, saying jokingly, look at how useless you are. While talking, the crack in the space, which was originally as quiet as a mirror, suddenly began to ripple. They are coming out? The students are coming out. An eagle-eyed teacher couldn't help but exclaim. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on it. Immediately following, the first batch of freshmen stepped out from the cracks. These freshmen were all covered in dust and stains, and their clothes were as ragged as those of the beggars on the street. A breeze blew by. Suddenly, the whole playground stinks. However, the teachers didn't react much. Most secret realms are like this and they are used to it. The head teachers of each class also began to come forward and claim the students in their own class. Lin Weidong shuttled through the crowd, and after a long time, he finally gathered all his classmates together. He counted the number of people and found that Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao were not in the crowd. Wang Ming, where are Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao? Wang Ming raised his head, his eyes watering, and said aggrievedly. I don't know, teacher. I only got 20 points this time. It was okay in the beginning, I could meet 4 or 5 aliens a day, but I never met any in the end. Lin Weidong was speechless when he heard this. He had seen the situation on the standings with his own eyes, so he could naturally guess what had happened. It was nothing more than Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao killing all the monsters. At this moment, other students heard what Wang Ming said and spoke up. Yes, Mr. Lin, we are too. We are just hanging around the outer circle of the pyramid. Tan Chuao is too strong. She has killed almost all the aliens. We were even worse off, only getting more than 10 points. We saw a lot of aliens, but they ignored us and just went around to give Tan Chuao a head. For a moment, the scene was plunged into noise. The students seemed to have found an outlet for their emotions and were venting their dissatisfaction. Quiet, everyone, be quiet. Lin Weidong shouted, maintaining order among the students, did you see how Tan Chuao and the others were killed? Almost everyone who was close to the pyramid saw it. It was so horrible. So cruel and inhumane. Yes, I don't know what's wrong with the aliens. They are rushing to kill people like crazy. They are so dense that they look like an army of ants. Lin Weidong frowned as he listened to the student's words. Didn't you see Jiang Chen? A student shook his head, bewildered, no, I only saw Tan Chuao, and all the aliens were killed by Tan Chuao. Upon hearing this, Lin Weidong turned his head and looked at Wang Sen. He didn't know what was going on, so he could only wait for Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao to come out and then ask them. In the following time, freshmen walked out of the space cracks one after another. Since Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao obtained more attribute points, they naturally stayed in the settlement space the longest. Especially Jiang Chen, it took some time to learn his skills. It was not until the last wave of students came out and another 5 minutes passed that Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao slowly walked out of the space crack. Here they come. Jiang Chen, Tan Chuao, and the others are out. Following a classmate's loud shout, everyone's eyes turned to the two of them. There is no doubt that in the secret realm number 1, Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao are the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Weidong trotted over first, looking the two of them up and down excitedly, his eyes full of concern, and checked carefully to see if they were injured. Teacher Lin, we are fine, really fine. Jiang Chen stopped Lin Weidong with a helpless look. It's all right, it's all right. Lin Weidong patted the two on the shoulders, his face full of pride. This time, Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao not only broke the record, but also conquered a hidden reward in a secret realm. As long as they report truthfully, teachers like them will also benefit greatly. At this time, Vice President Du Hongsheng also came over. Wang Sen immediately introduced, "This is the Vice President of our school." Du Hongsheng smiled and nodded. "My name is Du Hongsheng. You have made history this time. Not only have you brought glory to our school, but you have also conquered a secret realm for our dragon country. I am proud of you." Jiang Chen and Tan Chuao nodded slightly and greeted politely. Du Hongsheng looked gentle and asked softly, "Jiang Chen, Tan Chuao, can you tell me what happened in the secret realm?" After saying that, he fixed his gaze on Tan Chuao. After all, the people present had a very simple idea: the only person who could kill a second-level beast could be Tan Chuao. Tan Chuao's pretty face turned slightly red and she looked around, as if she was a little embarrassed. "Principal Du." The next period of time, Tan Chuao explained in detail everything that happened in the secret realm, including the second-level alien queen, who was actually killed by Jiang Chen. Everyone who heard this showed surprised expressions. "I didn't expect that it was Jiang Chen who killed him. How did he do it?" Du Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that the second-level beast was killed by Jiang Chen. And according to Tan Chuao's explanation, it was Jiang Chen who killed it all by himself. If Tan Chuao had been the one who killed him, Du Hongsheng wouldn't have felt so complicated. Jiang Chen is a blind man. How far can a blind man go even if he is this talented? Du Hongsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But he still asked curiously, "Jiang Chen, how much destructive power can you produce before entering secret realm no one?" "Jiang Chen, I haven't measured it, probably around 5,000 calories. 5,000 calories. Hearing this, all the teachers widened their eyes. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to kill the alien queen. With 5,000 cards of destructive power, he could indeed kill a level 2 beast. After a while, Du Hongsheng came back to his senses and said with relief, "Each of you has taken 1,400 attribute points this time. We can retest the destructive power later." Then he instructed the teachers. "Okay, the students are all very tired, let them go back and rest first. Give them a day off tomorrow, and gather together for the unified rank evaluation the day after tomorrow." The words fell. The teachers organized the students in their classes and boarded the bus. After everyone left, Wang Sen asked softly, "Principal Du, how much destructive power do you think Jiang Chen can exert now?" Du Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen's back with satisfaction and guessed. He had 5,000 calories before entering the secret realm. Now I estimate that it is around 20,000 calories. Tell me after the test. 20,000 calories. The threshold for a second-level ability user is only 5,000 calories. This Jiang Chen is a bit outrageous. Wang Sen sighed. Chapter 44. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he took off his shoes and rushed into the bathroom. Warm water poured down from the shower head, washing away all the fatigue of the past 20 days. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen felt refreshed. He lay down on the big bed with his arms and legs spread out and let out a long sigh. Although this time in the secret realm, everything went smoothly. But my own big bed is still comfortable. Before going to bed, Jiang Chen took out his cell phone out of habit. Really? As expected, it dominated the hot search headlines again. Shocking. Tan Chuao and Jiang Chen conquered the hidden reward of the alien secret realm and reached the points limit unprecedentedly. Jiang Chen just glanced at it casually and was attracted by the title of a self-media video. He tapped his finger lightly and the video started playing. At the same time, he casually scrolled through the that were pouring in, just as a pre-sleep entertainment. According to reliable information, in this secret realm, Tan Chuao alone killed 2,000 aliens. She is indeed an S-level user of the flame fruit. Not only that, the second-level beast in the pyramid was most likely killed by Tan Chuao. Tan Chuao's future achievements will probably far exceed any general. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. My goodness, except for mentioning his name in the title, there is no mention of it in the video. Those who don't know would think this is a single-player secret realm. The second-level ferocious beast was obviously killed by its own naivete. But on second thought, self-media just likes to attract attention and stir up trouble, and they always speak irresponsibly. Jiang Chen continued to read the. It's absolutely true. My brother is a freshman at Linjiang Military Academy. He told me personally that Tan Chuao is floating in the sky, like a god descending from heaven. Picture, she is so beautiful. I declare her my new goddess. I will not accept any rebuttal. But why did Tan Chuao want to team up with a blind man? Are there any hidden secrets between them? Could it be that Jiang Chen has some powerful background? Jiang Chen is an ordinary man who couldn't be more ordinary. Not only is he blind, he's also stupid. He gave up the flame fruit. What do you know? If Jiang Chen hadn't given up the flame fruit, would Tang Chueao have gotten it? Tang Chueao is repaying a favor. My goddess Tang is not only beautiful, but also powerful and kind-hearted. I heard that Jiang Chen's ability is very suitable for assisting. Without Jiang Chen's help, Tang Chueao might not be able to kill the second-level beast. The guy upstairs, is Jiang Chen your father? No matter what, these people will be heroes who protect Dragon Country in the future. Just because Jiang Chen is blind, you are insulting heroes like this. That's it? A bunch of keyboard warriors. Jiang Chen was speechless. It was true that when one becomes famous, one would be surrounded by gossips. But he didn't intend to clarify anything. After all, the human beings in this world are not united. On the other side of the ocean, there is the beautiful country that is eyeing the Dragon Country covetously, and there is the little Sakura next door that makes some small moves from time to time. I can't guarantee whether there are 500,000 walking people in Longguo. Moreover, he did not have any great background, and his current strength was not strong. According to Tang Chueao, he was probably only equivalent to a third-level ability user. And those with third-level abilities are, to put it bluntly, cannon fodder. Unless necessary, it is better to keep a low profile and develop slowly. Of course, we should show our strength when we need to, but there is no need to be so high profile. Anyway, these people are just criticizing me, and it won't affect my getting the highest reward. When we pull down some meteorites in the future, these people will behave themselves. Jiang Chen threw his phone aside. Next, it's the strength assessment. I don't know how much destructive power I can inflict with my full strength sword. Now my basic destructive power is 3,600 cards. Add to that the Grandmaster level sword power and an additional 36 tons of gravity, an increase of more than 10 times, which is reasonable and no problem. I guess it's at least 40,000 to 50,000 calories, right? That is to say, the strength is about that of a mid-stage third-order ability user, while most of the others are not even at the second level. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After the evaluation, it seems that the association starts recruiting new members. There is still a month left before the next entry into the secret realm. I wonder if I can take on any tasks during this time. Now, there is only one goal, and that is to get attribute points. Jiang Chen fell asleep while thinking. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Tang Chueao had just finished washing up. She was wearing cartoon pajamas, with a moisturizing mask on her face and a mobile phone in her hand. Dad, don't get excited. This secret realm has nothing to do with me. I'm not being modest. It's all thanks to Jiang Chen. That's the blind classmate I told you about before we entered school, the one who gave me the flame fruit. I don't know how he did it, but he said that before he entered secret realm number 1, he could create a destructive force of 5,000 calories. On the other end of the phone, Major General Tang Lianying fell silent. Then, Tang Chueao explained to her father every detail of the secret place, no matter how big or small. After a while, Tang Lianying's voice slowly came from the receiver. Hey, since the last user of the Operation Fruit died on the battlefield, no one has been able to awaken the Operation Fruit. Otherwise, I have to ask the user of the Operation Fruit to come and take a look at this kid's eyes. Tang Chueao raised her hand and gently patted the cucumber slices on her face, and said slowly, Dad, Jiang Chen's observation Haki has reached 500 meters. On the other end of the phone, Tang Lianying sighed slightly. 500 meters, is still too little. The visual distance of a person is at least 20 kilometers. This is too far. But daughter, no matter what, Jiang Chen is a potential stock. This thigh you hugged me early. I understand, Dad. Tang Chueao responded obediently. Early the next morning, the golden sunlight sprinkled on the Ability User Association building of Star Marine School, covering the entire building with a layer of golden gauze. Inside the building, many association members are busy working intensively. Today is the evaluation day for this batch of freshmen. And the place where they were evaluated was right inside the association building. And the evaluation process is also presided over by the students of the association. The 6th floor at this time. Yang Xiaotong held the plastic folder in her arms, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, staring at a piece of memory metal in front of her that was flashing with a cold luster. After a while, her eyebrows knitted together instantly, and she turned her head and shouted at Zhang Qingyu who was lazing around. Zhang Qingyu, take a look at how many cards this is. Zhang Qingyu put his hands in his pockets, walked over slowly, and said nonchalantly. What's wrong? Sister Yang, this is a real 20,000 calorie test alloy. It's more than enough to test the new students who just came out of Secret Realm number 1, right? Do you have to be so serious about it? Yang Xiaotong suppressed her anger and said word by word, I said, bring 40,000 calorie test alloy. Zhang Qingyu was a little unconvinced and stiffened his neck. 20,000 calories is already the threshold for a third level ability user. You don't really think that Jiang Chen can reach the level of a third level ability user just after passing Secret Realm No. 1. Whether it's enough or not is not up to you to decide. Yang Xiaotong stared at him and said sternly, now, immediately, go and bring me 40,000 calories of test alloy. Seeing that she was angry, Zhang Qingyu didn't dare to talk back. He quickly picked up the piece of memory metal, turned around and walked out. As he walked, he kept muttering. That's wrong. I don't believe it. Can Jiang Chen blow up this 20,000 calorie test alloy? You're making a big fuss out of nothing. What did you say? A crisp voice came from behind him. Zhang Qingyu turned his head and laughed. No, I'll change it right away. Chapter 45. Early in the morning, as soon as Jiang Chen walked out of the dormitory, he ran into Wang Ming who lived in the dormitory next door. Brother Chen. Let's go, we're going to be late. Jiang Chen closed the door and walked towards the association building with Wang Ming. Last night, the class teacher Lin Weidong sent a message to the group, asking everyone to gather in the association building at 8 o'clock this morning for the evaluation. It just so happens that I am also very curious about how destructive power my sword can have now. The campus paths are crowded with people, most of whom are freshmen. After a night's rest, the freshmen shook off the fatigue of the previous night. Now they were all full of energy and hurried towards the direction of the association building. As Wang Ming moved forward with the crowd, he would occasionally steal glances at Jiang Chen beside him. Finally, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Chen, did you really kill that second-level beast? Or did you kill him? Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as water and his tone was flat. Wang Ming heard this and waved his hands hastily, saying, no, I don't have that ability. Jiang Chen turned his head and rolled his eyes. Those are true white eyes, the pupils are pure white, without any black at all. Wang Ming shuddered when he saw this, and muttered, Brother Chen, you are so scary. Just at this moment, a clear voice like a silver bell sounded from behind. Jiang Chen. Tang Chuao, holding bread and milk in her hands, trotted over to Jiang Chen. Her hair was a little messy and her face was flushed. Did you eat? As she spoke, Tang Chuao handed Jiang Chen a box of milk and a bag of bread. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and thanked him politely. Come to think of it, I didn't have breakfast. Since Tang Chuao sent me food, I won't be polite. When Wang Ming saw the scene, his eyes suddenly lit up with envy and he looked at Tang Chuao eagerly. However, Tang Chuao simply ignored him. Jiang Chen, I feel like my fruit development has taken another step forward. With the addition of those 1,000 attribute points, I estimate that I can hit 15,000 cards of destructive power. Tang Chuao looked excited, pouting and waving her little pink fist twice. I have to say, it looks pretty cute. Wang Ming, who was standing by, almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. 15,000 calories. Is this really a freshman from the same class as mine? This is already far beyond the threshold of a second-level ability user. Jiang Chen smiled softly and nodded slightly, that's not bad, I should be able to have more than 40,000 calories. Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze moving back and forth between Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao. Are these two people still speaking human language? One is 15,000 calories and the other is 40,000 calories. And looking at Tang Chuao's expression, she seems quite normal. I always feel like I don't fit in around these two people. After a while, the three of them arrived at an open space in front of the association building. More than 2,000 freshmen gathered here. The head teachers of each class shuttled back and forth to maintain order in the class. Afterwards, everyone walked into the association building in an orderly manner according to their classes. Lin Weidong's eyes fell precisely on Tang Chuao and Jiang Chen, and he shouted loudly. Tang Chuao, Jiang Chen, the two of you come out for a moment. Hearing this, the two walked to Lin Weidong in confusion. You two have both taken 1,400 attribute points, so you won't be tested with the other students. Come with me to the third floor. Lin Weidong explained. After saying that, Lin Weidong led Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao up the stairs to the third floor. It's not that they don't want to take the elevator. But now the elevator is full, packed with busy staff, and it would be faster to take the stairs. On the third floor of the association building, in a spacious and bright room, the cylindrical memory metal was placed in the middle of the end of the room. On the other side, there is a long table with several computers neatly displayed on it. Yang Xiaotong was sitting in front of the computer screen with concentration, her fingers flying on the keyboard, wondering what she was busy with. Jiang Qingyu on the side still looked sleepy and listless, with his hands lazily pillowed behind his head, leaning back on the seat. Beside the two of them, there were also two students, who were also here to help. Crunch. Lin Weidong led Jiang Chen and Tang Chueao and gently pushed open the door of the testing room. Yang Xiaotong and the other two students immediately stood up and said hello politely. Teacher Linear. Teacher Linear. Jiang Qingyu, however, was still slumped in his seat with a casual expression, Teacher Linear. When Yang Xiaotong saw this, he kicked him without mercy. What are you doing? Jiang Qingyu woke up instantly from the sudden kick and stood up suddenly. Lin Weidong hurried forward, acted as a peacemaker, and said, Ha ha ha, it's okay, little sheep, how are you preparing? You can start. Yang Xiaotong nodded and said. That's okay, Teacher Linear. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Chen and Tang Chueao, which one of you will come first? Tang Chueao and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Then Tang Chueao took a step forward and volunteered. I'll go first. Yang Xiaotong nodded slowly, pointed at the memory metal on the other side of the room and said. Tang Chueao, just bombard that piece of memory metal with all your strength. You don't have to worry about damage to the memory metal. Tang Chueao nodded and responded. Yeah, okay. Just then. Jiang Qingyu was half lying on the seat and said lazily. You don't have to worry. This is a memory metal that I brought here specially. It can withstand the upper limit of 40,000 cards. If you two can really destroy it, write my last name upside down. After the words fell, Yang Xiaotong turned her head and glared at him. Jiang Qingyu, you will die if you don't speak, right? Slightly. Jiang Qingyu made a face, then turned his head to the side. Yang Xiaotong ignored him and turned to Tang Chueao and said, You can start directly when you are ready. Tang Chueao nodded and took a few steps forward. Call. She exhaled heavily, and then, a blazing flame suddenly ignited on the edge of her right fist. The blazing high temperature caused the air around the right fist to be scorched and slightly distorted, creating layers of heat waves. Her eyes were like a torch, staring at the piece of memory metal not far away. The next moment, she suddenly raised her arm, used all her strength, and punched out. Boom. Flames roared out from her fist, followed by a deafening roar, and hit the piece of memory metal hard. Under the bombardment of the flame fist wind, layers of ripple-like ripples appeared on the surface of the memory metal. However, not only was the memory metal not damaged at all, but it quickly returned to its original state after the flames dissipated. At the same time, Tang Chueao's destructive power value was also quickly displayed on the computer screen. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Xiaotong's eyes. 15,992 cards, Tang Chueao, come here and measure the total attribute points. Hearing this, Jiang Qingyu opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the computer screen. Oh, not bad. Yang Xiaotong turned her head and glared at him again. Jiang Qingyu closed his mouth knowingly, stood up and poured a glass of water. Tang Chueao walked to the computer and put her hand into a special instrument. After a while, Yang Xiaotong said, the total attribute points are 1,606, the destructive power reaches the standard, and he is a second-level ability user. The words fell. Tang Chueao glanced at Jiang Chen excitedly. Immediately afterwards, Yang Xiaotong set her sights on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it's your turn. Chapter 46. Jiang Chen, what is your attack method? Yang Xiaotong looked at Jiang Chen and asked. After all, this is the first time the heavy fruit has appeared, and no one knows what attack methods the heavy fruit can use. Jiang Chen gently pulled out the 3-inch sword blade and said with a smile. Sword. Yang Xiaotong nodded and pointed at the memory metal that had been restored to its original state. Okay, you can go and try it. It can be slashed or stabbed. Just then, Tang Chueao said quietly, what, senior sister, that piece of memory metal only has the upper limit of 40,000 cards, which may not be enough. Yang Xiaotong looked at her blankly. What is this little girl talking about? The memory metal limit of 40,000 cards is not enough? At this time, Jiang Qingyu held the water glass in his hand and walked back to his seat leisurely. Senior girl, do you want to listen to what you are saying? 40,000 cards are not enough. Tang Chueao put her right hand on her chin and looked at Jiang Chen, but, it's really not enough, right Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen also said seriously, it's probably not enough. Hearing this, Yang Xiaotong couldn't help but chuckle and said, it's okay, Jiang Chen, you try it first. If it's not enough, then tell me. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could only nod in response. Then, while moving his body, he slowly walked towards the memory metal. Jiang Chen put his hand on the hilt of the sword, and then, an aura that swallowed up mountains and rivers quietly emitted. Everyone's eyes were staring at Jiang Chen involuntarily. Even Jiang Qingyu, who was drinking water, stopped, sat upright, and stared at Jiang Chen quietly. The next moment, Jiang Chen moved. He tapped his right foot, and his figure swept out like a ghost. Clang! The blade was instantly unsheathed, and with a slight sword sound, a faint shimmer appeared on the blade. That is the essence of the sword, attached to the blade, making the blade so sharp that it seems to be able to cut through everything. The blade of the sword sliced through the air, carrying an indomitable and overwhelming momentum, and slashed at the piece of memory metal at an extremely fast speed. The moment he is about to come into contact with memory metal, Jiang Chen's consciousness moved, and 36 tons of gravity instantly attached to the sword blade. The next second, clang! Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the memory metal, which was said to be able to withstand 40,000 calories of destructive power, was broken by Jiang Chen's sword and hit the ground heavily. Jiang Qingyu spurted out a mouthful of water and looked at Jiang Chen in shock. The whole room fell into silence, and you could hear a needle drop. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at each other. Tang Chuao held her hands in front of her chest and looked around proudly at everyone. Humph, I've already said that 40,000 cards is not enough, but I just don't believe it. See it now. After a while, Lin Weidong stuttered and said. Broken, cut off. Little Yang, you just said this is memory metal that can withstand 40,000 calories of destructive power, right? Lin Weidong still stared at Yang Xiaotong with his eyes wide open. After hearing this, Yang Xiaotong came back to his senses and nodded blankly. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, turned around and asked, Senior, how do you calculate this? The words fell. Yang Xiaotong immediately shouted to Jiang Qingyu, go and bring the memory metal with the upper limit of 60,000 cards. When Jiang Qingyu heard this, he didn't talk back anymore, but immediately walked out of the room. He is now also curious about how much destructive power Jiang Chen can produce. After a while, Jiang Qingyu pushed over a thicker piece of memory metal and placed it next to the original piece of memory metal. Immediately afterwards, with the help of 2 students from the association, the memory metal was successfully connected to the computer. Subsequently, Yang Xiaotong said to Jiang Chen, okay, this is a memory metal with a limit of 60,000 cards. Try it again. At this time, Jiang Qingyu did not return to his seat. At the same time, he also put away his lazy expression and stood quietly not far behind Jiang Chen, watching him. Jiang Chen stood in front of this thicker piece of memory metal again. He placed his hand on the hilt again. The next moment, clang! The blade was drawn. A flash of cold light passed by, and the sword blade, with 36 tons of gravity and sword intent attached, cut deeply into the memory metal, and the memory metal was also cut inward with a large piece. This time, the memory metal managed to withstand Jiang Chen's attack. After Jiang Chen retracted the sword, the memory metal slowly returned to its original state. At the same time, the destructive power value on the computer jumped wildly. Jiang Qingyu also hurried to the computer and stared at the screen intently. After a while, the numbers stopped. 40,966 cards. Do Mr. Duo. Jiang Qingyu widened his eyes and stared at the computer screen. Although Jiang Qingyu was mentally prepared when Jiang Chen cut off 40,000 calories of memory metal. However, when this number really appeared before his eyes, and it was a number that was cut out by a freshman, he was still extremely shocked. It's simply outrageous. FK. 40,000 calories. This is really the destructive power that a freshman can bring. The 2 association students beside him couldn't help but exclaimed. Lin Weidong's face showed excitement. This news must be told to the director immediately. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen asked politely, Senior, can I try a few more times? Yang Xiaotong came back to her senses and responded. Sure, you can try as many times as you want. Jiang Chen turned around and faced the memory metal. He wanted to try and see how much destructive power the Grandmaster level sword intent and the blade with added gravity could increase. Next, Jiang Chen only added sword intent and slashed out with the sword. 36,123 cards. Jiang Chen listened to the number reported by Yang Xiaotong and nodded slightly. My basic destructive power is 3,600 calories. In other words, with the addition of Grandmaster level sword intent, the increase is about 10 times. Immediately following, Jiang Chen slashed out with 2 swords again, one of which only attached 36 tons of gravity, and the other sword attached both sword intent and gravity. 8494 cards. 40,887 card. Yang Xiaotong also cooperated and called out the numbers one by one. Jiang Chen was deep in thought, calculating quickly in his mind. In other words, the additional gravity is about 1.36 times the increase. For every ton of extra gravity, the increase will be 1%. If sword power and gravity are added at the same time, the value is about 11.36 times. Now it seems that the increase brought by the additional gravity is not much. But it's just that my mental attribute points are relatively low now. Moreover, this move was just an ordinary sword strike. There are even more ferocious gravity blades, tigers, and meteorites coming up. Jiang Chen, are you okay? Seeing that Jiang Chen did not try the sword again, Lin Weidong immediately asked. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, Teacher Lin, I'm fine now. Okay, let's go back. After saying that, Lin Weidong let Jiang Chen and Tang Chueao out of the room. After the three people left, Zhang Qingyu sneaked up to Yang Xiaotong and said in a sly voice, Yang Xiaotong, wait a minute, don't report Jiang Chen's results. Yang Xiaotong frowned and refused decisively, impossible, this must be reported, what are you going to do? Zhang Qingyu said, no, I mean, don't talk about it in our Cotter group for now. Yang Xiaotong heard this, Kaido, oh, I'm not that free, but what do you want to do? He, I'm going to make the two brothers Cao Yang suffer. I've been displeased with him for a long time. Zhang Qingyu rubbed his hands and said slyly. Chapter 47. How do you want them to suffer? Yang Xiaotong stopped and looked at Zhang Qingyu with a frown. Zhang Qingyu smiled and said mysteriously. Don't new members have a process to establish their authority? This has always been the responsibility of Cao Yang. I know him, he is definitely too lazy to do it himself, and will most likely let his brother Cao Jun do it. So what? Yang Xiaotong raised her eyebrows, with confusion in her eyes. Zhang Qingyu then analyzed. This time, they had no choice but to target Jiang Chen. People on the internet thought that Tang Chueao killed the level 2 beast, so only people in our school knew the truth. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaotong immediately understood Zhang Qingyu's plan. This was intended to have her conceal Jiang Chen's true strength from the Cao Yang brothers, so as to make them lose face in the process of establishing their authority. Her tone suddenly became heavier, and her voice was stern. Don't I remember that the vice president asked you to take care of Jiang Chen? Is this how you take care of him? Zhang Qingyu waved his hand. No, Sister Yang, Jiang Chen is a level 2 ability user with the strength of the middle stage of level 3. His strength is there, why does he need me to take care of him? Cao Jun is just a level 2 ability user. If he dares to use Jiang Chen to establish his authority, I will not take care of him. Beat the shit out. Just now, Jiang Chen also measured his total attribute points, which were only 1,800 points, which was still a long way from the 3,000 point threshold for a third level ability user. Yang Xiaotong frowned and asked, what if Cao Yang takes action? He is at the 4th level, Jiang Chen can't beat him. Zhang Qingyu shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face, then I'll do it. Since Cao Yang won't move, I won't move either. I just want to see the two brothers get humiliated. After hearing this, Yang Xiaotong didn't bother to care anymore. Anyway, she was too lazy to spread Jiang Chen's results everywhere, so she just had to report it to the vice president truthfully. As for the Cao Yang brothers, Yang Xiaotong herself also dislikes them. No matter what I say, I like to argue. I am a great argumentative person. As long as Jiang Chen is safe, she doesn't care about anything else. It's up to you. I'm too lazy to post it in the Cotter group. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu also began to look forward to it. Then, he changed the subject. There is still a month before we enter Secret Realm number 2. Originally, the vice president asked me to take Jiang Chen with me to take on some C-level missions to practice. Now I've decided to take the B-level mission directly. Yang Xiaotong turned her head and looked at him, B-level? Take it easy. In the military academy, in the spare time between secret realms, the school encourages students to take on more tasks assigned to the association by the military. After all, apart from secret realms, the most likely way to gain attribute points is to complete quests. The tasks issued by the military to the Military Academy Association are divided into 4 levels in total. S level, recommended for 5th level ability users. Grade A, recommended for people with 4th order abilities. Level B, recommended for people with 3rd order abilities. C level, recommended for those with 2nd level abilities. After completing the task, you can get military points. In addition to exchanging attribute points, you can also exchange them for some special weapons and equipment resources. Zhang Qingyu laughed out loud. What's wrong with that? I think there's absolutely no problem. Jiang Chen is a 2nd level ability user with 3rd level strength. Those people in the military will probably be scared to death. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him and ignored him, packing up her things and preparing to leave. What Zhang Qingyu said is indeed correct. It is a taboo to accept tasks beyond your level. The higher the level, the bigger the gap. It is difficult for a first level ability user to defeat a second level ability user or a second level ferocious beast, but it is not impossible. If a second level ability user wants to defeat a third level ability user or a third level ferocious beast, the chances of winning are slim. As for a third level being able to defeat a fourth level being, that is simply a fantasy. Generally speaking, the military's mission is not just to hunt down one ferocious beast. Most ferocious beasts live in groups. At this time, if there are low-level ability users in your team, it will be extremely dangerous. After all, no one has time to take care of low-level teammates all the time. I'm leaving first. Yang Xiaotong held the documents and strode towards the door without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu immediately followed. Soon, another day passed. Morning. When Lin Weidong stepped into the classroom, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. All the students' eyes were focused on the class teacher. Lin Weidong walked steadily onto the podium with the folder and plastic board in his arms. Hello, classmates. Hello, teacher. The students lined up in a row. Lin Weidong smiled and waved his hand, gently placing the folder on the podium. Students, let me first briefly talk about the situation in the alien secret realm. I am very happy that not a single student in our class died in this secret realm. In the alien secret realm, the death rate in the past was around 5%. But this time, the mortality rate is less than 1%. The words fell. Almost all the students in the class looked at Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo with strange expressions. Jiang Chen was a little confused at first, but he soon understood. Why is the death rate so low this time? If he and Tang Chueo killed all the monsters, wouldn't that be considered low? But correspondingly, other people's points are also lower. Which is more important, points or lives? This is a matter of opinion. Some of the bolder and stronger students were naturally a little dissatisfied with Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. At the same time, those with weaker strength were also very happy and grateful to Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. Sensing that the atmosphere in the classroom was a little strange, Lin Weidong deliberately coughed a few times. Ahem, cough, cough, I hope you know that in the secret realm, the most important thing is to come back alive. Lin Weidong also deliberately emphasized the word alive. Then, he changed the subject and said. In yesterday's ranking evaluation, the number of first-level ability users in our class ranked first in the whole grade, with a total of 22. At the same time, there are 2 people who have reached the second level of ability. This is unique in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. The words fell. There was a burst of discussion in the classroom. 2 second-level ability users. CAO, are Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo, right? Aren't you talking nonsense? Besides them, who else? Yes, you are too late with this news, aren't you? You only know it now. The students glanced at Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo from time to time. Jiang Chen is already used to it now. Ever since I came to this world, I have either dominated the headlines of hot searches, or I have been the center of attention wherever I go on my way to hot searches. At this time, Lin Weidong's face was also full of joy. After Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo were classified as second-level ability users, his phone was bombarded with calls from acquaintances from other schools, which made him extremely happy. There is another thing. Some students may already know it, but I still have to say it. After the ranking, everyone will receive additional subsidies. First-level ability users can receive 10,000 yuan per month, second-level ability users can receive 20,000 yuan, and third-level ability users can receive 40,000 yuan. These are your bank cards and personal information. After confirming that they are correct, hand them to me after class. Lin Weidong said while handing out documents to the students. After all the documents were distributed, Lin Weidong continued. One last thing to inform you. In the afternoon, all ability users above level 1 will gather at the association building to participate in the initiation ceremony. Of course, first-level ability users are not qualified to participate in military missions, only second-level ability users and above are eligible. The words fell. The students once again cast envious glances at Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo. Everyone is in the same class. Others can already do tasks to earn attribute points, but I can only practice the 6 moves in school. Comparing people to each other is so annoying. On the podium, Lin Weidong continued to explain some things about the association, and then the formal class began. In the military academy, time is very tight and every minute is fully scheduled. Chapter 48. Time passed quickly and soon it was afternoon. Association Building, Martial Arts Hall. Among this class of freshmen, there are approximately 600 people who have reached the first level of ability. At this moment, they were gathered in front of the arena in the Martial Arts Hall. In the stands, Cao Yang was sitting in a spectator chair, his hands casually placed on the backrests of the seats on both sides, with a hint of playful smile on the corners of his mouth. His eyes swept across the freshmen in the audience, as if he was examining a group of lambs at his mercy. Just at this moment, Jiang Qingyu put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly toward Cao Yang. When he reached Cao Yang's side, he sat down without any hesitation. Cao Yang frowned slightly. He and Jiang Qingyu have never gotten along well. What's wrong with this guy today? Why did he come and sit next to him? Cao Yang had a gloomy face and moved to the right. Jiang Qingyu looked indifferent. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at him. This time you let your brother establish authority over the freshman? I remember your brother is only a second-level ability user, are you so confident? As he spoke, Jiang Qingyu turned his gaze toward Cao Jun who was squatting in the center of the arena. Cao Yang snorted coldly. Oh, don't bother with that. Cao Jun is a user of the barrier fruit. Only a third-level user can break his barrier. Jiang Qingyu adjusted his breathing after hearing this, and asked with a forced smile. Who are you going to find to establish your authority this time? Who else could it be? Aren't there only two most popular freshmen in this class? Cao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, with an expression as if he was looking at a fool on his face. Jiang Qingyu shook his head slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Tisk, 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 tisk. Jiang Chen killed a second-level beast. Are you so confident in your brother? Cao Yang looked at Jiang Qingyu with disdain on his face. So what? Killing a second-level beast only takes 5,000 cards of destructive power, while killing a third-level ability user takes 20,000 cards. You are aware of the difference, right? If you want to break through Cao's army's barrier, even 20,000 calories won't do it. You need at least 30,000 calories to start. How can that blind man break through Cao's army? With the crutch in his hand. Cao Yang sneered, turned his head away, and ignored Jiang Qingyu. Although Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao broke the record and reached the second level of ability. However, Cao Yang still didn't take them seriously. Even if he is a level 2 ability user, so what? It is impossible for a level 2 ability user to break his brother's barrier. How can he win if he can't even break the defense? And Cao Jun is now almost a mid to late stage second level ability user, with a total attribute point of 2,500 points. With extremely high physical attribute points, it is not a problem for him to withstand Jiang Chen's gravity. How much gravity can Jiang Chen control? At most, about 10 tons, right? In addition, Cao Jun's 6 styles are also very strong, at least much stronger than the current freshman. Anyway, Cao Yang couldn't figure out who among these freshmen could defeat Cao Jun. However, at this time, Jiang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? So confident. When Cao Yang heard Jiang Qingyu's sarcastic tone, he immediately became furious and cursed loudly. No, are you sick today? You don't think there is a third-level ability user who can produce 30,000 calories of destructive power among the freshmen? Not only was Jiang Qingyu not angry, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's not impossible. Remember I told you last time that Jiang Chen might become a level 2 ability user after he comes out of Secret Realm No. 1. As he spoke, Jiang Qingyu stretched out a finger and pointed at his mouth. My mouth has been blessed. The corners of Cao Yang's mouth twitched. What happened to Jiang Qingyu today? You must be crazy. According to Jiang Qingyu, Jiang Chen is a third-level ability user? Isn't this nonsense? The number 1 secret realm has ended, and I have reached the second-level ability level. I believe this, after all, it is written on the scoreboard. With so many attribute point rewards, it is not surprising to reach the second level of ability. As for the third-level ability users, reaching level 3 in just one day? Where did the attribute points come from? Cao Yang glanced at Jiang Qingyu's sly face, stood up and said loudly, stop arguing with me here. How could I not know whether Jiang Chen has reached the third level? Oh, I was just joking. The show is about to start. Let's watch it. Jiang Qingyu had a look on his face that looked like he deserved a beating. Cao Yang clenched his fists and his teeth chattered. At this time, Cao Jun, wearing a black vest and military trousers, was squatting in the middle of the arena, looking at the group of freshmen in front of him with interest. The process of establishing the association's authority is a tradition that has been passed down. The root cause is not complicated. In every class of freshmen, there are always some who have awakened relatively rare talents. When they first taste the sweetness of power, they forget themselves and act recklessly and arrogantly on campus. Therefore, almost all military academies across the country have such an unwritten rule for establishing authority. The purpose is to teach these ignorant yet arrogant freshmen a good lesson, so that they can clearly know what the real rules are and what is the way to survive in the military academy. It's about time. Cao Jun stood up slowly and walked to the edge of the ring. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked down at the freshmen below the stage. Let me introduce myself. My name is Cao Jun, a level 2 ability user, and also your senior. In Star Marine Academy, Force is supreme. After saying this, he paused slightly, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. I don't care what you have done before or what talents you have. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of rubbish rookies now. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Here, dragons lie down and tigers lie down. Here, the senior's words are orders. The senior's words are imperial decrees. The words fell. Cao Jun looked grimly at the freshmen in the audience. Below the stage, the freshmen looked at each other in bewilderment, and for a moment, there was a flurry of discussion. At this time, Jiang Chen was standing quietly at the back of the crowd, with Tang Chuao and Wang Ming standing on either side of him. Jiang Chen, this Cao army looks so annoying. Tang Chuao frowned slightly and said softly to Jiang Chen. Wang Ming on the side couldn't help but complain. That's right, isn't it just because he got admitted before us? What's so great about that? On the stage, Cao Jun had a sneer on his face. I know you are not convinced, I can give you a chance to challenge me. Speaking of which, your class is quite interesting. I heard there's a very powerful blind man, right? Having said this, all the freshmen looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seems, this is a call for me by name. Oh, it's really. I can't even keep a low profile. Jiang Chen took his time and walked slowly towards the arena. Seeing this, the freshmen on both sides took the initiative to make way for him. Then let me play with you. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely calm. Cao Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with interest. Play? You are so arrogant. Jiang Chen, I know you killed a second-level beast, but a second-level beast is not the same as a second-level ability user. Moreover, the strength of second-level ability users is also very different. Jiang Chen didn't wait for him to continue and interrupted him calmly. So, you mean you are very strong? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise. I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it revealed an unquestionable dominance. Chapter 49. Cao Jun was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and his face instantly became as gloomy as water. He stared at Jiang Chen and spoke slowly. To be honest, I've never seen a freshman as crazy as you. Jiang Chen stopped, raised his eyebrows, and said calmly, Huh? No, I'm just afraid that I might accidentally beat you to death. The words fell. The entire hall fell into silence, a deafening silence. A freshman actually dared to provoke the senior like this. The key point is that the expression on his face when he said this didn't seem to be a provocation, but rather a serious question to Cao Jun whether he was really that strong. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Cao Jun was like an ant that could be easily crushed. In the stands, Jiang Qingyu said faintly, Oh, the pressure is on Cao Jun. Jiang Chen's pressure is quite strong. Cao Yang on the side snorted coldly, with a disdainful smile on his face, Humph, a freshman who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Just at this moment, Yang Xiaotong came over holding a folder. Jiang Qingyu smiled and said, Hey, little sheep, are you here? Hearing this, Yang Xiaotong paused and glared at Jiang Qingyu. What did you call me? Say it again. Small. As soon as Jiang Qingyu opened his mouth, he felt Yang Xiaotong's murderous gaze and immediately changed his words, Xiaotong, it's okay, let's watch the show. On the ring. Cao Jun was stunned at first, and then his expression became even uglier. He clenched his fists tightly, making crackling sounds at the joints, and stared at Jiang Chen with eyes as sharp as torches, as if he wanted to eat him alive. You, very good. Cao Jun spoke in a low voice, come on, sign it, I want to see how you kill me. Immediately following, a student from the association handed a document to Jiang Chen. Declaration of discussion. Jiang Chen used his observation Haki and took a quick glance. Any injuries or deaths that occur in the ring are the responsibility of the participants themselves and have nothing to do with others. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. If that was the case, he could just let go and do it. Jiang Chen signed his name proudly and then put his fingerprint on it. It's signed. Jiang Chen said as he walked onto the stage. The two men confronted each other. Can we start now? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Cao Jun sneered. His ability was to create an extremely hard barrier. With his current strength, he could block destructive power below 30,000 calories. Even a person who has just reached the third level of ability cannot break his barrier. Unless he is a person with mid to late third level abilities. So, the Cao army did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. You can start anytime. Before Cao Jun could finish speaking, Jiang Chen suddenly drew out the sword. Buzz. The overwhelming gravity poured down from top to bottom in an instant. Before he could react. With a loud bang, Cao Jun fell heavily to the ground. Then, there was a sharp pain in the limbs. Ah! Cao Jun screamed in pain. Next second. Click. His limbs, under the pressure of gravity, made cracking sounds as they could not bear the heavy weight. Cao Jun's eyes widened, his face turned pale in an instant, and a huge, bone-deep feeling of fear instantly filled his heart. Due to his rich combat experience, Cao Jun ignored the pain and used all his strength to overlap the middle and index fingers of both hands. This is also how the user of the barrier fruit ability activates his ability. The next moment. In front of Cao Jun, a huge square transparent barrier suddenly unfolded and appeared out of thin air in front of Cao Jun. All this happened in an instant. At the same time, Jiang Chen stepped on the ground with both feet at high speed, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The distance between him and Cao's army was 10 meters. After two extremely fast flashes, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Cao Jun's barrier. He held the sword in his staff, the blade shone coldly, and slashed down with one blow. Clang! The sword blade carried a vast and powerful sword intent and slashed on the transparent barrier. In an instant. With a crisp sound, like solid ice breaking, the seemingly unbreakable barrier instantly turned into countless pieces and flew everywhere. The transparent barrier that could block a mid-level third-order ability user was like paper in front of Jiang Chen. Cao Jun was completely stunned. He only felt that in his eyes, there seemed to be a word reflected, death. Just as Jiang Chen's sword was about to cut Cao's army. A flash of grey smoke swept away Cao's army. Immediately following, Jiang Chen's sword, which was attached with 36 tons of gravity and sharp sword intent, fell heavily on the ground of the arena due to inertia. Boom! A deep groove was cut directly into the hard ground of the ring. A corner of the entire arena was directly cut off. The rubble was flying and the dust was rolling. The dust that was raised carried the grey smoke that had just flashed by, hiding Jiang Chen in the arena. In the audience and in the stands, everyone gasped. This is really, a new life. Brother Chen is awesome. Wang Ming blurted out. Tang Chuao was also stunned. Although she already knew that Jiang Chen's sword could produce a destructive force of 40,000 cards, she was still shocked when she saw it in actual combat. As the dust dissipated, Jiang Chen's figure gradually became clear. Clang! Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and turned to look at Cao Yang not far away. That grey smoke just now. Is Cao Yang a user of the smoke fruit? It seems like I have made an enemy. However, judging from the performance in the anime, the user of the smoke fruit is not that great. It just so happens that I have also unlocked the armament Haki. But, Cao Yang is a cadre of the association, and I remember he was a 4th level ability user. I should be unable to beat him now, because of the attribute point suppression, which is a pure flaw. Wait and go to more secret realms to see if you can get another hidden reward. Having said that, I didn't expect Cao Jun to be the user of the barrier fruit. No wonder he is so confident. All I can say is that Cao Jun was unlucky and met me. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Not far away. Cao Yang held his brother's seriously injured body, staring at Jiang Chen with gritted teeth. Jiang Chen. The words fell. Cao Yang put Cao Jun on the ground, and his body instantly turned into a ball of grey smoke, rushing towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, from the stands, two figures also flew out at high speed. Before Cao Yang could get close to Jiang Chen, a pair of iron fists came towards him. Bang! Cao Yang was blown away and hit the wall heavily. Yang Xiaotong shook her fist and stared at Cao Yang. Zhang Qingyu was covered in blue flames and landed steadily beside Yang Xiaotong. The two men blocked Jiang Chen behind them. Cao Yang slowly stood up from the pile of scattered bricks with a gloomy face. Yang Xiaotong stared at him coldly. Cao Yang, Jiang Chen, and Cao Jun have signed an agreement. Do you want to take action on your own? That's right, Lao Cao, why can't you afford to play? If you can't afford it, don't play. Zhang Qingyu squatted on the ground and agreed with a smile. Cao Yang just stood there quietly, his face extremely gloomy. As a cadre of the association, he naturally knew the rules of the association. If you seek revenge privately, the consequences will be serious. Not only will you be expelled from the association and unable to accept missions, you will also be sent directly to the military court. However, as a 4th level ability user, it is impossible for him to allow Jiang Chen, a 2nd level ability user, to enter the arena. As long as Jiang Chen is not stupid, he will definitely not agree. Moreover, if you initiate a competition with someone who is weaker than you will always be looked down upon. Jiang Chen, I will remember you. Cao Yang said through gritted teeth. Then he left the hall with his brother, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Jiang Chen was speechless. He called me out to establish his authority, but I killed him, and in the end he said he would remember me. You must be crazy. It's just like what Zhang Qingyu said, if you can't afford it, don't play. The next period of time, Yang Xiaotong took over the hosting of the new student induction ceremony. All first-level ability users will be incorporated as temporary members of the association. Those with second-level abilities become official members and are qualified to follow cadres to accept missions, but are temporarily not allowed to accept military missions alone. Half an hour later, in the hall, all the freshmen have left. Zhang Qingyu came to Yang Xiaotong's side, staring at Jiang Chen's back as he left, and said, Xiaotong, what Jiang Chen just slashed out seemed to be the prototype of sword energy, right? Chapter 50. Yang Xiaotong also looked at Jiang Chen's back and said in a deep voice. Indeed, otherwise it would be impossible to cut off a corner of the arena with one sword. Zhang Qingyu took a breath. The embryonic form of sword energy can only be achieved by cultivating sword intent to the peak. Even for those with high-level sword talent, they must at least reach the 4th level to comprehend it. Jiang Chen is not a person with a natural knives talent. How did he do it? Zhang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong looked at each other. Yang Xiaotong shook her head. How should I know? Immediately following, Zhang Qingyu counted on his fingers and murmured. Jiang Chen's observation Haki is very strong now, and his physical skills are far superior to those of his freshmen of the same age. His fruit development ability is also very strong, and he can already attach gravity to the sword. Now, his swordsmanship is also very strong, and he has cultivated the rudiments of sword energy that can only be comprehended by those with at least 4th level swordsmanship talent. I go, blossom everywhere? Is there anything he can't do? At this point, Zhang Qingyu's eyes rolled up. Oh, by the way, do you think it's possible that he also knows armament hacking? Or even conqueror's hacking? To form a hexagonal newborn. Hearing this, Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him and said, don't be too outrageous. Zhang Qingyu said seriously, to be honest, it's not me who is outrageous, it's Jiang Chen who is outrageous. Okay, I'm leaving now. I need to report that Jiang Chen also knows sword skills. After saying this, Yang Xiaotong turned and left. In the past few days, I have visited the vice president quite frequently, and every visit was related to Jiang Chen. On the campus path, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and walked slowly towards the dormitory. Because the dormitory is located in the same direction. At this time, Tang Chuao and Wang Ming were also walking on both sides of Jiang Chen respectively. Jiang Chen, that was, sword energy, right? Tang Chuao couldn't help but ask, her eyes full of confusion. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, sword chi? That's just sword intent. Tang Chuao was speechless for a while. Indeed, what Jiang Chen said was correct. That was just sword intent, far from being called sword energy. Only. To comprehend a sword intent to this extent, usually at least a 4th level ability user can do it, and it must be a high-level swordsmanship talent. Jiang Chen, how did he do it? Suddenly, Tang Chuao thought of something. So, you were the one who killed the mutant beast in the beast tide before school started? Yes. Jiang Chen didn't care and admitted it directly. Just at this moment, Wang Ming, who was standing by, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. FK. Brother Chen, did you really kill him? Yeah, I told you. Jiang Chen shrugged. Wang Ming was speechless when he heard this. Jiang Chen had admitted it directly at the beginning of the school year, but he thought Jiang Chen was just bragging. Tang Chuao said at this time. But having said that, Jiang Chen, that sword strike of yours just now was so refreshing. It gave us freshmen some relief. Tang Chuao grumbled, waved her fist, and said viciously. This CAO army is so arrogant. I guess I'll have to stay in the hospital for a while at least. Wang Ming had a gloating expression on his face. But it's normal when you think about it. A military academy that advocates the use of force must have a lot of troublemakers. The procedure of establishing authority is understandable. It's just a pity that they found the wrong person. After a moment, Jiang Chen returned to his spacious dormitory. He lay on the big sofa, staring at the sword in the staff in front of him. I had only slashed memory metal before, and hadn't discovered the Grandmaster level sword intent, but I could actually slash out a little sword energy. And it looks like it's quite powerful. Blind Swordsmanship LV.3, 0/40+, currently has mastered the Sword Spirit, Grandmaster, next level, Sword Chi, Proficient. The next level requires 40 skill points, which is 400 attribute points. According to my efficiency in acquiring attribute points, I should be able to upgrade soon. And tip, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, The next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Tiger. Current unlock progress, 12/20. Jiang Chen sat up straight, crossed his legs on the sofa, and rested his chin on one hand. When the total skill level reaches 20, you can unlock Gravity Blade Tiger. When the time comes. I wonder if sword energy and tiger energy can be combined together? If possible. That power. Hiss, it's scary just thinking about it. There are still 8 levels left to unlock. Armament Haki LV.1, 0/20 plus, can attack elemental enemies. Next level, Armament Haki Entanglement. Marine 6 styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. These two skills are only level 1 and require relatively few skill points. Next time, maybe I can focus on these two skills. After the armament color is upgraded, it should be able to be attached to weapons to increase destructive power again. Marine 6 styles. At present, perhaps the only things that are useful to me are shaving and moonwalk. The moonwalk is capable of rapid maneuvering turns in mid-air. Needless to say, shaving is very practical in actual combat. No matter what. It is best to unlock the Gravity Blade Tiger as soon as possible, that will be the biggest improvement for you. Attribute points, attribute points. There is still nearly a month left until the next secret realm. I can only rely on military missions. Fortunately, I am already at the 2nd level, so I don't have to stay in school and practice the 6 styles like others. Right at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Jiang Chen did not move, controlling gravity to suspend the phone in front of him. Jiang Qingyu's message popped up, Jiang Chen, come to the association building at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and I will take you on a mission. Jiang Chen clicked into the Star Marine School app and was automatically redirected to Jiang Qingyu's chat box. I am only a 2nd level ability user now. According to the association's regulations, 2nd level ability users cannot go on missions alone and must be led by cotters or 3rd level ability users. In other words, a 2nd level ability user is actually just a handyman. Jiang Chen, okay. Jiang Qingyu, the military points redemption permission in your app should be enabled, you can go and take a look. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Military points exchange? He then clicked on another page and entered the entrance to the military points. The next moment, a wide variety of items appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. There are different numbers of attribute points, with a minimum of 10 points and a maximum of 500 points. Of course, the corresponding exchange points are also different, and there is no such thing as a large quantity discount. Moreover, it is limited. It seems that wild attribute points are still very scarce. As far as I know, the only source of attribute points from the military seems to be hunting mutant beasts. I wonder if there are other sources of attribute points. More than just attribute points. There are also various weapons and equipment, with different grades, S grade, A grade, B grade. Jiang Chen dragged the page and scrolled to the end. Right at this moment, his attention was caught by a few words. Fast sword, great fast sword, good fast sword, and supreme fast sword. This, the famous sword from One Piece, actually appeared in this world? I hadn't noticed it before. But it's normal. With such a small number, the discussion on the internet is naturally low. Besides, I don't surf the internet much. It's just a little strange that the naming method of this world is exactly the same as that in One Piece. Never mind. It doesn't matter. The Supreme Blade. I remember that in the world of One Piece, these were weapons that only the strongest people at the top could possess. Only 12. Among them is the gambler's crossbow owned by General Fujitora, the user of the Juju fruit. I wonder if there is one here? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decisively clicked on the page of Supreme Great Sword. Chapter 51. When Jiang Chen clicked on the page of Supreme Great Sword, his eyebrows couldn't help but slightly raise, and a hint of surprise flashed through his mind. On the blank page, there is only a big sword similar to Guangong's sword. 3 big words below the broadsword came into view. Cloud Cut. In the anime, the weapon of Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man. Only. This Kanjai Unkai sword cannot be exchanged. Because, below it, there is a line of small words written, current owner, Dragon Kingdom Fleet Admiral, Zhao Yuanjia. If I remember correctly, the current Dragon Kingdom Fleet Admiral is also a user of the Tremor fruit. Unexpectedly, in this world, Kusunikiri is also in the hands of the user of the Tremor fruit. Could it be that? Are these supreme swords also adaptable? In other words, recognize the Lord. Of course, this is just speculation. The problem now is that the only supreme sword in this exchange shop is the Mukumachi. There is no other supreme sword in anime. What's going on? Where has the gambler's fire line of labor and capital gone? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen began to call upon the system in his mind. Old Tong. Tongzi. Isn't it a Fujitora template? Where is my gambler's wire? After a moment. There was silence all around, with no sound except Jiang Chen's own breathing. Well, this system doesn't seem to be humane. Oh shit. It would be great if it was like the system in other novels in my previous life, with a customer service representative ready to answer questions at any time. Then, Jiang Chen began to look through other famous swords. As he expected, the other famous swords were also not complete. In the sequence of great swords, Dragon Country currently only possesses Wado Ikemanji and Autumn Water. Among the good and swift swords, there is the Snow Walk. These swords were also the swords owned by Zoro in the anime. In this world, they also have owners and cannot be exchanged. Jiang Chen continued to click on Quick Knife, and more than a dozen knives were displayed. Among these fast knives, Jiang Chen could only barely recognize Shiyu and Ghost Cry. In the anime, they are the swords of Dashiji and Lore respectively. As for the others, Jiang Chen just felt that they looked familiar. If the names weren't on the bottom of these knives, Jiang Chen might not have recognized any of them. Among the dazzling array of famous swords, only 3 sharp swords can be exchanged, the others have been exchanged. But even if he could change it, Jiang Chen didn't plan to. It's just a fast knife, which requires 10,000 points. Wouldn't it be better to exchange these points for attribute points? Although I have to snatch them, I don't want to waste so many points to exchange for an ordinary knife. So, where did these knives come from? Jiang Chen was in deep thought. I can only wait until tomorrow when I go on the mission and ask Zhang Qingyu. He should know something about these famous swords. Jiang Chen continued to check the weapons in the exchange store and suddenly found a very special label. Elemental weapons. Jiang Chen clicked on the question mark next to it, and the corresponding explanation was displayed. Made from the elemental crystal cores in the bodies of rare elemental demons, each elemental weapon is divided into 3 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 3 being the highest. There are 3 types of elemental weapons: ice, fire, and thunder. A first-level elemental weapon only requires 1000 points, which is 1000 attribute points. More powerful than S-level alloy weapons. Otherwise, it would be nice to switch to an elemental weapon. I only have C-grade alloy weapons in my hand now, which will probably not be enough soon. Just at this moment, the phone vibrated. Jiang Chen opened the chat software and found that it was a message from Tang Chueo. Tang Chueo, Jiang Chen, are you asleep? Senior sister Yang Xiaotong from the association just came to me and said she would take me on a mission tomorrow. Jiang Chen, what a coincidence, I also have to go on a mission tomorrow, and Zhang Qingyu is looking for me. Tang Chueo, ah. Then what mission are you going to take? Senior sister said she would take me to do a C-level mission first to practice. Jiang Chen, I don't know, let me ask. After a moment, Jiang Chen clicked back to Tang Chueo's chat box. He's probably asleep. Tang Chueo, okay, then be careful tomorrow. Jiang Chen, okay. Early the next morning. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived at the association building, he sensed that Zhang Qingyu was leaning against the front desk, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Come. Zhang Qingyu drooped his eyelids weakly and greeted Jiang Chen in a somewhat lazy tone. Morning, senior brother. Jiang Chen responded politely with a smile on his face. Zhang Qingyu put his hands casually in his pockets and walked in front of Jiang Chen like a sleepwalker. Let's go and see if there are any tasks to take. Not long after, the two came to a mission hall in the association building, on the first floor. The hall was extremely spacious, with a large screen hanging in the center, which displayed some of the available tasks in real time. Because it was very early, there were only Zhang Qingyu and Jiang Chen in the hall besides the association students on duty. Zhang Qingyu took Jiang Chen and walked straight to the counter nearby with familiarity. The 2 students behind the counter were lying on chairs playing with their mobile phones. When they noticed someone approaching, they immediately put down their phones and stood up from their chairs. Zhang Qingyu leaned against the edge of the stage, scratched his nose with his fingers unconsciously, and asked nonchalantly. Are there any B-level missions now? B-level mission. One of the students responded, and inadvertently glanced at Jiang Chen standing behind Zhang Qingyu. Hey, this is junior brother Jiang Chen. How? Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The student opened his mouth and said. This junior brother, I heard that he seems to be a second-level ability user. Doing B-level tasks is not suitable. Zhang Qingyu turned sideways and pointed at Jiang Chen behind him, unconsciously raising his voice. Then have you heard that junior brother Jiang Chen killed Cao Jun's barrier with 1 sword? The 2 students looked at each other, as if they couldn't believe what they heard. What happened to Jiang Chen yesterday hasn't spread yet. The 2 students only knew that Jiang Chen was the only one among the freshmen with a second-level ability. One of the students asked in disbelief, Brother Jiang, are you talking about Cao Jun, the user of the barrier fruit? What else? Is there a second user with the ability of the barrier fruit? Jiang Qingyu asked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the student blurted out, FK. Junior brother Jiang Chen is awesome. Okay, stop bragging and show me what tasks are there. Jiang Qingyu said impatiently. Seeing this, the student operated the computer for some time and then turned the display screen over. Brother, this is a B-level task that was just released yesterday. It is also the B-level task with the highest reward points at the moment. The student pointed at the screen as he spoke, hunting 10th level wind spirit falcons. Brother, you happen to be able to fly, and I remember that brother Jiang Chen can also fly, right? Jiang Qingyu came closer, took a quick look, then turned to look at Jiang Chen and said. 200 points, not bad, Jiang Chen, what do you think? B-level tasks usually reward 100 points, and this task is 200 points, which may be a bit dangerous for you. Jiang Chen stood where he was, sensing what was displayed on the screen. Kill 10 adult 3rd level wind spirit falcons, which are vicious social beasts that live in Daxing area. You need to bring back the beast's head to claim the mission reward. And 1 point can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. In other words, this task can get 200 attribute points which are divided equally between the two people, with each person getting 100 points. Only 200 points, a little too little. That's a lot. A-level missions require killing 4th level beasts. You can't do it now. Try doing some B-level missions first to practice. Jiang Qingyu responded casually. Jiang Chen remained silent. Tang Chuao was doing a C-level mission, and when she thought about it, she felt balanced instantly. Forget it, let's just take this one. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Jiang Qingyu gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up after hearing this, great. You have a bright future. I like your fearless character. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen sensed that in a corner of the screen, there were 3 elemental magic tasks displayed. What is the mission of this elemental demon? Jiang Qingyu didn't even have a head. Oh, this is a permanent mission. As long as you hunt down an elemental demon, you can exchange the elemental crystal core for points. 1 crystal core is worth at least 1000 points. After saying this, he said to the student on duty, we have accepted the task. Let's go through the formalities. Okay. The student took the student cards of the 2 and started the operation. After a moment, Jiang Qingyu let Jiang Chen out of the hall. On the way, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the thing that confused him last night and asked. Brother, do you know where those supreme great swords in the exchange shop come from? Chapter 52. Supreme Great Sword. Jiang Qingyu paused and touched his chin. You know about the dimensional rift and the appearance of the Holy Land decades ago? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Jiang Qingyu continued. After that, I don't remember how many years it was, some fields suddenly appeared in some places. Field. Jiang Chen showed a puzzled expression. Jiang Qingyu nodded and explained, it is also called the sword domain. In each sword domain, there is a famous sword. As long as you enter the sword domain and meet certain conditions, you can tame the swords inside. Each of these famous swords is very powerful. Jiang Chen nodded and said, in other words, every famous sword has a sword domain? Including fast sword, good fast sword, big fast sword. Jiang Qingyu nodded and said. Yes, among them, the Supreme Great Blade Sword domain is also the most dangerous. Now in the whole world, there are only 2 Supreme Great Blade Sword domains. One in our dragon country is called Murakumokiri. In order to tame this sword, it seems that hundreds of our people died. But fortunately, it has now been tamed by our current fleet admiral. The other one is in the beautiful country, what's its name? First generation Kaiditsu. I heard that many people died there, and he was subdued by one of their strong men. Jiang Chen was in deep thought. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous to tame a famous sword. No wonder the points required are so high. First generation Kaiditsu. In my impression, it is a demon sword that will corrode the mind of its owner. In the anime, it is the sword of the bald man in the 5 elders. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, Jiang Qingyu suddenly clapped his hands and said. Oh, by the way, a new sword domain appeared in Shiva country last year, and it is also the sword domain with the highest death toll so far. Shiva country. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. Is it Brother San? The names of countries in this world are really interesting. Jiang Qingyu nodded and said. Well, I still remember how happy the people of Shiva were when this sword domain first appeared. You know, owning a supreme great sword can raise the strength of the strong men in your country to a higher level. As he spoke, Jiang Qingyu showed an expression of gloating. As a result, I heard that up to now, more than 1,000 people have died, and not even one has managed to walk out alive. So until now, no one knows what is inside that sword domain. Jiang Qingyu spread his hands and shrugged. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The new supreme greatsword sword domain? In the anime, besides Kyunkumokiri and first-generation Kaiditsu, the supreme greatsword that has been displayed, as well as Roger's rapier ace, Hawkeye's black sword knight, and Fujitora's gambler's wire. Now, which one is this new sword domain? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen asked. Brother, what does the sword domain look like? Jiang Qingyu gestured with his hands. It's almost a semicircular dome. You can't see the inside from the outside, and the surface is purple. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, so, it has been confirmed that it is the blade domain of the supreme great blade. Jiang Qingyu nodded and said. That should be correct. The diameter of that sword domain is about 10 kilometers. Only those who have reached the level of supreme greatsword can be so large. What color are the sword domains of Kyungamo Kairei and first-generation Kaiditsu? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Qingyu touched his chin and thought for a moment. Kuromoku Kairei is white, first-generation Kaiditsu, seems to be black and purple. White, Kusukamekari, dark purple, first-generation Kaiditsu. That's right. The sword domain in Shiva country right now is most likely the gambler's fireline. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Finally found a trace of my knife. Jiang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen and asked tentatively, Junior brother Jiang Chen, you don't want to go to the sword realm in Shiva country, do you? Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. I am indeed a little interested. Jiang Qingyu stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open. Stop, didn't you hear me? Didn't thousands of people from Shiva country die because of the sword domain? And not a single one walked out alive. We don't even know what it looks like inside. I know, but that's the challenge. Jiang Chen responded casually. After all, you can't say that he has seen One Piece and knows that this is Fujitora's Gamblers 3. I am the owner of a Fujitora template, so how can I not be able to control my own knife? Jiang Qingyu was silent for a moment and said. Forget it. I'm not qualified to help you make a decision. Anyway, I've already told you that it's dangerous there. I know, I have my own plans. Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Qingyu then added. Besides, you can't go there now. Although I hate Shiva country, it is still a country. With your current strength, if you force your way into a country, I'm afraid you won't get far before you get to their border. He was pinned to death. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Is there no other way? Jiang Qingyu was silent for a while, then said softly, if you want to force your way through the border, you must have at least the 5th level strength, and it's uncertain how long you can survive just by breaking in. No. Jiang Chen responded. Do you need at least level 5 strength to force your way through the border? If I continue to develop like this, maybe the 4th level will be enough. However, we still have to wait and see. There must be a chance. Otherwise, if he was killed by the strong men from Shiva Kingdom before he could get close to the Sword Realm, it would be a great loss. Okay, let's go. Daxing is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. It takes almost a day to get there by the school's transport plane. After Jiang Qingyu finished speaking, he walked towards the airport behind the school. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also followed. The other side. Located in Daxing district, the demon-suppressing army camp and the headquarters building. In the chief's office. A middle-aged man was sitting at his desk, handling official business. This person is Li Fei, the major general stationed in Daxing area. Just at this moment, the adjutant knocked on the office door and walked in. Commander, someone reported that traces of elemental demons were found in Daxing forest. Upon hearing this, Major General Li Fei raised his head and asked. Elemental demon? What attribute? What level? Thunder attribute, I'm not sure what level it is yet. The adjutant replied. Li Fei showed a hint of joy in his eyes, and he immediately ordered, let Lao Chen organize an armed team to see if we can encircle and suppress them. Yes. The adjutant nodded and left the office. Li Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Elemental demons are extremely rare and have the ability to transform into elements, making them very difficult to hunt. There has been no trace of elemental demons in the Daxing area for at least 3 years. Now it finally appeared again. An elemental magic crystal core, even the lowest level one, is worth 1,000 points. Equivalent to 1,000 attribute points. Very valuable. Chapter 53. Daxing area, Town Demon Army Camp Airport. Buzz, rumble, rumble. In the blue sky, a transport plane painted with the Star Marine School emblem slowly landed. The strong wind whipped up by the propeller lifted up all the sand and rocks on the ground. The hatch slowly opened. Jiang Qingyu jumped down with a lunge, and Jiang Chen followed closely behind. After walking a few steps, a man in military uniform came up and looked at the two of them. You are from the Marine Corps? Let me see your ID. Jiang Qingyu and Jiang Chen saw this and handed over their student ID cards. The soldier took the certificate and skillfully swiped it on the precision instrument in his hand. The indicator light on the instrument flashed a few times and made a slight beep sound. After a moment, the soldier nodded slightly and pointed behind him. Okay, let's go over there. Jiang Qingyu walked straight forward without looking back. Jiang Chen nodded slightly towards the soldier, and then followed closely behind Jiang Qingyu. After walking out of the airport, Jiang Chen officially stepped into the demon-suppressing army camp. On both sides were rows of uniform camouflage-colored barracks. Not far away, there is a 10-story headquarters building with a regular rectangular appearance, simple and smooth lines, no redundant decoration, and a pragmatic style. In the camp, from time to time, soldiers from the demon suppression army in military uniforms walked neatly, with strong postures and firm and powerful steps. Heavy armored vehicles were lined up neatly all around, their muzzles pointing straight into the sky, exuding a chilling force of deterrence. The entire camp was filled with a solemn atmosphere. On the transport plane, Jiang Chen also briefly got to know Jiang Qingyu. According to the regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, if you want to enter the wild to hunt ferocious beasts, you must pass the review of the corresponding demon-suppressing army branch, otherwise it is illegal. Ordinary people are strictly prohibited from entering. Only ability users who have completed the level evaluation can be allowed to enter if they have a mission. Not a moment. Jiang Chen followed Jiang Qingyu to a checkpoint with towering and solid walls on both sides. Outside the checkpoint is an endless wilderness. Looking into the distance, under the sky, you can still vaguely see the remains of the city that has been reduced to ruins. That was a city that had been captured by the beast tide. Jiang Qingyu walked outside the small room next to the checkpoint and knocked on the glass of the window. Old Liang. Jiang Qingyu. In the room, a middle-aged man raised his head and noticed Jiang Chen standing behind Jiang Qingyu, his eyebrows raised slightly. This one looks familiar. Jiang Qingyu pointed his thumb at Jiang Chen behind him. Jiang Chen, the freshman of our class. After saying that, he introduced Jiang Chen. This is Liang Ensign. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly towards Liang Ensign. Brother Liang. After the man heard Jiang Chen's name, he was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Jiang Chen. I know, ha 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 ha, it's the freshman who broke through the hidden rewards of the alien secret realm with Tang Chueo. You two are always popular. Jiang Qingyu said with a proud face. That's right, how about our new king of Xingai? After saying that, he motioned Jiang Chen to take out his student ID card and handed over their student ID cards. After the man lightly swiped the instrument, his eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Are you taking a B-level mission? He turned to look at Jiang Chen and reminded him kindly. Jiang Chen, I need to remind you that what you are going to hunt is a third-level ferocious beast. You are only a second-level ability user. Did Jiang Qingyu deceive you? When a second-level ability user encounters a third-level ferocious beast, the mortality rate is infinite. Close to 100%. After Jiang Chen heard these words, he was a little speechless and waved his hand. No, Brother Liang, we just want to kill the third-level ferocious beast. It seems that the specific results during the rank evaluation are not recorded in the personal basic information, and only the rank can be seen. I guess there are only a few people in this world who can kill enemies of higher levels. But speaking of it, Liang Ensign is a nice person. At least he was kind enough to remind me. Upon hearing this, Liang Ensign looked suspiciously at Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyu, as if he still didn't quite believe that Jiang Chen did it voluntarily. Jiang Qingyu leaned against the window and pointed at Jiang Chen. Old Liang, don't underestimate Jiang Chen. Even a level 3 ability user can't beat him. Do you believe it? Liang Ensign's mouth twitched. Just blow it? He didn't believe a word of what Jiang Qingyu said. When he was at level 3, he dared to take A-level missions. He was so confident when he went out, but he almost died outside. After a moment, Lao Yang glanced at Jiang Chen and warned him, forget it, Jiang Chen, just think about it yourself, be careful about everything, saving your life is the most important thing. After that, he began to instruct Jiang Qingyu. Take good care of your junior brother, don't go and provoke the leader of the Wind Spirit Falcon, just walk around the periphery. The leader of the Wind Spirit Falcon is a 4th level beast. If you really meet him, I'm afraid you won't be able to take care of Jiang Chen. Such a good seedling, if anything happens, I will be the first to beat you up. Jiang Qingyu took the student ID cards from the two and waved his hand. Don't worry, Lao Yang, I understand. I haven't accepted the mission of the 4th level Wind Spirit Falcon, why would I provoke it? After the two left, Lao Yang stuck his head out of the window and shouted. To go, to return. A while later, 2 fully staffed armored vehicles slowly drove towards the checkpoint. A man in military uniform stepped down from the passenger seat and walked straight into the small room. After he put a document on the table, he picked up a cigarette and started smoking it. Lao Yang glanced at the man, then at the 2 armored vehicles outside. Wow, Lao Cheng, have you taken all the armed teams out of the camp? Are there elemental demons appearing? The man exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly. That's right. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. We finally have traces of elemental demons in Daxing. Lao Yang turned his head and looked outside the checkpoint, his brows slightly furrowed. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Jiang Chen is such a good talent. If he were to encounter an elemental demon and die at its hands, it would be a misfortune for the Dragon Nation. This Jiang Qingyu, he insisted on taking a B-level mission. If anything really happens to Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingyu will definitely beat the shit out of him when he comes back. The man at the side looked at the stunned Lao Yang and asked doubtfully. Lao Yang, what's wrong? Lao Yang came to his senses and shook his head. No, 2 guys from the Star Marine School, Jiang Qingyu and Jiang Chen, just happened to accept a B-level mission and entered the forest. The man raised his eyebrows slightly. Jiang Chen? Is he the one who's been very popular recently? Jiang Chen's name had already spread throughout the army. A first-level ability user killed a second-level beast. What a great talent. Yes. Lao Yang nodded. Where did the trace of the elemental demon appear? The man placed a mini display screen in front of Lao Yang. Lao Yang took a quick look and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately, it's quite far away from the wind spirit falcon that those 2 guys want to kill. They shouldn't be able to touch it. The man said suddenly. If we meet him, Jiang Qingyu's fruit ability won't be a big problem, but Jiang Chen will be in trouble. Don't be such a pessimist. Lao Yang glared at him. Maybe they'll run into the elemental demon and kill it, and you'll have made a wasted trip. The man was amused when he heard this. Don't be too ridiculous. How can you kill elemental demons without armament Haki? Jiang Qingyu can't do it, and Jiang Chen can't do it either, right? Lao Yang waved his hands and said impatiently. Okay, go quickly, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. The man put out his cigarette, turned around and walked towards the armored vehicle. As the checkpoint rose, 2 armored vehicles drove towards the depths of Daxinglan. Chapter 54. Above Daxinglan. 2 figures rushed past. While flying in the air, Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Qingyu, who was covered in blue flames. I didn't expect that the senior brother is actually the user of the Phoenix Fruit, which is Marco's ability in the anime and has extremely strong survival ability. No wonder he looks like he deserves a beating, he is so confident. Others are simply immune to death him. Sizzle. Jiang Qingyu's voice came from the headset hanging on Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen, we have entered the territory of the Wind Spirit Falcon. Have you sensed the Wind Spirit Falcon? Not yet. Then go left and continue going deeper. I'm afraid I'll run into a 4th-level Wind Spirit Falcon leader. Tell me when you sense a Wind Spirit Falcon and use your gravity to control it. After Jiang Chen made an okay gesture, the 2 continued to gallop forward. 10 minutes later. The Wind Spirit Falcon was found. Jiang Chen said this calmly and then floated in the air. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyu also stopped what he was doing, with dazzling blue flames on his hands, and turned to look at Jiang Chen. Where? Come with me. After Jiang Chen said this, he turned around and flew in one direction. Jiang Qingyu followed closely without any hesitation. The 2 men flew past the sky above Daxinglan, one in front and one behind. Wherever they passed, strong air currents were stirred up at an extremely fast speed. The branches and leaves of the trees below were caught by this force and shook violently. After a while, a huge wind falcon appeared in front of the 2 of them, with its wings spread out. Its entire horizontal body was 10 meters long. A pair of sharp eagle eyes stared at Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyu vigilantly, surrounded by strong winds as they hovered in the air. Jiang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen who was flying in front of him. This distance is at least 1,000 meters. Jiang Chen's observation Haki has reached 1,000 meters. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Qingyu's eyes. Roar. The Wind Spirit Falcon roared, as if warning the 2 humans who had trespassed into its territory. However, Jiang Chen completely ignored it. Just a moment. The Wind Spirit Falcon has already entered Jiang Chen's gravity control range. Jiang Chen opened his eyes slightly, revealing a terrifying white in his eyes. The next moment. Buzz. 36 tons of gravity poured down on top of the Wind Spirit Falcon. Fengling Falcon had never expected that the human in front of him had the skill, and was directly dragged towards the ground by the tremendous gravity. Bang! The huge body of the Wind Spirit Falcon slammed heavily into the Daxing forest, overturning several trees along the way and creating a deep pit in the ground. At this moment, Jiang Chen also used moonwalk in the air, quickly changed direction, and flashed towards the Wind Spirit Falcon that fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed. The 3rd-order Wind Spirit Falcon, facing 36 tons of gravity, is not completely immobile. It struggled to get up, shook its body, glared at Jiang Chen who was flying towards it at high speed, raised its sharp claws, and prepared to tear the human in front of it into pieces. Jiang Chen was flying in the air, his consciousness moving slightly. The next moment, the wind spirit falcon was suddenly thrown into the air by an anti-gravity force, and countless question marks flashed in its round eyes. Immediately afterwards, another force of gravity poured down. The wind spirit falcon was like a toy, being toyed with by Jiang Chen's gravity. Boom! The huge body of the wind spirit falcon slammed heavily to the ground again, with smoke and dust billowing. Before it could react, a huge gravitational force appeared out of nowhere and pulled it towards Jiang Chen. At the same time, Jiang Chen's figure also flashed by. He drew out his sword, and the sharp sword intent was wrapped in a cold light, reflected in Fengling Falcon's eyes. Click! Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, frowning. The sword is stuck in the bone? Roar! The wind spirit falcon roared, raised its sharp claws, and slapped towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Just at this moment, a blue flame whizzed past, and a pair of fists burning with blazing blue flame smashed hard on Fengling Falcon's head. Just one punch. Boom! Fengling Falcon's head was blown away in an instant, and the flesh on its neck was torn apart by the powerful impact force. Bang! The head of a third-level ferocious beast hit the tree heavily and then rolled to the ground. The body of the Fengling Falcon, without a head, fell to the ground with a loud bang. Jiang Chen frowned, stepped on Fengling Falcon's body, and pulled out the sword. He looked at the blood-stained blade in his hand. C-class alloy weapons, isn't that enough? But didn't the merchant say that C-grade alloy was enough to kill a third-level beast? Encountered a profiteer? Zhang Qingyu took out a cloth bag, wrapped the Fengling Falcon's head, tied it around his waist, and then walked to Jiang Chen's side. As if he saw Jiang Chen's doubt, he said, "The sword in your hand is a C-grade alloy weapon, right? It's enough to kill some third-level beasts, but it won't be enough if you encounter some with stronger defenses. Like this thing." Zhang Qingyu pointed at the body of Fengling Falcon on the ground. Jiang Chen tilted his head habitually, sensing the black boxing gloves in Zhang Qingyu's hands, which seemed to be faintly flashing with a hint of red flame. "Isn't the flame of the phoenix fruit blue? What's this red flame? Brother, your weapon, is it an elemental weapon?" Jiang Chen asked tentatively. After all, elemental weapons also have fire attributes. This red flame is most likely emitted by an elemental weapon. Zhang Qingyu did not hide it and raised his fist to show it. "This is a first-level elemental weapon with fire attributes. To be honest, as your senior, I suggest you don't change to those junk alloy weapons. Just get it done in one step and change to an elemental weapon. Even if it is a first-level elemental weapon, it will be enough for you to use for a long time. It costs 1,000 military points to customize an elemental weapon. It's not expensive at all. You're just stuck now. It would be terrible if the sword breaks during a battle in the future." Jiang Chen nodded. What Zhang Qingyu said does make sense. 1,000 points doesn't seem too expensive. After all, every time I went to a secret realm, I gained more than 1,000 attribute points. It would be a good idea to complete a few more tasks and try out a different weapon first. At least before going to Shiva country to get the gambler's fire line, you need to have a weapon that is more suitable for you. Otherwise, no matter how strong your sword is, it will be useless if your sword breaks. Let's go. We still need to kill 9 of them. Let's kill them quickly and report back." Zhang Qingyu patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, and his hands ignited with blazing blue flames, which turned into 2 blue flaming wings and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Jiang Chen followed closely behind him. Within the next hour, Jiang Chen sensed 6 wind spirit falcons in succession. This time he did not take action, but just used gravity to assist in the control and left it all to Zhang Qingyu, who killed each of the small beasts with one punch. Above Daxinglan, the 2 of them rushed past. 2 more to go, we need to finish the job before dark. Zhang Qingyu's voice came from the headset. Just at this moment, roar! A deafening roar came from behind the 2 of them. This roar contained terrifying power, and the sound waves it created were like surging waves. It not only set off a strong airflow in the air, but also caused the branches and leaves of trees along the way to shake violently. Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu turned around at the same time. A giant beast with a wingspan of 50 meters was hovering in the air, staring at them intently. "FK, a 4th-level wind spirit falcon." Zhang Qingyu widened his eyes and blurted out. Chapter 55. Jiang Chen, find a place to hide. Leave this 4th-level wind spirit falcon to me. Zhang Qingyu looked more serious than ever before, completely different from his usual nonchalant look, and shouted loudly at Jiang Chen. Boom! Blue fireworks burst into flames around him like a surging wave. At the same time, roar! The 4th-order wind spirit falcon raised its head and let out an earth-shaking roar. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a ferocious light that could make one feel cold and fierce, and it locked its eyes on Zhang Qingyu. Immediately afterwards, the wind spirit falcon came roaring at an astonishing speed, like a flash of black lightning. The strong wind brought up by its wings was like countless razor-sharp blades, madly cutting the surrounding air and making a sharp and piercing whistle. Jiang Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this. It was a fourth-order wind spirit falcon, and he was not qualified to fight it yet. If he insisted on going, he would only hold Jiang Qingyu back. Think of this. Jiang Chen made a prompt decision, turned around and planned to hide in the jungle. But at this moment, at the end of Jiang Chen's left side's perception angle, a blue figure flashed by like lightning, with circles of jumping electric arcs surrounding it. On the transport plane, I checked some information about ferocious beasts on the intranet. That seems to be a lightning elemental demon? And judging from his figure, he seemed to be the weaker elemental demon shown in the information, probably only at the third level in strength. Even so, the minimum starting point for one is 1000 military points. 1000 points. A first level elemental weapon. 1000 attribute points. Hiding your A. Jiang Chen decisively changed direction and rushed towards the elemental demon. At this moment, Jiang Qingyu had just dodged an attack from a fourth-order wind spirit falcon. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen's actions from the corner of his eye and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid was obedient and didn't cause any trouble for me. But soon, Jiang Qingyu realized something was wrong. No, why did this guy run so far? Hey? Jiang Chen? Where are you going? Just find a place to hide down there. I can end the battle quickly. Jiang Qingyu said to the headset in confusion. Next second, Jiang Chen's voice came, I found the elemental demon. Jiang Qingyu's eyes widened when he heard this, elemental demon? No, come back. You can't handle an elemental demon. Jiang Chen ignored Jiang Qingyu's words, and tried his best to control the gravity around him, chasing after the elemental demon at an extremely fast speed. It only took less than 3 seconds. Jiang Chen had already approached the elemental demon. I saw that this elemental demon had blue skin with electric light constantly moving under its skin, and it looked like a giant bear. At this moment, it also discovered Jiang Chen, who was approaching him at a very fast speed. The elemental demon turned around suddenly. Then, a ball of lightning burst out from its bare paw and hit Jiang Chen directly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen opened the iron block immediately without any hesitation. Boom! The lightning struck Jiang Chen, and the powerful electric current instantly destroyed the mobile phone and headset he was carrying. At this moment, Jiang Qingyu, who was flying in the air and dealing with the wind spirit falcon, heard a sharp squeak sound in his earphone. His face suddenly changed and he yanked off the headset. Obviously, Jiang Chen had been attacked by the lightning elemental demon, causing the headset to be destroyed by the powerful electric current. Grass. Jiang Qingyu couldn't help but curse loudly, anxiously, and immediately leaned over and rushed towards Jiang Chen. But the next moment, the huge body of the fourth-level wind spirit falcon was like an insurmountable black wall, blocking him. FKU. Get out of the way. Jiang Qingyu cursed loudly and jumped up and down anxiously. The fourth-level wind spirit falcon turned a deaf ear to Jiang Qingyu's shouting and cursing, flapping its huge wings and rushing towards him again with great momentum. In the jungle, the elemental demon that looked like a giant bear had no intention of fighting Jiang Chen. After blasting out an electric shock, it turned around and ran away. Jiang Chen was not seriously injured except that his electronic equipment was destroyed because he opened the iron block. Want to run? Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice, and decisively used all his strength to control the anti-gravity, and catapulted towards the direction where the elemental demon left. Less than 3 seconds. The giant bear entered Jiang Chen's gravity field again. Jiang Chen's consciousness moved. 36 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the giant bear. Moo. The giant bear's huge body was smashed directly into the ground, and it let out a wail. Just at this moment, suddenly, a blue light flashed all over the giant bear's body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ball of lightning and rushed away into the air. Jiang Chen's brows suddenly frowned. Elementalization. Currently, my control over gravity cannot affect enemies that can transform into elements. But it's not a big problem. Even without gravity manipulation, he also has powerful blind swordsmanship and armed color domineering. I want to see where you can run. Jiang Chen's observation Haki firmly locked onto the elemental demon's location, and then he chased after it at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, this elemental demon is the lowest level elemental demon, and its speed is far from as fast as lightning. It is only a matter of time for Jiang Chen to catch up. Jiang Chen was flying at a very fast speed in the dense jungle at a low altitude, and the fallen leaves were blown all over the place by his strong airflow. It seems that because of being hunted for a long time, the elemental demon has no desire to fight at all, and just wants to get away from this damn human. However, its speed was not as fast as Jiang Chen's when he burst out with all his strength. After 5 minutes of pursuit, Jiang Chen was less than 10 meters away from it. Upon seeing this, the elemental demon decisively turned around and blasted out a bolt of lightning. Next second, Jiang Chen just slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the lightning. The first time Jiang Chen was hit, it was only due to Jiang Chen's negligence. Now, Jiang Chen's observation Haki locked onto it firmly. It was absolutely impossible for it to hit Jiang Chen again. Boom boom boom. A few more bolts of lightning came. Jiang Chen controlled his body and dodged all the attacks with just a slight twist. At this time, from Jiang Chen's perception, he could clearly feel that the elemental demon had begun to panic. This human is faster than me, and I can't hit him. How can I play this game? Moo. The giant bear let out a panicked howl, as if asking for help. But at this moment, Jiang Chen has caught up with the giant bear elemental demon. The armament color instantly covered the blade. Immediately following, the sword blade goes straight down. The sword, which carried the power of sword and 36 tons of gravity, pierced through the elemental demon's body and nailed it to the ground. Sizzle. Lightning flashed all over the elemental demon's body, and its elemental transformation faded away in an instant, revealing the appearance of a giant bear, completely lifeless. Jiang Chen drew his sword and stared at the giant bear's corpse at his feet. He stroked his chin. It seems that the elemental crystal core is in the brain. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen bent down and began the dissection work. After a moment, a blue round crystal core appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Good, 1000 points. Suddenly, within his perception range, another elemental demon flashed by. Another one? Just now, this elemental seemed to be asking for help? Is it here to support? It looks like an elemental demon of the same strength. Not bad, it's like walking 1000 points. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He put the elemental crystal core into his pocket and chased after him. Chapter 56. Oops, I'm lost. Previous. Next. The other side. Zhang Qingyu's hands were stained with blood, and strands of flowing bangs fell messily in front of his forehead. In front of him, the fourth order wind spirit falcon had been beaten to pieces by him and fell to the ground motionless. Zhang Qingyu did not stop, and blue fireworks ignited in his hands and shot straight into the sky. He quickly looked around in the air, and after identifying the direction of Jiang Chen in his memory, he rushed away like a blue meteor. Strange, where did you go? Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang. Brother Chen. Come out. Stop scaring me. Zhang Qingyu flew quickly over the jungle, shouting Jiang Chen's name at the top of his lungs. His voice echoed in the silent jungle, but he received no response. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, the sun has quietly set, and the night slowly falls like a huge black curtain, and the light in the jungle becomes dimmer. Zhang Qingyu lowered his flying altitude and flew through the jungle. Final. He fell down and sat on the ground helplessly. Finished. Jiang Chen was lost by himself. All the electronic devices on him were broken, and he couldn't be contacted. Elemental demons are beings that can transform into elements. Without armament Haki, you can't even touch it. How can Jiang Chen be so confident to go and fight an elemental demon? After searching for such a long time and not even finding a single figure, Jiang Chen must be in great danger. Lao Yang also specifically told me to take good care of Jiang Chen, and if anything happened to Jiang Chen, he would beat the shit out of him. When he thought of Lao Yang's face, Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but shiver. And it's not just Lao Yang. Yang Xiaotong has a bad temper. If she knew that she took Jiang Chen on a mission and lost him, she would be finished. Zhang Qingyu touched his chin subconsciously and fell into deep thought. Is it time to consider how to escape? Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses. That's not right. It was Jiang Chen who was asking for trouble. He had to go fight the elemental demon. I also learned about the elemental demon on the transport plane. Can I blame myself for this? But do they believe this? If I run away, where can I go? It seemed that there was no place for him in this vast world. Why? Let's look for it again. Zhang Qingyu got up helplessly, turned into a blue flame, and disappeared again into the jungle at night. At the same time, in another place in Daxinglan, an old man in neat military uniform was sitting quietly in the armored vehicle, listening attentively to the reports coming from the intercom. The team didn't find the elemental demon. We didn't find it here either. So do we. Lao Cheng listened to the team members' continuous reports, his brows gradually wrinkled into the shape of a character, and his heart was full of doubts. That's strange. Where did this elemental demon go? They had been searching for 2 hours straight, spreading out over dozens of kilometers from where they had originally found the traces. Apart from dealing with some ferocious beasts along the way, not to mention elemental demons, not even a ghost was seen. He shook his head helplessly, sighed heavily, and gave an order into the intercom. "Hey, come back, everyone. Retreat." Just at this moment. Sizzle. Suddenly, a slightly hurried voice came from the intercom. "Team, we found the body of an elemental demon. But the elemental core is gone." Upon hearing this, Lao Cheng's eyebrows, which had been drooping slightly, instantly raised up. "Corpse? Was it done by the students of the military academy?" "It's possible." The voice on the other end of the intercom responded. After listening to this, Lao Cheng thought for a moment and immediately gave the order. "Everyone, go over and look around the corpse. There should be two." "I will go over now." "Yes." The soldier sitting nearby who was driving the armored vehicle quickly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator after hearing the order. The armored vehicle was like an agile giant beast, turning around neatly on the spot and heading towards the target location. The soldier sighed while driving. "I didn't expect to be found by a student from the military academy. This one is only worth 1,000 military points, tisk tisk tisk." Lao Cheng chuckled. "Are you envious?" The soldier driver glanced at the captain, his eyes full of envy. "Then who wouldn't be envious? I just don't know who killed him. I remember there were only 3 teams of students doing tasks in Daxing Forest today, right?" Lao Cheng thought about it, nodded and said. "It seems that one team is from the junior students from Linjiang Military Academy, one team is from junior students from Jiangnan Military Academy, and the other team is from Xing Marine School." After hearing this, the soldier continued to ask, "In your opinion, which team is most likely to successfully hunt the elemental demon?" Lao Cheng shrugged. "I don't know, it can't be the Star Marine School anyway. I know Zhang Qingyu, he doesn't have the aura of being armed and domineering." "That's true." At this time, Jiang Chen was shuttling through the jungle at extremely fast speeds. About 500 meters directly in front of him, the remaining giant bear elemental demon had been firmly locked by his sight. No matter what, with these 1,000 points, it is absolutely impossible for it to run away. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and once again controlled the anti-gravity around him with all his strength. His momentum suddenly increased, and his speed increased again. A strong airflow whizzed past him, and the fallen leaves piled on the ground were caught by this strong airflow, rising into the sky and flying all over the sky. Not a moment. The distance between Jiang Chen and the elemental demon was shortened to less than 100 meters, and he was about to catch up. The elemental demon was visibly panicked. Not long ago, it saw its own kind die tragically at the hands of the human behind it. In a panic, the elemental demon turned around again and threw a few electric shocks. Boom boom boom. In the eyes of others, the electric shock was as fast as lightning, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was completely like slow motion. He just twisted his body slightly a few times and then hid, his movements smooth, relaxed and comfortable. At the same time, Jiang Chen also absorbed the experience of the previous elemental demon. Elemental demons, if they want to release electric shock, must first materialize. The moment the elemental demon released the electric shock, he controlled the 36-ton gravity and smashed it down. Bang! The elemental demon was smashed directly into the ground. In this instant, Jiang Chen flew at an extremely fast speed, and his ghostly figure had already arrived above this elemental demon. The elemental demon's blue eyes were filled with fear at this moment. It hurriedly transformed into elements again, trying to stay away from Jiang Chen. However, it's too late. The sword blade in Jiang Chen's hand stabbed straight downwards with a biting cold light. The sharp blade instantly penetrated the body of this elemental demon. Moo! With a wailing cry, the elemental demon completely lost its vitality. Jiang Chen pulled out the sword blade and began the familiar dissection work. After a while, another elemental crystal core worth 1,000 military points was put into Jiang Chen's pocket. "Now, I already have 2,000 points. I originally thought that I could only get 200 points for this mission and I would have to split it equally with Zhang Qingyu, so each of them would get 100 points. Unexpectedly, I got more than Secret Realm number 1. It is impossible to share these 2,000 points with Zhang Qingyu, they are all their own. Now that your own weapons are no longer enough, you can change to an elemental weapon first. The remaining 1,000 points will be converted into attribute points, and the sword energy skills will be used first." After seeing the prototype of the sword energy brought by the Grandmaster level sword energy, Jiang Chen now wanted to see how powerful the sword energy could be. While thinking, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Immediately afterwards, he rose into the air and hovered over Daxing Forest. A new problem suddenly appeared in front of me. All the electronic devices on my body are broken. Where are we now? I seem lost. Chapter 57, 36-ton finger gun, have you ever tried it? Previous. Next. The next day, it was just dawn. Daxing Town Demon Army Camp, checkpoint. Double kill. Triple kill. Lao Yang rubbed the screen of his mobile phone with both hands, put his feet on the table, held an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Just then, out of the corner of his eye he noticed a tuft of hair passing by the window. Who? Lao Yang stood up suddenly. Jiang Qingyu was frightened, his limbs stiffened and he turned his head. Old Yang, it's me, ha ha ha. Lao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said angrily, you kid, why are you so sneaky? Am I not letting you enter the camp or what? No. No, this is not to see you playing games, I'm afraid it will affect your performance. Jiang Qingyu scratched his head and pointed in a certain direction, well, Lao Yang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible and go to the officers in the camp to report Jiang Chen's disappearance. But he didn't dare to let Lao Yang know about this, otherwise he might have to be beaten severely first. Go ahead, go ahead. Lao Yang waved his hand and looked at the phone screen again. Suddenly, he raised his head suddenly and said, stop. Jiang Qingyu's hair suddenly stood up and he turned his head stiffly, what happened again? Lao Yang stuck his head out, looked back and forth, and frowned slightly. Where is Jiang Chen? Jiang Qingyu was suddenly speechless. It's over now. Seeing Jiang Qingyu's appearance, Lao Yang's face instantly darkened, speak. Where is Jiang Chen? Feeling Lao Yang's murderous gaze, Jiang Qingyu felt cold sweat dripping from his body. He forced a smile, old Yang, I have told Jiang Chen before, stay away when you see elemental demons. Tell the important point. Lao Yang's eyes widened. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyu could only tell everything. So, Jiang Chen is missing? And it's very dangerous. Lao Yang said slowly after listening to Jiang Qingyu's words. Jiang Qingyu nodded stiffly. Lao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, then why are you okay? Jiang Qingyu spread his hands and said, I must be fine. How can the 4th level Wind Spirit Falcon be my opponent? I'm not your opponent, so why did Jiang Chen disappear? Jiang Chen went to fight the elemental demon himself. I was dragged by the Wind Spirit Falcon and couldn't get away. So what you are saying is that Jiang Chen's disappearance has nothing to do with you at all. That's exactly what you mean. I've been looking for it all night. I just couldn't find it. I was going to report to the commander in the camp, so you stopped me. Lao Yang was silent for 2 seconds, then silently took off the watch in his hand. I said, if anything happens to Jiang Chen, I will beat the shit out of you. No, Lao Yang, let's talk some sense, BD. Before Jiang Qingyu finished speaking, when he saw Lao Yang's actions, he lit up blue fireworks with his hands and tried to fly into the air. Lao Yang jumped out of the window, his body suddenly grew in size, and turned into a ferocious wolf. Then, with a leap, he grabbed Jiang Qingyu's feet and threw him directly to the ground. Boom! Jiang Qingyu's whole body directly smashed a shallow pit into the ground. Ouch! Jiang Qingyu couldn't help but wailed. Lao Yang pushed him to the ground, pretending to beat him. Of course, Lao Yang would definitely not kill Jiang Qingyu, just because Jiang Qingyu's survivability is well known. Lao Yang just has a bad temper. Jiang Chen was such a promising young man, but because of a mission with Jiang Qingyu, he ended up in danger. Regardless of whether this matter had anything to do with Jiang Qingyu, he just couldn't help but want to beat Jiang Qingyu up. Jiang Qingyu saw Lao Yang raising his fist as big as a casserole, and hurriedly shouted, Lao Yang, the most important thing now is to find Jiang Chen. It won't be too late to beat me up later. The words fell. Lao Yang stopped what he was doing. He naturally knew the priorities of the matter. If anything really happens to Jiang Chen, don't let me see you. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Jiang Qingyu swallowed his saliva and said quickly, yes, let's report it first and go out to find someone. Lao Yang stood up and snorted coldly, humph, stay in your room and don't run around. I'll go report now. Oh, okay. Jiang Qingyu hurriedly stood up, took 2 steps at a time, and ran into the small room obediently. After a while, on the top floor of the headquarters building, Major General Li Fei stood in front of the window with a serious expression, while his adjutant and Lao Yang stood behind him. The entire camp, under Li Fei's command, thousands of demon-suppressing soldiers began to gather, with only one goal, to find Jiang Chen. If he's alive, I want to see him in person, if he's dead, I want to see his body. In the Daxing jungle. Before I knew it, it was already noon. Jiang Chen relied on the shadows cast by the midday sun to barely figure out the direction of the camp. Fortunately, he paid special attention to it when he went out, and it was roughly in the southeast direction. Due to the long journey and not sleeping all night, Jiang Chen was already a little tired. He flew for a while and then walked for a while. Throughout the entire night and morning, Jiang Chen killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts that tried to attack him. At this moment, a crack had appeared on his sword blade. And at this time, 5 third-level ferocious beasts and 10 second-level ferocious beasts were surrounding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's consciousness moved, and all living things within a 500-meter radius around him were instantly subjected to 36 tons of gravity. The 10 weaker second-order beasts were instantly crushed by this terrifying gravity, and their flesh and blood exploded all over the ground. The remaining 5 third-level ferocious beasts could barely withstand the gravity. Roar! 5 third-level ferocious beasts roared at the same time and pounced towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's observation and hearing color locked onto the 5 ferocious beasts around him, and the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A flash of cold light flashed between the ferocious beasts. The 4 ferocious beasts were cut in half in an instant. When Jiang Chen's sword cut the last and largest ferocious beast. Clang! With a crisp sound, the C-grade alloy sword blade finally couldn't bear the weight and broke into 2 pieces. Even so, the beast was also seriously injured. It turned its head and glared at Jiang Chen, roared, and suddenly rushed over. However, it is impossible to hit Jiang Chen, who has the ability of observation. Jiang Chen just turned his body slightly and dodged, slipping behind the ferocious beast. One man and one ferocious beast, just confronting each other. There was a hideous scar on the beast's body, and blood was constantly dripping from it. The sword strike just now had already left it seriously injured. Jiang Chen felt the broken blade in his hand and frowned slightly. He simply put the broken blade back into the scabbard of the sword in his staff, placed it gently on the ground, and moved his knuckles. Even without the sword, he still had the 36-ton finger gun, and this third-level ferocious beast was also seriously injured, so it was not a big problem. Roar! The beast roared and pounced towards Jiang Chen with heavy steps. Jiang Chen used the 6-style razor and nimbly dodged behind it. Then, a powerful finger gun suddenly stabbed into the back of the beast. Ouch! The beast howled, turned its head, raised its huge claws and slapped Jiang Chen. Chapter 58. Did Jiang Chen kill the elemental demon? Previous. Next. The ferocious beast waved its huge claws and slapped Jiang Chen again and again. However, Jiang Chen's figure was like a ghost. Every time the giant claw was about to hit him, he twisted it away with incredible posture. This is also the first time that Jiang Chen combined the paper painting among the 6 styles with the powerful observation Haki. By sensing the changes in airflow caused by the movements of the ferocious beast, he unloaded all the strength in his body, making it as light as paper, and then assisted by the powerful observation Haki. Even if the beast attacked again and again, it would not be able to hit Jiang Chen. Finger gun. Land feed. The severely injured third-level beast was subjected to 36 tons of gravity while having to withstand Jiang Chen's violent attack. Gradually, its movements began to slow down, and the wounds on its body became more and more numerous, with blood staining the ground red. Finally. Boom. A dull sound was heard. The beast's exhausted and severely injured body was no longer able to withstand the gravity acting on it, and it fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Chen immediately turned over and rode on it. The finger gun with an additional 36 tons of gravity pierced through the air, turning into afterimages at an extremely fast speed, stabbing madly at the beast's head. Ouch! Finally, the beast let out a desperate howl and died completely. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Call. Without a sword, relying only on the current level 1 Marine 6 styles is really tiring. No, after returning to hand in the quest, you must immediately change to an elemental weapon. Jiang Chen picked up the sword from the staff. Although the blade was broken, he still took it. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen soared into the air and flew straight to the southeast at a high speed. After a while, 2 armored vehicles entered Jiang Chen's perception range. Is it the demon-suppressing army? Finally I saw a living person. Should it be okay to go over and get a ride? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen turned around and flew towards the 2 armored vehicles. In the armored vehicle in front, the soldier sitting in the co-pilot seat caught a glimpse of a figure flying towards them at a very fast speed. He looked closely. The man flying in the air has his eyes closed and is holding a cane in his hand. Jiang Chen. Stop the car. We found Jiang Chen. Inside the demon army camp in Daxing town. All high-ranking military officers stood at the checkpoint, staring at the wilderness outside the checkpoint with serious expressions. Jiang Qingyu leaned against the wall, shivering. Lao Yang stood aside, casting fierce glances at Jiang Qingyu from time to time, his eyes as sharp as knives. Jiang Qingyu's face was full of grievance, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Lao Yang would start fighting if he said so, and he didn't dare to provoke him easily. Not far away, 2 senior military officers were huddled together, talking in low voices. The short officer stole a glance at Major General Li Fei, who was pacing back and forth not far away, and lowered his voice very low. Hey, you said, it's just a student. Why did our leader mobilize so many people? The tall officer beside him widened his eyes upon hearing this. Mobilizing a large army? Just one student? Did you know that even Lieutenant General Yeching is paying attention to Jiang Chen? The short officer's face was full of confusion, and he asked, why does Lieutenant General Ye pay attention to Jiang Chen? He is just a blind man. The tall officer's expression darkened and he said seriously. Blind? Still blind? Jiang Chen's speed of understanding the Haki of observation is terrifying. When he first entered school, he could only read 100 meters, but in Secret Realm number 1, he has already reached 500 meters. Who knows how many meters he can read now? That's just observation Haki. The short officer still disagreed. The tall officer shook his head and said slowly. Not only his observation Haki, I heard that the Star Marine School Association reported Jiang Chen's rank evaluation results. A second-level ability user slashed out 40,000 cards of destructive power. Who in the entire Dragon Country can do that? As soon as these words were spoken, the short officer stood still on the spot, his mind going blank. A second-level ability user, slashing out 40,000 cards of destructive power. From a historical perspective, the destructive power of a second-level ability user barely reaches 20,000 cards, which is the threshold for a third-level ability user. There are still very few monsters who can do it. 40,000 calories, a difference of 2 times. This is impossible no matter how you think about it. How is this possible? How do you know all this? The short officer's face was full of disbelief. The tall officer glanced at him sideways and chuckled with a hint of pride. Have you forgotten? The adjutant beside Lieutenant General Yeching is my cousin. After saying this, he leaned forward slightly and added mysteriously, and this is not the most outrageous thing. I heard that Jiang Chen has mastered the sword spirit and has reached the peak level. He even has the prototype of sword energy. When the short officer heard this, his eyes widened like bells, his mouth opened and closed, and after a long while he managed to squeeze out a few words. No. It's impossible. How can one comprehend a sword's meaning without a talent for swordsmanship? The tall officer looked very proud, raised his head and said, so you know why our commander mobilized so many troops? This. Hey, I hope nothing happens to Jiang Chen. Just at this moment, 2 armored vehicles slowly appeared within the sight of everyone present. Hey, they're back, the short officer looked excited. The tall officer picked up the telescope and said slowly, it doesn't seem to be that. It's Lao Cheng's armed team. After a moment, 2 armored vehicles drove into the checkpoint one after the other. The armored vehicle door was opened. Lao Cheng got off the armored vehicle with a bewildered look on his face and looked around. What's going on? Why is it so lively? At this time, Major General Li Fei and his adjutant walked up to him, looking a little anxious. Have you found the elemental demon? We found it, but we only found a body. We guess it was killed by students from the military academy. Lao Cheng felt a little embarrassed and his face turned red. So many people gathered at this checkpoint, are they all waiting for me to bring back the elemental core? Although the elemental core is indeed precious, it doesn't have to be so grand. And, the key is that I haven't got it yet. Corpse. Li Fei's expression was startled, and he asked hurriedly, have you seen Jiang Chen? Lao Chen blinked, looking confused. Jiang Chen? No, why do you ask? Li Fei shook his head and sighed. Jiang Chen went to chase the elemental demon and is now missing. This. Chief, could it be that the elemental demon was killed by Jiang Chen? Lao Cheng showed a surprised expression. Although he guessed that he was killed by other cadets. But now, Jiang Chen disappeared after chasing the elemental demon, and the elemental crystal core was also missing. No matter what, it is very likely that Jiang Chen killed the elemental demon. Li Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced sharply at Zhang Qingyu in the corner. Zhang Qingyu, right? Are you sure Jiang Chen doesn't know how to use armament hacking? I can't go. Zhang Qingyu felt the gazes of the big guys present, trembling and unable to speak clearly. Just at this moment, an officer came running over. Commander, I just received news that the third team has found Jiang Chen. They are on their way back. After these words were said, one could clearly feel that everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Li Fei hurriedly asked, how is Jiang Chen doing now? The officer saluted and reported, according to the third team, Jiang Chen looks fine, just a little tired. It's good that it's nothing serious, it's good that it's nothing serious. Li Fei murmured to himself. The heavy atmosphere at the scene finally eased. Zhang Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he didn't have to be beaten. Lao Cheng's tone was a little shocked. So, Commander, was the elemental demon really killed by Jiang Chen? Wait until they come back and ask Jiang Chen. Li Fei slowly turned his gaze to the vast wilderness outside the checkpoint and fell into deep thought. What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? It's not enough that he knows swordsmanship. If the elemental demon was really killed by Jiang Chen, it means that he even mastered two kinds of domineering power at the same time. Can Jiang Chen also master the remaining conqueror's domineering power? Looking at the whole world, no one has ever been able to comprehend the three kinds of dominance at the same time. Chapter 59, Armament Color Entanglement. Is it difficult? Previous. Next. Time flies. After confirming that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, Li Fei made a prompt decision and dismissed most of the officers who had gathered there to watch the excitement. At the checkpoint, only Li Fei, Lao Liang, and Zhang Qingyu were left. Soon, armored vehicles appeared in the sight of several people. Zhang Qingyu stretched his neck and looked around. Here they come, it should be the third team. An expression of excitement appeared on Lao Liang's face. He hurried back to the small room and raised the railing of the checkpoint. Not long after, an armored vehicle stopped steadily in front of them. The back door was pushed open, Jiang Chen yawned, and jumped down from the armored vehicle. Since he hadn't slept all day, Jiang Chen took a short nap in the small car. As soon as Zhang Qingyu saw Jiang Chen, he immediately rushed over and looked him up and down carefully. Jiang Chen. Holy shit. Are you really okay? Jiang Chen stopped Zhang Qingyu's restless hands and said calmly. Brother, I'm fine. Immediately following, Lao Liang also came over with a smile on his face and said. Jiang Chen, we were very worried when we heard that you were missing. Come, let me introduce you to our leader. As Lao Liang spoke, he pointed his palm at Li Fei who was standing beside him. Li Fei laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen, just call me Lao Li. Jiang Chen nodded politely and responded, chiefly. Li Fei didn't say anything polite and went straight to the point. Jiang Chen, did you kill the elemental demon? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded in confirmation, and then took out two blue crystal cores emitting faint light from his pocket. These are elemental crystal cores. When Zhang Qingyu saw the two elemental crystal cores, his eyes widened instantly. FK, it's fine if you kill one, but you killed two. Li Fei and Lao Liang's eyes were filled with gratification. Okay. Li Fei suddenly changed the subject and asked, what is the level of your current armament Haki? Jiang Chen shook his head gently and said truthfully. It can only attack the entity of the elemental demon, and it has not yet reached the level of armament color entanglement. After hearing this, Li Fei burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's not bad. Armament Haki entanglement is not that simple. Even for a person with high-level physical skills, it would take at least the fourth level to comprehend it. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. A person with high-level physical skills talent also needs to be at level 4 to comprehend the armament Haki entanglement. Is it that difficult? Thinking of this, he silently scanned the skill panel in his mind. Armament Haki LV.1, 0/20+, can attack elemental enemies, next level, Armament Haki entanglement. For it, if you calculate carefully, it's only a matter of 20 skill points and 200 attribute points. I'll hand in the elemental crystal core later, exchange it for points, and then I'll be able to comprehend it. Li Fei patted Jiang Chen's shoulders with both hands and said. That's fine, I'm glad you're fine. You can exchange the elemental cores for points directly from us, and we can also exchange the points for attribute points and weapons directly. After saying that, he glanced at Lao Liang beside him. Lao Liang, take Jiang Chen and the others to the exchange office. Okay. Lao Liang nodded with a smile and left with Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu. After a few people left, Li Fei took out his cell phone and after a moment of silence, he called his superior, Lieutenant General Ye Cheng. Hello, it's me, Li Fei. Jiang Chen is fine. He's back. He even killed the elemental demon. Yes, he has mastered the Haki of armament. Daxing camp, not far from the headquarters building. Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu followed Lao Liang to a 3-story building covering an area of 2,000 square meters. The exterior of this building is consistent with the style of the headquarters building, with an extremely simple pure white exterior wall design without any luxurious decoration. Next to the doorway into the building, there was a signboard, Exchange Office of the Military Headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army garrisoned in Daxing area. The three of them walked into the lobby on the first floor. Lao Liang looked around and saw that there was no one around. He turned to look at Jiang Chen and said, fortunately, there is no one around now. Jiang Chen, just go to the window and ask the staff to change directly. Jiang Chen nodded and then walked straight to the exchange window. Jiang Chen had already thought about it before coming. My sword is broken, so I need to replace it with a more useful sword. As for which elemental weapon to choose, in terms of attack power, the three elements are actually almost the same. Basically, you can choose based on your own preference. Jiang Chen decisively chose the thunder attribute. For no other reason than he is more handsome. The remaining 1,000 points will all be converted into attribute points, for a total of 1000 attribute points. After explaining it to the staff, Jiang Chen was told that it would take an hour to customize the elemental weapons, which didn't take long. If something happens, you can also wait for express delivery. Jiang Chen had nothing to do, so he simply sat in the hall and waited for them to finish making the weapons before taking them back to school together. Just in time to add some more. Jiang Qingyu saw Jiang Chen sitting next to him and asked curiously, "Jiang Chen, what did you change?" Jiang Chen spoke calmly, "A weapon with thunder attribute elements and 1000 attribute points." Jiang Qingyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Everyone went out to do tasks together. Why did Jiang Chen get 2000 military points? Looking at myself again, I got 200 military points. Oh no, I want to give 100 points to Jiang Chen. Think of this. Jiang Qingyu had a heart attack and couldn't help but beat his chest. It's so hard for me. After all, Jiang Chen killed the elemental demon by himself. Available attribute points, 1000. Jiang Chen sat in the hall and immediately started allocating attribute points. After a moment, bursts of golden light flashed by. Power 360 plus dash power 560 plus. Spirit 720 plus dash spirit 1120 plus. Physique, 360 plus dash physique, 560 plus. Agility, 360 plus dash agility, 560 plus. The moment when the attribute points are allocated, Jiang Chen felt a wave of warmth all over his body. In the blink of an eye, this warmth quickly spread throughout his body. Every inch of his skin seemed to be injected with hot energy, and his whole body felt like he was in a steaming heat wave. His muscles began to tighten, and a sense of strength surged through his body like a raging tide. The bones make a subtle but crisp sound, as if they are undergoing a self-reshaping process. After a while, call. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and subconsciously clenched his fists. 560 points of strength attribute means that the basic destructive power has reached 5,600 cards, plus its own increase of up to 11.36 times. At this time, with one sword strike with all his strength, he could already produce more than 60,000 cards of destructive power. It is only 20,000 cards short of the 80,000 cards destructive power requirement for level 4 ability users. And my total attribute points are only 2,800 points. I haven't even reached the 3,000 attribute point threshold for a third level ability user. It doesn't stop there. Controllable gravity, 56 tons. The controllable gravity has also reached 56 tons. Now, even if it is a third level ferocious beast, I am afraid that within its own gravity field, even if it does not explode directly and die, it will be unable to move even an inch. Next. Need to add some skills. Chapter 60, Comprehending Sword Chi. Previous. Next. Allocated skill points, 100. Observation Haki LV.3, 0/180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range expanded to 2000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.3, 0/40 plus, currently has mastered the Sword Spirit, Grandmaster, next level, Sword Chi, proficient. Gravity Field LV.4, 0/80 plus, current field range 500 meters, has mastered Gravity Wave Control, proficient, next level, range expanded to 1000 meters. Armament Haki LV.1, 0/20 plus, can attack elemental enemies, next level, Armament Haki Entanglement. Marine 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. Jiang Chen glanced at his current skill panel. The next level of gravity field only increases the range, but it still requires 80 skill points. Not worth it? I only have 100 skill points, so I must be thrifty. The next level of blind swordsmanship can directly unlock the sword energy. Without a doubt, this is a huge improvement. And it only requires 40 points. The remaining 60 points can be used to focus on armament haki. If I remember correctly, the armament domineering aura can also increase destructive power. As for the remaining skill points after clicking on armament haki, there is nothing much to add. It would be nice to upgrade the Marine 6 styles. If I hadn't learned the 6 Marine styles this time, I might have died at the hands of that third level beast. After making up my mind, Jiang Chen decisively started to add points. Ding ding ding. Flashes of golden light passed by. Blind Swordsmanship LV.3 Blind Swordsmanship LV.4, 0/80 plus, currently has mastered Sword Chi, proficiency, next level, Sword Chi, Grandmaster. Armament Haki LV.1 Armament Haki LV.2, 0/60 plus, has realized Armament Haki Entanglement, next level, Armament Haki Externalization. Marine 6 Styles LV.1 Marine 6 Styles LV.3, 0/40 plus. Shave, move at an extremely fast speed, the speed depends on the agility attribute, Can temporarily teleport 20 meters, the next level, 40 meters. Iron block, unable to move when in use, can resist physical attribute x 60 cards of impact force, currently can resist 21,600 cards of impact force, next level, can resist physical attribute x 100 cards of impact force. Paper drawing, unload all the strength in your body, and perceive the direction of attack in advance through the changes in airflow caused by the opponent's actions. Next level, perception increased by 200%. Moonwalk, use strong foot force to step on the air to generate strong suspension force. The current floating height is 40 meters, the next level, 80 meters. Lanxiao, through the ultra-high-speed kicking technique, a vacuum slash can be rolled up. Currently, it can cause a destructive power of 60 cards of strength attribute. Currently, it can cause a destructive power of 21,600 cards. The next level, it can cause a destructive power of 100 cards of strength attribute. Finger gun, gather all the strength of the body on the finger, currently can burst out strength attribute x 60 cards of destructive power, currently can cause 21,600 cards of destructive power, next level, can burst out strength attribute x 100 cards of destructive power. Tip, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 16/20. Only 4 levels left to unlock Fujitora's signature skill, Gravity Blade Tiger. Jiang Chen stared at the skill panel, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The next moment, his eyes shifted to the remaining skill points. Allocated skill points, 10. Overtake. There are 10 points left, which I can't use. It's so uncomfortable. Jiang Chen sighed lightly, then he picked up the sword in the staff beside him. He slowly pulled out the broken blade. Immediately following. Buzz. The broken sword made a slight humming sound. The sword intent that was originally imperceptible became extremely clear at this moment, as if it had materialized, attached to the broken sword, and gently ripples. Zhang Qingyu on the side first glanced at Jiang Chen casually, then suddenly turned his head and stared straight at the broken sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Lao Yang was also attracted by Zhang Qingyu's action. He followed Zhang Qingyu's gaze and then opened his mouth slightly. Zhang Qingyu half opened his mouth, unable to utter a word for a long time. After a long while, he finally seemed to have found his voice and began to stammer. Jiang Chen, what the hell is this? Jiang Chen said casually, nothing, just got a little stronger. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as his gaze moved back and forth between Jiang Chen and broken sword. A little bit stronger? Are you sure it's just a little bit? That's clearly sword energy. Can anyone tell me how Jiang Chen manages to be different every day? A few days ago, it was just the prototype of the sword energy, but now the sword energy has already appeared. Just at this moment, the staff member walked up to Jiang Chen with a brand new sword on a staff. Hello, classmate. Your lightning attribute weapon has been made. Jiang Chen took the weapon, smiled and nodded, thank you. Let's go, senior brother, let's go back to school. Jiang Chen said to Zhang Qingyu, who was still in a daze. Zhang Qingyu was still in shock, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Let's go back. Long. At the Scene Marine School Airport, a transport plane landed slowly. The cabin door slowly opened, and Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu jumped out of the cabin one after another. The powerful airflow stirred up by the propeller hit them in the face, and the two walked steadily towards the airport exit against the strong wind. When the noisy propeller sound gradually faded away, Zhang Qingyu turned his head, his eyes full of curiosity. Jiang Chen, are you planning to test the sword now? Jiang Chen nodded, yes. This time, I unlocked the sword energy and armed color entanglement, and I had to give it a try no matter what to see how big the increase could be. Zhang Qingyu said nothing, but just followed Jiang Chen quietly. After a while, Jiang Chen stopped, looked puzzled, and asked. Brother, are you going to? Zhang Qingyu turned his head left and right, looking around, with his hands behind his back. I don't have any, I'm going to hand in the task. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't say anything more and walked straight towards the association building. Zhang Qingyu followed Jiang Chen, took out his cell phone, and quickly opened the chat box with Yang Xiaotong and Vice President Chu Liang, his fingers dancing rapidly on the screen. Jiang Chen comprehended the sword energy. And he was ready to test the sword. This is such a big event, we must tell them right away so they can join in the fun. A second-level ability user who comprehended sword energy is simply outrageous in this world. The gate of opening is outrageous to the extreme. Half an hour later. On the 4th floor of the association building, there is a rank evaluation room specifically for evaluating 4th-order ability users. It is also the largest rank evaluation room that the Military Academy Association can afford. If you go further up, you will have to go to the military headquarters. After all, a person who has reached the 5th level of ability can probably destroy a building with just one strike, and ordinary level evaluation equipment is completely inadequate. Jiang Chen was standing in the middle of the room at this moment, waiting for the equipment to be debugged. Behind a glass, Jiang Qingyu explained their experience to Yang Xiaotong with a beaming expression, including how Jiang Chen killed the elemental demon and comprehended the sword energy. After Jiang Qingyu finished his story, Yang Xiaotong fell silent. After a while, Jiang Qingyu finally couldn't hold back and couldn't help but speak. Ms. Yang Xiaotong, can you please pay attention to me? I've said so much, my mouth is dry. Yang Xiaotong frowned slightly and stared at Jiang Chen in the room through the glass. I was wondering, will Jiang Chen's armament Haki also change every day like his observation Haki? Has he already achieved armament Haki entanglement? After hearing this, Jiang Qingyu was about to refute, but he swallowed the words back. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be impossible. But, if it was Jiang Chen, let alone, it seems that this is really possible. It is wrapped in armed color, and it is easy to see from the appearance. You will know when you see it later. Chapter 61, Jiang Chen really knows how to use armament color entanglement. Previous. Next. Crunch. Chu Liang pushed open the door and came in late. Hasn't started yet. Jiang Qingyu shrugged, no, it's almost time. You came at the right time. Did Jiang Chen really comprehend the sword energy? Chu Liang looked at Jiang Qingyu with disbelief. Jiang Qingyu rolled his eyes at him when he heard this. Old Chu, how can I not see the sword energy when I am also a 4th level ability user? But, it's only been a few days. Chu Liang muttered. Suddenly he glanced at Jiang Qingyu again, he also comprehended the armament Haki. Jiang Qingyu looked at Chu Liang as if he was an idiot. Chu Liang is not a fool, he just can't accept this fact. After only a few days, Jiang Chen had already comprehended the sword energy and armed color domineering, and anyone who came had to confirm it repeatedly. Just at this moment, a student from the association made an okay gesture to Yang Xiaotong. Then, Yang Xiaotong leaned over and said to the microphone in front of her. Jiang Chen, it's okay. In the room. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly and nodded gently. Immediately following. Then, he turned around and stared at the piece of memory metal in front of him that was emitting a silver luster. This time, when Jiang Qingyu learned that Jiang Chen was coming to test the sword, he stopped joking and directly proposed to Yang Xiaotong to take out the association's highest grade memory metal. That is, the piece in front of Jiang Chen, its destructive power limit reached 100,000 calories. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward and stopped about 5 steps away from the memory metal. The eyes of everyone in the room were now focused on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the brand new sword. The moment he grasped the hilt of the sword. Buzz. Along with a subtle but clear sword sound, the sword in the staff began to tremble slightly. The next moment. The sword is unsheathed. Sizzle. A dazzling blue electric light, accompanied by white sword energy, flashed by. The sharp lightning sword energy poured down like a galaxy, instantly cutting through the air in the room and pointing directly at the piece of memory metal. Ding boom. The sword energy penetrated the memory metal and hit the wall heavily. In an instant, a clearly visible sword mark appeared before everyone's eyes. At the same time, the people behind the glass also fixed their eyes on the computer screen. 78,392 cards. When the numbers appeared on the computer screen, everyone gasped at the same time. The destructive power threshold of a 4th order ability user is less than 2,000 calories away. Jiang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong, who were present at the time, were only 4th level ability users. A freshman who had only been in school for less than 2 months was already catching up with these old hands. What's even more outrageous is that Jiang Chen is not even a 3rd level ability user yet. Behind the glass, the 3 of them simultaneously looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with shock. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and pondered. My basic destructive power is 5,600 calories, which means it has increased by about 14 times. This is just the proficiency level sword energy, combined with elemental weapons. My current gravity control cannot reach the level of being attached to sword energy, unless the gravity blade tiger that is unlocked later can do it. As for the armament Haki, it is only at the entanglement level, and needs to wait until the next level is released before it can be integrated into the sword energy. Just the proficiency level of sword energy and elemental weapons alone can be increased by 14 times, which is already very strong. After a moment, Yang Xiaotong came back to her senses and asked Jiang Chen in the room. Jiang Chen, are you still going to continue? Jiang Chen nodded gently, and said calmly, continue. Next. He also wanted to try the effect of the armament color entanglement again. About a minute later, the memory metal returned to its original state. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward, stood in front of the memory metal, and adjusted his breathing. He grasped the hilt of the sword in his right hand. Clang. The lightning sword is unsheathed. A purple gravity wave quietly attached to the blade. At the same time, the black armed color domineering aura wrapped around his right hand and continued to spread towards the sword. In the blink of an eye, the originally silver sword body seemed to be coated with a layer of black steel, and with a sharp sword intent, it slashed towards the memory metal. Clang. A shocking gap was cut into the memory metal, and it was only less than 10 centimeters away from being completely cut off. Behind the glass window, Jiang Chen blurted out, exclaiming, "FK. 87,116 card." The three of them looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Just now, he was just a little bit away from reaching the destructive power requirement of a 4th level ability user. But now, it has obviously exceeded the requirements of a 4th level ability user. In other words, Jiang Chen, who is not even at the 3rd level, already has the strength of a 4th level ability user. Just now I seem to see the entanglement of armed color. Chu Liang looked incredulous. "You're not mistaken. I saw it too." Jiang Chen turned his head, glanced at Chu Liang, and spoke slowly. Inside the room, Jiang Chen put the sword back into the scabbard. 87,116 cards. That is to say, an increase of about 15 to 16 times. Compared with the last 11.36-fold increase, this is quite a significant improvement. Armament Haki entanglement is only the most basic application method of armament Haki. In the anime, armament Haki can also be used to release external and internal damage, and even in the end, Garp's fistbone impact. Destroy a town with one punch. Judging from the skill preview, the next level is the release of the armament color. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but start thinking divergently. I don't know if upgrading the skill of armament Haki will directly unlock Garp's fistbone impact. Wouldn't observation Haki be able to unlock Red Hair's observation Haki in the end, and directly block the enemy's observation Haki? After all, in this world, although other people's observation Haki is far inferior to one's own, they can still do it anyway. As for conquerors, it's the divine avoidance of Red Hair and Roger. Red-haired Shanks dodged with a sword, condensed his domineering aura into substance, transformed into a griffin, and instantly killed Kid, the user of the magnet fruit, and the entire pirate group. The power of that knife was so terrifying. If I remember correctly, the user of the magnetism fruit in this world seems to be a strong American, right? If this is really possible, I would never have thought how invincible I would be in the future. Jiang Chen turned around and walked behind the glass window, and greeted the three people who were still in a daze. "Brother, sister, Vice President, I'm fine now. I'll go back first if there's nothing else." Chu Liang came back to his senses and responded. "Ah. Okay, Jiang Chen, go back and rest first." After a while, in the spacious room, only Chu Liang, Jiang Qingyu, and Yang Xiaotong were left. Chu Liang was the first to break the silence, murmuring, "He can really use armament Haki entanglement." Jiang Qingyu heard this and put his hand in front of Yang Xiaotong as if it were a microphone. "Ms. Yang Xiaotong, as a 4th level high-level physical talent, what do you think of this?" Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. "What do you think? I haven't realized the armament Haki entanglement myself, so what can I think? I have to report to the president again." Yang Xiaotong shook her head and took out her cell phone. Jiang Qingyu joked. "How many times have you visited the president during this period? Do you think the president thinks we are deceiving him?" Chapter 62, 100,000 cards is the limit of the association's equipment, not Jiang Chen's limit. Previous. Next. In a jungle, dense tree canopies overlapped layer by layer, completely covering the sky. The sunlight struggled to pass through the gaps between the leaves, and countless tiny dust particles rose and fell in the beam of light. A man with his upper body naked and covered in blood stood among the piles of ferocious beast corpses. He lowered his head and stared at the phone in his hand, his eyebrows twisted into the shape of the Huxia character. The man kept scrolling up and down the chat box on his phone screen. "President, among this year's freshmen, there is a student named Jiang Chen, whose observation Haki has reached 100 meters. President, Jiang Chen's observation Haki has reached 500 meters. President, Jiang Chen's fruit development ability is very strong. He can even add gravity to his weapons. This move is definitely not simple. President, Jiang Chen has realized the sword intent. President, surprise, Jiang Chen's observation Haki has reached 1000 meters. Jiang Chen has mastered the armament Haki. Armament Haki's domineering aura is entwined." The man looked at the conversation and fell into deep thought. Why do I feel like Yang Xiaotong and Chu Liang are colluding to deceive me? Is there really such a heaven-defying rebirth? Soon, 3 weeks passed in a flash. This day, Jiang Chen woke up slowly and stretched. He habitually glanced at the attribute panel in his mind. Strength, 680 plus. Spirit, 1360 plus. Physique, 680 plus. Agility, 680 plus. Controllable gravity, 68 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton. During these 3 weeks, I completed a total of 1 B-level task and 1 A-level task. Due to bad luck, it took a week to find the beast for the B-level mission, and a full 2 weeks for the A-level mission. A total of 600 attribute points were obtained. Students in military academies do not have to attend classes as long as they are on a mission. They just need to say hello to their class teacher. The school also encourages students to take on more military missions to hone themselves. The gravity that he can now control has reached 68 tons, which is roughly equivalent to a medium-sized passenger plane. A medium-sized passenger plane hits the opponent directly in the face. Who can bear this? Jiang Chen glanced downwards again. Armament Haki LV.3, 0/180 plus, has mastered the release of Armament Haki, next level, internal destruction. Allocated skill points, 10. With those 60 skill points there really wasn't any skill that could be added, so I simply upgraded my Armament Haki by 1 level. Now, he has reached the level of releasing the armed color, that is, adding it to the sword energy. At the same time, I also retested the destructive power yesterday, and successfully cut the most advanced memory metal in the association into 2 pieces. In other words, the association's highest level of memory metal has reached its upper limit, 100,000 calories. Not only that, the lightning sword energy with the color of armed force also cut through the wall directly. If the walls of the association were not made of special materials, the building would probably collapse under its own power. And his total attribute points have reached 3,400 points, and he has been successfully certified as a 3rd level ability user. It is said that he has just reached the 3rd level of ability, but in fact, he must have reached the middle stage of the 4th level or above. Otherwise, you may not be able to do better than yourself. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Coming to this world is really wonderful. Then, after he stretched, he got up and washed up. I don't have any assignments today. I have to go to the classroom. The reason is that Lin Weidong said he would explain Secret Realm number 2 today. I just don't know if Secret Realm number 2 will still be the world I am familiar with. It would be great if that was the case, at least I would be more aware of the hidden rewards than others. Otherwise, just relying on completing tasks to get attribute points would be too inefficient. After 3 weeks of hard work, I only got 600 attribute points, which is far less than the next Secret Realm dungeon. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 17/20. Now, because of the first level of armament color, I am only 3 levels away from Gravity Blade Tiger. As long as you can get the hidden reward in the Secret Realm, you can probably unlock the Gravity Blade Tiger directly. 7:59 in the morning. In a classroom in the teaching building, students were laughing and playing. The time turned to 8 o'clock, and Jiang Chen stepped into the classroom. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. After all, in the entire class, only Tang Chuao and Jiang Chen have reached the 2nd level of ability and are able to go on missions instead of attending classes. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen had previously slashed out with 80,000 cards of destructive power in the sword testing room in front of the association's cadres had also quietly spread. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and awe. Under the gaze of his classmates, Jiang Chen randomly found a Karakura seat and sat down. Since they were in college, there were no fixed seats. Seeing this, Wang Ming quickly stood up and sat next to Jiang Chen, lowering his voice and asking. Jiang Chen, I heard that your destructive power has reached more than 80,000 cards now. Jiang Chen responded calmly. No. Wang Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Huh, that's what I told you. After all, Jiang Chen, who had just cleared Secret Realm number 1, only had 40,000 cards of destructive power. He had only been out for nearly a month, and it had doubled. Rumors, definitely rumors. But the next moment, Jiang Chen said slowly. I just tested it yesterday, and it's already 100,000 calories. Wang Ming, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, sat up straight in an instant. A breath of air surged into his heart again and he almost suffocated to death. Do shall. Wang Ming stared at Jiang Chen with eyes wide open in disbelief. Strictly speaking, it should be more than 100,000 calories, but the upper limit of the destructive power measured by the association is 100,000 calories. After hearing these words, Wang Ming was completely stunned. Oh, by the way, I am now a 3rd level ability user. Jiang Chen added. Wang Ming was petrified on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. I'm not even a level 2 ability user, but Jiang Chen is already level 3. It's not just Wang Ming. Even Tan Chueao, who had just walked over, was stunned in shock. During this period, Tan Chueao did not attend classes. Every day she was either completing tasks or developing her fruit abilities. Now, her maximum destructive power has reached 30,000 cards. She originally wanted to show off in front of Jiang Chen, but now she is told that Jiang Chen's strength has reached 100,000 cards. And this is the limit of the association's equipment, not Jiang Chen's limit. My god, riding a rocket isn't even that exaggerated. Just as Tan Chueao was stunned, the head teacher Lin Weidong finally walked into the classroom. Classmates, I won't waste my time talking nonsense. Let's take a look at the characteristics of the monsters in Secret Realm No. 2. Lin Weidong stood on the podium and connected his laptop to the big screen on the blackboard while speaking. He was operating a laptop. The next moment, a 3D animated graphic appeared on the big screen. A cute little boy with white hair, fair skin, and a somewhat sickly look appeared in the eyes of the students. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, with a strange look on his face. Then, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Good job. It turns out that he is someone I know. Chapter 63. Sure enough, it's another familiar monster. Previous. Next. This time, Secret Realm No. 2 is called the Demon Slayer's Secret Realm. It is a hunting secret realm. As the name suggests, it is about hunting down designated creatures in the secret realm. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he glanced at the people in the audience and continued. Do you think the name of the secret realm is strange? To be honest, I also find it strange. This name was given by the secret realm itself. When you enter, there will also be a scoreboard with the name of the secret realm on it. The words fell. The students in the audience began to whisper. Jiang Chen remained silent, his expression looking a little strange. This name is definitely weird, it's the name of an anime. But we can't blame them, after all, there is no anime called Demon Slayer in this world either. Lin Weidong knocked on the podium, signaling the students to be quiet. This secret realm is a normal world. There are living people like us in it. However, every time you enter, their world will be refreshed. You can also regard those people as NPCs. NPC. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the secret realm equivalent to a game program? Who on earth could have created these things? Moreover, the hidden reward of the secret realm has also not been discovered. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, the classmates looked at Jiang Chen and Tan Chueao intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this, Lin Weidong coughed a few times and said. Ahem, it's not that easy to find the hidden rewards in this secret realm. In the last alien secret realm, there was a very clear pyramid, and everyone could basically guess that the hidden reward was inside, but this time, there is not even a clue. So, don't think about getting the hidden reward. It's almost impossible to accomplish. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The hidden reward of the secret realm is most likely to be the killing of the Demon King Muzan. In the original work, even the Demon Slayer core of that world couldn't find any trace of him, let alone outsiders like them. However, I do have a rough idea of where Muzan is hiding, and I have also read the general information about this secret place in the library. According to the timeline, Muzan is probably hiding in the Asakusa area of the capital, running a small trading company. As long as I rely on my own perception ability, I should be able to find him out quickly. Okay, let's continue. After seeing the students quiet down, Lin Weidong continued. In the world of the secret realm, there is a creature called a ghost that feeds on humans. And your hunting target is a more advanced ghost, also known as the 12 ghost moons. There are 12 demon moons in total, divided into 6 relatively powerful upper-rank demons and 6 relatively weak lower-rank demons. Their weaknesses are mostly in their necks, which means they must be beheaded to be killed. After saying that, he pointed to the big screen behind him and said, Everyone, look at the screen. This is a weaker lower-rank ghost. Its name is Lei. The next moment, the girls in the class began to talk in low voices. So cute. Is this really a man-eating ghost? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a little boy. Yeah, and it looks so small, it must be very weak, right? Lin Weidong tapped the screen and said. You can take a look at its attack method. This is also synthesized by the Ministry of Science and Technology through computers. In this secret realm, the electronic devices we brought in will not be effective. This is also the rule of the secret realm. Immediately following, the big screen began to play the attack moves of the lower string spider ghost Lei. This includes tying spider webs around people's bodies and chopping them into pieces in an instant. It emits countless extremely hard silk threads, weaving a giant vortex-shaped cocoon, and launches it towards the enemy. After the video was over, The girls no longer thought it was very cute, and were left with only fear and anxiety. Only Jiang Chen looked calm. It's just a small spider. I can now control 68 tons of gravity. I estimate that as long as it steps into my gravity field, I can crush this small spider into meat paste in an instant. Just at this moment, a classmate raised his hand, stood up, and asked, "Teacher Lin, what is the strength of this lower rank ghost?" Lin Weidong Kaido, the strength of a lower rank demon is roughly equivalent to that of a second rank demon. After the words fell, the student was stunned for a moment and asked, "Ah, Teacher Lin, most of us are only at the first level, so we can't even defeat the weaker lower rank demons, right?" Lin Weidong chuckled and said slowly, "Don't worry, I will talk about this later." Then, he controlled the laptop and the screen switched again. Next, let's continue to look at this one, which is also one of the lower rank demons, Xiangkai. Everyone focused their eyes on the big screen. A strong evil ghost with 6 ghost drums embedded on his body appeared in front of everyone. The 6 ghost drums are located at the junction of the body and limbs, as well as on the chest and back. Next, the evil ghost on the big screen began to launch its attacks. It beats all the drums on its body at a very high frequency, and the space around it is constantly turning over. At the same time, the drum on the chest also emits 5 claw-like waves, instantly tearing the enemy to pieces. After the video was played, the students in the class showed panic expressions. The monsters in Secret Realm number 2 were much more terrifying than the aliens in Secret Realm number 1. Immediately following, after Lin Weidong introduced the remaining 4 lower rank demons, he said to the students in the audience, "The ones above are the weaker lower rank demons. The next ones are the stronger upper rank demons, whose strength is about the 3rd level. Of course, I don't recommend that students other than Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao take the challenge." After Lin Weidong finished speaking, the big screen switched again. An evil ghost with pink hair, covered with tattoos and wearing a purple shirt appeared in front of the students. This is Akaza, one of the upper ranks. He has very strong fighting abilities and is considered to be one of the stronger ones among the upper ranks. After saying that, Lin Weidong glanced at Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao. "Jiang Chen, Tang Chuao, I know you definitely look down on the upper rank ghost, but I still don't recommend challenging this upper rank ghost. You can choose others." Tang Chuao nodded slightly. After all, her strength was not even at the 3rd level, so how could she possibly challenge the stronger evil ghosts among the 3rd level? Jiang Chen looked indifferent. "I definitely won't go looking for this upper rank demon. But it's not because of fear, but because his target is the Ghost King." "What, Akaza? It's not even a priority." 10 minutes later, Lin Weidong finally finished introducing all the 12 ghost months. He placed his hands on the podium, glanced at the students below, and spoke slowly. "Okay, the above are the targets you are going to hunt this time. I remember a classmate asked just now how a 1st level ability user can hunt a 2nd level lower rank demon." After hearing this, the students in the audience sat up straight and listened attentively. Chapter 64, the popular late Jiang Chen. Previous. Next. This secret realm is also a team secret realm, and it requires 4 people to form a team. It's a mandatory rule. Those with less than 4 people cannot enter the secret realm. Lin Weidong stood on the podium, looking serious, and spoke slowly. The words fell. The freshmen in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen still looked indifferent. To him, it makes no difference whether he forms a team or not. After all, even if the entire class came together, they would not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. They would probably not even last a second before being wiped out by Jiang Chen. On the podium, Lin Weidong narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. It is entirely possible for 4 first-level ability users to kill a 2nd-level lower-rank demon, so you don't have to worry. Of course, hunting down lower-rank ghosts is also somewhat dangerous. If your strength is really limited, you can choose to wait quietly until the secret realm ends. Speaking of this, Lin Weidong sighed softly. To be honest, as a teacher at a military academy, I shouldn't say this, but I still don't want my students to die in the secret realm. The words fell. The students in the audience looked at each other in bewilderment. The brave students were full of excitement, while the timid ones were a little nervous. Suddenly, a student raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Lin, how many points can you get by killing a ghost?" Lin Weidong glanced at him and saw that he was a student with relatively high talent. Of course, compared with Jiang Chen, Tang Chuao, and Lu Li in the class, he was a little behind. He raised 2 fingers and spoke slowly. The guaranteed points for the secret realm are 200, which means that if you do nothing, you can only get 200 points. On this basis, you can get 200 points for each lower rank demon killed, and 1000 points for each upper rank demon killed. At this time, another student asked, "Teacher Lin, Aren't there only 12 ghosts in the 12 ghost months? How can we divide them among so many of us? Lin Weidong smiled and patiently explained. This secret realm is different from the alien secret realm. It is divided into many parallel secret realms, and every 4 teams are in the same secret realm. In other words, once you enter the secret realm, you may encounter student teams from the other 3 military academies in the Nanjiang area. At this point, he suddenly thought of something and added. By the way, there is a ghost killing team from their world in the secret realm. If you encounter them, you can cooperate with them. I'll show you some pictures. Lin Weidong performed a series of operations on the computer, and then a composite image appeared on the big screen. The screen showed a man with long black hair tied into a low ponytail. His eyes were a deep sea blue and his facial expression was cold, giving people the impression of a cool appearance. Then, the pictures on the screen switched rapidly like a kaleidoscope. A woman with purple pupils and purple hair appeared one after another, a man with yellow and red long hair, a man wearing a white headscarf and various accessories, and a woman with cherry pink long hair and well-developed chest muscles. Why are these people dressed so strangely? Is it a unique culture of that world? Everyone wears colored contact lenses. And they all seem to be quite short. It seems that we also had this kind of culture before the ferocious beasts came. I know, what's it called, non-mainstream. Jiang Chen listened to the discussions of his classmates and the corners of his mouth twitched. But what they said does make some sense. The people in Demon Slayer do dress a bit exaggeratedly. Okay, do you have any questions? Lin Weidong asked after showing all the pictures. A student raised his hand and stood up. Teacher, that world should also have their own language, right? Lin Weidong thought about it. Kaido. I really don't know whether they have their own language or not. I only know that in all the secret realms, there is no language barrier and we can communicate fluently. Teacher Lin, how do we find the lower string demon? The secret realm is so big, we can't just wander around randomly, right? Another student asked. Lin Weidong smiled. This secret realm has appeared quite a few times, and the locations of most of the ghosts have been figured out. I will send each of you a map of the ghosts' locations, including the weaknesses and characteristics of each ghost. This secret realm also teleports randomly. Once you enter the secret realm, you can go straight to the nearest ghost. After Lin Weidong finished answering, he glanced at the students below the stage. Any questions? After a moment. Seeing that all the students in the class had no questions, Lin Weidong said. Then the next thing is about forming a team. After saying that, Lin Weidong looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Chen, have you chosen anyone for this team? As soon as the words fell, all the students in the class focused their attention on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's current strength is far ahead in the class. Whoever can enter Jiang Chen's team will definitely have good grades. Tang Chueo, who was standing aside, pursed her lips, quietly pulled the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes, and stared at him eagerly. Jiang Chen felt the tug at the corner of his clothes, pointed at Tang Chueo next to him, and said, Tang Chueo. After all, Tang Chueo's performance in Secret Realm No. 1 last time was quite hard-working. She was willing to work hard and obey orders, and her strength was not weak either, so there was no problem in choosing her. Moreover, I promised Tang Chueo last time that if there is a team to go to the secret realm in the future, I will include her in the team. When Tang Chueo heard Jiang Chen's words, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and a bright smile immediately broke out on her face. Just at this moment, Luli, who was sitting in the front row, stood up suddenly, turned around, stared straight at Jiang Chen, and said anxiously, Jiang Chen, can I be your teammate this time? I also have a rare talent, and my current attribute points are the highest in the class except for you and Tang Chueo. Luli talked endlessly about her advantages, wishing she could show all her shining points without reservation. Wait until she finishes speaking. Lin Weidong also added. Jiang Chen, although I should respect your personal wishes, I also think that Luli is the most suitable person in our class to join your team besides Tang Chueo. After all, to be able to join Jiang Chen's team, one's performance must be good. Among her classmates, Luli is considered to be the strongest one except Jiang Chen and Tang Chueo, and she also works very hard. Such students should be trained as a priority no matter what. At this moment, Lin Weidong didn't care whether it was appropriate to say these things in the classroom. He only hoped that his students could grow quickly, and he forgot everything else. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Okay, then let's count Luli as one. Upon hearing this, Lin Weidong and Luli both breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately following, Lin Weidong continued. There's only one left, Jiang Chen. If you can't make up your mind now, you can come back later. We still have 2 days before entering Secret Realm No. 2. The words fell. The other students in the class could no longer sit still and stood up one after another. Brother Chen, choose me, choose me. Chen Gaig, choose me, I know a lot. Brother Chen, please, leave me a spot. I promise to hit you wherever I point you. In an instant, the classroom was filled with noise and Jiang Chen felt his head buzzing. He stood up quickly, waved his hand, and shouted. Stop, 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 be quiet. I have to say, Jiang Chen's words are effective now. When he shouted, the whole class instantly became quiet and everyone looked at him eagerly. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Ming who was also looking at him eagerly, and said casually, the last one is Wang Ming. After all, Wang Ming is the most familiar classmate in my memory. He took good care of me when I was blind in high school. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming seemed unable to believe his ears. He was stunned for a long while before he jumped up excitedly. If Jiang Chen hadn't stopped him quickly, Wang Ming would have knocked Jiang Chen to the ground on the spot. Just at this moment, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng walked to the door and called Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen walked up to Du Hongsheng puzzledly. Vice Principal, do you have something to talk to me about? Have you decided on the candidates for the Secret Realm team this time? Du Hongsheng asked bluntly. Jiang Chen, it has just been confirmed. Du Hongsheng was silent for a while, then said, come with me, an old friend of mine wants to discuss something with you, but you don't have to feel pressured, it all depends on your personal wishes. Jiang Chen looked at Du Hongsheng in confusion, then followed Du Hongsheng forward. After a moment, Du Hongsheng brought Jiang Chen to his office. As soon as the gate of opening was pushed, a middle-aged man in formal attire stood up immediately, with a warm smile on his face, and walked quickly to Jiang Chen. Hello, you must be Jiang Chen, right? My name is Wang Gang, and this is my son Wang Tian. Jiang Chen looked in the direction Wang Gang pointed. On the sofa, a young man was sitting with his legs crossed, his eyes fixed on the screen of his mobile phone. After hearing his father's introduction, the young man just glanced at Jiang Chen casually and continued to play with his phone with an arrogant look on his face. Hello, what can I do for you? Jiang Chen asked politely, although he was a little confused. The middle-aged man Wang Gang signaled to the bodyguard behind him with his eyes. The bodyguard understood and immediately moved the two suitcases to the coffee table in front of the sofa. After opening them, they were full of cash. Wang Gang smiled and said, Jiang Chen, here are 10 million. As long as you can get my son Wang Tian to join your team in the secret realm, the 10 million will be yours. Chapter 65 My sword has at least 100,000 calories. Do you want to try it? Previous. Next. Ha ha ha, Lao Wang, why are you so impatient? Du Hongsheng laughed and walked to the sofa. Then, he looked at Wang Gang, then at Jiang Chen, pointed at the sofa and said, come, sit down and talk. Jiang Chen, you sit down too. Wang Gang also smiled and sat down. He looked at Du Hongsheng and said with a smile, ha 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 ha, Lao Du, you know me. I am like this. I like to be straightforward. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also found a place to sit down. The young man Wang Tian on the side still turned a deaf ear to the outside world and just focused on playing games. Du Hongsheng made tea and introduced with a smile. Jiang Chen, let me introduce you to Wang Feng Group's chairman, Wang Gang, who is also a retired lieutenant colonel of the Demon Suppression Army. The person next to him is his son, Wang Gang, who is in the same class as you, and is in class 1-8, of our school. Jiang Chen nodded gently and greeted, Boss Wang. Mr. Wang smiled and went straight to the point. Brother Jiang Chen, have you decided on your team members for Secret Realm number 2 this time? Jiang Chen took a look at the rich young man Wang Tian who was slumped on the sofa. Wang Tian just glanced at Jiang Chen and continued to sit with his legs crossed and play with his phone, his eyes full of undisguised disdain. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at the 10 million cash on the table. It seems that this boss is afraid that his useless son will die on the battlefield, so he wants to get more attribute points. After all, if you are really too incompetent and go to the battlefield after graduation, you may not live to see the army retired. It's just that he has already formed a team, and the behavior of this rich man really makes Jiang Chen a little annoyed. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled and slowly said, Boss Wang, I'm sorry, my team has been confirmed. However, after seeing Jiang Chen's refusal, Wang Gang still insisted. I know that Tang Chuao and Luli are the most promising students in your class. It is a good idea for you to form a team with them, both from the perspective of cultivating potential students for the school and from the perspective of ensuring the strength of your team. Doubtful. Wang Gang raised a finger and said with a smile. I only need the remaining position. My son has mid-level talent and won't be a big drag on you. Brother Jiang Chen, if you feel the money is not enough, we can still talk. Just after Wang Gang finished saying this, The wealthy man Wang Tian on the side was full of disdain and sneered in a low voice, "Tisk, I don't know what you are pretending to be. 10 million is not enough." Although Wang Tian's voice was very soft, it still could not escape Wang Gang's ears. Wang Gang instantly flew into a rage, snatched his phone away, and shouted angrily, "Shut up. Just play, all you do all day is play games." Vice Principal Du Hongsheng saw Wang Gang was about to beat up his son, so he stood up and said, "Old Wang, don't be impulsive. If you want to beat him up, go back and beat him up. It's not appropriate here." Wang Gang glanced at Du Hongsheng with a strange look on his face. Then, he sighed and said, "Oh, Lao Du, I'm afraid he won't even live to graduate." After saying that, he sat back in his original position and stared at Jiang Chen with a flattering smile on his face. "Brother Jiang Chen, how much do you need? Just tell me the number." Jiang Chen shook his head gently and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. The members of my team have been confirmed. This is not a matter of money. Mr. Wang, you should also know that money is no longer of any use to us. For Jiang Chen now, money is not important at all. The tens of thousands of yuan subsidy from the school every month is enough. The most important thing now is attribute points. Money can't buy attribute points. What's more, this rich guy looks so awesome that Jiang Chen would rather pick a lucky guy from the class than take him with him." Wang Gang remained silent and stared at Jiang Chen quietly. As a former veteran of the demon-suppressing army, he also understood that for those with powerful abilities, money was nothing. However, before he came, he thought that Jiang Chen had just entered university, and perhaps spending more money might make him interested. It turns out that I was overthinking it. Jiang Chen, a genius with unlimited potential, no longer cares about worldly money. Just at this moment, without his phone to play with, Wang Tian curled his lips and said, "Dad, he's just a blind man. You might as well give me the money and I'll hire some of the strongest first-level ability users in our class." As soon as he said this, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "The last person who called me a blind fool has a broken nose. Which part do you want to break?" When Wang Tian heard this, he not only did not restrain himself, but hid behind Wang Gang and shouted, "Dad, look at him. A blind man is so arrogant and wants me to break this and that." Wang Gang's face darkened and he was about to scold Wang Tian. But the atmosphere around Jiang Chen suddenly became colder. The next moment, an invisible and powerful gravitational field quickly spread out with Jiang Chen as the center, accurately covering Wang Tian. Wang Tian felt a force like a mountain pressing down on him, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground with a thump. His limbs were pinned to the floor, unable to move, and his face was distorted with pain and fear. Wang Gang was extremely anxious when he saw this and shouted, "Jiang Chen, stop it. Let's talk it over." Jiang Chen ignored him, moved his consciousness, and controlled the gravity field to exert force suddenly. Immediately afterwards, Wang Tian was thrown out violently. Bang! A shallow hole was smashed into the wall, and fragments of the wall scattered all over the ground and poured onto Wang Tian. Ah! Wang Tian let out a shrill scream, hugged his right arm, and trembled in pain. He collapsed to the ground, his shoulder was a bloody mess, and it was obvious that the shoulder bone had been shattered. "Wang Tian!" Wang Gang shouted and ran to his son who was covered in blood. Even though he had a lot of complaints about his useless son, he was still his son after all. Wang Gang raised his head, glared at Jiang Chen, then glanced at Du Hongsheng who was motionless, and said word by word, "Old Du, are you just going to watch like this?" The words fell. The two bodyguards brought by Wang Gang also stood in front of him and stared at Jiang Chen. Du Hongsheng stood between the two sides, looked at Wang Gang and said, "Okay, calm down, Mr. Wang, send him to the infirmary quickly. It's just a broken shoulder bone. He will be healed in a week at most." In fact, for Du Hongsheng, he and Wang Gang are old friends, but they are just nodding acquaintances. In the current situation, it is obvious that Wang Tian was the first to speak rudely, and Du Hongsheng would never punish Jiang Chen, a heaven-defying potential stock, for the sake of a cynical rich boy. When Wang Gang heard Du Hongsheng say this, he immediately understood that this was clearly biased towards Jiang Chen. But, as Wang Tian's father, he still wanted to seek justice for his son. "Jiang Chen, my son just said one sentence, and you beat him up like this. If you don't know how to teach your son, I will do it for you," Jiang Chen said slowly. Then, he placed his right hand on the hilt and gently pulled out the 3-inch sword, and a cold light flashed. Jiang Chen's eyelid slightly opened, revealing a hint of white light, and his tone was calm. "Boss Wang, this sword of mine has at least 100,000 calories. Do you want to try it?" Chapter 66 Never Match Jiang Chen. Previous. Next. When Jiang Chen finished speaking, you could hear a pin drop in the entire office. Wang Gang's facial muscles were stiff. According to his news, Jiang Chen only had the power to slash out 80,000 cards. But now he could slash out at least 100,000 cards. He didn't know whether what Jiang Chen said was true or not, but judging from Jiang Chen's past performance, Wang Gang didn't dare to gamble. Jiang Chen had no intention of taking action. After all, Wang Gang's attitude has always been very good from the beginning. Even though he had severely injured his son, he had not done anything out of line, so there was no need to draw his sword. At this tense moment, Du Hongsheng said coldly, "That's enough." Then, a majestic and overbearing conqueror's aura enveloped the entire office. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this conquerors? Du Hongsheng glanced at Wang Gang and said coldly, "Old Wang, take your son and go first. If you want to fight, I will accompany you." The words fell. Wang Gang was silent for a moment and signaled the two bodyguards beside him to retreat. Du Hongsheng is a 7th level strongman. Even if 100 Wang Gangs were tied together, they would not be able to defeat him. Seeing Wang Gang's movement slow down, Du Hongsheng glanced at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you put away your sword too." Jiang Chen nodded and put the sword back into the blind stick. "The vice principal has already spoken, so there is no need for me to take action. Anyway, I have already beaten this rich guy up and broken his shoulder bone, so it's not a loss." After a moment, Wang Gang left the office angrily, taking the seriously injured and unconscious Wang Tian with him. Du Hongsheng also asked Jiang Chen to sit back on the sofa and advised, "Jiang Chen, don't be too harsh next time. They are all classmates, there is no need to do that." Jiang Chen gently placed the cane on the table and said calmly, "If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone." Du Hongsheng stopped making tea and stared at Jiang Chen quietly. Before this, Du Hongsheng had heard of Jiang Chen's deeds. As soon as he awakened, he broke the nose of a classmate who spoke rudely to him. On the first day after arriving at school, he seriously injured a classmate in the association's arena. After passing Secret Realm number 1, another official member of the association was seriously injured. However, Jiang Chen was usually very polite, which made Du Hongsheng wonder if these things were exaggerated. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration at all. Being polite is really polite, being cruel is really cruel. After a while, Du Hongsheng sighed softly, "Oh, forget it." After that, he changed the subject. "In the Secret Realm number 2, are you planning to challenge the upper rank demon?" Jiang Chen heard this, thought about it, and nodded. Yes. In fact, his target is definitely the Demon King Muzan. The prophetic advantage of a time traveler must be seized at all costs. And I remember that in the plot, when Muzan was surrounded by the Demon Slayer Corps, he pulled them into the Infinite Castle, and all the upper rank demons also returned to the Infinite Castle. This would make it convenient for me to kill them all at once, and maybe even the lower rank demons would be recalled to the Infinite City. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong in killing the upper rank demons. Du Hongsheng placed a cup of tea in front of Jiang Chen and said slowly, "With your current strength, it won't be a problem to kill an upper rank demon." Then he warned, "But, still be careful, don't be careless, face the enemy, don't give the opponent time to breathe." Jiang Chen picked up the teacup, took a sip, and nodded. "I know. Thank you for your concern, Vice Principal." Next. After Du Hongsheng chatted with Jiang Chen for a while, he let Jiang Chen go back. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the day to officially enter Secret Realm number 2. Jiang Chen got up and checked his phone as usual. The opening of Secret Realm number 2 also made online discussions lively. Jiang Chen randomly clicked on a few videos, and the number of below each video basically exceeded 1,000. I heard that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao teamed up again in Secret Realm number 2 this time. Is Jiang Chen going to be carried away by Tang Chuao again? The person above, your information is too outdated. Jiang Chen is already a 3rd level ability user. Who can lead who to fly? Oh my god, I just checked the list of the National Association of Abilities, and Jiang Chen is really at the 3rd level. How long has it been? Could it be that Jiang Chen really killed the alien queen in Secret Realm No 1? Hehe, let's see who dares to say that my brother Chen is blind. Entering the number 2 Secret Realm as a 3rd level ability user is unprecedented. But this time, Secret Realm number 2 shouldn't be able to give me a huge amount of points like Secret Realm number 1, right? That's definitely not possible. The upper rank demons in Secret Realm number 2 are all spread out far away, and there are only 3 days in the Secret Realm. It's impossible to kill all of them. I think if it's brother Chen, everything is possible. I'm afraid the freshmen of this class will live under the shadow of my brother Chen for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chen scanned for a few minutes and found that his reputation online had begun to improve. At least, the screen won't be full of ridicule like before. This is indeed a bit unexpected. Jiang Chen put down his phone, got up and started to wash up. Then, he went out to the gathering place. Soon. At 9 o'clock sharp, all the students gathered at the entrance to the secret realm of Star Marine School. All the teachers were standing on the podium, nervously watching the students who were queuing up to enter the secret realm. The mortality rate in secret realm number 2 is also about 2%, which means that at least 40 of the approximately 2,000 students will die in the secret realm. On the high platform, Wang Sen stared at the backs of Jiang Chen and the others, and asked Lin Weidong beside him, "Xiao Lin, how many upper-rank demons do you think Jiang Chen can kill this time?" Lin Weidong thought about it. "Kaido, I think there should be 2. The secret realm only lasts for 3 days. Even if Jiang Chen kills 1 in 1 encounter, he can only kill 2 at most in 3 days. Wang Sen was silent for a while, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. 2, that's enough. The highest record in the secret realm is only 2 upper-rank demons, and only 3 teams have accomplished this in all these years. Right, Jiang Chen's strength is definitely the strongest freshman in history, but it's a pity that the time given in the secret realm is too short." Lin Weidong sighed and shook his head slightly. On the other side, at Linjiang Military Academy, in front of the entrance to the secret realm, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong put their hands together and kept chanting, "Don't ever match with Jiang Chen, don't ever match with Jiang Chen." This time, the 2 of them teamed up with Rong Yang and Luo Qinji. Rong Yang glanced at the 2 of them, his face was strange, and he couldn't help but ask, "Do you have to be so exaggerated? Is this considered a sequela of Jiang Chen?" Tang Quansheng opened his eyes, glanced at him and said, "You know shit." Rong Yang's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Given Jiang Chen's strength, he will definitely go kill the upper-rank demons. Our target is only the lower-rank demons. Even if we are matched, there will be no conflict, right?" The last time they went to the secret realm, it was also thanks to Jiang Chen that they only got a pitiful amount of points, and now their strength is only enough to kill the lower string ghost. Just after Rong Yang finished speaking, Luo Qinji at the side also closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, "Don't ever match with Jiang Chen, don't ever match with Jiang Chen." Hearing the voice, Rong Yang glanced at him, then glanced at his 3 teammates who were praying with their eyes closed, and suddenly felt speechless. Chapter 67 Jiang Chen is the perfect match. Previous. Next. Tang Quansheng and several others from Linjiang Military Academy walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Then, with a flash of white light, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Tang Quansheng couldn't wait to turn his eyes to the scoreboard. When he saw this, he was stunned for a moment. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao and Lu Li and Wang Ming, points, 0. Second place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong and Rong Yang and Luo Qinji, points, 0. Third place, Zhou Manman and Peng Wenhui and Qi Longlong and Yuan Hongqiao, points, 0. Fourth place, Xia Gaiking and Yu Xiaokan and Chen Lejun and Wu Liangxia, points, 0. Spicy balls. How come I meet these 2 idiots Jiang Chen and Tang Chuao again? Tang Quansheng looked at the others with a sad face, "Oh my god. How come I was matched with Jiang Chen?" Rong Yang's mouth twitched, and he looked at his 3 teammates with desperate faces, shook his head and murmured, "Is it necessary to be so scared?" Then, he took a look at the map, identified the location, and said to the others, "We've matched up, and with their strength they'll definitely go find the upper-rank demons. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go." The closest one is lay in Spider Mountain. The other side. Jiang Chen and his companions appeared in a room with a flash of white light. Under the feet of the 4 people was a tatami woven with reeds, and in front of them was a sliding door made of a wooden door frame and plywood with rice paper sandwiched between them. The room is extremely spacious, with an area of at least 100 square meters. Apparently, they were randomly teleported to a wealthy family. However, the huge room was empty, and the mattress on the floor was in disarray, as if someone had left in a hurry. Not only that, the surrounding items and furniture were also scattered around the house. Wang Ming looked around and murmured, "Where is this?" Tang Chuao also looked around, puzzled, "We were actually teleported indoors. Where did everyone go in such a big room?" Lu Li leaned over to the mattress on the tatami, stretched out her hand to feel around, and frowned slightly, "It's still a little warm, it seems like they just left not long ago." Tang Chuao turned her head and glanced at the messy house, then looked at Jiang Chen, "What happened to them? They are so flustered." Just at this moment, Wang Ming's nostrils twitched slightly, and his brows furrowed tightly. "Do you smell anything? It seems to be blood." The words fell. The 3 of them looked at each other, and it was obvious that Lu Li and Tang Chuao had also smelled it. "Brother Chen, where are we going now?" Wang Ming asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen opened his perception and easily discovered that all the dozens of people in the family were now dead. The bodies were scattered all over the house. Jiang Chen locked his senses in the courtyard and walked towards it. Let's go out first. Seeing this, the other three also stood up and followed. Just as they opened the sliding door and came to the aisle, the scene before them stunned the three of them. There were several bodies lying in the corridor, most of them were mutilated, and blood was splattered on the walls on both sides of the corridor. FK. Wang Ming blurted out subconsciously, what on earth happened to this family? This is too brutal. It should be a ghost. Tang Chuao said in a deep voice with a serious expression. Walk. After Jiang Chen gave a brief order, he stepped over the corpses and continued walking towards the courtyard. The other three had no objections and followed immediately. At this moment, Jiang Chen, this great leader, is their leader. They go wherever Jiang Chen says to go. Not long after, everyone followed Jiang Chen to an empty courtyard. Dozens of corpses were scattered throughout the courtyard. Their deaths were horrible and almost none of them were intact. Blood flowed, dyeing every inch of the courtyard red, and the air was filled with a disgusting and strong smell of blood. Even Tang Chuao and Luli, who were braver, couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses, their eyes filled with unspeakable fear and shock. What's that over there? Wang Ming suddenly pointed to a corner in the distance. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they saw a humanoid creature lying on a motionless corpse, its body heaving up and down, as if eating. Then, the creature seemed to sense their presence and turned its head sharply. It could not be called a human face at all. Two huge, bloodshot eyes stared straight at everyone. Two horns grew abruptly on the top of its head, and a long tongue hung down to the ground in its mouth. It's a ghost. Luli lowered her voice and said, at the same time, she quickly placed her hand on the hilt of the sword, ready to strike. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Long-tongued ghost? It looks familiar, as if it's just a small fish ghost. The long-tongued ghost seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect there were still living people. Soon, it showed a ferocious smile and slowly turned around. Next second, the long-tongued ghost got on all fours and pounced towards everyone like an arrow. Jiang Chen stood where he was, without moving an inch, as an invisible gravity field instantly spread out around him. In an instant, the long-tongued ghost's body suddenly froze, and the greed on his face was instantly replaced by fear. The gravity from all directions suddenly increased like a tidal wave. Puff! In just a moment, the long-tongued ghost was crushed by dozens of tons of gravity and turned into a ball of blood mist. Wang Ming and Luli stared at Jiang Chen in shock. This was the first time they saw Jiang Chen attack a ferocious beast in real life. Although Jiang Chen is now a third-level ability user, he will definitely be killed instantly when facing these ordinary small-time ghosts. But, without even moving, he just crushed the enemy into a bloody mist. This scene still deeply shocked them both. Doesn't this mean that when facing low-level people or beasts, as long as they step into Jiang Chen's gravity field, Jiang Chen doesn't even need to move, and can crush the enemy into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye? Awesome, Brother Chen. Wang Ming blurted out. Let's go out and ask where he is now. Jiang Chen's face was calm, as if what happened just now was not worth mentioning at all. After a while, several people came to the street. There is a stone-paved road under your feet, and wooden houses are lined up on the street, with thatched or tiled roofs that are slightly mottled due to years of erosion. People on the street are dressed simply. Men mostly wear cotton short shirts and narrow leg pants, with solid colors as the main feature. Women wear simple kimonos made of coarse cloth with simple patterns, mostly decorated with small flowers or stripes, and square scarves tied on their heads. As for what had just happened, they did not choose to call the police. This is a secret place, and everything that happens here has nothing to do with the 12 ghost moons and has nothing to do with them. After all, once they leave, everything will reset. Jiang Chen and his companions stood on the street and waited for a while. Luli jogged over from not far away. She looked at Jiang Chen and said slowly, Jiang Chen, I have already asked around. This is the Asakusa district in Tokyo. Asakusa, Tokyo. How did we get here? Wang Ming's eyes widened. Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised when he heard this. This secret place is really sensible. My goal is Tokyo's Asakusa district, where Muzan is hiding.